Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 494 to Chapter 577. As a matter of fact, most of the martial emperors had the same thought as Yu Ming. They did not believe that Lu Ming had managed to kill a third-layer martial emperor realm cultivator not long after he had broken through to the martial emperor realm. After all, a third-layer martial emperor was much stronger than a first-layer martial emperor. They had come to befriend Lu Ming mainly because of Lu Ming's potential. They valued his future instead of his current strength. Now, they finally realized that Lu Ming's strength had reached a terrifying level. Killing Yu Ming in just a few moves meant that he was the strongest person in the 36 kingdoms of the Cloud Emperor. The patriarch of the Great Sun Prefecture, in particular, began to tremble. Lu Ming's combat ability was beyond his imagination. If he wanted to kill him, he did not need one move. Half a move would be enough. Impressive, truly impressive. It seems like I'm getting old. The retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire exclaimed as he collected his thoughts. That's right. The champion king is truly a rare genius. In the future, he will definitely become a famous powerhouse on the continent and his name will shake the world. Immediately, the dozen or so martial kings revealed smiles and flattered Lu Ming. Everyone else at the scene was dumbfounded. They realized that the martial emperors who used to be superior were now acting like ordinary people, flattering the stronger ones. Everyone, the problem has been solved. Please take a seat and continue drinking. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. After cultivating in the Earth Element Cave for more than 10 days, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the mid-first layer martial emperor realm. His strength had improved once again. Lu Ming was not surprised that he was able to kill Yu Ming with the third step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Immediately, the banquet continued. However, everyone was in a different mood at the feast. The people of the Blazing Sun Empire were excited. With an expert like Lu Ming in charge, the Blazing Sun Empire would surely prosper. Meanwhile, the people of the other empires were having different thoughts. The feast lasted for 5 hours before it was announced that it was over. The crowd slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping stayed in the imperial city for 2 days before returning to the Lu clan. On this day, Lu Ming sensed something and flew towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect. When Lu Ming arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword sect, the air above the sect was filled with the smell of blood. It was the blood cocoon formed by the golden-eyed blood zombie. It seemed that the evolution was complete. Weng, the blood cocoon trembled, and the surrounding blood qi was so dense that it could not be dispersed. After a long while, the blood qi gathered toward the blood cocoon and disappeared into it. Kacha, then, the blood cocoon cracked open, and a muscular figure walked out from it. The golden-eyed blood zombie's body was covered in a blood-red mist, and its skin had turned pale gold. Moreover, the hair on its body and the fangs in its mouth had disappeared. It looked very similar to a normal person. A terrifying aura emanated from the golden-eyed blood zombie. This was the aura of a king. The golden-eyed blood zombie had successfully evolved into a true king after absorbing the blood of 5 or 6 kings and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Master. When the golden-eyed blood zombie saw Lu Ming, a trace of excitement flashed across its face. It bowed to Lu Ming. Golden-eyed, you can speak? Lu Ming was taken aback. Yes, I can speak as soon as I become a king. The golden-eyed blood zombie bowed. As expected, it said that once a monster reaches the king level, it can speak as well. It seems that the king level is indeed a hurdle. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took out a set of clothes and tossed it to the golden-eyed blood zombie. Put these on. Yes, master. The golden-eyed blood zombie took the clothes and put them on. Golden-eyed, follow me back to the Lu family. From now on, you'll be responsible for the safety of my parents. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. The golden-eyed blood zombie bowed. Lu Ming was overjoyed that the golden-eyed blood zombie had become a king. Initially, he was worried about Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's safety. Now that the golden-eyed blood zombie had become a king, he felt more at ease with it protecting Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. In a flash, they headed back to the Lu family. Not long after, they arrived at the Lu family. When Lu Yuntian found out that the golden-eyed blood zombie had become a king, he was shocked at first. Then, he was pleasantly surprised. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In 7 days, the scars on Lu Yuntian's face had completely disappeared. Not a single trace was left behind. He had regained his former handsomeness and resembled Lu Ming by 60 to 70%. Lu Ming, Li Ping, and the rest were overjoyed. At this time, Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. It was time to return to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. After Li Ping's reminder, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left in a flash. However, he did not head to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace immediately. Instead, he went to the Cloud Wilderness Empire's imperial capital. This was because there was still one thing that had not been resolved. Although Lu Ming had killed Yu Ming and the King of Hell Matter, there were still some experts below. If Lu Ming left, there was no guarantee that these experts would harm Lu Ming's family. He had to deal with this scourge first. In the 36 countries of the Cloud Wilderness Empire, the one who understood the King of Hell Matter the most was undoubtedly the retired Emperor of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. Lu Ming's arrival shook the Cloud Wilderness Empire's imperial family. Naturally, he was able to meet the retired Emperor of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. The retired Emperor of the Cloud Wilderness Empire was named Huang Su. When he heard that Lu Ming was going to deal with the King of Hell Matter, he was naturally overjoyed. King Champion, my Cloud Wilderness Empire has been investigating the King of Hell Matter for close to 100 years. Although the King of Hell Matter's headquarters is extremely secretive and no one knows about it, I have already known about it. In the past, I was afraid of Yu Ming's strength. That was why I did not attack the King of Hell Matter's headquarters. Now that Yu Ming is dead, it's time to get rid of this scourge. Huang Su was overjoyed. Senior Huang, there's no need for too many people. Just the two of us is enough. Lu Ming said. Alright, I'll bring you there immediately. Huang Su said. After that, Lu Ming and Huang Su flew out of the Cloud Wilderness Empire's imperial capital and headed towards the north. The north of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was incomparably desolate. There were mountains everywhere and powerful demonic beasts roamed about. There was no empire here and not many people lived here. Lu Ming and the ruins came to the top of a wide lake. As far as I know, there's another world under this lake. The King of Hell Matter's headquarters is under this lake. Huang Su said. It's really secretive. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Let's go. After that, Lu Ming and Huang Su rushed into the lake. True essence covered their bodies as the two silently headed towards the bottom of the lake. The lake was very deep. The deepest part was actually 1,000 meters. At the bottom of the lake, there wasn't much silt. Most of it was smooth rocks. In the middle of the rocks, there was a 2-meter-wide crack. This crack was inscribed with inscriptions, blocking the lake water so that the lake water couldn't flow down. Obviously, the King of Hell Matter's headquarters was below. The two restrained their auras and silently passed through the inscriptions. After passing through the inscriptions, their eyes suddenly opened up. Below, there were some naturally formed underground caverns that extended in all directions and were incomparably wide. In front of them, there was a faint sound of talking. The two of them moved and moved forward. In a small cave, several Hell King Manor's assassins dressed in black robes were conversing. Then, the two of them continued to go deeper and more assassins from the King of Hell Mansion were killed. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. The hands of the assassins from the King of Hell Mansion were stained with blood. They were paid to kill and many innocent people had died in their hands. Every one of them deserved to be killed. In a short while, more than 100 people had died in their hands. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Finally, someone discovered Lu Ming and the ruins. Horrified shouts could be heard in the underground cave. Boom! Boom! Since they had been discovered, there was no need for them to hide their auras. The two of them unleashed their full strength and killed their way in. No one could stop the two of them. He had to admit that the King of Hell Mansion was indeed very powerful. There were actually 6 Martial King Realm experts in this underground cave. However, the most powerful of the 6 Martial King Realm experts was only at the peak of LV2 Martial King Realm. They could not resist Lu Ming and Huang Su and were easily killed. There was a loud explosion in the underground cave and it started to shake violently. Rumble, in the end, the entire underground cave collapsed. Swoosh! Swoosh, two figures rushed out from the bottom of the lake and stood in the air. They were Lu Ming and Huang Su. Below them, the lake water surged. As the underground cave collapsed, it formed a huge whirlpool. The lake water flowed down and flooded the underground cave. No one from the King of Hell mansion escaped. Haha, great. Champion King, thanks to you, we can get rid of the tumor in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Huang Su laughed heartily. Senior Huang, you are too polite. I just did it out of convenience. By the way, I will have to trouble you to take care of the remaining branches of the King of Hell mansion. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Ha ha ha, no problem. Once I return, I will summon all the countries to kill the people from the King of Hell mansion. Huang Su laughed. That's great. I will take my leave then. After saying that, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. He is a genius. I wonder what heights he will reach in the future. I am looking forward to it. Huang Su muttered to himself as he looked in the direction Lu Ming had left. Lu Ming headed towards the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The distance from the Cloud Emperor mountain range to the Myriad Star City was shorter. Lu Ming only spent 3 days to return to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Then, he reported his mission and returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. In a large hall of the Thunder Palace, the Thunder Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy as he sat on the highest chair. What's going on? It's been so long. Why aren't Chao and Chong Kong back yet? Also, those 5 guys didn't send me any messages either. The Thunder Palace Master muttered, feeling a little anxious. It had been so long, but Qiu Chong Kong and Shui Chao still hadn't come back, which gave him a bad feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming really didn't die? That's impossible. According to Su Zhong and the others, Lu Ming should be dead for sure. Even if he didn't die, he would still die when he reached the Burning Sun Empire. But why aren't Chong Kong and the others back yet? What happened? Damn it, I'm being watched closely by Strange Old Feng and the others. I can't even send people to get information. The Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart. When Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others returned to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, they immediately reported the matter of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the bald man attacking Lu Ming. This caused an uproar. Especially the Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and the others. They were furious, and they immediately suspected the Thunder Palace Master. However, the Thunder Palace Master naturally denied it. The other Palace Masters didn't have any evidence, so they couldn't do anything to the Thunder Palace Master. However, they sent people to keep an eye on the Thunder Palace Master to see what he would do. Therefore, during this period, the Thunder Palace Master didn't know what had happened in the Burning Sun Empire. He also didn't know that the people he sent had been killed by Lu Ming. Palace Master, Palace Master. At this moment, a young man hurriedly ran in. What's the matter? Speak. The Thunder Palace Master frowned. Palace Master, Lu Ming has returned. The young man shouted. What? Lu Ming didn't die? How is that possible? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Thunder Palace Master abruptly stood up from his chair, almost roaring out loud. It's true. I saw him submitting the mission with my own eyes. He has already returned to the East Sky Yard. The young man reported. Damn it, damn it. Why isn't that little bastard dead yet? How is that possible? The Thunder Palace Master roared. According to his plan, Lu Ming should be dead for sure. Even if he had escaped from the Heavenly Corpse sect, he would still die when he returned to the Burning Sun Empire. However, Lu Ming had returned alive. Could it be that someone is secretly helping him? It's possible, very possible. Those Palace Masters and the Palace Master might have sent people to help him secretly. That must be it. The Thunder Palace Master's eyes flickered. Lu Ming, that little bastard, can't be left alive. I must find a way to get rid of him. A cold killing intent flashed across the Thunder Palace Master's eyes. At this moment, his expression changed, and a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. He scanned it with his mind. At first, he was slightly stunned, but then he was overjoyed. The Xing family actually sent people here at this time. Good, good, good. Doesn't Lu Ming have a grudge with Xing Wushuang? I can use this opportunity to provoke the Xing family and use them to kill Lu Ming. The Thunder Palace Master was overjoyed. Go, welcome the Xing family. Then, the Thunder Palace Master strode out. In the west of the Myriad Star City, 5 figures were heading towards the Myriad Star City. One of them was a white-haired burly old man, while the other 4 were young people. They were all in their 20s, and there were 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 of them had one thing in common, and that was a cold and arrogant expression. At this moment, 2 figures flew out from the Myriad Star City and greeted the 5 people. One of them was Xing Wushuang, and the other was the Thunder Palace Master. Ha ha ha, so it's Brother Xingyao. What brings Brother Xingyao to the east of the Xianxia domain? The Thunder Palace Master cupped his fists and laughed. Brother Zheng, I hope you've been well since we last met. I'm here for a small matter. The white-haired old man smiled. Xing Wushuang greets Elder Xingyao. Xing Wushuang stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Xingyao looked at Xing Wushuang, and his face turned cold. He nodded slightly in response. Hee, Xing Wushuang, I heard that you were badly beaten up by a divine guard from the same batch. Xing Wushuang, you're a disgrace to the Xing family. A young man from the Xing family mocked. That's right, Xing Wushuang. You're really a piece of trash. You were beaten up in the east of the Tianqian domain. If you return to the central region, you're worse than trash. Another young man sneered. He was furious, but he dared not say anything. In the Xing family, he was just a side-branch disciple. The young men in front of him were direct disciples of the Xing family. They were much higher than him in terms of status and cultivation. He could not be compared to them at all. The Xing family was the oldest family in Tianqian domain. It was also one of the 2 strongest families of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in Tianqian domain. One was the Xing family and the other was the Mu family. The Xing family was located in the central region of Tianqian domain. The central region was the most fertile and vast place in Tianqian domain. It was also the place with the richest spiritual qi. The central region of the Tianqian domain was 10 times the size of the eastern region. There were countless geniuses and monstrous geniuses. It was the core of Tianqian domain. The young men in front of him were direct disciples of the Xing family. Xing Wushuang could not afford to offend them. Xing Wushuang, don't worry. Although you're trash, you're still a member of the Xing family. Even if you're a dog of the Xing family, we'll make you pay 10 times the price. Don't worry, we'll avenge you. One of the young men smiled faintly. Xing Wushuang's face darkened. What did they mean? Did they compare him to a dog? Lu Ming, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been humiliated like this. I won't let you off. Xing Wushuang roared in his heart. He did not dare to offend the direct disciples of the Xing family. He could only blame it on Lu Ming. Haha, Brother Xing and the rest of you, let's go in and have a chat. Temple Master Lei said with a smile. All right. Xingyao nodded. They immediately went into Temple Master Lei. Someone had already prepared spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. They took their seats. Brother Xing, may I know why you're here? Perhaps I can be of some help. Temple Master Lei spoke first. I'm sorry, Brother Zheng. I've been asked by the young master of Star Palace to do something. Xingyao said. What? The young master of Star Palace? Hearing that, both the Thunder Hall Master and Xing Wushuang's expressions changed greatly. Xing Xingchen was the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Xing family. Reaching Martial King at the age of 21 had shaken the entire Tianqian domain. In the eastern region of the Tianqian domain, what is it that has caught the young master's attention? Thunder Palace Master asked. It's not a big deal. Young Master Xingchen mainly wants to find someone, and then he wants us to bring this person to the central region. Holy Glory said. Looking for someone? Young Master of Stars, who are you looking for? Thunder Palace Master asked. We don't know either. Therefore, we still need the help of the Thunder Palace Master. Holy Glory said. I will. I will do my best. I wonder if there are any clues. The Thunder Palace Master immediately looked like he was going all out. Brother Jing, you should know Palace Lord Mu's daughter, Miss Mullins, right? Xingyao asked. Palace Master Lei's expression changed once again as he said, Palace Master Mu's daughter, young Lady Mullins? Of course I know her. Moreover, I heard that young Lady Mullins was engaged to young Master Xingchen since she was young. The Palace Lord they were talking about was not the Palace Lord of the eastern region of the Xianxia domain, but the Palace Lord of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's branches in the entire Xianxia domain. That's right. However, that girl Mullins did not want to marry young Master Xingchen. She even ran away from home and hid in a remote place like the Cloud Emperor mountain range. However, she actually went back some time ago. Young Master Xingchen has already sent people to investigate. That girl Mullins went back to ask for an invitation to the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection on behalf of someone else. Young Master Xingchen is looking for this person. The person that Mullins asked for an invitation is from the Burning Sun Empire of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I heard that he has already joined the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Xingyao explained once more. Hearing this, Thunder Palace Master's face was filled with joy. Brother Xing, I know this person. His name is Lu Ming. There were 2 Emperor Sky Divine Guards from the Burning Sun Empire. Qiu Chongkong was definitely not one of them. The only one left was Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Hearing this, Xing Wushuang's expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Is this Lu Ming famous? A young man from the Xing family asked. To be honest, this Lu Ming is an Eastern Sky Divine Guard from the Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the Tianxian domain. Moreover, he is the one who injured Xing Wushuang. Thunder Palace Master explained. He was overjoyed. He was still thinking about how to use the Xing family to get rid of Lu Ming. Now, he realized that he did not need to do anything. The Xing family would not let Lu Ming go. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Thunder Palace Master thought to himself coldly. So, it's the same person. Haha, that's good. It saves us some trouble. Let me teach him a lesson. I'll destroy Lu Ming's cultivation and bring him back to the central region for young Master Xingchen to deal with. A young man with dashing eyebrows laughed. Everyone, don't underestimate Lu Ming. His combat strength is terrifying. Not long ago, he defeated a genius who had just broken through to the Martial King realm as a half-step to Martial King realm. Thunder Palace Master said. Of course, he did not mention that the Martial King who was defeated was his disciple, as it would be too embarrassing. What? A half-emperor defeated a Martial King? Xingyao and the 4 geniuses of the Xing family were astounded. How is this possible? How could a half-emperor defeat a real Martial King? The young man with dashing eyebrows could not believe it. It's true. Xing Wushuang was there too. He saw it too. Thunder Palace Master said. That's right, it's true. Lu Ming's combat strength is terrifying. Xing Wushuang said in a cold tone. A half-step king can actually defeat a king. Although he has just broken through to the king level, it is still incredible. Since that is the case, all the more we can't let him live. Xing Kong, Xing Wei, both of you go and destroy Lu Ming's cultivation. Then, take him down and bring him back to the central region. Xingyao said. Don't worry, Elder. No matter how strong Lu Ming's combat strength is, he's only a half-emperor. I've already reached the early second-layer Martial King realm, and Xing Wei's cultivation has reached the peak second-layer Martial King realm. Taking down Lu Ming will be a piece of cake. Xing Kong said confidently. Furthermore, they were all geniuses. Their combat strength was unmatched among their peers, and they could even fight those with higher cultivation levels. Lu Ming should be at the East Sky Courtyard. I'll bring you there, Xing Wushuang immediately said. His heart trembled with excitement as soon as he imagined seeing Lu Ming being beaten like a dead dog. Lu Ming, you dared to injure me and take 30,000 peak spirit crystals from me. I'll make you pay 10 times the amount. Xing Wushuang roared in his heart. He immediately brought Xing Kong and Xing Wei to the East Sky Courtyard. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the East Sky courtyard, he sat down cross-legged and thought about the direction of his cultivation. My thunder intent is progressing rapidly. It's almost at the middle stage of lesser success. However, my wind-fire intent is progressing too slowly. I need to speed it up. It's still too slow for me to improve these two essences quickly, even in the Enlightenment Palace. Only ultimacy crystals can help me improve these two essences quickly. But it's not realistic to buy a large amount of ultimacy crystals. Let's go to the mystical treasure house later. Ultimacy crystals were consumables that had miraculous effects on the comprehension of essences. It was too difficult to buy them. Because everyone needed them and they would not save up. Once they bought them, they would use them up. It might be possible to buy a small amount, but it would be difficult to buy a large amount. The supreme spiritual crystals I have now should be enough for me to break through to LV2 Martial King realm. During this period of time, Lu Ming had obtained the storage ring of the bald burly man and the storage rings of the 6 kings, including Shui Chao, during the battle at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. He had obtained a lot of supreme spiritual crystals. Now, Lu Ming had another 150,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. The most important thing in the Martial King realm was to comprehend the essences of heaven and earth. Only when the essences of heaven and earth had a breakthrough could one's cultivation break through. Once the essences of heaven and earth had a breakthrough, it would be much easier to improve one's cultivation. As long as one had enough resources and refined enough energy, they could break through their cultivation. Supreme spiritual crystals were undoubtedly the most suitable for this. Lu Ming had an advantage, which was the 9 dragons bloodline. The speed at which he refined the supreme spiritual crystals was dozens or even hundreds of times faster than others. Now, let's improve my cultivation first. Lu Ming's thunder essence had already reached the initial success of level 1 essence. In other words, as long as Lu Ming had enough resources, he could break through to LV4 Martial King realm without any bottlenecks. Lu Ming waved his hands and 10,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals appeared. Explode. Lu Ming's genuine essence spread out and the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals exploded. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the courtyard was extremely dense. Devour. The 9 dragons bloodline appeared and inhaled. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was swallowed by the 9 dragons bloodline like water. The 9 dragons bloodline began to refine rapidly. Even supreme spiritual crystals had impurities and required time to refine. At most, one could refine a few dozen or 100 spiritual crystals. However, Lu Ming refined tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit crystals at the same time at a terrifying speed. If others saw this, they would be scared to death. Huff huff, the 9 dragons bloodline seemed to be breathing. With each breath, an incomparably pure energy would flow into Lu Ming's body, being absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly, approaching the late stage of LV1 Martial King realm. Soon, 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals were refined. Lu Ming took out another 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals and began to refine them. When Lu Ming refined 30,000 spirit crystals, Lu Ming's body shook and a dragon's roar could be heard. He had broken through to the late stage of Martial King realm. My God, it took me 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals to reach the late stage of the first layer Martial Emperor realm from the middle stage of the first layer Martial Emperor realm. That's too much of a consumption of top-grade spiritual crystals. I still have 120,000 top-grade spiritual crystals left. I guess I can only reach the early stage of the second layer Martial Emperor realm at most. Lu Ming was speechless at the consumption of spiritual crystals. This consumption was too terrifying. How could ordinary people afford it? It doesn't matter. No matter how much resources I consume, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Afterward, Lu Ming took out another 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, exploded them, and began to devour and refine them. At this moment, Xing Wushuang, Xing Kong, and Xing Wei arrived outside the East Sky Courtyard. Brothers, this is the East Sky Courtyard where Lu Ming lives. Lu Ming has just returned and should be inside. However, there is an inscription array outside the courtyard. Xing Wushuang showed a flattering smile as he spoke to Xing Kong and Xing Wei. In the Xing family, the difference between the status of a direct descendant and a branch descendant was too great. The Xing family had been in the Tianxian domain for too long and had countless branch descendants. Many of them were no different from servants. Although Xing Wushuang was extremely talented, he was nothing in the eyes of the Xing family's direct descendant. Xing Kong nodded slightly and said, "So what if there is an inscription array? Just blast it out." Having said that, Xing Kong thrust out his palm. Between heaven and earth, the spiritual chi of the earth gathered in a frenzy, forming a large yellow hand. The hand was the size of a small mountain as it directly slammed down on the east sky courtyard. Buzz, the east sky courtyard flickered with light as inscriptions appeared, forming a light screen. Boom, the yellow hand slammed into the light screen. Although it didn't shatter the light screen, it still caused the east sky courtyard to violently shake. At this moment, Lu Ming was in the middle of refining the spiritual chi of the spiritual crystals when the entire courtyard shook violently as if it was about to explode. This was too sudden. Lu Ming was shocked. In his shock, the vital essence in his body involuntarily went on a rampage. Pfff, Lu Ming's face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, who is it? How dare they attack the east sky courtyard? Lu Ming roared inwardly and then circulated the true dragon battle art to stabilize his chaotic true yuan. Outside, Xing Kong's palm shook the entire mountain. One figure after another flew up into the sky. Who is it? How dare they attack the east sky courtyard? This is a violation of the rules. Look, that's Xing Wushuang. Who is that person with him? The others burst into discussion. Who is it? How dare they attack the courtyard of another Empyrean Divine Guard? This is a violation of the rules. Follow me to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. A deacon flew over angrily and berated loudly. You're the one who's bold. The Xing family's direct descendant is here to handle matters. Get lost. Xing Kong shouted and then waved his hand. A purple gold jade token flew out and rapidly expanded. It flashed with light and two golden words were engraved in the middle, Xing Tian. The Xing family Xing Tian token. The deacon's expression changed drastically. In the Xing family, only the direct descendants of the Xing family had the Xing Tian token. Moreover, only the most outstanding of the Xing family's direct descendants had it. It represented their status. The scene was in an uproar. A direct descendant of the Xing family had appeared here. Was he here to stand up for Xing Wushuang? How could Xing Wushuang be so capable to invite a direct descendant of the Xing family? Now, get lost. Xing Kong shouted. The deacon squeezed out an ugly smile. He glanced at the east sky courtyard, clenched his teeth, and turned to leave. The rules were useful for ordinary people, but the Xing family was one of the two strongest families of the Empyrean Divine Palace in the Tianxian region. Continue. Let's see if you can come out or not. Xing Kong sent out another palm, and a huge palm smashed down on the east sky courtyard, causing it to shake violently. Within the east sky courtyard, killing intent exploded from Lu Ming's eyes. He immediately focused on stabilizing his true yuan. Boom. Boom, Xing Kong's palms were constantly smashing down. The eastern sky monastery was like a small boat in a storm, constantly shaking. Lu Ming is done for. Xing Wushuang actually managed to invite a direct descendant of the Xing family. Look at their auras. They're unfathomable. They're definitely not ordinary kings. The way I see it, there's definitely something else. Just Xing Wushuang alone wouldn't make a direct descendant of the Xing family come so far to cause trouble for Lu Ming. Xing Kong sent out 9 palms in a row. Just as he was about to send out the 10th palm, a roar came from the eastern sky monastery. A crack appeared in the barrier, and a figure charged out. It's Lu Ming. He's charged out. Foolish, truly foolish. The eastern sky monastery's grand formation can't be broken. If I were Lu Ming, I would hide in the eastern sky monastery. That way, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Charging out now is just courting death. Lu Ming is young and full of vigor and talent. Now that he is being bullied, of course he can't hold it in. It's a pity that his opponent this time is a direct descendant of the Xing family, a powerful king. Xueqiao can't be compared to him at all. Standing in the void, Lu Ming spotted Xing Wushuang, Xing Kong, and Xing Wei at a glance. Xing Wushuang, it's you again. You're courting death, roared Lu Ming, his eyes emitting icy killing intent. Haha, Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. This time, the one to die is you, sneered Xing Wushuang without the slightest fear. Xing Kong stepped forward, arrogantly looking at Lu Ming. So you're Lu Ming. Very good. I thought you would be like a coward hiding inside. Since you've come out, then cripple your own cultivation and follow me to the central region of the Tianxian region. Xing Kong clasped his hands behind his back, speaking in a commanding tone. Lu Ming looked at Xing Kong like he was looking at an idiot. Who was this fellow? Did he have a problem with his head? As soon as he came out, he told Lu Ming to cripple his own cultivation and follow him. Who did he think he was? And so, Lu Ming indifferently said, where did this wild dog come from? Why are you barking in front of my door? Do you want to be my guard dog? What? What did you say? As soon as Lu Ming said that, Xing Kong was stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner? Bastard, do you know who I am? Listen carefully, I'm a member of the Xing family, a direct descendant of the Xing family. Now, kneel down and admit your mistake, slap yourself 100 times, and cripple your own cultivation. Xing Kong shouted. What bullshit Xing family? I've never heard of it. Just now, it was you who attacked the Eastern Sky Monastery, right? Very well, you attacked me with 9 palms just now. I will slap you 9 times before you can leave. Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone nearby was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's arrogance knew no bounds. To think that he would be so arrogant in front of a direct descendant of the Saint family. This was practically courting death. Even without the name of the sacred clan, the other party was still a powerful martial king. Lu Ming was simply courting death. However, they didn't know that Lu Ming had never heard of the Holy Clan. Moreover, with Lu Ming's character, even if he knew, he would still have the same attitude. Xing Kong, Xing Wei, and the others were also dumbfounded. Especially Xing Kong, whose face was flushed red and his body was emitting an extremely strong killing intent. He was so angry that his body was trembling. He glared at Lu Ming and shouted, little bastard, you're courting death. You're courting death. No one can save you. Boom, a tsunami-like aura burst out from Xing Kong's body. A terrifying pressure spread out for 10 miles. What a strong aura. That's a second-level martial king. Who is it? Who dares to attack the residents of the Dtian Divine Guards? Figures rushed out from a mountain in the distance. Those who lived in the mountain were the previous generation of Dtian Divine Guards. Many of them had even broken through to the martial king realm. Whoosh! Whoosh, these Dtian Divine Guards also flew over. When they found out that it was a direct descendant of the Xing family, they were all shocked. No one dared to interfere. Now, kneel down. Xing Kong roared and took a step forward. With a wave of his palm, a huge khaki-colored palm pressed down on Lu Ming. How strong. That's a second-level martial king. His strength is definitely at the top among the second-level martial kings. He's a peerless genius. Lu Ming is done for. This person is more than 10 times stronger than Shui Chao. As soon as Xing Kong attacked, various thoughts flashed through the minds of the people around him. What's there to be proud of with a mere second-level martial king? Just as the giant yellow palm was about to hit Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Then, Lu Ming threw a punch and the huge khaki-colored palm exploded as though it was made of tofu. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of Xing Kong in a flash. Xing Kong had never imagined that Lu Ming would be able to break his attack so easily and appear before him so quickly. According to Palace Master Lei and Xing Wushuang, wasn't Lu Ming just a half-step martial king 2 months ago? How could a half-step martial king be so strong? Therefore, it was too late for him to dodge. Lu Ming raised his hand and threw out a slap. Slap, the crisp sound of a slap could be heard from afar. Xing Kong was slapped so hard that he spun more than 10 rounds on the spot. He then looked at Lu Ming with a dumbstruck expression. He was completely dumbfounded. The others were dumbfounded too. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Xing Kong. Lu Ming had slapped Xing Kong. How did he do it? Xing Kong's aura had reached the second-level martial king realm. Everyone thought they were dreaming. First slap, 8 more to go. The crowd only woke up when Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Hiss, then, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Martial King, Martial King. To be able to break Xianxia's attack and slap him, he was definitely a Martial King. Lu Ming had reached the Martial King realm. How was this possible? Wasn't the speed too fast? Not long ago, when Lu Ming had challenged Xue Chao, he was only a half-step Martial King. In less than 2 months, Lu Ming had reached the Martial King realm. He was simply a monster. One should know that even peerless geniuses had to stay in the half-step Martial King realm for a period of time. The shortest was a year, and the longest was several years before they could break through to the Martial King realm. Moreover, the success rate was not high. Now, Lu Ming had achieved the Emperor realm in just a few months' time. Furthermore, he had slapped a second-layer Martial Emperor realm genius in the face. This was unbelievable. Xing Wushuang was so shocked that his eyes were about to explode. His body was trembling violently. A few months ago, his words of reprimanding Lu Ming were still vivid in his mind. Now, Lu Ming had completely left him in the dust. You're courting death, you're courting death. Xianxia finally reacted and let out a frenzied cry. Pa! Lu Ming waved his hand and slapped Xianxia's face again. Xianxia's cry came to an abrupt stop as his body was sent flying into the distance. Courting death. On the side, Xingwei let out a furious roar as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Around his body, wisps of crimson flames filled the air as a blazing aura spread out, burning the space until it was distorted. The aura of a second-level Martial King. Fiery Dragon Fist. Xingwei roared and threw a punch. A flaming dragon pounced toward Lu Ming, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its power was terrifying. Even an early-stage third-level Martial King would not dare to take this attack head-on. Without a doubt, Xingwei was a peerless genius. Even at the Martial King realm, he was able to fight those above his level. True Dragon Strike. The demon's oppressing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He thrust out the spear and a 3-colored dragon danced in the air. Boom, there was an earth-shattering explosion and a dragon's roar resounded throughout the area. In the end, the fiery dragon was no match for the dragon. It exploded and disappeared into thin air. Roar, although the tricolored dragon had shrunk significantly, it still charged toward Xingwei. Xingwei's body shook violently as he retreated frantically. There was dead silence at the scene. Lu Ming was too powerful. Not only had he broken through to the Martial King realm, but Xingwei, who was at the peak of LV2 Martial King realm, was no match for him. This was unbelievable. Boom, Lu Ming strode forward and waved his hand. A huge palm print shrouded Xianxia. Let's attack together. Xianxia roared. On the other side, Xingwei had also recovered his breath. He unleashed his full strength and charged toward Lu Ming. The combined power of the two was extremely terrifying. However, it was all in vain. Boom. Boom. After a few explosions, Xingwei coughed out blood and retreated like a cannonball. Then, there was another crisp slap. Lu Ming had slapped Xianxia's face again. The third slap. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Die, die, you little B*****starred, I want you to die without a burial place. Xianxia roared like a madman. He was about to lose his mind. Who was he? He was a direct descendant of the Xing family and a peerless genius. He had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Who dared to treat him like this? Right now, he had been slapped 3 times by Lu Ming in front of everyone. This was simply more unbearable than death. You talk too much. Fight. Lu Ming moved and charged toward Xianxia again. Xianxia roared in anger and attacked Lu Ming like a madman. However, it was useless. Slap, he was slapped hard on the face again. It was crisp and clear. The fourth slap. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard again. Ah. Xianxia roared wildly. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The others felt a chill in their gums. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. Lu Ming, quickly release Xianxia. Do you know that you've already caused a disaster? Xingwei roared from the side. His face was filled with shock, and he didn't dare to help. What a joke. I just gave him a few slaps, and it's a disaster? Just now, he attacked the Eastern Sky Monastery. Why don't you say he caused a calamity? Lu Ming sneered and chided. Lu Ming, do you know that we are direct descendants of the Xing family? We are different from you. Xing Wei roared, especially the direct descendants of the Xing family. What bullshit *t direct descendant of the Holy Family? In my eyes, he's worthless. Pa, as soon as Lu Ming said that, Lu Ming slapped Xing Kong's face again. The 5th slap. Pa, the 6th slap, the 7th slap, the applause continued. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the scene. Especially Xing Wushuang. His face was completely drained of blood, and his body was trembling from fear. At this moment, Xing Kong's face was swollen like a pig's head. His meridians were sealed, and he had lost all ability to resist. Stop. When Lu Ming finished his 8th slap and was about to deliver his 9th slap, an earth-shaking roar came from afar. Haha, Lu Ming, you're dead for sure. Why haven't you released Xing Kong yet? Xing Wei was overjoyed when he heard that voice. That voice belonged to Elder Xing Yao. Lu Ming frowned, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. His palm didn't stop as he delivered his 9th slap. Pa, Xing Kong was sent flying by the impact. How dare you? You're courting death. That voice rang out again, filled with rage and incomparably cold killing intent. Shua. Shua, 2 figures appeared at the scene. One was the Thunder Hall Master, and the other was the Xing family's elder, Xing Yao. At this moment, their eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Damn it, that little bastard Lu Ming has broken through to the martial king realm, and his battle strength is so strong. Chao Chong Kong, and the others must be in deep trouble. The Thunder Hall Master roared in his heart. Previously, he had thought that someone was helping Lu Ming, but now it was proven that Lu Ming didn't need anyone's help. The experts he had sent were no match for Lu Ming. He had already tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming. He had set up a series of traps and even sent a 3rd-level Martial King and 4 2nd-level Martial King experts to deal with Lu Ming, a half-step king. This was simply a trap that was impossible to fail, but it had failed. Little bastard, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Xing Yao stared coldly at Lu Ming. Didn't I stop? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, do you know who this is? This is the Xing family's elder. You dare to quibble in front of the Xing family's elder? You're courting death. Furthermore, you dared to enter the Xing family's elites. You've already committed a great crime. Why don't you kneel down and cripple your own cultivation and admit your guilt? The Thunder Hall Master berated. Admit my guilt? Hee, that guy attacked the East Sky Courtyard without any reason. According to the rules, he should be punished. I only retaliated. What crime am I guilty of? Lu Ming replied indifferently without any fear. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How can a lowly life be compared to the Xing family's direct descendant? Kneel down and admit your guilt. The Thunder Hall Master yelled. I'll kneel down to your mother. Old man, if you treat yourself as a dog, don't treat others as dogs. If you want to kneel down and lick the Xing family's elder's feet, go back and slowly kneel down. Lu Ming yelled. He was originally filled with killing intent towards the Thunder Hall Master. Now that the Thunder Hall Master was calling him a little bastard and asking him to kneel down and admit his guilt, Lu Ming was infuriated. He didn't give him any face. The other Empyrean Divine Guards were dumbfounded. This Lu Ming was simply too daring. He actually dared to curse the Thunder Hall Master in front of so many people. As expected, the Thunder Hall Master's face flushed red. His body trembled with rage. He pointed at Lu Ming and roared, disgraceful. Disgraceful. Brother Zheng, why waste words with him? Take him down and cripple his cultivation. Xing Yao coldly shouted. He raised his hand, and a terrifying concept of fire erupted. It formed a giant flaming hand that grabbed at Lu Ming. The world was scorching hot. They were both using the concept of fire, but Xing Wei was trash when compared to Xing Yao. The difference was like heaven and earth. There was simply no way to compare them. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could feel a terrifying aura of death approaching him. This aura was too strong. It wasn't something he could resist. The difference was too great. Let's go. The divine guard token glowed. Behind Lu Ming, the East Sky Courtyard's protective light screen cracked open. Lu Ming directly rushed in. Then, the light screen reformed. Hide? Is it useful to hide in there? Break for me. Xianxia coldly shouted. Boom, the giant flaming hand slammed into the East Sky Courtyard's light screen. The light screen shook violently. The entire mountain shook violently as if it was about to explode. But in the end, the light screen still managed to block this attack. Again. The giant flaming palm was as big as a mountain as it slammed down on the East Sky Courtyard. Boom, the East Sky Courtyard shook violently. The light screen outside was also shaking violently as if it would explode at any moment. Although the light screen blocked the giant flaming palm, there was still a terrifying force that seeped into the light screen. In the courtyard, Lu Ming felt a strong impact. Bam, the terrifying force hit Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming to cough up blood. Xianxia was too strong. Although only a trace of force had seeped into the light screen, it was enough to injure Lu Ming. This old man. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He wanted to enter the Temple of Paragon, but he realized that he couldn't. Damn, is there a need to do this? This old man is not someone I can fight against. Why can't I enter? Lu Ming was speechless. Little bastard, I can still cripple you even if you hide inside. Xianxia shouted coldly outside and slammed his palm out again. This time, it formed a giant palm that was several times bigger than before. It grabbed the entire East Sky Courtyard and pulled it out forcefully. He wanted to uproot the entire East Sky Courtyard. Rumble, the East Sky Courtyard shook violently as waves of force seeped in. Lu Ming's body was under great pressure, and cracking sounds could be heard. All the bones in his body were about to break. Stop. Stop now. At this moment, a few figures flew over at an incredible speed. Before they could finish their words, they had already appeared not far away. Palace Masters, 3 Palace Masters. Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and Metal Palace Master. Many Dtion Divine Guards shouted. Xianxia, stop. Attacking other Dtion Divine Guards like this has already violated the rules of the Dtion Divine Palace. Stop now. The Palace Masters shouted one after another. How can you interrupt the Xing family's matters? Get lost. Xianxia was extremely domineering. He still shouted at the Palace Masters. You. The 3 Palace Masters looked at the East Sky Courtyard that was covered by the giant flaming palm and looked worried. Xianxia, you have already broken the rules. As the Palace Masters of the Tianxian Domain's Eastern Branch Palace, we have the responsibility to stop you. The Palace Master of Wind shouted. Boom. Boom. Boom, the Wind, Fire, and Metal Palace Masters struck out at the same time. 3 mighty attacks blasted towards Holy Glory. You overestimate yourself. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. A fiery red saber appeared in his other hand, and he slashed out. 1,000-meter-long flaming saber radiance slashed out violently, as if it could split open the sky. The attacks of the 3 Palace Masters crumbled under the blazing saber radiance. The expressions of the 3 Palace Masters changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. Peak King. Xianxia, you've broken through to the Peak King level? The Wind Hall leader and the others exclaimed. That's right. Do you still want to stop me? Xianxia said coldly. The Wind Hall leader and the others wore unpleasant expressions. A Peak King was already half a step into the first level of the Spirit God realm, the Spirit Ocean realm. Although the 3 of them were all kings, even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for a Peak King. Rumble, although the inscription array around the Eastern Sky Courtyard was profound, it was on the verge of collapsing under Xianxia's attacks and was about to be pulled out. Lu Ming. Although the Wind Palace Master and the others were extremely anxious, there was nothing they could do against Xianxia, who had already broken through to the Peak King level. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you dare disrespect this old man? Only death awaits you. The Wind Palace Master sneered inwardly. As for Xing Wushuang, he was also ecstatic. Die, die. Lu Ming, no matter how arrogant you are, what use is it in front of the Xing family? In the Tianqian domain, apart from the Mu family, the Xing family is the sky. They are everything. Xing Wushuang laughed wildly in his heart. Just at this moment, a light breeze blew by, and the flame hand covering the eastern sky monastery dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into nothingness. The eastern sky courtyard regained its calm. Puff, within the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His clothes were stained with blood, and his face was pale and his aura weak. Just a moment ago, he had already been heavily injured. Old man. Lu Ming cursed as he lay on the ground. Outside the eastern sky courtyard, Xingyao's expression changed. Mu Jing. A solemn voice sounded from Xingyao's mouth. Without a sound, an old man in a green robe appeared with a faint smile on his face. This subordinate greets the palace master. The Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and the others, including the Thunder Palace Master, immediately bowed when they saw this elder. What? Palace Master? Ah? Could it be the Palace Master of the Eastern Palace of the Tianqian domain? At this moment, many of the Empyrean Divine Guards were shocked. The Palace Master of the Eastern Palace of the Tianqian domain was extremely elusive, and very few people had seen him before. Who would have thought that he would appear today? This subordinate greets the Palace Master. The Empyrean Divine Guards present all bowed to the elder in green robes. Damn it, wasn't Mu Jing in seclusion? Why did he come out? Damn it. The Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart. You don't have to be so polite. Mu Jing waved his sleeves, and a breeze blew. Everyone felt a gentle force supporting them as they straightened their bodies. Palace Master? Is the Palace Master here? In the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming naturally heard the commotion outside, and his expression changed. Thereafter, he struggled to get up and walked out of the eastern sky courtyard. As soon as Lu Ming walked out, everyone's eyes turned to look at Lu Ming. This little bastard is still alive? He can still move. The Thunder Palace Master thought to himself. The Wind Palace Master and the others heaved a sigh of relief. As for Xingyao, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Mu Jing, you came at the right time. This little bastard offended his superiors, contradicted his elders, and even injured the elites of the Xing family. He deserves to die. Now, take him down and hand him over to me for punishment in the central region. Xingyao said coldly. Hee, Xingyao, don't try to act like this in front of me. Do you think I don't know the face of the Xing family? Lu Ming beat up the people of the Xing family. That was your own fault. Who can you blame for your own incompetence? Do you have to contradict your elders? As an elder, if you don't do what an elder should do, shouldn't you contradict them? You can even hit them. Mu Jing smiled faintly and glanced at the Thunder Palace Master. The Thunder Palace Master's face immediately turned pale, and his heart turned cold. Mu Jing, it seems like you must interfere today? Xingyao's face turned ugly as he shouted. This is the eastern palace of the Tianqian domain, and it is under my jurisdiction. What do you think if you cause trouble here? Mu Jing said. Good, very good. Mu Jing, I heard that you are about to open your spiritual sea and break through to the Sea of Soul Realm. Today, I will give it a try. Xingyao's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. Let's fight in the sky. Mu Jing's reply was simple. Swish. Swish, Mu Jing and Xingyao's figures flashed as they rushed into the sky. Boom, immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion sounded in the sky, and a powerful pressure spread out for hundreds of miles. High up in the sky, it was as if a sun had exploded. A blazing storm descended from high up in the sky. Not good. The Wind Hall Master, Fire Hall Master, and several others moved and appeared above the crowd. With a wave of their hands, they formed a light screen that blocked the raging firestorm in the sky. Boom. 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 Following which, terrifying explosions rang out continuously in the sky. Those with lower cultivations could only feel their eardrums ringing. Their faces turned pale and they almost vomited blood. Those who were martial kings and above stared at the sky. However, most of them could not see the figures clearly. They could only see a ball of green energy and a ball of red energy clashing against each other. Every time they clashed, there would be an earth-shattering explosion. The blazing light even covered the sun in the sky. Fortunately, the two of them were fighting in the sky. If they were fighting on the ground within 100 miles would have been cracked. Is this the strength of a Peak King? They are indeed very strong. Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the sky, clenching his fists tightly. This strength was indeed much stronger than his current strength. However, he was not discouraged at all. Instead, there was a burning desire to fight in his eyes. Give me 2 years and I will definitely surpass that old man. Lu Ming muttered. The battle in the sky continued and it became more and more intense. In the end, green and red light filled the entire sky. The people below could no longer see what was happening above. About 2 minutes later. Hoo-hoo, the green and red light dissipated and 2 figures flew down from the sky. They were Muzhing and Xianxia. However, Xianxia was in a sorry state now. He was panting heavily and his face was pale. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Muzhing was breathing calmly. His face was rosy and his clothes were neat. He was completely fine. Xianxia, I will let you off this time. Let's go. Leave the east of Tianxian region. Muzhing said. Haha, good. Very good. Muzhing, do you think you can protect this little bastard? You are too naive. If my Xing family wants him dead, he will die. Xianxia shouted. Xianxia, do you think that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace belongs to your Xing clan? The ruler of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace is Emperor De. We're just helping Emperor De manage his territory. If the Holy Clan acts like this, sooner or later, you'll get into trouble. Muzhing shouted. Muzhing, my Xing clan is loyal and devoted. You don't need to use Martial Emperor De to pressure me. I'll say it right here. You can help him once, but you can't help him a second time. Offending my Xing clan, your fate is already sealed. Xianxia shouted coldly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, little bastard, just you wait. You won't live for long. Old man, I was just about to say this to you. I'll remember what happened today. You better wash your neck clean and wait. Sooner or later, I'll chop off your head. Lu Ming retorted sarcastically, giving tit for tat. Haha. Xianxia laughed out of anger. Cold killing intent burst out from his body as he stared at Lu Ming and said, it's useless to be sharp-tongued. Just you wait. Let's go back to the Xing clan. Xianxia waved his hand and led the way to the exit of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Xing Kong and Xing Wei glanced at Lu Ming viciously. Then, they followed Xianxia and left in an instant. Elder, wait for me. Xing Wushuang's face turned pale with fright. He didn't dare to stay here. If Xianxia and the others left, he would be in trouble. Therefore, he left with Xianxia and the others. That little bastard, he managed to escape again. Palace Master lay cursed in his heart. Then, he left the place. The storm ended with Muzhing's arrival. Junior Lu Ming greets the Palace Master. Thank you for saving my life. Lu Ming came to Muzhing and cupped his fists. However, his mind was spinning rapidly. Muzhing's surname is also Mu. I wonder how he is related to Mulin's. Muzhing revealed a gentle smile and said, you don't have to thank me. This is the eastern palace of the Tianxian domain and you are my Emperor Heaven Divine Guard. I should help you. At this moment, Palace Master Feng, Palace Master Hua, and Palace Master Jin also came forward. Lu Ming, are you all right? Palace Master Feng asked worriedly. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master Feng. It's just a small injury. It's nothing serious. Lu Ming said. That's good. Palace Master Feng and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Ming, this spirit-enhancing pill is good. For healing. Take it and go back to heal your injuries. Also, you have to increase your strength as soon as possible. I reckon that the Xing clan won't let this go. Muzhing looked at Lu Ming and said. Thank you, Palace Master. Lu Ming didn't refuse. He took the pill and bowed. Then, he turned around and returned to the east sky courtyard. Everyone, go back and cultivate. Mu Jing waved his hand. The onlookers all dispersed. In the end, only Mu Jing was left. At this moment, a young man in a white robe stepped in the air and appeared beside Mu Jing. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize this young man. This young man was Mu Shouyuan, the one who had warned Lu Ming when he had just joined the Emperor God Palace. Sixth uncle. Mu Shouyuan bowed beside Mu Jing. Mu Jing looked at the east sky courtyard and frowned. After a while, he sighed, there's a limit to how much we can help that girl. The rest is up to them. Sixth uncle, you don't have to worry too much. I think that Lu Ming's talent is extremely terrifying. In a few years, he might be able to fight against the Xing clan. Mu Shouyuan said. I'm afraid that he won't be able to wait for a few years. Mu Jing sighed. Mu Shouyuan remained silent. Forget it. Let's leave it to their luck. Let's go. Mu Jing sighed and left with Mu Shouyuan. Lu Ming walked into the east sky courtyard and sat down cross-legged. He took out the elixir that Mu Jing had given him and swallowed it. Once the elixir entered his mouth, it turned into a crystal-clear liquid and slid down his throat. Then, it turned into a warm energy that spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's injured body rapidly recovered. His cracked bones were also healing rapidly. What a mysterious healing elixir. This healing elixir is probably an upper-grade LV5 elixir. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he circulated the true dragon battle art and combined it with the elixir's medicinal power to heal his injured body. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering rapidly. A day later, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed. Lu Ming took a bath in the small stream in the courtyard. He washed off the blood scabs on his body, revealing his bronze skin. Then, Lu Ming changed into a black robe and looked energetic. Why did the Xing clan do this? Why did they suddenly find trouble with me and want to bring me to the central region? Is it because I beat up Xing Wushuang? Lu Ming sat cross-legged and thought to himself. This matter was a little strange. If it was because of a grudge with Xing Wushuang, the Xing clan wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Even a Peak King was involved. How was that possible? Lu Ming was a little confused about this matter. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Now, I'll continue to refine the spiritual crystals and increase my cultivation. Lu Ming took out another 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals and exploded them. He began to devour the spiritual qi within the crystals to increase his cultivation. Soon, he finished devouring the 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. He took out another 10,000 and continued to devour them. In addition to the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals he had wasted due to Xing Kong's interruption, Lu Ming had spent a total of 70,000 supreme spiritual crystals to raise his cultivation from the mid-first layer Martial King realm to the peak first layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming was left with 80,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Now, let's break through to the second layer Martial King realm. With a wave of his hand, another dense pile of spiritual crystals appeared in the air. This time, Lu Ming took out 20,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals at one go. Bang! Bang! The supreme spiritual crystals exploded one after another like fireworks. Rich qi filled the air and was absorbed by the Nine Dragons' bloodline. The vast energy turned into rolling true yuan as Lu Ming began to break through to the second layer Martial King realm. Soon, all 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals were refined. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Almost there, almost there. Just one more step and I'll be able to break through to the second layer Martial King realm. This time, Lu Ming waved his hands and took out 30,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals. 30,000 supreme spiritual crystals were extremely powerful as he began to break through to the second layer Martial King realm. Half a day later, boom, with a loud explosion, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. He had broken through to the second layer Martial King realm. Such powerful true yuan. It's 3 times more powerful than the first layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming pondered as he felt the powerful true yuan in his body. No wonder there was a huge gap between each layer of the Martial King realm. Now, I only have 10,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals left. This is really a big expense. Lu Ming exclaimed. Of course, this was only for him. Other people would not need so many supreme spiritual crystals. Furthermore, Lu Ming's Thunder Will had already reached the first layer lesser success, which was why he could break through to the next level without any worries. Normally, people would have to work hard to comprehend the will of heaven and earth. As the will of heaven and earth improved, their cultivation would also improve. However, Lu Ming's will of heaven and earth improved so much. If only I had enough supreme spiritual crystals. My cultivation could reach the fourth layer Martial King realm and become a lesser success Martial King realm. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, he immediately shook his head. Leveling up to LV1 Martial King realm required so many supreme spiritual crystals. Leveling up to LV2 Martial King realm and LV3 Martial King realm would require a terrifying amount of supreme spiritual crystals. Looks like I'll have to think of a way to get more resources. And that dandan, ever since it ate the heavenly tribulation last time, it hasn't done anything. I wonder how it's doing. Lu Ming picked up the dandan hanging in his hair and looked at it carefully. If it wasn't for the layer of sparkling luster on the eggshell and the life force that was seeping out of the stone egg, Lu Ming was really afraid that something had happened to the dandan. After all, it had eaten a heavenly tribulation. Right at this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, a jade box appeared on the ground. Inside the jade box, there were 2 pieces of pitch-black withered branches. There was also half a box of spring water. There was originally a whole box of spring water, but now, there was only half a box left. Among the 2 pieces of pitch-black withered branches soaked in the spring water, one of them had a bud growing on one end. Yes, one of the pieces of withered branches had come alive and grown a bud. The bud was shining with a little luster, making it look crystal clear. However, what surprised Lu Ming the most was that the bud was emitting a mysterious aura. Under this aura, Lu Ming's mind was extraordinarily clear, as if he had abandoned everything and was immersed in the Tao of heaven and earth. In the past, he was able to figure out some of the things that he didn't understand about martial arts very quickly. Comprehending Tao. In this state, Lu Ming seemed to be comprehending Tao. Amazing, too amazing. What's the origin of this withered branch? It's only a bud, but it can help me comprehend Tao. Lu Ming was astonished. Now, let's comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. Immediately, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Tao of wind. Immediately, Lu Ming felt that his perception of the Tao of wind was very clear. The speed of his comprehension was at least 10 times faster than before. Heavens, this is too amazing. Lu Ming's eyes stared at the bud. At this time, Lu Ming saw that on the bud, there was a mysterious pattern. It looked like a real dragon, a phoenix, a qilin, and other ancient divine beasts. It was incomparably mysterious. According to the legends, in the ancient times, there was a kind of spiritual root of heaven and earth called the Tao comprehending spiritual root. This kind of spiritual root grew into spiritual trees of different shapes. This kind of spiritual tree was called the Tao comprehending ancient tree. According to the legends, in the ancient times, the most powerful people in the world would plant a Tao comprehending ancient tree beside them to help with their cultivation. Could it be that this withered branch fell from one of the Tao comprehending ancient trees? Lu Ming suddenly thought of a legend. Thinking of this legend, Lu Ming's heart burned with passion. It can't be true, right? If it's true, then I'm going to be rich. Lu Ming found it hard to believe. After all, there were too few Tao comprehending ancient trees. In the ancient times, only the most powerful people in the world could control one. Those powerful people were unbelievably strong. Today's martial emperors were like ants in front of those powerful people. Secret, it must be a secret. No matter if it's true or not, I can't let anyone know. Otherwise, I'll be dead. Lu Ming knew that if this branch was really the Tao comprehending ancient tree, the whole divine region would be in an uproar. Those martial emperors would definitely seize the Tao comprehending ancient tree at all costs. Right now, he had only grown one bud and his comprehension speed had increased by 10 times. What would happen if he grew 2, 3, or even more? How much help would it be to Lu Ming? Immediately, Lu Ming put the jade box into the Temple of Paragon and entered the Temple of Paragon. No matter if it's the real Tao comprehending ancient tree, It can increase one's comprehension speed by 10 times. This alone is invaluable. Haha, I'm going to be rich. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, Lu Ming began to comprehend various martial techniques. Indeed, under the cover of the mysterious aura of the bud, Lu Ming's mind was very clear. Whether it was comprehending martial techniques or the essence of heaven and earth, his comprehension speed was increased by 10 times. Cultivate, let's start cultivating. Lu Ming put the jade box beside him and began to comprehend the essence of wind. He planned to condense the essence of wind into an essence rune. In terms of attack, he had the thunder essence for now. As long as he could condense the essence of wind into an essence rune, his speed would increase greatly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lu Ming's comprehension of the essence of wind increased rapidly. It was equivalent to the result of 1 month's comprehension in the past. However, Lu Ming still felt that it was too slow. If I use the Tao comprehending ancient tree in the Tao comprehending palace, won't my comprehension speed be even faster? Lu Ming couldn't help but think. Regardless of whether it was the real Tao comprehending ancient tree, Lu Ming called it the Tao comprehending ancient tree. It felt good to call it that. The Tao Enlightenment Palace cost 100 supreme grade spirit crystals a day. Lu Ming booked it for 2 months and spent 6,000 supreme grade spirit crystals. After entering Tao Enlightenment Palace, the Tao of heaven and earth floated. Finally, the 3 essences of wind, fire, and thunder appeared. Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment ancient tree and placed it in front of him. Then, he threw away the fire and thunder essences and focused on comprehending the wind essence. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes and joy flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, the Enlightenment ancient tree could be combined with the essences here. It made Lu Ming's comprehension speed faster. It was at least 30 times faster than before. 30 times. That was to say, Lu Ming comprehended it for 1 day, which was equivalent to 1 month in the past. 1 day was equivalent to 1 month. How amazing was that? Immediately, Lu Ming raced against time to comprehend it. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's comprehension of the wind essence increased rapidly. 1 month later, it was equivalent to 2.5 years of Lu Ming's previous cultivation time. After 2.5 years of comprehending the wind essence, he finally comprehended the wind essence to the point where he could condense essence runes. Start, condense the essence runes. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Buzz, the wind essence spread out and then completely converged. It began to condense in Lu Ming's mind. 2 hours later, an inch-long cyan rune was condensed successfully. This time, there were no heavenly tribulations. It was calm. Just like that, Lu Ming successfully condensed the second essence rune. So cool. It's so cool to comprehend here. If I have enough top-grade spirit crystals, I can cultivate in seclusion here for a few years. Then, I'll be able to comprehend a concept to the completion of the first level. Lu Ming sighed secretly. However, it's still too slow. I don't have much time left. It's been 1.5 years, almost 2 years. Even at this speed, I won't be able to fight against Martial Emperor De when the 10 years are up. It still needs to be faster. The more leaves the Tree of Enlightenment grows, the stronger its ability to help people comprehend the Tao. It seems that in the future, I have to find more treasures like spiritual liquid that can cultivate spiritual herbs to speed up the growth of the Tree of Enlightenment. Lu Ming's mind was filled with various thoughts. Shaking his head, Lu Ming temporarily suppressed these thoughts and continued to comprehend. This time, he began to comprehend the fire essence rune. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days fire spiritual essence rune, and spiritual fire essence rune. On this day, the surrounding space started trembling slightly. You want to teleport me out? What's going on? There's still a few more days runes rune? Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the martial Tao ancient tree, full of doubts. Wang. After a dozen breaths, the space trembled and Lu Ming's figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared outside the Tao Comprehension Palace. Lu Ming, the envoy of the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace is here. He has something important to discuss with you, so we can only let you come out early. You still have 6 days. I'll return these 600 spiritual crystals to you. One of the guardian elders of the Tao Comprehension Palace waved his hand and the 600 spiritual crystals flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand to catch them, but his heart was filled with doubts. The envoy of the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace? Lu Ming frowned. The Heavenly Profound Branch Palace was the headquarters of the Heavenly Divine Palace in the Xianxia region. It was said that in the beginning, a large region only had one Heavenly Divine Palace branch palace. For example, in the Xianxia region, there was only one Heavenly Divine Palace branch palace in the center of the Xianxia region, the most prosperous place. Later, because a large region was too vast, they set up some smaller Heavenly Divine Palaces in various places. In the Xianxia region, there was a small Heavenly Divine Palace branch palace in the east, south, west, and north. However, the real core was still in the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace. The 4 Heavenly Profound Branch Palaces had to listen to the orders of the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace. Now, the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace had sent an envoy to find him? Could it be the Xing family? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He thought of the Xing family. This was the only possibility. Is the Xing family finally going to make a move? I would like to see what kind of methods you will use. A sharp light flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. Swoosh, at this moment, a figure rushed over from afar and appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you have finally come out of seclusion. Go to the mission hall now. There is a mission for you. The person who came was a middle-aged deacon of the mission hall. He spoke at this moment. Senior, I wonder what kind of mission it is for me to come out of seclusion in such a hurry. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Sigh. Lu Ming, I will not hide it from you. A few months ago, the Heavenly Corpse sect invaded the Xianxia region. In the central region of the Xianxia region, they had many battles with the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace and suffered heavy losses. This time, the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace issued an order to the other 4 branches to transfer a portion of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards to the central region. This time, your name is on the list. The middle-aged deacon had a good impression of Lu Ming and explained to Lu Ming in detail. My name is on the list? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace only needed to give the Eastern Branch Palace a specific number of experts for the Eastern Branch Palace to arrange. Why would they specify his name? This was obviously intentional. Lu Ming was certain that this was the doing of the Xing family. Then, the 2 of them headed to the mission hall. Lu Ming. In front of the mission hall, Lu Ming saw the Hall Master of Wind. Hall Master. The middle-aged deacon bowed to the Hall Master of Wind. The Hall Master of Wind nodded and said, You can go in first. I have something to say to Lu Ming. Yes. The middle-aged deacon bowed and walked into the mission hall. Lu Ming, I'm sure you have a rough idea of what happened. The Hall Master of Wind said. I have a rough idea. Lu Ming nodded and said. This time, you must be careful. The Heavenly Profound Branch Palace wants you to go with them. This is definitely the doing of the Xing family. Moreover, the Xing family wants to support the Heavenly Profound Branch Palace and eliminate the Heavenly Corpse sect. Even the Palace Master can't reject this. In the central region, the Xing family is extremely powerful. They just want you to go to the central region. At that time, they can do whatever they want to you. The Hall Master of Wind said with a solemn expression. They won't ask a few seniors to kill me, right? Lu Ming asked. Of course not. Although the Xing family is powerful, they still have scruples. However, the younger generation doesn't have such scruples. Moreover, it's impossible to guard against any schemes. The Hall Master of Wind said. Lu Ming nodded. The seniors wouldn't make a move openly. It was much easier to deal with the younger generation. Then, Lu Ming thanked the Hall Master of Wind. The Hall Master of Wind reminded Lu Ming to be careful and keep a low profile when he went to the central region. The middle-aged deacon led Lu Ming to complete the mission procedures. Lu Ming, come to the mission hall tomorrow morning and meet up with the others. You will form the first batch of reinforcements and head to the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. There will be several batches of reinforcements heading to the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. The middle-aged deacon said. All right. Lu Ming nodded and left the mission hall, returning to the East Sky courtyard. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Lu Ming's thoughts were flying. The Xianxia branch palace, the Xing family. Senior sister Mulan should also be in the Xianxia branch palace. Alright, the Xianxia branch palace. Even if it is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, I, Lu Ming, have to barge in. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the fire concept. After this period of comprehension, the fire concept had almost reached the level of condensing concept runes. As long as the fire concept condensed concept runes, then the wind, fire, and thunder concepts would all condense concept runes. Lu Ming's battle strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. Moreover, he could cultivate the fourth level of the three ultimates of the Dragon God. Beside a small lake, Mu Jing stood with his hands behind his back. Mu Shuyuan stood beside him. Sixth uncle, the Xing family is really fast. They actually used this method to recruit Lu Ming to the mysterious Sky Branch Palace. What should we do now? Mu Shuyuan said. The Xing family's method is really brilliant. Even I can't refuse. Lu Ming going to the mysterious Sky Branch Palace is no doubt trespassing into a tiger's den. Mu Jing sighed. How about this, Shuyuan, you immediately head to the mysterious Sky Branch Palace and wait for an opportunity to take care of Lu Ming. Mu Jing continued. Alright, I will leave immediately. Mu Shuyuan nodded and his figure flashed, disappearing without a trace. In the Thunder Hall, the Thunder Hall master laughed wildly, extremely carefree. Haha, Lu Ming, when you reach the mysterious Sky Branch Palace, you still won't die? I will wait here for your good news. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Lu Ming came to the mission hall. Some people had already gathered in the mission hall. Lu Ming swept his gaze over them. Among these people, there were men and women, old and young. However, they were all martial king realm cultivators. Among them, there were a few whose auras were terrifyingly powerful and unfathomable. Small success king. Those people were definitely kings at the small success stage. The number of people was still increasing. 10 minutes later, including Lu Ming, there were exactly 50 people in the mission hall. At this moment, an old man walked into the mission hall. Palace Master. Greetings, Palace Master. Everyone bowed respectfully. This old man was Palace Master Mu Jing of the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian region. Mu Jing revealed a gentle smile as he swept his gaze across the crowd. His gaze lingered on Lu Ming for a moment before he said, Alright, now that the first batch of 50 people to head to the Tianxian branch palace has arrived, you can set off immediately. Remember, you must try your best to ensure your own safety in the process of killing the enemy. This old man will wait here for your return. Thank you, Asgard Master. We will definitely do our best to protect ourselves, and then kill as many enemies as we can to display the might of our eastern profound sky continent. Everyone replied. Alright, let's go then. Mu Jing waved his hand. Immediately after, Lu Ming and the rest bade farewell to Mu Jing and set off for the Tianxian branch palace. The Tianxian branch palace was located in the central region of the Tianxian region. Its territory was boundless, and it was 10 times larger than the eastern region of the Tianxian region. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. There were many geniuses, and experts were as common as clouds. That place was the core of the Tianxian region. There was no doubt that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was the overlord there, and they controlled everything. There were also some small factions that relied on the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Within the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, there were 2 great clans that controlled everything. One was the Xing clan. The Xing clan had a long history, and they had already existed before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. They were fully deserving of being the overlord of the Tianxian region. The other patriarch was the Mu clan. The current palace master of the Tianxian branch palace was the Mu clan's patriarch. The Mu clan could be said to be a rising clan in the Tianxian region. They had only risen for less than 100 years, but they were extremely powerful. The 2 great clans stood at the peak of the Tianxian region. The eastern region of the Tianxian region was extremely far from the Tianxian branch palace. Even if everyone was a martial king, it would still take them a month to reach the Tianxian branch palace. Everyone moved as fast as lightning towards the Tianxian Branch Palace. Among them, there were some who were smarter, and they guessed that the reason why Lu Ming was summoned to the Tianxian Branch Palace was most likely related to the Xing clan. Hence, they stayed far away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was too lazy to care about them, and he continued on his journey. Every 3 days, everyone would stop to rest and recover their true yuan. Soon, half a month had passed. Everyone had already left the eastern region of the Tianxian region and entered the central region. However, there was still a long way to go before they could reach the Tianxian Branch Palace. On this night, everyone stopped in a valley. Someone lit a bonfire, caught a demonic beast, and roasted it. Lu Ming was alone at the side, and he also lit a bonfire. Then, he rushed into a mountain and returned with a sturdy horned sheep. After cleaning the sheep, he started to roast it. Soon, a fragrant aroma filled the air. The horned sheep became glossy and shiny. Lu Ming took out a jar of wine and ate and drank alone. Haha, good wine, really good wine. Brother Lu, can you let me, old Zhuang, have a taste of the meat and wine as well? A tall and sturdy man with strong arms walked to the bonfire and grinned. Of course, please. Lu Ming smiled. This man was called Zhuanghong, and he was extremely powerful. He was one of the 3 kings in Lu Ming's group that had reached the king realm. However, he was honest and sincere, and didn't have many thoughts. Along the way, he was the only one who would occasionally talk to Lu Ming. Zhuanghong grinned, sat down, and tore off a leg of the horned sheep without any hesitation, and started to eat it. So fragrant, so fragrant. The meat is fat but not greasy. Out of all the meat roasted by so many people, I still like Brother Lu's the most. Zhuanghong's mouth was filled with oil as he praised loudly. Lu Ming smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a jar of wine appeared, and he threw it to Zhuanghong. Zhuanghong caught it, opened the lid, and took a big gulp. He praised, good wine, really good wine. Please. Lu Ming smiled and started to eat as well. Brother Lu, in fact, I, old Zhuang, really admire you. Even in the face of the Saint family, you can still hold your head high. You can say whatever you want and scold whatever you want. This is what a true martial artist is like. I, old Zhuang, admire you. Come, let me toast you. Zhuanghong yelled as he ate. Lu Ming clinked glasses with Zhuanghong and took a big gulp of the wine. Brother Lu, I have faith in you. With your talent, I'm sure you'll be able to beat those arrogant geniuses of the Xing family in the future. Zhuanghong yelled again. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned, and his face changed slightly. There's a smell of blood. Lu Ming whispered. Zhuanghong was dazed and said doubtfully, Brother Lu, we killed so many demonic beasts just now. Of course there's a smell of blood. It's not the blood of demonic beasts, it's the blood of humans. Lu Ming said with a frown. The 9 dragons' bloodline had devoured a large amount of blood essence of humans and demonic beasts. Therefore, Lu Ming could easily distinguish the difference between the smell of blood of humans and demonic beasts. Ah! Everyone's expression changed. That's Suocho's voice. He went to hunt demonic beasts. What happened? What danger did he encounter? Someone yelled. Ah! At this moment, another scream was heard. It's Zhao Er. He is also hunting demonic beasts. Someone exclaimed. Let's go and take a look. Someone yelled. Then, 7 or 8 voices flew in that direction. They stood high in the sky and looked down. However, it was night after all. Their vision was obstructed and they could not see clearly. Then, they flew down. The next moment, screams were heard. In just a few breaths, there were no more sounds. 7 or 8 experts of the martial king realm had suddenly disappeared. There are enemies. Gather together. Quick, don't be defeated one by one. A few shouts were heard. It was the other 2 martial kings. Lu Ming and Zhuanghong also gathered together. 40 or so people gathered together. What on earth is there? 8 martial kings were taken care of so quickly. Someone said solemnly. Rustle, rustle. At this moment, everyone heard a rustling sound. It was particularly eerie in the forest at night. What's that? Everyone focused their attention, opened their eyes wide, and looked around. "Oh no, it's under our feet!" Lu Ming suddenly yelled. "What?" The others were stunned. Bang! Suddenly, under the feet of one of the DTon Divine Guards, a pitch-black beast claw stretched out and grabbed one of the DTon Divine Guard's feet. "What's that?" The DTon Divine Guard yelled in horror. He was a mid-stage martial king realm expert. At this moment, he exerted all his strength and slashed at the beast claw with his saber. However, an astonishing scene happened. When the saber slashed at the beast claw, it was as if it had slashed at some kind of hard steel. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. It could not be cut. Roar! A beast roar came from underground. The beast claw tore off one of the DTon Divine Guard's legs. The DTon Divine Guard screamed and fell to the ground. The next moment, another beast claw reached out and grabbed at the young man's head. The DTon Divine Guard scream came to an abrupt end. All this happened in the blink of an eye. When everyone reacted, the DTon Divine Guard was already dead. What demonic beast is that? Die! At the side, a few DTon Divine Guards roared as they launched violent attacks at the demonic beast. Boom! After a few booms, a large crater was blasted into the ground, but there was no trace of the demonic beast. Ah! Suddenly, another scream came from another direction. A first-layer Martial King Realm Empyrean Divine Guard was clawed to death by a beast claw that reached out from the ground. What kind of demonic beast is this? Why can't I sense any aura? Someone shouted in shock. Corpse. That's the corpse of a demonic beast. There's no sign of life. Finally, someone discovered the truth. Demonic beast corpse? Everyone was shocked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Black shadows shot towards them from all directions. It was faster than an arrow. Be careful. A loud roar resounded, and everyone burst out with powerful Xianxia. Their bodies were suffused with all kinds of lights, and one light after another burst out. Boom! Boom! With a loud explosion, those black shadows were sent flying back. That is? Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could clearly see that those black shadows were actually black chains. They are from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming shouted. What? The Heavenly Corpse sect? How did the Heavenly Corpse sect know that we are here? Someone yelled in disbelief. Although their departure was not a secret, the route they took first was very secretive. Not many people knew about it. How did the Heavenly Corpse sect find them? Was it a coincidence? Haha, I didn't expect the people from the eastern part of the Xianxia domain to recognize us so quickly. How unexpected. A cold voice came from the forest in the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the crowd saw coffins flying out from the surrounding forest. These coffins were of different sizes and they floated in the air, blocking their escape route. There were at least 100 of them. Crack, these coffins opened, and figures walked out one after another. Refined corpses. The first to walk out were all refined corpses. Their faces were pale, and there was a hint of black in their paleness. Their bodies were wrapped with black chains. Apart from these human-shaped refined corpses, there were also beast-shaped ones. Roar, a few demonic beasts that looked like black panthers with red eyes and fangs in their mouths roared. However, there was no sign of life on them. They were all refined corpses. Other than human corpses, demonic beast corpses could also be refined into refined corpses. The refined corpses of demonic beasts were called demonic corpses. Obviously, the ones that were hiding underground and launching a sneak attack were these demonic corpses. Following closely behind these refined corpses were pale-faced zombie guards in black robes. There were more than 200 refined corpses, and close to 100 corpse guards. Haha, it is not a waste that we have been lying in ambush here for a few days. With 50 Martial King corpses, we can refine 50 powerful refined corpses. One of the corpse guards sneered. How is this possible? How did you know that we would pass by here? How did you ambush us in advance? One of the Divine Sky Divine Guards shouted in disbelief. Haha, since you are about to die, there is no harm in telling you. Of course, someone informed us. One of the corpse guards sneered. What? Everyone was shocked. There was a traitor. A traitor leaked their information to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Damn it, who is it? Someone roared. Could it be the Xing clan? Lu Ming's mind raced. His first suspicion was the Xing clan. They knew that he was in this group and wanted to use the Heavenly Corpse sect to get rid of him. However, was it necessary to sacrifice the lives of the other 49 Divine Sky Divine Guards? This was too ruthless. Haha, go to hell. Close to 100 corpse guards began to control the refined corpses. More than 200 refined corpses were surging with corpse chi and emitting a powerful aura. King level, these refined corpses were all king level corpses. 9 of them had extremely powerful auras. They were all at the king level. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This was a terrifying force. 9 king-level refined corpses, about 200 refined corpses from the first to the third layer of the martial king realm, and close to 100 corpse guards. This force was several times stronger than Lu Ming's. In order to deal with them, the Heavenly Corpse sect had sent out so many experts. This was a sure kill. Lu Ming and the others didn't even have a chance to escape. With such a great disparity in strength, it was impossible to escape. Lu Ming's expression became extremely solemn. Go, team up and charge in the same direction. Zhuanghang roared and rushed to the west first. Go, go. The other 2 king-level corpses cooperated with Zhuanghang and rushed in that direction. Trying to break out? Dream on. Kill them all. A zombie guard with a powerful aura yelled. This zombie guard's cultivation was already at the early stage of the king realm. Whoosh! Whoosh, the sky was filled with chains. They were like black poisonous snakes that filled the void. The black chains either stabbed at the group like spears or wrapped around them like ropes. Dang! Dang! Dang, everyone's attacks were bounced back when they hit the chains. Only the attacks of the 3 early-stage kings managed to break through dozens of chains. However, whoosh! Whoosh, the 9 early-stage kings roared and waved their arms. A few chains flew out of each of their bodies and swept toward the 3 early-stage kings. With a loud explosion, the 3 early-stage kings were also knocked back, unable to break through. Damn it! What do we do? Some people panicked and couldn't break out at all. Kill! The zombie guard yelled. The refined corpses roared and the chains swept across the sky. Someone screamed as the chains pierced through his body and killed him. In a few breaths, another 4 or 5 people were killed. Keep going. Zhuanghang yelled and charged forward with all his might. However, the 3 of them were completely blocked by the 9 early-stage kings. It was impossible for them to break out. At this moment, everyone was in a tough battle and people were constantly being killed. What do we do? Lu Ming frowned and waved the spear in his hand to block the chains coming from all directions. The difference between the 3rd and 4th level of the Martial King Realm was the dividing line between the low-level Martial King Realm and the low-level Martial King Realm. Therefore, the difference between the 3rd and 4th level of the Martial King Realm was not simply a difference of 1 level, but 2. Therefore, although Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 2nd stage Martial King Realm, he was definitely not a match for the 4th stage kings. Zhuanghang and the other 2 early stage kings were all at the 4th stage Martial King Realm. If they couldn't break through, Lu Ming would also have a hard time. Ah, screams were heard as another person was killed and his body was dragged out by the chains. At this moment, there were less than 30 of them left. Zhuanghang and the other 2 early-stage kings were also in a tough battle. They were no match for a few refined corpses of the same cultivation realm who were completely impervious to swords and spears. It had only been a short while, but there were already several wounds on their bodies. Whoosh! Whoosh, the chains danced in the air as a small success king was entangled by one of the chains. Damn it, break for me! This small success king roared, wanting to cut this iron chain. However, after several consecutive strikes, sparks flew in all directions, and only a shallow gap appeared on the iron chain. Whoosh, an iron chain pierced through his chest. His speed was as fast as lightning. This Dtian divine guard roared and desperately moved his body to the side. Pucci, the iron chain was like a long spear. It pierced through his shoulder and blood splattered everywhere. He, don't even think about resisting. Die and become my refined corpse. From the side came the sinister laughter of the zombie guard. Dream on, you bastards from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Don't even think about refining my corpse into a refined corpse. Hurry up and leave. I'll hold them off. This Tian divine guard's eyes were red as he roared at Zhuanghong and the others. At the same time, the aura on his body began to surge violently. Damn it, he wants to self-destruct. Stop him. One of the Tian divine guards screamed. Ha ha ha. That Tian divine guard laughed loudly. Charge this way. Zhuanghong and the others gritted their teeth and suddenly changed their direction, charging madly in the other direction. Boom, at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Berserk energy surged out in all directions. That Tian divine guard had self-destructed. The self-destruction of a fourth-stage martial king realm king was unimaginably powerful. 9 small success king-level refined corpses were sent flying. Some of the lower-level refined corpses were directly blown into pieces. With a large number of refined corpses blocked, the pressure on Zhuanghong and the others was greatly reduced. Boom. Boom, Zhuanghong, another small success king, Lu Ming, and some other powerful Tian divine guards joined forces and blasted a huge gap in the refined corpses' encirclement. Charge. Whoosh. Whoosh. Immediately, they rushed madly toward the gap. Lu Ming followed closely behind Zhuanghong and rushed out of the gap. Damn it. Block it. Block it. A large group of corpse guards roared. Iron chains flew across the sky and blocked the gap in an instant. There were still more than 10 people who did not manage to rush out and were trapped inside. In the next moment, screams rang out continuously. However, Lu Ming and the others could not care less. There was still a barrier in front of them, and that was the corpse guards. You want to leave? Impossible. Die. The corpse guards attacked. Corpse chi surged. All kinds of palm winds, claw lights, and saber lights that contained corpse chi blasted toward Lu Ming and the others. As long as the corpse guards blocked them for a while, they would be in danger. The refined corpses would soon surround them. Boom. Boom, Zhuanghong and the other small success king were blocked. The other side was also 2 small success king level corpse guards. If the refined corpses were removed, the corpse guards would be weaker than martial artists of the same level. However, it would not be a problem for them to stall for a short period of time. Die, you bastard. A zombie guard at LV3 Martial King Realm clawed at Lu Ming with its claws. You're the one who will die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He twisted his spine like a dragon and stabbed out with his spear. Extreme Dao Strike. After breaking through to the Martial King Realm, the power of the Extreme Dao Strike was extremely terrifying. Pucci, the corpse guard's head was pierced through by the spear, and he died. As soon as the corpse guard died, the refined corpses under his control stopped moving in the air. However, there were too many refined corpses. The stopping of a few refined corpses did not affect the overall situation. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and it looked like he was about to break out of the encirclement. Stop right there. A cold shout was heard. A saber light filled with corpse chi slashed toward Lu Ming's waist. Lu Ming raised his spear and blocked in front of him. Dang, a terrifying force surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but retreat. A pale-faced corpse guard holding a saber appeared in front of Lu Ming. Without a doubt, it was a small success king. Whoosh. Whoosh, at this moment, 9 small success king-level refined corpses were crazily rushing toward him from behind. Iron chains flew through the air and rushed toward him. Dandan, smash it. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted. Buzz, Dandan, which had been hanging on the end of his hair, shook slightly and flew out with a whoosh, smashing toward the corpse guard's face. Dandan seemed to have been digesting the heavenly tribulation since it ate it last time. It was only a few days ago that it was almost fully digested and had a reaction again. Lu Ming stared at Dandan. He wondered how it would be after it finished digesting the heavenly tribulation. It's just a stone. Break it. The corpse guard sneered and slashed out a saber light, wanting to smash Dandan into pieces. However, Dandan completely ignored the saber light. It rushed past and smashed toward the corpse guard's face. Bang! Dandan accurately smashed into the face of the Empyrean Divine Guard. Ah! This Dtion Divine Guard screamed miserably and retreated frantically. Lu Ming saw that the other party's face had been smashed into a pulp. His facial features were completely deformed and he was smashed into a lump. Even his head had almost exploded. If it weren't for the vitality of a low-tier king, an ordinary person would have died from such an injury. Shwa! Shwa! At this moment, the 9 low-tier king corpses had already arrived. The iron chains flew through the air, and some of them were aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, run! I'll block them. Zhuang Hong appeared in front of the 9 corpses and roared. Old Zhuang, let's go together. Lu Ming shouted. Let's go together. No one can escape. Run. We've been betrayed this time. Someone must escape and find the mastermind to avenge us. Zhuang Hong roared. Boom! Immediately, the true yuan on Zhuang Hong's body violently surged. This move again. Damn it. Get out of the way and kill the others. Damn it. Get out of the way. The corpse guards all roared. Lu Ming, find the mastermind and avenge us. This was Zhuang Hong's last sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion resounded. Zhuang Hong had self-detonated. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions, and the corpse guards all retreated. Whoosh, amidst the violent energy waves, a storage ring flew toward Lu Ming. It was Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Obviously, even if Zhuang Hong died, he didn't want the Heavenly Corpse sect to benefit from it. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Die. The Heavenly Corpse sect must die. And the mastermind must die as well. I, Lu Ming, swear that I will avenge you. Lu Ming roared in his heart, and an intense killing intent burst forth. Zhuang Hong, this straightforward man, had been drinking and eating meat with him not long ago. Now, he had died a miserable death, and not even his bones were left. Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the heavens. Dandan! Lu Ming shouted again. Dandan was slightly shaken, and once again rushed out, smashing towards the zombie guard whose face had already been smashed. Bang, this time, it was even worse. The zombie guard was almost smashed to death. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming turned into a spear light and disappeared in a flash. The zombie guard didn't even have time to react before it was killed by Lu Ming. A small completion king had died just like that. With the death of this zombie guard, there were no more obstacles in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed over and devoured the man's blood essence. At the same time, he took the man's storage ring. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few Empyrean Divine Guards also took the opportunity to rush out and run far away. Chase! Don't let any of them escape. A zombie guard roared. Nearly 100 zombie guards, along with the refined corpses, split into several groups and chased after the Empyrean Divine Guards. Die, brat! There were also some zombie guards hiding behind the refined corpses and charging towards Lu Ming. Heavenly Corpse Sect, I'll remember this. Lu Ming said coldly, then turned around and stepped out. 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps, whoosh. After using the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. No matter how the zombie guards chased, they couldn't catch up. Damn it. That brat escaped. A zombie guard shouted unwillingly. Let's chase after the others. We can't let more people escape. Then, these zombie guards chased in other directions. Lu Ming's 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps was terrifyingly fast. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared 100,000 miles away. Whoosh, he rushed into a forest with an extremely cold gaze. This time, it was too miserable. Almost all of the 50 of them were wiped out. In the end, only a few of them managed to rush out. As for those few people, most of them were injured and might not be able to escape the Heavenly Corpse Sect's pursuit. Lu Ming had Dandan to thank this time. Otherwise, he might not have been able to break out of the encirclement. Also, with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps extreme speed, he was able to successfully shake off the Heavenly Corpse sect's pursuit. Heavenly Corpse sect, this debt will be settled sooner or later. There's also the mastermind behind this. Who is the one who betrayed us? Is it the Xing family? Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. At present, the Xing family seemed to be the biggest suspect. After a while, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon with a thought. Then, he began to refine the essence blood. The zombie guard was a 4th-level martial king, a low-level martial king. Its essence blood was extremely rich. Lu Ming used all of it to improve the 9 dragons' bloodline. Unfortunately, after completely refining the essence blood, the 9 dragons' bloodline was still at the 6th level of the martial king realm. It seems that it's too difficult to reach the 7th level of the martial king realm. Lu Ming sighed. Until now, he had not seen anyone with a 7th level of the martial king realm bloodline, except for Xianxia. Regardless of whether one was a genius or a monster, the 6th level of the martial king realm was the highest level. It seemed that there was a gap between the 6th and 7th level of the martial king realm. Lu Ming pondered for a while. Then, with a move of his finger, a few storage rings appeared in his palm. 2 of them belonged to the zombie guards killed by Lu Ming, and 1 belonged to Zhuang Hong. Elder Zhuang, I wonder if you have any relatives. When I return to the Eastern Branch Palace in the future, I will definitely give your storage ring to your relatives. Lu Ming moved his hand and put away Zhuang Hong's storage ring. Then, he checked the storage rings of the 2 zombie guards. Of the 2 zombie guards, one was a 3rd-level martial king, while the other was a 4th-level martial king realm low-level martial king realm. There were quite a lot of wealth in their storage rings. There were 5 or 6 secret manuals. One of them was about how to refine corpses. Lu Ming flipped through them casually and put them away. Lu Ming valued the top-grade spiritual crystals the most. There were a total of 180,000 of them in the 2 storage rings. This was not a small amount. As for the ultimacy crystals, there was not a single one. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed. After tidying up, Lu Ming waved his hand and 20,000 top-grade spiritual crystals floated in the air. Lu Ming wanted to continue improving his cultivation. His cultivation was still too weak. With Lu Ming's current strength, he could easily crush anyone in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. No one could survive a single attack from him. However, that was only the Cloud Emperor mountain range. It was not enough on a bigger stage, like the entire Xianxia domain. For example, if Lu Ming's cultivation was at the low-level martial king realm, Zhuang Hong and the others would not have died, and they would not have been wiped out. Strength was the most important thing. Furthermore, the Xianxia domain was only a small domain within the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's sphere of influence. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was only one of the 4 strongest forces in the Eastern Wilderness. The Divine Wilderness continent was divided into the Central Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Southern Underworld, Western Desert, and Northern Plains. The Eastern Wilderness was only one of the 5 vast regions in the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming's current location could only be considered a small part of the Divine Wilderness continent. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's cultivation started to increase rapidly. After reaching the 2nd layer martial king realm, the amount of spiritual crystals needed to increase one's cultivation had increased significantly. When Lu Ming had refined 50,000 spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had only increased from the early 2nd layer martial king realm to the mid-2nd layer martial king realm. 50,000 spiritual crystals. When he was at the 1st layer martial king realm, he only needed 30,000 spiritual crystals to increase his cultivation level. When he reached the 2nd layer martial king realm, it increased to 50,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming did not stop and continued to take out more spiritual crystals. Increase at a crazy rate. In less than a day, Lu Ming had refined all 180,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming's cultivation had also increased to the peak of the 2nd layer martial king realm. If he wanted to reach the 3rd layer martial king realm, he would need more resources. In the next moment, Lu Ming walked out of the Temple of Paragon and looked to the west. Tianxian Branch Palace, Xing family, I, Lu Ming, am coming. Whoosh, With a flash of light, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and rushed toward the Tianxian branch palace. Not long after, he passed by the place where he had been ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect. At this moment, there were no other traces of the ambush except for some blood on the ground. The corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect must have been taken away by the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming paused for a moment before he turned into a beam of light and continued to head toward the Tianxian branch palace. Lu Ming's speed was much faster since he was traveling alone. The journey that would have taken him half a month was completed in 7 days by Lu Ming. An ancient city appeared in front of him. The city was completely black and there were marks of swords and sabers on it. It was filled with an ancient aura as if it had traveled through time and space from the ancient era. The area of this city was not large. Compared to the Myriad Star City, it was much smaller. However, the reputation of this city was many times greater than that of the Myriad Star City. This was because the city was called Tianxian City. This Tianxian City was the branch palace of the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace in the Tianxian domain. Legend had it that Tianxian City had existed for countless years. It had been preserved from the primordial era, and had existed for over 1 million years. This city had been built by human powerhouses in the ancient times. The entire city was built on a superlarge spiritual eye and a Tao eye. Spiritual eye could provide an endless supply of heaven and earth spiritual qi. Therefore, the spiritual qi in Tianxian City was the densest in the Tianxian domain. The Tao eye contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that those who cultivated in Tianxian City would be able to comprehend force and intent faster than those who cultivated in other places. Growing up in Tianxian City, one could say that he was blessed by the heavens. Therefore, there were no ordinary people in Tianxian City. There were only people from the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. If people outside the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wanted to enter, they would have to pay a huge price. Within 1,000 miles around Tianxian City, there were 8 huge satellite cities. They surrounded Tianxian City like stars surrounding the moon, continuously providing resources to Tianxian City. Lu Ming watched for a while before flying towards Tianxian City. When Lu Ming was within 10 miles of Tianxian City, he suddenly felt a strong pressure pressing down on his body. Lu Ming could not help but land on the ground. Indeed, there is an inscription array in Tianxian City that restricts people from flying. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He was already clear about this point. The entire Tianxian City had been inscribed with a powerful inscription array by ancient powerhouses. It was impenetrable and hard for outsiders to break through. At the same time, there was a flight restriction array. Not to mention a martial ancestor, even a martial king would find it hard to fly. Lu Ming had heard that if one wanted to fly in Tianxian City, one would have to be at least a peak king. Lu Ming walked towards Tianxian City on foot. The gates of Tianxian City were open, and there were people coming in and out occasionally. There was a group of soldiers guarding the entrance. Every soldier was emitting a powerful aura. So strong. There are 15 of them, and 5 of them are low-tier kings. The other 10 are all third-layer martial kings. When Lu Ming saw the group of soldiers at the gates, his heart skipped a beat. He was extremely shocked. This was just a group of soldiers guarding the gates, and yet they were already so terrifying. He wondered how many powerhouses were in Tianxian City. Without a doubt, there were as many powerhouses as there were clouds. 80% of the powerhouses of the Tianxian region's Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were here. Lu Ming walked towards the gates with large strides. Stop right there. Who are you? Only disciples of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace can enter this place. If you are not a member of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. A soldier in metal armor stared at Lu Ming. His eyes were like 2 sharp swords, stabbing into Lu Ming's body. I am Lu Ming, a divine guard of the Eastern Branch Palace. This is my divine guard token. Lu Ming took out his divine guard token and handed it to the soldier. Divine guard of the Eastern Branch Palace? The soldier in metal armor was a little puzzled. He took the token and scanned it with his mind. Then, his eyes calmed down. You are indeed a divine guard of the Eastern Branch Palace. Furthermore, you are the newest Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Could it be that you are sent from the East as reinforcements? why are you the only one here? The soldier in metal armor returned the divine guard token to Lu Ming as he muttered doubtfully. Can I enter the city now? Lu Ming asked. Since you are a divine guard, you can enter the city. The soldier in metal armor revealed a smile. Just as Lu Ming was about to enter the city, a discordant voice rang out at this moment. Little bastard, it's you? You are not dead yet? A gloomy voice rang out. Lu Ming was stunned and looked towards the city gates. A few figures walked out from the city gates. One of them stared at Lu Ming with a gloomy face. Xing Kong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not expect to meet Xing Kong the moment he arrived. There were two other young men beside Xing Kong that Lu Ming had never seen before. Xing Kong, is he the brat from the east that you were talking about? A tall young man looked coldly at Lu Ming. That's right, it's him. Xing Kong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Xing Kong, what do you mean by that? Did you know that I would be in danger? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he asked. Could it be that the Xing family had informed the Heavenly Corpse sect and betrayed them? Hee, what's so strange about that? We received the news 2 days ago that the first batch of reinforcements sent by the Eastern Sub-Palace had been ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect on the way. They were completely annihilated, and none of them managed to escape. You were among the first batch of reinforcements, right? Xing Kong sneered. That's right. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, how dare you betray the Heavenly Divine Palace and secretly contact the Heavenly Corpse sect? Dozens of Heavenly Divine Guards from the Heavenly Divine Palace were killed. You really deserve to die. Today, I will cripple you as a warning to others, Xing Kong suddenly shouted. Xing Kong, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Ming said coldly with a calm expression. Nonsense? Lu Ming, how did the Heavenly Corpse sect know about your whereabouts? If someone did not collude with the Heavenly Corpse sect, how could this have happened? Moreover, the first batch of reinforcements was completely annihilated. There were even 3 kings in the group. But what is your cultivation base? Yet, you survived. If you are not a traitor, who else can you be? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming burst into laughter. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? Xing Kong yelled. Xing Kong, I'm laughing at you. Is there something wrong with your head? Am I a traitor just because I'm alive? What kind of twisted logic is that? Will you only feel better after we've all died in battle? I'm suspecting that you're the traitor who colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect to set us up. Lu Ming yelled. Nonsense. You're slandering me. Xing Kong yelled. At that moment, some people at the city gate were attracted by the two's voices and gathered around curiously. The guards clearly recognized the identities of Xing Kong and the others, but they didn't interfere. Slandering me? Humph, if I remember correctly, you returned to the central region after I beat you up in the Eastern Branch Palace. Not long after that, you sent a message to the Eastern region, asking me to come to the central region to provide support. Now, I suspect that all of this is a trap set up by your Saint clan. You leaked the news to the Heavenly Corpse sect with the purpose of killing me, right? Lu Ming bellowed. His aura was like a dragon, pressing hard on Xing Kong. You're slandering me. Xing Kong was stunned by Lu Ming's aura and was momentarily stunned. He was almost speechless. How dare you slander the Xing clan? You're courting death. Xing Kong, step aside and let me cripple him. The tall young man stepped forward. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Lu Ming coldly. A powerful aura burst out from the tall young man's body. It was terrifying. Peak 3rd layer Martial King Realm. The tall young man's cultivation had reached the peak 3rd layer Martial King Realm. Furthermore, he was no ordinary peak 3rd layer Martial King Realm cultivator. He was definitely a genius among the Martial Kings. Who's that kid? I've never seen him before. How dare he offend the Xing clan? I vaguely heard it just now. It seems to be coming from the Eastern Branch Palace. What? How dare someone from the Eastern Branch Palace offend the Xing clan? They're courting death. Based on what that kid said, it seems like Holy Kong suffered a loss at his hands in the Eastern Branch Palace. I don't think that kid is easy to deal with. Easy to deal with? So what if he defeated Xing Kong? Xing Kong is merely one of the many direct descendants of the Xing family. Xing Feng is much stronger than him. On the side, the onlookers were whispering to each other. Brat, are you going to kneel down and cripple yourself, or do you want me to do it? If I do it, you'll have to suffer. Xing Feng was tall, half a head taller than Lu Ming. His face was cold and arrogant as he looked down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming curled his lips. The members of the Xing family were probably used to being overlords in the Tianxian region. Every single one of them was the same. I advise you to scram. You probably don't know how badly Xing Kong was beaten up by me in the east. Be careful that you don't end up like him. Lu Ming glanced at Xing Feng and said. Arrogant. You're courting death. Xing Feng shouted. Bang, Xing Feng took a step forward like a giant beast, causing the earth to rumble. Then, he struck out with his palm. Kneel. The spiritual chi of the heavens and earth gathered and formed a palm print that slammed down on Lu Ming's head. Even a peak LV3 Martial King expert would not dare to take this attack head-on. Buzz, Lu Ming's hand flashed and a long spear appeared. Then, he pulled it out. Boom, the long spear struck the palm print, causing it to crumble instantly. You're the one who should kneel. Lu Ming stepped forward and the long spear in his hand became 10 meters long and as thick as a water tank. He then slammed it down on Xing Feng's head. Xing Feng's face changed. Apparently, he did not expect Lu Ming to destroy his palm print so easily. So, you're quite capable. However, this is not enough to defeat me. Boom, Xing Feng shouted coldly. A 10-meter-tall giant bear appeared above his head. The giant bear was covered in scales and emitted a fierce aura. At the same time, 6 silver chakras shone on the giant bear's body. In the next moment, the giant bear rushed into Xing Feng's body, causing his burly body to swell. Earth-shattering palm. Xing Feng jumped up and slammed his palm down on Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear upward and a tricolor true dragon flew out with an imposing aura. Now that Lu Ming's wind intent had formed a wind intent rune, the 3 skills of the dragon god had become even more powerful. Boom, the tricolor true dragon broke through Xing Feng's attack and continued to slam into Xing Feng's body. Xing Feng screamed as his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew 100 meters into the air and then fell freely under the effect of the forbidden flight array. Catch me, hurry up and catch me. Xing Feng screamed in fright in the air. Xing Kong and another young man wanted to catch Xing Feng. However, Lu Ming used his long spear to block the two of them. Go away. The other young man yelled but did not dare to make a move. His cultivation was only at the early 3rd level of the Martial King realm, far weaker than Xing Feng. He was obviously no match for Lu Ming. As for Xing Kong, his face was pale and filled with disbelief. Lu Ming had become stronger again. He was definitely not this strong a few months ago when he was in the Eastern Branch Palace. Even Xing Feng, who was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, could not fight back against Lu Ming. How could this be? Bang, with this delay, sacred wind crashed into the ground. The ground at the entrance of the city was the same as the city walls of Tianxian City. They were both left behind from the ancient era and were extremely hard. They were a few hundred times harder than steel. Xing Feng's face hit the ground heavily and made a teeth-numbing sound. Blood splattered everywhere and the crowd could see 7 or 8 teeth in the blood. Ah, little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Xing Feng struggled to get up and yelled crazily. He was a genius at the peak of the 3rd level of the Martial King realm, but he was severely injured from the fall. It was a great humiliation. From today onward, no matter how brilliant his achievements were, it would be a stain on his record that he would never be able to get rid of. The anger in his heart was enough to set the 9 heavens ablaze. However, what greeted him was a long spear. Bang, a long spear struck one side of his face, and his body flew out. The other side of his face crashed heavily onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere as teeth flew. Xing Feng was dumbfounded. The others were dumbfounded too. Lu Ming was ruthless. He attacked before Xing Feng could finish his sentence. This time, Xing Feng was lying on the ground, twitching continuously. He could not get up at all. Xing Kong and the other young man from the Xing clan were covered in cold sweat. Lu Ming reached out and sucked Xing Feng's storage ring into his hand, keeping it without any reservation. He was currently in need of resources. How could he miss out on such a great opportunity? You too, hand over 50,000 spiritual crystals each and I'll let you go. Hurry up, take the spiritual crystals. When his voice rang out, the surrounding onlookers were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Where did this guy come from? How audacious. Not only did he severely injure Xing Feng and snatch his storage ring, but he also wanted Xing Kong and Xing Feng to hand over 50,000 spiritual crystals each. This was a blatant robbery. The crowd was in a mess. Xing Kong and Xing Kong were even more astonished. They stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. What did you say? What did you say? The other young man from the Xing family suspected that he had heard wrongly. How dare someone do this to them in Xianxia City? Even the elites of the Mu family would not dare to do so. I don't want to repeat myself. Within 3 breaths, hand over 50,000 spiritual crystals each. 1. Lu Ming started counting. You. Don't go overboard. This is Tianqian City, not the East Branch Palace. You are courting death. Xing Kong yelled crazily. 2. Lu Ming did not stop and started counting to 2. Damn it. Damn it. Hurry up and take this guy down. Xing Kong roared at the armored soldiers. However, the armored soldiers were indifferent. They were under the jurisdiction of the Tianqian Branch Palace and were only responsible for guarding the city gate. As for the personal grudges of the other Emperor Sky Divine Guards, they would not interfere. 3. At this moment, Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. Retreat. Xing Kong and the other young man from the Xing family retreated as fast as lightning. However, even though they were fast, Lu Ming was faster. Whoosh, Lu Ming pulled out the long spear in his hand. Bam! Bam! The shaft of the long spear hit Xing Kong and the other young man in the face. The two of them screamed and flew far away. Now, it's not about the 50,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming strode toward Xing Kong and the other young man in the face. Lu Ming, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. Xing Kong screamed hysterically. He felt that half of his face was no longer his. Audacious! Who dares to hit a member of the Xing family? You are courting death. At this moment, a roar rang out from within the city gate. Then, a figure swept over like a gust of wind. Swoosh, before the figure arrived, a water sword formed by water currents pierced toward Lu Ming's glabella. The sword of flowing water contained a powerful concept of water. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt a strong sense of threat from this sword. In an instant, the true essence in his body burst out crazily. The intent realm converged, and he thrust his spear forward. Bam, a crisp sound could be heard. Lu Ming realized that the water sword was tougher than an ordinary level 4 spiritual weapon. At the same time, there was an explosion of vast power. Lu Ming's body shook and he could not help but retreat. At this moment, a figure appeared beside Xing Kong and Lin Ming. This was a young man in a blue robe. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was handsome, but there was a trace of arrogance between his eyebrows. The moment this youth appeared, cries of surprise rang out. I didn't expect Xinjiang to be so close. That kid's days are over. Xinjiang became a king a year ago. But then again, this kid is really bold. He even dared to hit a member of the Xing family. I heard that he came from the east. I don't think he has heard of the Xing family. Some people shook their heads. They felt that Lu Ming was doomed. Brother Jiang, you came at the right time. This kid dared to hit us and humiliate our Xing family. This is unforgivable. Brother Jiang, you have to cripple him for me. When Xing Kong saw Xinjiang, he was wild with joy and shouted excitedly. But what answered him was Xinjiang's kick. Xinjiang's kick landed on Xing Kong's face, leaving him dumbfounded. Trash. You were beaten up so badly by a kid from the east. You are a disgrace to the Xing family. Xinjiang glanced at Xing Kong coldly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said, however, no matter how trash a member of the Xing family is, he can't be beaten by an outsider. Kid, since you attacked us, you have to bear the consequences. His eyes were filled with disdain and he looked superior. Lu Ming curled his lips and sneered, "Oh? Are you saying that I can't fight back when they attack me? Is there such a logic in this world? Of course you can fight back. But if you fight back, you will have to pay a heavy price." "Why? Do you need me to do it myself?" Xinjiang said indifferently. "Nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight," Lu Ming said coldly. Xinjiang's face darkened. He said coldly, "Stubborn. Don't think you can fight me just because you blocked one of my attacks. How naive. Now, I will show you the difference between a king in the lower realm and a king in the lower realm." As he spoke, a powerful aura burst out from Xinjiang's body. The aura of the peak 4th layer martial emperor realm and the 1st layer lesser success stage of water intent. Following this, Xinjiang waved his hand, causing a huge amount of water to appear in the sky. The water turned into swords of water. "Kill." As Xinjiang waved his hand, at least 100 swords of water shot toward Lu Ming. The swords of water pierced through the sky, resulting in a shocking sonic boom. Lu Ming wore a stern look. He clenched his fist, causing the force of lightning to gather in the sky, forming spears of lightning. "Go." Lu Ming waved his hand, causing the spears of lightning to fly forward and collide with the swords of water. Bang! 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 A series of explosions could be heard in the sky, which lasted for over 100 times. This was a clash between two intents. In the end, the swords of water and the spears of lightning disappeared. The spectators opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Lu Ming was able to block Xinjiang's attack. How could this be possible? Intense. This Lu Ming has already reached the 1st layer lesser success stage of the thunder intent. His intent is not any weaker than the intent of a lesser success stage king. Impressive, impressive. This way, he won't have any bottlenecks before breaking through to the lesser success stage. I think that in less than 2 years, this Lu Ming will become a lesser success stage king. If one reached the intent stage first, they would be able to break through as long as they accumulated enough energy. However, normal people would need 1 or 2 years to break through even if they continuously refine supreme-grade spiritual crystals. This was already very fast. Kid, so your thunder intent has already reached the 1st layer lesser success stage. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, battle prowess is a combination. Only when all kinds of factors are added together can a powerful battle prowess be formed. You and I are still far from each other. Bang, Xinjiang stepped forward. The true yuan on his body seemed to have solidified and was pulsing like blue flames. Slash. A middle-grade level 5 spiritual weapon battle sword appeared in Xinjiang's hand. Boundless true yuan and the intent of water merged as he slashed out. A sparkling blue sword light that was 100 meters long slashed down at Lu Ming. True dragon strike. A tricolor dragon let out a furious roar and collided with Xinjiang's giant blue sword. Bang, various colors of energy spread out in all directions. Shit. Back off. Some of the spectators with weaker cultivations backed off in fear. When the chi landed on the ground, inscriptions flashed across the ground. Not a single mark was left on the ground. Break! Xinjiang let out a roar as his aura grew stronger. The blue sword glow was even more powerful. The tricolor dragon only managed to resist for a brief moment before it was split in half by the sword glow. The sword glow did not stop there as it continued to slash toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming placed his spear in front of him. Dang, the sword glow struck the spear shaft. Lu Ming felt a powerful force surging toward him. His body shuddered violently as he was sent flying backward. After flying for over 100 meters, Lu Ming's feet finally landed on the ground. He then took another 7 steps backward, each step causing the ground to tremble violently. Lesser Success King Realm is indeed powerful. Lu Ming felt his chi and blood surging, as he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The difference between the 3rd layer Martial King Realm and the 4th layer Martial King Realm was huge. It was not just a difference of 1 level, but 2. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd layer Martial King Realm. With his strength, it was not difficult for him to kill a peak 3rd layer Martial King Realm cultivator. However, there was still a gap between him and a fourth-layer Martial King Realm cultivator. It was not something that could be made up with a mere intent. Little did he know that Xinjiang's heart was filled with astonishment. At the same time, a violent murderous intent was emitted from his body. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the second-layer Martial King Realm, but he was able to block his attacks several times. This was unbelievable, causing him to feel humiliated. It was his first time being blocked by a low-level King Realm cultivator. Die! Xinjiang let out a roar as a murderous intent burst out from his body. His aura was fully unleashed as he slashed toward Lu Ming. The slash caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently, which combined with Xinjiang's sword aura, causing Xinjiang's attack to reach its peak. This slash was even more powerful than the previous one. Boom! Lu Ming's body faintly emitted a dragon's roar as he revolved his true essence to the limit. At the same time, the power of his bloodline fused into his body. He also exerted his full strength. Even if he couldn't win, he would still fight to the end. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and a white figure rushed over. Before he arrived, a resplendent sword light slashed towards Xinjiang. Its power was extremely shocking. Who? Xinjiang's expression changed. He had no choice but to change the direction of his sword momentum and blast towards the sword light. When the two sword lights collided, there was a loud explosion. Sword chi spread out in all directions. Xinjiang could not help but take 2 steps back. Whoosh, a figure appeared on the scene. He wore a snow-white robe, snow-white pants, and snow-white boots. His entire body was snow-white, and he looked like a divine jade. It's him? Lu Ming's expression changed. He recognized him. Wasn't this person Mu Shuyuan? He had once kindly reminded Lu Ming. When did he come to the Central Region's Sky Profound Branch Palace? Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled. Mu Shuyuan, it's you? When Xinjiang saw Mu Shuyuan, his eyes narrowed slightly and he was somewhat surprised. Xinjiang, long time no see. I don't see any improvement in your skills. Mu Shuyuan smiled slightly. Humph, Mu Shuyuan, didn't you go to the Eastern region to train? When did you come back? Also, why did you stop me? Xinjiang asked coldly. I think it's none of your business when I come back. Also, Lu Ming is my friend. Of course, I have to intervene. Mu Shuyuan said. This kid is your friend? Does that mean you have to intervene today? Xinjiang said with a gloomy face. He was quite wary of Mu Shuyuan. Mu Shuyuan's cultivation was higher than his, and he was a genius disciple of the Mu family. In the Tianqian domain, the Mu family's strength made the Xing family wary. The Mu family would not give the Xing family any face. That's right. Since I'm here today, you can't touch a single hair of his. If you want to fight, you can try. Don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Shuyuan said with a smile. Good, very good. Mu Shuyuan, you can protect him now, but can you protect him forever? There's plenty of time later. Let's wait and see. Xinjiang laughed out of anger. He then turned around and strode away. Xing Kong, Xing Feng, and the others hurriedly followed, disappearing into the city in the blink of an eye. This kid knows Mu Shuyuan. He's lucky to have avoided a disaster. He's lucky to have avoided it once. It's not that easy to avoid offending the Xing family. Based on my understanding of the Xing family, they won't let it go so easily. That's right. I wonder what will happen to this kid in the end. Around them, some people started to discuss among themselves and slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, are you all right? At this moment, Mu Shuyuan looked at Lu Ming. Brother Mu, thank you for saving me. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Haha, you're welcome. Since you're Lanner's friend, you're my friend. It's nothing. You don't have to thank me. Mu Shuyuan laughed and was very forthright. Lanner? Lu Ming was stunned. Oh? Lu Ming, it seems like you don't know? I'm Mulan's cousin. Mulan's once asked me to take care of you. I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been of any help to you. Mu Shuyuan said with a smile. Lu Ming suddenly realized that Mu Shuyuan was Mulan's cousin. No wonder he was so kind to Lu Ming from the beginning. May I know where Senior Mullins is? I haven't seen Senior Mullins since I joined the DTN Divine Guards. At this moment, Lu Ming naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to ask. Yan Lan once told him that Mulin's father was a big shot in the DTN Divine Palace. However, Lu Ming had joined the DTN Divine Palace for so long and had yet to see Mulin's. Logically speaking, Mullins should have taken the initiative to look for him when she knew that he had joined the DTN Divine Guards. Lu Ming, it's not easy to see Mullins. Mu Shouyuan sighed. Why? Lu Ming quickly asked. Lu Ming, it seems like there are many things that you don't know. Now, let me explain it to you. First of all, Mulin's father is the current family head of the Mu family and also the palace master of the Tianqian branch palace. Mu Shouyuan threw out a piece of important news. What? Senior Mulin's father is the palace master of the Tianqian branch palace? Lu Ming was taken aback. He was extremely surprised. Yan Lan said that Mulin's father was a big shot in the DTN Divine Palace. He didn't expect him to be the number one person in the Tianqian region branch palace, the palace master of the Tianqian branch palace. This was indeed out of Lu Ming's expectations. Then, Mu Shouyuan explained in detail. Although the Mu family was known as one of the two major families in the Tianqian region, the Mu family had only risen for 100 years after all. Their foundation couldn't be compared to the Xing family. If the Mu family wanted to continue to be strong and continue to be strong, they had to borrow the strength of the Xing family. How could they borrow the strength of the Xing family? Mullins had been betrothed to an elite from the Xing family since she was young. However, Mullins didn't seem to like such an arrangement. In her opinion, it was just an exchange of interests, even if the person she was betrothed to was extremely outstanding. Therefore, Mullins had left the Tianqian branch palace very early on and ran to the Mystic Essence Sword sect. However, some time ago, because of Lu Ming, she sent a message to her father and agreed to return to the Emperor Sky Divine Palace in exchange for an invitation letter from Lu Ming. This matter was later found out by the elite from the Xing family, so he sent people to the Eastern Branch Palace. That was how the conflict between Lu Ming and the Xing family happened. After hearing this, Lu Ming was enlightened. Combined with what Yan Lan had told him back then, everything was clear to him now. Sigh, why did senior sister Mullins do this? For an invitation letter of mine, she actually. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you don't have to blame yourself. In fact, that girl Mullins also knows that she can't avoid it. When the time comes, her father will definitely send people to bring her back. In that case, she might as well take the initiative to get an invitation letter for you. Mu Shouyuan said. However, Lu Ming still couldn't let it go. He frowned and said, "What do you want me to do? How can I help senior sister Mullins? It's very difficult to help her." Mu Shouyuan sighed. "Tell me, as long as I can do it, I will do my best." Lu Ming said. "It's very simple. As long as you defeat the elite from the Xing family who is betrothed to Mullins and prove that your talent is stronger than his, things will naturally take a turn for the better." Mu Shouyuan said. "As long as I defeat the other party?" Lu Ming said. He was shocked. "Lu Ming, it's very difficult to defeat the other party. Do you know who the other party is? He is known as the rare genius of the Xing family, the elite of the Xing family, Xingqingchen." Mu Shouyuan said. "Oh? How strong is he?" Lu Ming asked. Mu Shouyuan did not answer. Instead, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Lu Ming, do you know about the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness?" List of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness? Lu Ming was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this. Mu Shouyuan waved his hand and a thick book appeared. There were 5 words written on it, List of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. The list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness is compiled by the top Chamber of Commerce in the continent, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. It includes the top 1,000 most powerful geniuses under the age of 30 in the Eastern Wilderness. This is the list of top 1,000 geniuses of the Eastern Wilderness. In the vast Eastern Wilderness, there are countless regions. However, there are only 1,000 geniuses. You can imagine that each of these 1,000 geniuses is a terrifying genius. The Saint Star is ranked 998 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's also the only genius in the Xianxia domain who made it onto the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness. His cultivation has definitely reached the king realm. Mu Shouyuan explained seriously. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He flipped to the last few pages of the list of top 1,000 talents and saw Saint Star's name. His cultivation was also at the king realm, but it did not specify which level of martial king he was at. Is the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness accurate? The Eastern Wilderness is so big and there are so many geniuses. Can all of them really make it onto the list? Lu Ming asked doubtfully. Mu Shouyuan nodded and said, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce is the top chamber of commerce in the continent. It's extremely powerful and has spread all over the continent. It's also the most well-informed. Therefore, although the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Wilderness is not 100% accurate, it's pretty close. Lu Ming nodded and muttered, list of top 1,000 talents? That's why it's too difficult to defeat Saint Star. Mu Shouyuan sighed. I'll definitely defeat him. Lu Ming muttered to himself. However, he did not say it aloud. Before he had the strength, it was enough to keep it to himself. If he said it aloud, others would take it as a joke. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Lu Ming, you're new to Tianqian City. Let me show you around. Tianqian City is very different from other places. Mu Shouyuan shook his head as if he wanted to get rid of his worries. A smile appeared on his face. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Lu Ming and Mu Shouyuan headed to Tianqian City together. As soon as they entered Tianqian City, Lu Ming saw layers upon layers of houses. The houses were pitch black and made of black stones, and they were filled with an ancient aura. Most of these houses had been preserved from the ancient times, along with Tianqian City. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth is so dense. And, is that the essence of heaven and earth? Lu Ming's expression changed and he was amazed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in Tianqian City was much denser than in the eastern subsidiary palace. Moreover, there was a faint essence of heaven and earth in the air, which surprised Lu Ming. Cultivating here would allow one to comprehend the essence of heaven and earth much faster than in the outside world. Mu Shouyuan smiled and said, Tianqian City is built on a large spiritual chi I and a Dao I. It is filled with dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth and a strong essence of heaven and earth. This is only the periphery of Tianqian City. The deeper you go, the more intense the spiritual chi and essence of heaven and earth will be. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, the two of them walked along the street and went deeper into Tianqian City. Along the way, Lu Ming looked around. There was not a single shop on either side of the street, which surprised Lu Ming. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a city without shops. Mu Shouyuan seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. He smiled and said, Tianqian City is different from other cities. In Tianqian City, every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Every mansion and room is a sacred place for cultivation. Therefore, most of the Tian divine guards have to rent a house in Tianqian City. Rent a house? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, rent a house. The entire Tianqian City is divided into 4 zones. The outermost zone is the first zone. Normally, renting a house will cost between 100,000 lower spiritual crystals and 1 million lower spiritual crystals a day. Most of the houses here are rented by martial ancestor realm martial artists. As you go deeper into the second zone, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and essence of heaven and earth will be even denser. The rental fee will also increase greatly. Renting a house for a day will cost between 1 and 10 spiritual crystals. In the third zone, renting a house for a day will cost between 10 and 100 spiritual crystals. Mu Shouyuan explained. See, Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. This price was too expensive. It was ridiculously expensive. One should know that the Dao Enlightenment Palace in the Eastern Palace only cost 100 spiritual crystals for a day of cultivation. However, in the third zone, the most expensive price was 100 spiritual crystals a day. What about the fourth zone? Lu Ming asked. The third zone was already so expensive. How many spiritual crystals would the fourth zone cost? In addition, if you want to buy a house or a mansion in Xianxia City, you can do so. However, the price is ridiculously high. Therefore, there is a saying in Xianxia City. If anyone can get a house, they will become rich overnight and save decades of hard work. Mu Shouyuan said. Lu Ming was amazed. Indeed, every inch of land in Xianxia City was worth its weight in gold. If one could get a house, they would be rich even if they rented it to others. However, it is very difficult for ordinary Dtian divine guards to get a house unless they have made a great contribution. Only the Mu family and the Xing family will be able to get a house. Mu Shouyuan continued. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and could only be envious. No wonder there were so many geniuses in the Xing family. One could imagine how strong the geniuses of the Xing family would be after cultivating in such an environment. As for the other Dtian divine guards, they would have to spend a large amount of spiritual crystals to rent a place to live and cultivate. That was the difference. The two chatted as they walked. Soon, the two arrived at the second district. The spiritual qi and concept of heaven and earth here were much richer than in the first district. Lu Ming, which district do you want to rent a house in? Mu Shouyuan asked. Let's go to the third district. Lu Ming said. He did not have many spiritual crystals on him, but didn't he get a storage ring from Xingfeng earlier? He believed that there would be a lot of supreme-grade spiritual crystals in it. Let's go. Soon, the two arrived at the third district. The spiritual qi and concept of heaven and earth here had reached an astonishing level. Staying here for a day would cost at least 10 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. The most expensive one would cost 100 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Lu Ming looked around for a while and stopped in front of a mansion. Let's go to this one. Lu Ming said. Mu Shouyuan nodded and said, Lu Ming, in that case, I will not accompany you. Oh right, this time, the Dtian divine guards sent by the 4 branch palaces as reinforcements have only been here for half a month. They can take a good rest. There is no need for them to go out and fight the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, in half a month, they will depart to fight the Heavenly Corpse sect. Generally, there are 2 ways. The first way is that the mission hall will issue some missions related to killing members of the Heavenly Corpse sect, and there will be rewards for completing them. The second way is that if someone doesn't accept any missions, they will be arranged to go to the battlefield and participate in the war against the Heavenly Corpse sect. Thank you, Brother Mu. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Alright then, I'll take my leave first. Mu Shouyuan smiled and strode towards the depths of Tianqian City. Mu Shouyuan was a direct descendant of the Mu clan, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Naturally, he lived in the deepest area, the 4th area. After Mu Shouyuan left, Lu Ming walked towards the mansion on the side. Little brother, are you looking to rent a house? A middle-aged man stood at the entrance of the mansion and smiled when he saw Lu Ming walk in. Yes, I'm here to rent a house. How many spiritual crystals per day? Lu Ming asked. 50 spiritual crystals per day. How long do you want to rent it for? The middle-aged man asked. 15 days. Lu Ming took out 750 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took them and the smile on his face widened. He took out a jade token and said, Little brother, this is your key. Your room is room 19. Alright. Lu Ming took the jade token and walked into the mansion. There were many rooms in the mansion, and a number was written on the outside of each room. Room 19. Lu Ming quickly found room 19. These rooms were made of stone, and even the door was made of stone. There was a pit on the stone door, and Lu Ming placed the jade token into the pit. Gotcha, the stone door opened automatically, and Lu Ming walked in. The room was very simple. There was only a bed and a table. Lu Ming closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. With a thought, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with the heavens and earth, quietly comprehending the intent realm of heaven and earth. The intent realm of heaven and earth here is so clear. Lu Ming was a little shocked. He felt that although this place was not as good as the Tao Enlightenment Palace, it was much better than the outside world. Here, it was only 50 spiritual crystals per day. Even if the areas with 100 spiritual crystals were not as good as the Tao Enlightenment Palace, they were not far behind. What kind of scenery would the fourth region be like? It was no wonder that the Xing family had such resources. It was no wonder that they had dominated the Tianqian domain for so many years. Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment Ancient Tree to speed up his comprehension of the intent realm of heaven and earth. Now, he was mainly comprehending the fire intent realm. In the fourth area, in an elegant courtyard, more than a dozen young experts of the Xing family gathered. Among them were Xing Feng, Xing Kong, and Xing Jiang. At this moment, Xing Feng, Xing Kong, and another young man were standing there with flushed faces. You guys are really trash. How could you be beaten up by a country bumpkin from the eastern region? You guys are really a disgrace to our Xing family. If it wasn't for Xing Jiang, our Xing family would have been thoroughly humiliated. A young man in a purple robe with a purple jade ring on his finger said coldly. Among these young men, the purple-robed young man had a high status. Although Xing Feng and Xing Kong's faces were extremely ugly, they did not dare to refute. This time, if Mu Shuyuan had not interfered, I would have crippled that kid and taken him down. Xing Jiang said coldly. Humph, this time, it's not your fault. Mu Shuyuan will be taught a lesson sooner or later. Now, the most important thing is to take down that kid called Lu Ming. This is not only related to the Xing family's reputation, but also the young master of the Star Palace. The purple-robed young man said. When the purple-robed young man mentioned the sacred star, the other young men's faces immediately changed and became unusually serious. It was as if they were in awe of the sacred star. But that kid must have entered Tianqian City to rent a house. Tianqian City is so big and there are so many houses. It will be difficult to find him. Another young man said. That's easy. That Lu Ming came from the east to provide support. He can rest for half a month at most. After half a month, he will definitely appear. At that time, he will either accept a mission or forcefully assign a mission to him. As long as we send people to keep an eye on the mission hall, we will know when he appears. The purple-robed young man said confidently. Brother Yu is so wise. The other young men flattered him. The purple-robed young man named Xing Yu revealed a proud smile and said, some time ago, the young master of the Star Palace had a fortuitous encounter and is now cultivating in seclusion. When he comes out, he will definitely be stronger. What we need to do is to take down Lu Ming before he comes out. That way, the young master of the Star Palace will definitely value us more. Yes, that's for sure. Lu Ming is dead meat. The others agreed. Of course, Lu Ming was unaware of all this. He was wholeheartedly cultivating. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. He felt a force obstructing him from condensing the concept of fire rune. This force actually came from the concept of thunder and concept of wind runes. These two concept runes were resisting, preventing Lu Ming from condensing the concept of fire rune. In fact, Lu Ming had already noticed this when he was condensing the concept of wind rune. At that time, the concept of thunder rune had also created a hindrance, preventing Lu Ming from condensing the concept of wind rune. However, it was just a single concept of thunder rune, so the hindrance was not very strong. Lu Ming had broken through it in one go. But now, the hindrance from the two concept runes was too strong. Lu Ming could not break through it for the time being. No wonder others said that cultivating several concepts at the same time would get harder and harder, and there would be almost no achievements. Not only would this divert one's energy, but it would also be very difficult to break through. Lu Ming's 3 concepts, and the ones that he had successfully merged, could create such a strong hindrance. Then, the ones that he had not merged would create an even stronger hindrance. If I want to condense the concept of fire rune in one go, I'm afraid I will need a long time to polish it. Without 3 to 5 years, it will be impossible. Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head. 3 to 5 years? That was too long. How could he have so much time to waste? If this path did not work, then he could only go with the second path. Using external forces, he could forcefully break through. Among the external forces, profound crystals were undoubtedly the most effective. However, ordinary profound crystals would not be very effective. He would need a mid-grade profound crystal to succeed in one go. But a mid-grade profound crystal? thinking of this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Profound crystals were divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and peak grade. In the past, Lu Ming came into contact with inferior grade profound crystals. The lowest price on the market was 1 billion low-grade spirit crystals, which was 1,000 peak-grade spirit crystals. However, a mid-grade profound crystal was 1,000 times more expensive than a low-grade profound crystal. Yes, 1,000 times. A mid-grade profound crystal was at least 1 million peak-grade spirit crystals. It was extremely frightening. The main reason was that mid-grade profound crystals were too rare. They could only be found by chance. However, the effect of a mid-grade profound crystal was like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to a low-grade profound crystal. It was many times stronger. Therefore, Lu Ming could only smile bitterly. He only had 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals that he had obtained from Xinjiang. 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals might not even be enough for Lu Ming to reach the LV3 Martial King realm. Poor, Lu Ming felt that he was really too poor. His crystal stones were far from enough. Also, the demon banishing spear was no longer useful. Lu Ming still wanted to find a king-level inscription master to refine a new spear. The price of finding a king-level inscription master to refine a long spear was definitely not cheap. All of this required spiritual crystals. Let's train for a few more days and see if there are any missions. Immediately, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. This time, he mainly focused on comprehending the concept of lightning. Very quickly, 10 days passed. The progress of the concept of lightning was amazing. It was already at the middle stage of lower tier 1. At this time, Lu Ming had been staying here for 15 days. It was time for the house to be opened. Lu Ming returned the jade token and walked out of the mansion. He then walked towards the mission hall. The mission hall was not in the 3rd district, but in the 2nd district. In Xianxia City, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the mission hall was not big. There were many people coming and going in the mission hall. There were young people and old people. There were all kinds of people, but every one of them had an extremely strong aura. They were all experts of the Martial King realm. Every one of them was a 2nd-grade Empyrean Divine Guard. There were even 3rd-grade Empyrean Divine Guards. LV3 Imperial Sky Divine Guards were usually lower-tier kings. Lu Ming walked into the mission hall and looked around. Lu Ming suddenly realized that there were many people under a stone tablet that was covered with inscriptions. Most of them were young people. Lu Ming was curious and walked over. On the stone tablet, there were lines of words. These words were all introductions to a mission. Lu Ming also looked at it. This mission. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This mission was very suitable for Lu Ming. Not long ago, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace discovered a brand new plane. It had never been discovered before, and no one had ever mined it before. The experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace found the weakest point of this plane space and broke it, creating an entrance. However, they later discovered that the natural laws of this plane were actually time inscriptions. Cultivators above the age of 30 could not enter at all. Only cultivators above the age of 30 seemed to be compatible with the laws of that plane and could enter. Later on, cultivators below the age of 30 entered and discovered that this plane was very vast and boundless. Not only were there natives of this plane, but there were also a large number of precious materials. For example, profound crystals. That's right. The profound crystals contained in this plane were dozens or even hundreds of times more than those outside. It was normal for a plane that had never been mined before to contain a large number of profound crystals. The profound crystal contained innate profound. For a time, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace sent a large number of cultivators below the age of 30 into this plane to mine the profound crystals and other precious materials. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace took a portion of the profits. However, at this time, they discovered that the Heavenly Corpse sect had also discovered this plane. They also opened an entrance and sent a large number of zombie guards below the age of 30 into this plane. Naturally, when the two sects met, it was inevitable that a fierce battle would break out. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. In the next few months, the two sides carried out a cruel hunt in this plane. A few months later, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace issued a mission. Any Emperor Heaven Divine Guard below the age of 30 could accept the mission and enter this plane to hunt down the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would not take any of the materials they excavated. They would only buy them at a high price. Moreover, killing the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect would give them generous rewards. Killing a zombie guard of the first layer Martial King realm would give them 2,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the second layer Martial King realm would give them 5,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the third layer Martial King realm would give them 10,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the fourth layer Martial King realm would give them 20,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. Killing a zombie guard of the fifth layer Martial King realm would give them 50,000 supreme grade spiritual crystals. The rewards were very generous. Lu Ming was very tempted. Not only would this mission give rewards, but it would also give him profound crystals. However, this mission was also very dangerous. The Emperor Heaven Divine Guards would be rewarded for killing the zombie guards. The Heavenly Corpse sect would also issue missions to the zombie guards. Killing the Emperor Heaven Divine Guards would also give them generous rewards. In addition, they also had to guard against the aboriginals of this plane. The aboriginals of this plane were called the Scaled Demons and were also very dangerous. This is the mission. Lu Ming walked directly to the counter. I want to accept the mission of the Scaled Demon plane. Lu Ming said to an old man behind the counter. Sure, I'll help you register. How many soul-sealing crystals do you want to buy? The old man asked. The soul-sealing crystal was able to seal souls. As long as one killed the martial artists of the Heavenly Corpse sect and sealed their souls in the soul-sealing crystal, bringing it back to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, they would naturally know how many corpse guards they had killed. Moreover, some inscription masters could also use the souls of martial artists to refine some strange things. Normally, they were not allowed to kill other martial artists, seal their souls, and use them for cultivation. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was an enemy of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, and they also cultivated evil martial arts. Naturally, there was no problem. I want to buy 100 soul-sealing crystals. Lu Ming said after pondering for a while. 100 pieces? Little guy, your appetite is not small. The old man was slightly shocked and looked at Lu Ming a few more times in surprise. I'm just buying a few more in case I need them. Lu Ming smiled. Alright. Soul-sealing crystals, 10 supreme-grade spirit crystals each. 100 pieces, a total of 1,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. As the old man spoke, he took out a box. Inside the box were pieces of dark red crystals with distinct edges and corners. These were soul-sealing crystals. Lu Ming also took out 1,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals and handed them to the old man. Then, he kept the soul-sealing crystals and walked out. After a while, Lu Ming left Xianxia City and turned into a bolt of lightning, heading north. The entrance to the Scaled Demon Plain was 5 million miles north of Xianxia City. Even with Lu Ming's speed, it would take him a few days. In Xianxia City, in Xingyu's courtyard, someone was reporting to Xingyu. Lu Ming has already accepted the mission of the Scaled Demon Plain in the mission hall. A young man reported to Xingyu. Xingjiang and a few other experts were also at the side. As I expected, Lu Ming has indeed accepted the mission of the Scaled Demon Plain. Now, the news has spread. Also, it's time for us to set off. Xingyu said as killing intent flickered in his eyes. It's finally here. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you this time. Not only do I want you to die, but I also want your reputation to be ruined. Xing Kong gnashed his teeth. Within the Xing family, if one were to ask who hated Lu Ming the most, it would definitely be him. He had already been abused by Lu Ming twice. In addition, Xing Feng was in a similar situation. His entire fortune had been taken away by Lu Ming, so how could he not hate him? Lu Ming, how dare you steal my storage ring? I'll make you spit it out 10 times over. Xing Feng roared inwardly. 3 days later, Lu Ming crossed 5 million miles and appeared in a small city. The entrance to the Scaled Demon Plain was in this small city. It was obvious that this small city was newly built. It was built because of the Scaled Demon Plain's entrance. It had only been a few months. Lu Ming walked into the small city and headed towards a huge palace in the center of the city. The entrance of the palace was guarded by the experts of the Emperor Heavenly Deity Palace. It wasn't just the entrance. Some experts were stationed in the surrounding stone houses to prevent the Heavenly Corpse sect from launching a sneak attack. Halt. If you want to enter the Scaled Demon Plane, verify your identity first. At the entrance, a burly man blocked Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming took out the Divine Guard token and handed it to the burly man. After the burly man checked it, he nodded and said, "You can go in now." Lu Ming put away the Divine Guard token and walked into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was very spacious. There was only a black vortex with inscriptions shining around it. This was the entrance to the Scaled Demon Plane. Lu Ming stepped in without hesitation. Heaven and earth spun. The next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a huge square. A burst of noise entered Lu Ming's ears. Only then did Lu Ming discover that there were many people in the square. All of them were young men and women below the age of 30. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Some were chatting with each other, some were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Lu Ming glanced around and discovered that there were no less than a few hundred people. In front of the square, there was a majestic high wall. It was 300 meters tall and surrounded the entire square. This high wall was built to defend against the attacks of the Scaled Demon race. This was because this was the place where the Dtion Divine Guards set out. It was also the place where they rested and gathered. To the Scaled Demon race, they were outsiders and invaders. Naturally, the Scaled Demon race hated them and would attack them. Come, come, come. Our team is still short of one person. Who is willing to join our team? Once your cultivation has reached the second martial king realm, we will set off immediately. Come, our team is short of a martial artist who has comprehended the concept of wood. As long as you know a few healing techniques, you can join us. Our team is short of a martial artist who has comprehended the concept of earth and is good at defense. Who wants to join us? At this moment, shouts entered Lu Ming's ears. This was the Dtion Divine Guards forming a team to hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect and search for treasures. The concept of each element was good at different aspects. For example, the wind was good at speed. For example, the fire was good at explosive power. For example, the concept of wood was good at healing and healing. As for the concepts of earth and mountain, they were good at defense. Only when many people were in a team and their concepts complemented each other, could they unleash the strongest power. After all, it was too dangerous to go alone. Brother, you don't look familiar. Is this your first time entering the Scaled Demon race? At this moment, 4 young men and women walked towards Lu Ming. 3 men and 1 woman. Walking at the front was a burly young man. He looked simple and honest and there was a sincere smile on his face as he looked at Lu Ming. The one who spoke just now was this young man. Yes, it is my first time here. Lu Ming said. Oh, I am Han Man. How should I address you? Han Man cupped his fists and said with a smile. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. So it's Brother Lu. Brother Lu, our team just happens to be short of one person. I wonder if Brother Lu can join us to hunt the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Han Man said with a sincere look in his eyes. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and was a little hesitant. Brother Lu, this is Xianxia. She has just joined our team. Now, our team is short of one person. After all, the strength of 4 people is too weak. With Brother Lu, we can set off. Han Man pointed at the woman and said. The woman looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. She had a petite figure and an extremely delicate appearance. At this moment, she was looking at Lu Ming with a timid look. At this moment, Han Man continued, moreover, this is Brother Lu's first time in the Scaled Demon race. You might not be familiar with everything. If you join our team, we can discuss with each other. Okay, I'll join. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, as Han Man said, this was his first time in the Scaled Demon race. There were many things that he didn't understand. He was even more clueless about the geography of the Scaled Demon race. It was necessary to first join a team and familiarize himself with it. Moreover, Han Man and the others seemed to be sincere. They should be willing to cooperate with him, so Lu Ming agreed. Seeing Lu Ming agree, Han Man was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Brother Lu, let me introduce you." Han Man immediately introduced them. Han Man's cultivation was at the late third layer martial king realm. Yao Xian's cultivation was at the peak of the second layer martial king realm. The other two young men were a pair of brothers named Mu Lin and Mu Senator. One of them was at the early third layer martial king realm, while the other was at the peak of the second layer martial king realm. Each of them was good at different intents. Some were good at defense, while others were good at attacking. "Alright, since everyone is here, let's go," Han Man said. Immediately, the five of them walked toward the giant wall. There was a giant stone door at the bottom of the wall. The five of them walked out of the stone door. Outside the wall was a boundless mountain range. The area around the rendezvous point has been explored. Treasures and power Upanishad crystals have been taken. We have to go to a wider area to find more opportunities and treasures. However, the wider the area, the more treasures there are, the more dangerous it is because there are many scaled demons there. What do you think? Han Man asked the others. We have no objections, Mu Lin and Mu Sin nodded. I have no objections either. Yao Xian said timidly. I have no objections either. Lu Ming said with a smile. Alright, let's go. It's best if we can find a small tribe of scaled demons. Then we'll be rich. Han Man's eyes glittered. According to their experience, there would be an ultimacy crystal pit in a tribe of scaled demons. They could dig out ultimacy crystals from there. Whoosh! Whoosh! The five of them flew into the sky and headed toward the depths of the scaled demon plane. The scaled demon plane was extremely huge. It was definitely one of the top small planes. It could even be considered a middle-sized plane. The area was so vast that it could be described as boundless. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect had discovered the scaled demon plane for a few months, but they had yet to explore its borders. The five of them continued to fly. A day later, they had already flown nearly 1,000,000 miles. When they arrived at this place, their speed slowed down. This was because the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace did not send many people to scout this place. Hence, the danger level was correspondingly higher. Look, that's black forest grass. Suddenly, Mu Lin pointed at a mountain peak in front of them and shouted. Lu Ming looked over and sure enough, on the cliff of the mountain peak, he saw a patch of black spiritual grass. There were about a dozen of them, and they looked like black jade, flickering with a luster. That was the black forest grass, a level 5 middle-grade spirit grass. Its price was extremely high. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to see more than a dozen level 5 spiritual herbs as soon as we came in. Our luck is really good. Han Man smiled. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. As expected of a newly discovered plane, its resources were abundant. If it was outside, level 5 spiritual herbs would be extremely rare. It was basically very difficult to find level 5 spiritual herbs in the wild. They had long been plucked clean. Most of them were cultivated artificially, or they could only appear in some remote mountains, great swamps, or some dangerous places. There were also some mystic realms and plains. Let's pluck them and divide them equally, Han Man said. The five of them flew towards the cliff, and with a sweep of their inner yuan, they plucked the black forest grass from its roots. Our luck is really good. There are exactly 15 of them. We'll each take 5. Han Man grinned. Then, each of them received 5 stalks, and a smile appeared on their faces. Let's take a look around and see if there are any other spiritual herbs, Han Man suggested. Okay. Okay. Everyone nodded in agreement and began to search the nearby mountain peaks. Lu Ming also dashed into a mountain peak alone, scanning the area with his gaze. Eh? Could this be a 1,000-year-old purple mushroom? Lu Ming found a purple mushroom under an ancient tree. Rich spiritual essence emanated from this mushroom. The spiritual essence was even stronger than the black forest grass from before. This was an upper level 5 spiritual herb, 1 level higher than the black forest grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed and kept it. Lu Ming's current physical body had reached complete level 6. If he wanted to break through, level 5 spiritual herbs would be useless. He needed level 6 spiritual herbs. Although level 5 spiritual herbs could not help Lu Ming break through, they could be sold for a high price. The more of such things, the better. Lu Ming was excited and was about to continue his search. Boom, on a mountain peak not far away, there was a sudden explosion. Scaled Demon Tribe. A loud roar was heard. It was Mu Lin's voice. Lu Ming's figure moved and he dashed in that direction. Whoosh, a figure rushed out from a mountain peak, looking very pathetic. Behind him, more than 10 burly figures of more than 2 meters tall chased after him. These figures looked very strange. Their facial features and body shapes were similar to humans, but their bodies were covered in pitch-black scales that covered their bodies like armor. This was the Scaled Demon Tribe. Wah! Wah! These scaled devils roared wildly, but no one could understand what they were saying. They brandished their battle axes and iron rods, attacking Mu Lin. One was equivalent to peak level 2 Martial King, 3 were equivalent to early level 2 Martial King, 2 were equivalent to level 1 Martial King, and the rest were half king. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No wonder Mu Lin had to run away. His cultivation was only at peak level 2 Martial King. Facing so many scaled demons, he was no match. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed forward. Wah wah, an early-stage second-level Martial King scaled demon roared and charged toward Lu Ming with a battle axe in his hand. The battle axe was swung with a terrifying force. This kind of scaled demon tribe had a terrifying physical strength and a strange power similar to true Yuan, but not the same. Whoosh, Lu Ming's long spear shook and shot out like a bolt of lightning. Poochie! The scaled demon's forehead was penetrated. The scaled demon roared and fell to the ground. Such tough scales. Lu Ming mumbled. Even the scaled demon tribe's face was covered with tough scales. Lu Ming felt a great resistance when he thrust his spear downward. Meanwhile, Han Man, Mu Sen, and Yao Xian had arrived and attacked the scaled demons. Han Man's cultivation was at the peak level 3 Martial King realm, thus his strength was extremely powerful. The scaled demon tribe was completely suppressed by him and was slain in just a few moves. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, which turned into rays of spear light. Puff! Puff! 5 or 6 scaled demons were penetrated by the spear light and fell to the ground. Not long after, these scaled demons were all killed. Based on past experience, these scaled demons should be a hunting group from a scaled demon tribe. They were out hunting and happened to stumble into us. A hunting squad from the scaled demon race? If that's the case, then there might be a scaled demon tribe nearby. Moo. Sen's eyes lit up. If there was a scaled demon race tribe, it meant that there was a profound crystal pit nearby. The other's eyes lit up as well. The Ultimacy Crystal was an irresistible temptation for warriors above the Martial King realm, as it could greatly speed up their cultivation. I just don't know how big this tribe is, and how strong is it? Mu Lin said. They had to consider this point. If it was a small tribe, they could consider it. If it was a bigger tribe, they could only give up. Disregarding everything else, if there was an existence equivalent to a king in this tribe, they would be dead for sure. However, they were unwilling to give up just like that. How about this? It's not easy to find a scaled demon race tribe in the vast mountains. Let's find this tribe first and check out its strength before making a decision. How about that? Han Man suggested. Okay, I have no objections. The others nodded. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't object. Lu Ming was also very eager for profound crystals. Immediately, the 5 of them split up and searched the nearby area. A few hours later, they found something. There was a scaled demon race tribe more than 30,000 li away. The scaled demons from before must have come from this tribe. The group carefully approached and observed from a mountain peak not far away. There was a simple stone house in front of them. The scaled demons lived in the stone house. Around this stone house, there were tall stone walls. There are about 100 stone houses. The number of scaled demons shouldn't exceed 500. This is a small tribe. Han Man said in a low voice. Generally speaking, a small-scaled demon race tribe shouldn't have too many experts, and there shouldn't be an existence equivalent to a king. We should be able to deal with it. Musen said. That's right. When the time comes, as long as we kill the strongest scaled demons in the tribe, the others won't be a threat. We can then start digging for the profound crystal pit. Han Man nodded. Lu Ming and Yao Xian didn't say anything. It was their first time coming to the scaled demon plane. They lacked experience and naturally wouldn't speak. Brother Lu, Miss Yao, what do you think? Han Man looked at Lu Ming and Yao Xian. I have no objections. I'll just follow your arrangements. Yao Xian whispered. I have no objections either. Lu Ming smiled. All right, then we'll wait until it's dark and rush in. Han Man said. Then, everyone waited quietly. Time flew by, and night soon arrived. The scaled demon tribe was plunged into darkness. Let's go. Han Man said. Wait. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke, and his voice was extremely low. What happened? Han Man and the others were puzzled, but in the next moment, their expressions changed slightly. Huff huff, suddenly, 5 pitch-black coffins broke through the dark night sky and flew towards the tribe. People from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Yao Xian let out a low cry. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. This was the first time he had met someone from the Heavenly Corpse sect since entering the scaled demon plane. It seems that the Heavenly Corpse sect has also set their sights on this tribe. What should we do? Mu Lin asked. Let's wait and see. This is a good opportunity for the Heavenly Corpse sect to test the strength of this tribe. Han Man said. Han Man looked simple and honest, but in fact, he was very smart and had a strong cultivation. Mu Lin and Musen both followed his lead. In the blink of an eye, the 5 coffins flew into the tribe. Wah wah wah, at this moment, the scaled demons in the tribe had also noticed the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, and they roared loudly. Then, tall figures rushed out from the stone houses. Each of them was covered in black scales, and they held battle axes and iron rods in their hands. They rushed towards the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Crack crack, the 5 coffins opened, and 2 refined corpses flew out from each coffin. Swoosh swoosh. The iron chains flew across the sky and stabbed towards the scaled demons. In an instant, some of the weaker scaled demons were stabbed to death. Wah wah wah, the scaled demon who flew in the front was the tallest, almost 3 meters tall. His aura was also the strongest, peak LV3 Martial King realm. Obviously, this scaled demon was the leader of this tribe. He shouted a few times, and some of the scaled demons below the Martial King realm retreated. Only the scaled demons above the Martial King realm continued to attack the people from the Heavenly Corpse sect. 2 peak LV3 Martial King realm refined corpses, and 5 middle and early LV3 Martial King realm refined corpses. Han Man whispered. His voice was full of fear. The strength of the Heavenly Corpse sect surpassed them and the scaled demon tribe in all aspects. Although the scaled demon tribe had the advantage in numbers, it was still one-sided after the battle broke out. The scaled demons were killed one by one. Other than the tallest scaled demon, there were 2 other scaled demons who had reached LV3 Martial King realm. The gap between them and the Heavenly Corpse sect was too big. The gap between their high-level combat strength was too big. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously. The scaled demons below the Martial King realm also let out miserable shrieks. In the end, regardless of the difference in strength, they rushed towards the refined corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect. A bunch of uncivilized animals. How dare you resist? You're courting death. A cold voice came from one of the coffins. Then, a young man with a pale face walked out of the coffin. Hee hee, but these animals have good bodies. It's not bad to refine them into refined corpses. Another young man with a pale face walked out of another coffin. They were the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. 5 young zombie guards walked out of the 5 coffins one after another. Hee hee, die, animals. The 5 corpse guards sneered. Then, they moved and pounced on the scaled demons below the Martial King realm. Corpse chi surged. Claw radiance slashed out, killing the scaled demons one by one. Wah wah, the leader of the scaled demons roared loudly, as if he was incomparably angry. The scaled demons below the martial king realm also roared when they heard the leader's roar. Then, they turned around and fled from the tribe. Trying to escape? Die. The 5 corpse guards waved their claws and killed the scaled demons one by one. At the same time, they controlled the refined corpses to kill the scaled demons. Under the siege of 2 refined corpses of the same level, the leader of the scaled demons was finally defeated. His scales were pierced and torn, and he was killed in the end. After a while, the higher-ups of the scaled demons were all killed. Other than a few who escaped, the rest of the scaled demons were all dead, leaving a ground full of corpses. Hee, this trip was worth it. Not only did I get some good corpses, but I also got profound crystals. A corpse guard sneered and walked towards the depths of the tribe. What should we do? Seeing that the fat meat in their mouths was about to fly away, they were unwilling to give up. However, the heavenly corpse sect was too strong, far above them. If they rushed forward, they would only end up like the scaled demon tribe. Forget it, let's retreat. The heavenly corpse sect is too strong. Hanman said with a frown. The heavenly corpse sect had 2 corpses at the peak of the LV3 martial king realm, and 5 more corpses at the same level. They were too strong, and they were no match for them, not including the 5 corpse guards. The 5 zombie guards were also a strong force. It's not easy to find such a place, how can we miss it so easily? At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Han Man, Mu Lin, and the others were stunned. Then, they looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? You can't be thinking of killing them. Right? That's a dead end. Mu Sin said. How do you know it's a dead end if we haven't fought? Lu Ming smiled and rose to his feet. He stepped into the air and headed toward the scaled demon clan's tribe. Lu Ming! Yao Xian cried out. She wanted to follow Lu Ming, but she didn't dare to. She was hesitating. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin looked at each other and didn't follow. Instead, a sinister look flashed in their eyes. Lu Ming's speed was very fast. In a few steps, he appeared in the sky above the scaled demon tribe. Who is it? A zombie guard yelled and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. The other 4 zombie guards also looked at Lu Ming. The person who will kill you. Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was calm, but there was a cold killing intent in his calm voice. Kill us? Haha, with just you? What a joke. A zombie guard laughed, full of disdain. Kid, you're a DT Divine Guard, right? Hee, a DT Divine Guard dares to appear after seeing us. You're courting death. Kill. One of the zombie guards yelled. Whoosh, a refined corpse with a cultivation of the middle stage 3rd layer martial emperor realm waved its arms, causing chains to wrap around Lu Ming like poisonous snakes. Boom, Lu Ming burst out with his aura and brandished his spear. Several iron chains were sent flying by Lu Ming. A mere cultivation of the peak 2nd layer martial emperor realm dares to resist, you're courting death. The zombie guard yelled as he controlled the corpse with the cultivation of the peak 3rd layer martial emperor realm to lunge at Lu Ming. As for the other 4 zombie guards, they stood to the side and didn't make a move. It was as if they were watching a good show. I can't be bothered to play with you. Die. Lu Ming coldly shouted. The concept of thunder soared into the sky, combining with Lu Ming's spear style. Whoosh, the spear pierced out, turning into a lightning spear light that pierced through everything. Refined corpses were naturally afraid of lightning. Moreover, Lu Ming's thunder concept had already reached the middle stage of level 1 lesser completion. With a bang, the refined corpse was struck by the lightning spear and turned into charcoal. Lesser completion of thunder concept, the zombie guard yelled in shock. Die. A cold voice was heard from Lu Ming's mouth. Another lightning spear light was thrust out. The zombie guard was terrified and wanted to retreat, but how could it? The lightning spear light struck him directly, leaving a huge hole in his chest. Corpse chi was emitted from his body, and he was no longer breathing. Damn it, let's attack together and kill him. The other 4 zombie guards were furious. They yelled and controlled the refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. There were 9 refined corpses in total. 6 of them were above the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm, while the remaining 3 were at the 2nd layer Martial Emperor realm. A bunch of trash that likes to play with other people's corpses, die. Boom, Lu Ming held the spear in his hand. The spear light extended to 1,000 meters long and lashed out in all directions with a destructive force. Bang! 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 The 9 refined corpses were like 9 broken gunny sacks. They were sent flying by Lu Ming one by one, unable to resist at all. How is this possible? The 4 zombie guards were tongue-tied. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming, a mere 2nd layer Martial Emperor realm cultivator, how terrifying is his strength? Shit, fall back. One of the zombie guards yelled in shock. Without the protection of the zombie guards, their strength would be greatly reduced. It's too late to back off now. Extreme Dao Strike. Shush, Lu Ming merged with his spear and transformed into a beam of light piercing through the air. Puff, a zombie guard with a cultivation of the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm was pierced through his forehead, dying a horrible death on the spot. The other 3 zombie guards screamed in terror and fled in all directions. Not far away on the mountain peak, Han Man and the others were also dumbfounded. Attack, help Lu Ming. Han Man's eyes flickered with a hint of darkness as he uttered a groan and dashed forward. Following this, Mu Lin, Mu Sen, and Yao Xian also dashed toward one of the zombie guards. Shush, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he appeared behind one of the zombie guards and killed it with a thrust of his spear. Following this, his figure dashed toward the next zombie guard. When Lu Ming killed the 4th zombie guard, Han Man and the others had also killed the 5th zombie guard. After the zombie guard died, the refined corpses remained motionless in the air. Brother Lu, you're really good at hiding your true strength. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I'm impressed. Han Man and the others flew toward Lu Ming with astonishment. Han Man was the first to bring his fists together. Since when did a genius like Brother Lu appear in the Emperor God Palace? We didn't even know about it beforehand. It seems like our information is too outdated. Musen also brought his fists together and said with a smile. As for Yao Xian, her gaze toward Lu Ming was filled with curiosity and admiration. Lu Ming had killed the 5 powerful zombie guards with just a few moves. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, it would have been unbelievable. You're welcome. Now, seal your souls. Lu Ming said. After speaking, Lu Ming took out a soul-sealing crystal and started to seal the souls of the zombie guards. Normally, a cultivator's soul wouldn't dissipate for 10 minutes after their death. However, after 10 minutes, the soul would dissipate and be difficult to seal. Lu Ming took out a soul-sealing crystal and placed it on top of a zombie guard's corpse. Then, he injected his quintessential essence into it. Complex inscriptions appeared on the surface of the soul-sealing crystal. Then, it produced a suction force and pulled out a black mist from the zombie guard's corpse. This mist kept twisting and turning, and its shape was very similar to that zombie guard. This was the zombie guard's soul. The zombie guard's soul flew into the soul-sealing crystal. A layer of black mist appeared on the surface of the soul-sealing crystal. The seal was successful. Lu Ming put it away. On the other side, Han Man and the others only sealed the soul of the zombie guard they had killed. They didn't touch the other zombie guards that Lu Ming had killed. The soul belonged to whoever killed the zombie guard. This was the rule. Lu Ming didn't stand on ceremony and sealed the souls of the remaining 3 zombie guards. Alright. Now, let's go and take a look at the profound crystal pit. A look of anticipation flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The power Upanishad crystals were what he wanted. In the depths of the scaled demon tribe, there were 7 stone altars. The 7 altars formed a circle, surrounding a large pit in the middle. When Lu Ming and the others approached, they discovered that a mysterious aura was constantly emitting from the pit. This was the aura of the concept of heaven and earth. This big pit was the so-called profound meaning crystal pit. Concept of earth. Lu Ming's heart shook, and he was somewhat disappointed. The profound crystal pit emitting the aura of the concept of earth meant that this pit contained profound crystals of the earth attribute. He couldn't directly use the profound crystals of the earth attribute, so he could only exchange them. Let's start digging. Lu Ming said. He directly walked into the pit, took out a large knife, and started digging. Clang, the large knife chopped down, producing a clanging sound. The stones in the pit were actually incomparably hard. However, under Lu Ming's powerful True Yuan, they were still shaved off piece by piece. Let's work together, Han Man called out. Mu Sen and the others walked into the pit together, took out various weapons, and started digging. The 5 of them worked together, and their speed was extremely fast. Soon, they had dug out a 3-meter wide and 10-meter deep pit. At this time, the concept of earth beneath their feet became even denser. The 5 of them were shaken, and they dug even harder. Soon, the pit was 20 meters deep. There's a profound crystal here. A crisp voice sounding somewhat excited. It was Yao Xian. Unexpectedly, Yao Xian was the first to dig out a profound crystal. Everyone looked over and saw an earthy yellow profound crystal embedded in the stone wall in front of Yao Xian. It emitted a strong concept of earth aura. Miss Yao, put it away first, Han Man said. Yao Xian nodded and carefully dug out the profound crystal. She put it in a jade box and put it away. Then, everyone started digging even harder. Following Yao Xian's good start, everyone's harvest came. More and more profound crystals were dug out. These profound crystals were buried deep in the earth, and they were condensed after countless years. The 5 of them kept digging, and they found more and more profound crystals. 2 hours later, the pit was 10 meters wide and 50 meters deep, and they found a total of 26 profound crystals of the earth attribute. Haha, I didn't expect there to be more than 20 profound crystals in this profound crystal pit. It's already not bad. Han Man grinned. Until now, there was no longer any trace of the concept of earth in the deep pit. This meant that they had already dug out all the profound crystals in this pit. Huh? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt that there was a stone under his feet. It was extremely special. This rock was the size of a human head. Lu Ming had dug it out earlier and placed it aside casually. But now that he looked at it, he realized that the color of this rock was somewhat different from the surrounding rocks. This piece of rock had a crystalline feel to it. On its surface, it emitted a faint fluorescent light. Lu Ming casually slashed the stone with his saber. When the saber slashed down, sparks flew in all directions. Lu Ming's saber bounced back. Lu Ming was shocked. The saber in his hand was a high-grade LV-4 spirit weapon. It was incomparably sharp. With a casual chop, even a mountain would be chopped in half. Yet, this rock was not chopped in half. Only a mark was left on it. Han Man and the others looked over curiously. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the true yuan in his body surged toward the saber. At the same time, the 3 intents were integrated into the saber. Then, he slashed at the stone. A loud sound of friction rang out and sparks flew everywhere. That piece of rock still wasn't cut open, but it cracked open. At the same time, an unbelievably strong earth intent spread out from the stone. This intent, how can it be so strong? Lu Ming was shocked. Han Man and the others also opened their eyes wide in shock. This earth intent was too strong. The other profound crystals of the earth attribute were like trash in front of this earth intent. Lu Ming felt his heart beat faster. Lu Ming moved his hand, and the saber in his hand disappeared, and a sledgehammer appeared. Wang! The sledgehammer smashed down on the stone. Bang, gravel flew. The stone finally cracked, and the thing inside was revealed. A piece of crystal, a piece of glistening yellow crystal. This crystal emitted a fierce intent domain of heaven and earth. Everybody could see wisps of power Upanishad drifting in the air. Is this a mid-grade earth attribute profound crystal? Han Man roared, his voice trembling. His eyes burned with passion. A mid-grade profound crystal? The others were also very surprised. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the crystal. A mid-grade profound crystal? Lu Ming was also shocked. Then, his true yuan burst out, and he grabbed the profound crystal in his hand. The rest of the people focused their gazes on Lu Ming's palm. Okay, now, let's divide the profound crystals, Lu Ming said indifferently. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin looked at each other. Then, their eyes flashed. How about this? This time, we were able to enter this place because of Brother Lu. If Brother Lu didn't kill the Heavenly Corpse Sex Corpse Guard, we would have to retreat. We wouldn't have the chance to dig out the profound crystals. So, I suggest that the mid-grade profound crystal belongs to Brother Lu, and the other low-grade profound crystals will be divided equally. What do you think? Han Man suggested. Okay, I have no objection. I have no objection either. Mu Sen and Mu Lin spoke one after the other. They were very straightforward. Only Yao Xian looked at Lu Ming with a complicated gaze. She was reluctant to part with the crystal. After all, a mid-grade profound crystal was too precious. In the end, Yao Xian gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, I have no objection either. Then, many thanks to everyone. Lu Ming cupped his fists and took the middle-grade profound crystal for himself without hesitation. Then, the low-grade profound crystals were divided. There were a total of 26 high-grade profound crystals, 5 for each person. Han Man took out 1,000 high-grade spirit crystals to buy the extra high-grade profound crystal and then divided it equally. Lu Ming didn't care, and casually put away the profound crystals and high-grade spirit crystals. Let's destroy those refined corpses. Otherwise, if the Heavenly Corpse Sex people find them and take them back, they will be a disaster. Han Man suggested. Everyone nodded. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the lightning intent turned into spear lights that flew out, turning the refined corpses into charcoal. After dealing with the corpses, the 5 of them soared into the sky and left. In the next 2 days, the 5 of them searched for the scaled devil tribe within 100,000 li radius. They came across another scaled devil tribe, but this tribe was too big. There were more than 10,000 of them. They took a detour and searched in other places. This plain was indeed a newly discovered plain. It was rich in resources. In the past few days, they had found about 50 level 5 spiritual herbs, spiritual flowers, and some level 5 refining materials. All of them added up to a high value. However, they did not encounter anyone from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hey, what's that? Mu Sen suddenly pointed to a valley in front of him. The valley was not big, and there were red lights shining in the valley. Let's go take a look. The 5 of them flew towards the valley. When they got closer to take a look, they were immediately shocked. There was a large field of red spiritual flowers. Every spiritual flower was fiery red, like a burning flame, and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. This is a level 4 spiritual flower, fire cage flower. Han Man exclaimed. Level 4 spiritual flowers were not enough to surprise them, but there were too many of them. They were densely packed, covering more than half of the valley. There should be more than 1,000 of them. It was unbelievable that a small valley could produce so many fire cage flowers. It was not normal. Fire concept. There is a faint fire concept here that is covered by the fire cage flowers. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Among the 5 of them, he was the only one who cultivated the fire concept. Although the fire concept was faint, Lu Ming could still feel it. Fire concept? Han Man and the others frowned, and then their eyes lit up. It's very likely that there is a profound crystal pit below, which contains fire attribute profound crystals. That's why there are so many fire cage flowers. Han Man said in surprise. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same guess. Immediately, the 5 of them plucked all the fire cage flowers. There were about 1,200 flowers in total. The 5 of them divided it equally, and each of them had more than 200 flowers. After the fire cage flowers were plucked, the scarlet ground was revealed. An intense fire concept filled the air, and it was incomparably dense. It's really a profound crystal pit. Ha ha ha, we're so lucky. Mu Lin laughed. Let's start digging. Lu Ming also smiled. Then, the 5 of them started digging. Indeed, not long after that, Han Man was the first one to find a fire Upanishad crystal. Of course, it was a low-grade one. The 5 of them dug even harder. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from the sky. 3 figures were flying in their direction. The next moment, they appeared in the sky. The faces of the three young men were filled with arrogance. The three of them swept their gazes downwards and revealed excited smiles. Haha, we're so lucky. There's a power Upanishad crystal pit here. We can make a fortune again. One of the young men laughed. Then, he looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others and berated, "Get out of here. This place belongs to us now." Ha ha ha, what a joke. The three of you, we were the ones who discovered this place first. Han Man laughed. So what if you found out? If I say it's ours now, it's ours. A purple-robed youth sneered. On what basis? Musen was furious. Why? Because we're the lineal disciples of the Xing family. Kid, look carefully. The purple-robed youth waved his hand and a shiny token appeared. There were two big words on the token, Xingtian. Xingtian token. Musen, Mu Lin, and the others exclaimed. They were indeed the lineal disciples of the Xing family. Now, you can get out of here. The purple-robed youth sneered. Damn it. Musen growled. So what if you're the lineal disciples of the Xing family? We found this place first. According to the rules, it belongs to us. The three of you, please leave. Han Man took a step forward and said in a sonorous voice. Kid, how dare you defy the Xing family? You're courting death. The purple-robed youth shouted. Boom. Boom. Boom, three powerful auras burst out from the three Xing family youths. The purple-robed youth was at the peak of LV3 Martial King realm. The other two youths were at the early stage of LV3 Martial King realm. The three of them released powerful auras toward Han Man. You've gone too far. Han Man shouted and a powerful aura burst out from his body. At the same time, Mu Sen and Mu Lin also released powerful auras and joined Han Man to resist the Xing family youths. This, Yao Xian hesitated. She glanced at Lu Ming and bit her lips. She also released her aura. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, a powerful aura burst out from his body. The five of them joined forces and their auras were no weaker than the Xing family youths. How dare you? You still dare to resist? How dare you? The purple-robed youth shouted and a cold killing intent appeared on his face. Let's fight. I'm not afraid. Even if the palace master finds out, we're in the right. Han Man shouted and did not back down. Good, good, very good. The purple-robed youth was so angry that he laughed and said a few words. However, there was hesitation in his eyes. After a while, the purple-robed youth said coldly, I'll remember you. Today, I'll let you go. Let's go. Then, he waved his hand and flew away with the other two youths. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Let's continue to dig. We have to be quick. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if the Xing family comes again. Han Man said. Okay. Mu Sen and the others responded and dug harder. No one noticed that the inexplicable smile on Lu Ming's face became wider. Half an hour later, half of the valley was dug out by them. This time, they dug out a total of 30 fire attribute profound crystals. Unfortunately, the five of them didn't find any mid-grade profound crystals even after searching everywhere. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If he had a middle-grade fire attribute profound meaning crystal, he would be able to condense the fire concept rune with the help of the fire attribute middle-grade fire attribute profound meaning crystal. It seemed like he could only go to the mystical treasure house in Tianqian City and see if he could exchange a mid-grade earth attribute profound crystal for a mid-grade fire attribute profound crystal. Moreover, even if he could exchange it, the handling fee would definitely be high. Let's leave this place quickly. Han Man said. Then, they divided the 30 fire attribute profound crystals equally and soared into the sky, leaving this place. A few hours later, the five of them were already 100,000 miles away. At this time, night had fallen. The five of them lit a bonfire and hunted several demonic beasts in the nearby forest and began to roast them. This plain also had demonic beasts, but their levels were not very high. Soon, the demonic beast meat was roasted golden and a fragrant smell assailed their nostrils. Haha, come, I brought some fruit wine from my hometown. This fruit wine is a specialty of my hometown and is extremely famous. It's brewed with 108 kinds of spiritual fruits. Try it. Lu Ming received the jug and opened it. In an instant, a rich fragrance assailed his nostrils. Good wine indeed. Lu Ming laughed. Haha, of course it's good wine. Come, drink. Han Man laughed heartily. He lifted the jug and gulped down several mouthfuls. Come. Mu Sen and Mu Lin also lifted the jug and drank several mouthfuls. Lu Ming smiled and also lifted the jug, taking several mouthfuls. Feeling the rich wine fragrance, he couldn't help but exclaim, good wine indeed. On the side, Xianxia also drank several mouthfuls. Her cheeks were flushed red. Then, everyone tore off the roasted beast meat and mixed it with the fruit wine, eating and drinking in big mouthfuls. Not long after, the jug of wine was emptied. Even Xianxia drank half a jug of wine. Her face was bright red, looking extremely cute. Han Man's eyes nearly popped out of his head. A fiery light flickered in his eyes and he quickly turned his head away. You guys, when do you plan to make your move? At this time, Lu Ming put down the jug and suddenly asked. The people he asked were Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin. Several people were taken aback, revealing a doubtful expression, what move? What does Brother Lu mean? Of course it's to make a move on me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Han Man and the others' faces changed drastically, a trace of panic flashed across their eyes. Brother Lu, you're really good at joking. Why would we make a move on you? Han Man revealed a simple and honest smile. On the side, Xianxia also revealed a doubtful expression, blinking her big eyes as she looked at Lu Ming. Until now, you still want to pretend? You think it's flawless, but you don't know there are flaws everywhere. Lu Ming's voice slowly turned cold. Brother Lu, did you misunderstand? Han Man's face turned ugly. Misunderstood? Hee, from the moment I entered the scaled demon world, you guys came looking for me and invited me to join your team. This is really a coincidence, ah? Lu Ming said nonchalantly. Brother Lu, this is really a coincidence. At that time, we had just invited Miss Xiaoxian to join our team and we were missing one person. Coincidentally, we saw Brother Lu coming in and invited Brother Lu. Han Man explained. Alright, that's reasonable. However, you guys were too generous when we found the mid-rank profound crystal. How precious is a mid-rank profound crystal? One of them is equal to 1,000 low-rank profound crystals. However, you guys are so generous, giving it to me without even thinking. Ordinary people would be reluctant to give it to me, but you guys don't. This is abnormal. It's simple, you just want to gain my trust. Also, you guys were only putting on a show with the help of the Xing clan previously. Those from the Xing clan have always been lofty and arrogant. How could they possibly back off just because of a few words from you guys? Ordinary people wouldn't dare to go against the Xing family. Yet, you guys did it, displaying a fearless appearance. Yet, the people of the Xing family retreated. Hee, you guys are just trying to lower my guard and gain my trust. Unfortunately, you guys are too good at acting. Lu Ming explained calmly. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin's faces turned ugly. Suddenly, Yao Xian's body trembled and her face turned pale. She seemed to have lost all her strength and fell to the ground. What's going on? Why do I feel so weak all of a sudden? I can't even circulate my Jinyuan. Yao Xian cried out in a panic. At this time, Lu Ming's face also changed and turned pale. His body leaned back slightly and he roared, You guys, you poisoned the wine. Poisoned? No, Brother Lu, don't talk nonsense. Han Man denied. You're still denying it? My body is weak now and I can't circulate my Jinyuan. This is clearly poison. Lu Ming roared. I'm poisoned too. Why are you guys fine? Yao Xian looked at the three of them in a panic. Han Man and the other two were indeed completely fine. Han Man looked at Lu Ming carefully and the light in his eyes became brighter. Then, he laughed complacently, Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you're really poisoned. You've been poisoned by the 10 fragrance tendon weakening powder. Your body is weak and you can't circulate your Jinyuan. Now, you're a fish on the chopping block. You guys really poisoned me? Why? Yao Xian cried out in disbelief. Why? Isn't it because this kid overestimated himself and even dared to offend the Saint clan? Isn't he courting death? You're just a tool for us to use. Han Man glanced at Yao Xian and his face was gloomy. The honest look from before was nowhere to be seen. Mu Sen and Mu Lin's expressions were similar. You guys dragged Yao Xian in to lower my guard. However, there's one thing that I can't figure out. Lu Ming said. Oh, what is it? I don't mind explaining it to you. Han Man smiled complacently. He wasn't afraid of Lu Ming stalling for time because the longer the effect of the 10 fragrance tendon weakening powder was, the stronger it would be. If the Saint clan wants to deal with me, they can just send experts to kill me. Why would they send you guys to approach me and poison me secretly? My cultivation isn't strong enough for the Saint clan to send people to assassinate me. Lu Ming said. Hee, Lu Ming, it's easy for the Saint clan to kill you. However, wouldn't it be letting you off too easily if they just killed you like that? What the Saint clan wants is for you to lose your reputation and go down in history in infamy. Let's say you did something inappropriate to Yao Xian and killed her after that. At that time, we just happened to arrive and take you down. In that case, how do you think the upper echelons of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace and Miss Mulin's would look at you? Han Man sneered. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. It turned out that this was the motive of the Xing family. They wanted to ruin his reputation. They were really vicious. Yao Xian's face was incomparably pale. Fear flashed in her eyes as her body trembled nonstop. She cried out, I don't know anything. I beg you, let me go. Let you go? How is that possible? If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Han Man sneered. His gaze swept over Yao Xian's body, revealing a blazing light. He said, Lu Ming, I'll help you with the matter of helping this chick. Haha. Han Man smiled lecherously and walked towards Yao Xian. No, don't come over, you beast. Yao Xian's body trembled even more violently as tears streamed down her face. She had never thought that Han Man, who looked so honest and kind, would be such a beast in human face. Yao Xian, it's a pity for a beauty like you to die. Before you die, let me give you a good time. Han Man smiled lecherously. At the side, Mu Sen and Mu Lin revealed an envious expression. Scum like you, who knows how many people have been deceived by you? Living in this world is simply a waste of air. At this time, Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming, you're about to die, yet you're still talking nonsense. You're asking for a beating. Pa, in the next moment, a crisp slap was heard. With a blood-curdling scream, Mu Lin's body was sent flying far away. He crashed into a tree and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Han Man's foot stopped in midair. His face was filled with shock, and his entire body stiffened. Mu Sen's face was also filled with shock. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up slowly. His originally pale face had turned rosy. His body was filled with vital essence and a powerful aura was exuded from him. Han Man's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. He shouted, How is this possible? You drank a jar of wine and were poisoned by the 10 fragrant tendon weakening powder. Even a greater mastery king would feel weak after eating it. How are you fine? Han Man screamed in disbelief. I forgot to tell you that poison doesn't work on me. Lu Ming said indifferently. His voice was cold. He had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Any poison that entered his body would be devoured. The 10 fragrant tendon weakening powder was colorless and odorless. However, when Lu Ming drank the first mouthful of wine, the 9 dragons' bloodline detected it and devoured it. Lu Ming pretended not to know and drank the entire jar of wine on purpose. He wanted to see what Han Man and the others were up to. Han Man and Mu Sen's bodies trembled slightly. They had seen Lu Ming's battle prowess against the Heavenly Corpse sect. It wasn't something they could resist. Go inform the Xing family. Han Man roared, and at the same time, he quickly retreated. On the other side, Mu Sen also retreated quickly. As for Mu Lin, they couldn't care less. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Die. Whoosh, a thunder spear radiance instantly traversed a distance of 10 miles and pierced through Mu Sen's chest. he was killed in one move. Whoosh, then, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps and chased after Han Man. No, no. Han Man's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand, and a beam of light shot into the sky. It was a signal. Help, help. Han Man screamed as he ran. At this time, he was almost scared out of his wits. Usually, he relied on his simple and honest appearance to gain the trust of many people and secretly harm many people. Seeing those who had begun to trust him die in front of him, he felt incomparably refreshed. Now, when he saw that Musen had been killed, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was terrified beyond compare. Die. The 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps was extremely fast. In an instant, he caught up with Han Man. No, don't kill me, help. Han Man roared hysterically as he ran for his life. But, it was all in vain. The terrifying lightning spear projection pierced through the void and blasted a large hole in Han Man's chest. No, no, I don't want to die. Save me, save me. Looking at the big hole in his chest, Han Man didn't die yet. He screamed in terror. His eyes were filled with incomparable regret. If he had known earlier, he would never have agreed to the Xing clan's request to deal with Lu Ming. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Lu Ming looked at him indifferently. Haha, Lu Ming, since you've offended the Xing clan, you won't be able to live either. You'll have to accompany me sooner or later. I'll wait for you below. Seeing that he couldn't live, Han Man cursed crazily. Then, his vitality dissipated, and his corpse fell down without a trace. Lu Ming's Zhenyuan swept up Han Man's storage ring. Then, his devouring power erupted and devoured Han Man's blood essence. His figure flashed and appeared beside Mu Lin. As Mu Lin screamed in terror, he stabbed him to death with a single spear. Rumble, at this moment, a violent rumbling sound came from afar. It was the sound of a martial artist flying too fast. Someone had arrived, and there were quite a few of them. There were dozens of them. All of them were experts. There were 5 or 6 auras that were unfathomable and incomparably dense. The Xing clan's people are quite fast. Moreover, there are 5 kings in the initial stage. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His figure flashed as he took Mu Sen's blood essence and storage ring. Save me, save me. Yao Xian called out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He appeared beside Yao Xian and hugged her waist. Then, his figure soared into the sky and flew away at extreme speed. Yao Xian was involved because of him. If he left her alone, it wouldn't be Lu Ming's style. Damn it, it's Lu Ming and Han Man. Those trash can't even do such a thing. Chase after him and kill him. A furious roar rang out. Chase. Swish. Swish, the sound of air being torn rang out continuously. At least 20 people chased after Lu Ming at extreme speed. Xing Kong, Xing Wei, Xing Feng, and Xing Jiang. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. I won't play with you guys now. When my cultivation increases, I won't let any of you off. Lu Ming snorted coldly and used the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. The 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps was unbelievably fast. He could fly 100 miles in an instant. After a while, the people of the Xing family had been left behind by Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to fly 100,000 miles before he found an extremely hidden underground cave and went in. 100,000 miles away from Lu Ming, the people of the Xing family stopped. The leader was Xing Yu. At this moment, Xing Yu's face was extremely ugly as he roared, "Search! We must find that bastard Lu Ming." Yes. Immediately, the 20 or so Xing family geniuses were divided into 5 teams. Each team was led by an early-stage king. They spread out and continued to pursue. Lu Ming carried Yao Xian into an underground cave. Put me down. Yao Xian called softly. At this moment, her little face was so red that it was about to bleed. She was very cute. Just now, she had been in Lu Ming's arms. Feeling the masculine aura of Lu Ming, her heart raced and her body heated up. Oh? Lu Ming nodded and gently put Yao Xian down. There was a look of reluctance on his face. Yao Xian's face became even redder. Ahem, Miss Yao Xian, the 10 fragrant tendon weakening powder will wear off in 3 days. You can stay here for a while and leave after 3 days. Lu Ming said. You. Where are you going? Yao Xian asked. Me? Of course I'm going to find the bastard of the Xing family. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Find the Xing family? Yao Xian exclaimed. Lu Ming still dared to find the Xing family? Shouldn't he be avoiding the Xing family now? She couldn't figure it out. Miss Yao, goodbye. Lu Ming cupped his fists and then left the underground cave. He appeared on an ancient tree. After a while, Lu Ming appeared in the Temple of Paragon with a thought. I wonder how many supreme-grade spiritual crystals there are. It should be enough for me to break through to the 3rd level Martial King realm. Dragon Emperor has been banned on the website today. I'm really emotional. This is Little Moo's second book. First of all, I have to thank my editor, the handsome Green Sky Giant, for achieving such a result. If it weren't for Green Sky Giant's guidance over and over again so that I could write better stories, Dragon Emperor wouldn't have achieved what he has today. When Little Moo wrote his first book, he failed miserably. For this book, under the guidance of Green Sky Giant, when Little Moo began to write, it could be said that he would carefully consider every word and every sentence. Yes, thank you very much. Also, I have to thank my editor, Boss Taishan. Finally, I have to thank my brothers and sisters. Without your support, Little Moo wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Little Moo goes to work in the day and writes at night. It's very tiring. But because of everyone's support, Little Moo has been able to persevere. Every recommendation ticket, every comment, and even every subscription after the book is published can give Little Moo great motivation. Following this, Lu Ming immersed his mind into the storage rings. Lu Ming did not pay attention to the other things. He first took out all the supreme spiritual crystals. Han Man, Mu Sen, and Mu Lin had around 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals in total. In addition to the 60,000 supreme spiritual crystals that Lu Ming had, Lu Ming now had a total of 160,000 supreme spiritual crystals. 160,000 supreme spiritual crystals is enough for me to break through to the 3rd layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then waved his hand and 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals floated in the air. Bang! 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 The 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals all exploded. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour the spiritual chi in the crystals and began to break through to the 3rd layer Martial King realm. Soon, the 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals were all refined. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Another 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Very soon, Lu Ming had refined a total of 120,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Break! The 120,000 supreme spiritual crystals had turned into true force, which was extremely powerful. The ferocious true chi continued to surge toward the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm cultivator. Boom! After a short while, Lu Ming's aura rose rapidly with a loud explosion. He had broken through to the 3rd layer Martial King realm. After consuming 120,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had finally broken through to the 3rd layer Martial King realm, greatly increasing his strength. Continue. Lu Ming took out the last 40,000 supreme spiritual crystals and devoured them all to increase his cultivation. Soon, the last 40,000 supreme spiritual crystals had all been converted into Lu Ming's true force. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage of the 3rd layer Martial King realm. He had not broken through to the mid-stage of the 3rd layer Martial King realm. After reaching the 3rd layer Martial King realm, the amount of supreme spiritual crystals needed to break through had increased again. I wonder how the early stage of the 3rd layer Martial King realm will fare against a Martial King realm minor success? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The next moment, he left the Temple of Paragon and flew up into the sky. Soon, he had traveled tens of thousands of miles. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped in his tracks. Up ahead, there were 6 figures flying at high speed. Suddenly, Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is in front. Speed up, don't let him escape. Several loud roars rang out as 6 figures charged towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. These 6 people were none other than the 6 youths from the Xing family. Lu Ming stood motionless in the void. The space trembled as 6 sacred family youths flew over and surrounded Lu Ming. A surging aura gushed out from the young man from the Xing family without any concealment. 1 mid-4th level martial king, 3 3rd-level martial kings, and 2 2nd-level martial kings. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the 6 youths of the Xing family and was well aware of their cultivation level. Haha, this fellow actually isn't running. Could it be that he's scared silly? No matter what? This credit belongs to us. The youths from the Xing family laughed and looked at Lu Ming mockingly as if Lu Ming could be easily manipulated by them. Be careful later. This fellow is not simple. The lower-level martial king frowned. With Brother Cheng here, this fellow won't be able to do anything. Another young man laughed. Lu Ming's battle strength was strong, but there was still a gap between him and a lower-level martial king. Thus, they were not worried. Are you done talking nonsense? If you're done, you can die now. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth. What? The 6 youths from the Xing family were slightly stunned. Boom, Lu Ming's cultivation erupted as a huge spear light swept out. The spear light swept out in all directions. Not good. The 6 youths' faces changed drastically. The lower-level martial king in the lead unleashed a terrifying aura as he slashed out with his lower-level 1 earth concept. The other 5 youths also unleashed their full strength. This was because they felt danger from Lu Ming's spear. Boom. 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 After 6 consecutive booms, the 5 youths from the Xing family were pushed back like cannonballs. Even Xingqiang's body trembled as he took 9 steps back in the air before he could stop. How is this possible with your battle strength? Xingqiang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming could push him back with 1 spear strike? How was this possible? He was a lower-level martial king. Lower-level martial king is just SOSO. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly as he took a step forward. With this step, Lu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared. He did not attack Xingqiang but the other 5 youths. Not good. Retreat, you guys retreat. Xingqiang's face changed drastically as he roared and chased after Lu Ming at the same time. Whoosh. Whoosh, however, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of 2 3rd-level martial king youths. 2 extremely sharp spear lights pierced towards the 2 youths. Ah! Ah! The 2 youths screamed in horror as they tried to use all their strength to block the attack. However, now that Lu Ming had reached the 3rd-level martial king realm, how could they block him? The gap was too big. Puff. Puff, 2 spear lights pierced through the 2 youths' throats. Blood gushed out of the 2 youths and they died immediately. Devouring power burst out and devoured the blood essence of the 2 youths. At the same time, Lu Ming's true ether swept their storage rings into the Temple of Paragon. Then, his body flashed as he charged towards the remaining 3 youths. The 3 youths were terrified and ran for their lives. However, Lu Ming's 9 dragon sky-stomping steps was too fast for them to escape. After 3 consecutive screams, the remaining 3 youths from the Xing family were all killed by Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming would not let go of the storage rings and blood essence. Damn it, damn it. You actually dared to kill the hero of the Xing family. Lu Ming, no one can save you from heaven or earth. Xingqiang watched helplessly as the 5 Xing family youths were killed. He screamed hysterically. Now, it's your turn. Lu Ming looked at Xingqiang. Haha, you still want to kill me? I admit that your combat strength is indeed powerful and has surpassed mine, but only by a little. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Lu Ming, wait for the revenge of the Xing family. Xingqiang let out a sinister laugh. His body then flashed, intending to retreat. Die. Extreme Dao blow. Lu Ming's body swayed like a dragon. He and the spear became one and turned into a shocking blow. This blow pierced through the void and appeared in front of Xingqiang in an instant. Xingqiang's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a fatal threat from Lu Ming's blow. Block it, block it. Xingqiang roared in his heart. His first-level initial earth essence was activated to the extreme. The earth spiritual power between heaven and earth gathered madly, forming stone tablets in front of him. In an instant, Xianxia set up 99 stone tablets. The concept of Earth was most adept at defense. But, bang! 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 These stone tablets, under Lu Ming's spear radiance, were like paper. In an instant, 99 explosions sounded and 99 stone tablets were pierced through, leaving a hole in the front and back. Puff! Xianxia's eyes widened like a dead fish, filled with disbelief. He had never expected that the defense that he was most proud of would be so weak and vulnerable in the face of Lu Ming's attack. Whoosh! Suemo withdrew his spear and Xianxia died. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. Lu Ming murmured. After devouring Xianxia's essence blood and taking the storage ring, Lu Ming left the place. After a while, Lu Ming appeared tens of thousands of miles away and entered the temple of Paragon. He sat down cross-legged and started to refine the essence blood. During this period, Lu Ming had used all the essence blood he had devoured to improve the 9 dragons' bloodline. This was because given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, the blood essence of martial artists whose cultivation level was lower or similar to his would not be of much help to him in increasing his cultivation level. He might as well try his best to increase his bloodline level. The essence blood he had refined was also used to improve his bloodline. The 9 dragons' bloodline was suspended above Lu Ming's head. There was a sanguine glow on its meandering body. The 6 silver chakras were shining brightly. Half an hour later, the power of the blood essence had been completely refined. Unfortunately, the 9 dragons' bloodline was still at LV6 King Realm. Almost there. I feel like I'm almost there. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt that the 9 dragons' bloodline was so close to being upgraded. Let's see how many spiritual crystals I have. Then, Lu Ming took out the storage rings of Xianxia and the other young men from the Xing family and put all the supreme spiritual crystals together. 180,000 spiritual crystals. There were 180,000 supreme spiritual crystals in the storage rings of the 6 young men from the Xing family. Great, continue to improve my cultivation. Then, Lu Ming started to refine the supreme spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation. After reaching LV3 Martial King Realm, he needed more energy to improve his cultivation. Lu Ming refined 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation from early LV3 Martial King Realm to middle LV3 Martial King Realm. He refined another 80,000 supreme spiritual crystals to late LV3 Martial King Realm. He only had 20,000 supreme spiritual crystals left. Sacred Clan, continue. After that, Lu Ming left the Supreme Divine Palace and flew in the sky, planning to continue hunting the people of the Xing family. Since the Xing family was hunting him, he would hunt them back. 2 hours later, in a mountain forest, 5 Sacred Clan youths were killed by Lu Ming. One of them was a late-stage Martial King LV4 Martial King Realm warrior. This time, Lu Ming got 150,000 pieces of top-grade equipment. After finding a place, Lu Ming continued to refine the top-grade spirit crystals. Not long after Lu Ming left, a dozen figures appeared in the air above the forest. It was Xingyu and the others. At this moment, Xingyu's eyes were incomparably cold. The dense murderous intent had almost materialized. Damn it, could it be that Lu Ming, that little bastard, did it? Damn it. A cold voice came from Xingyu's mouth. No matter who did it, they must die. Now, call a group of people to act as bait and lure them out. You guys follow me and lie in ambush. Xingyu immediately gave the order. Then, the group of people scattered and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to refine the top-grade spirit crystals. Not long after, another 80,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals were refined. Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the peak of LV3 Martial King Realm. Then, Lu Ming refined the remaining 70,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals and raised his cultivation to the peak of LV3 Martial King Realm. Next, he would be able to break through to LV4 Martial King Realm. Once he reached LV4 Martial King Realm, he would be a Lower King Realm warrior. However, if he wanted to break through to Lower King Realm, he had no idea how many top-grade spirit crystals he would need. Sacred Clan, you will be responsible for all the top-grade spirit crystals I need. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he left the Supreme Divine Palace and flew in the sky to look for the Sacred Clan. half an hour later. The sacred clan. Lu Ming looked ahead. In front of him, 5 youths of the sacred clan were flying in the sky. Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming. Surround him, don't let him escape. The 5 youths of the sacred clan surrounded Lu Ming. The leader of the group was Xinjiang, Lu Ming's acquaintance. Lu Ming, let's see where you can run to now. Xinjiang's face darkened. Run? Why should I run? Why should I run when you're giving me spiritual crystals? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. What do you mean? Xinjiang's eyes turned cold and murderous. He shouted, were you the one who killed those 2 groups of people? Lu Ming smiled but did not say a word. It was a silent admission. Damn it, Lu Ming, you must have eaten a dragon's gallbladder to kill so many of the sacred clan's elites. Let me tell you, no one can save you. Even the palace master will kill you. Xinjiang roared in shock and anger. Humph, the sacred clan wants to kill me. Can't I fight back and wait for you to kill me? What a joke. If I kill all of you, who will know it's me? Lu Ming harumphed as his eyes flickered with murderous intent. Lu Ming, who can you kill? At that moment, a furious roar could be heard in the sky. In the clouds high up in the sky, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and 12 figures appeared. The one leading them was Xingyu. Beside him was a lesser king, a peak 4th-layer martial emperor. Behind them were Xingkong, Xingwei, and Xingfeng. They were scattered in all directions, blocking Lu Ming's escape routes. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as he said, so you're trying to lure me out. It's too late now. I won't let you escape this time. Xingyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as a terrifying aura spread out from his body. 5th-layer martial emperor realm. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. There was a small gap between the 3rd-layer martial emperor realm and the 4th-layer martial emperor realm. Although there was only a 1-layer difference in cultivation, there was at least a 2-layer difference in battle strength. The peak of the 5th-layer martial emperor realm was undoubtedly more powerful. Lu Ming was definitely no match for him. You guys set up a formation to prevent him from escaping. I'll kill him. You're courting death. Xingyu had just given the order, but before he could finish, he roared. This was because Lu Ming had suddenly attacked. Whoosh! Whoosh! A dozen spear lights pierced through the air and pierced toward the sacred clan's young men. With Lu Ming's cultivation at the peak of the 3rd-layer martial emperor realm, his attacks were fierce. Those below the lesser martial emperor realm had no way to block them. Even if the sacred clan's young men were prepared to defend themselves, it was still not enough. Puff, puff. Blood splattered everywhere as screams rang out. In an instant, 10 sacred clan's young men were pierced through by the spear lights and fell to the ground. Xingfeng and Xingwei were among them. On the other hand, Xingkong, who had been standing at the back due to his weak cultivation, had managed to escape. But now, his face was pale and his body was trembling nonstop. Seeing 10 sacred clan's young men who were stronger than him being killed, Xingkong was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He frantically retreated. Ah, damn it, die, die. Xingyu let out a hysterical roar as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. A crystal-clear saber light slashed toward Lu Ming. Clang, Lu Ming blocked with his long spear, but his body was shaken by the saber light. Kill, kill. Xingyu's saber light gained the upper hand. The saber light behind him swept toward Lu Ming like a storm, completely drowning Lu Ming. True dragon strike. Lu Ming lashed out with his spear, summoning a 3-colored dragon, but it was instantly shattered by Xingyu's saber glow. Xingyu was a genius to begin with, and his strength of the 5th-layer martial emperor realm was 3 layers higher than the 3rd-layer martial emperor realm. Lu Ming had no chance of winning against him. Kill. Kill. Xinjiang and another expert at the peak of the 4th level of the martial king realm surrounded Lu Ming. Both of them were peak 4th-layer martial emperor realm geniuses. Their strength was extremely terrifying when they unleashed their full strength, posing a deadly threat to Lu Ming. With the 3 teaming up, Lu Ming was completely overwhelmed by the storm-like attacks. 9 Dragons Bloodline, Devour. 2nd Bloodline, Erupt. Lu Ming went all out, executing all his moves. Roar, the nine dragons' bloodline uttered a roar as its devouring force exploded, causing Xingyu and the others to be startled, as they could feel the force of their blood becoming unstable. As a result, their strength was slightly weakened. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not be able to resist their attacks. What should I do? I can't let this go on. Lu Ming's mind was racing. At that moment, if Lu Ming were to execute his extreme attack, he would have the confidence to kill one of the two fourth-layer martial emperor realm experts. However, the extreme attack would require him to unleash most of his strength, resulting in a brief moment of weakness. It might only last for a few breaths' time, but it would still be fatal. A person like Xingyu would not let go of any chance to kill him. On the other hand, if Lu Ming were to execute his extreme attack, he would not have the confidence to kill Xingyu. After all, the difference between their strength was too great. Die, Lu Ming, die. Shun Kong let out a roar with a satisfied expression. Even if he was a genius, he would still die after offending the sacred clan. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming tried his best to resist the attacks. His body shuddered violently as his qi and blood became restless. In a moment of carelessness, he was slashed on his back, causing blood to flow out. Dandan, smash! Lu Ming suddenly slapped Dandan. Whoosh, the Dandan shone brightly and rapidly grew in size. It flew towards the sacred jade and smashed head-on. Xingyu's complexion changed drastically. He waved his hand, and a big net appeared out of thin air. It shone brightly, and covered the sky as it moved towards Dandan. Obviously, Dandan didn't expect the other party to suddenly throw out such a large net. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He was directly caught in the net. Dandan rushed here and there, but for a moment, he couldn't get out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to take out such a large net, and Dandan happened to be restrained by this kind of net. Dandan wasn't afraid of anything that was energy, but if it was something substantial, Dandan wouldn't be able to rush through it. Haha, let's see what other tricks you have. Die. Xingyu laughed wildly. In fact, he was extremely shocked in his heart. Lu Ming was actually able to withstand so many moves under the siege of the three of them. It was simply inconceivable. The one who was most shocked was Xingjiang. Previously, when Lu Ming had just arrived in Tianxian City, he had attacked Lu Ming. At that time, although Lu Ming wasn't weak, compared to him, there was still a big gap. But now, Lu Ming's combat strength had already surpassed him. How was this possible? How long had it been? This was too terrifying. Kill, I must kill this little bastard, this monster. Xingjiang roared in his heart, and his attacks became more violent. Puff, Lu Ming's chest was hit by a palm, and blood spurted out. Want to kill me? Dream on. Lu Ming roared, and his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Buzz, Lu Ming's long spear shook, and all of his strength rushed towards the long spear. His body twisted, and his spine was like a dragon driving the long spear, turning into a spear light that pierced towards Xingjiang. Extreme Dao Strike, now, he could only go all out. Whoosh, Extreme Dao Strike pierced through everything. Xingjiang instantly felt cold all over, and his hair stood on end, as if the god of death was approaching him. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Xingjiang roared, and retreated desperately. He knew that if he didn't retreat, he would die, but in the next moment, he found that retreating was useless because Lu Ming's spear light was too fast, and it caught up with him in an instant. No! Xingjiang roared crazily, and his eyes were about to bleed. But in the next moment, Puchi, the peerlessly sharp spear light pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Xingjiang was dead, but at this moment, Lu Ming, because of using the extreme Dao strike, had extracted a large amount of true yuan, and his body felt weak. Although Lu Ming could quickly recover a part of his true yuan, it was too late. Die, die, die. Xingyu attacked Lu Ming as if she had gone mad. The terrifying blade light seemed to be able to split everything. Block it. Lu Ming's eyes widened. He gathered his remaining true yuan and combined it with the will of the heavens and earth to form layers of defense in front of him. At the same time, the devouring force of the 9 dragons' bloodline spread out in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Ming was still sent flying, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. A deep wound appeared on his chest, so deep that his bones were visible. Lu Ming's heart had almost been split open. The terrifying blade light madly penetrated Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming frantically executed the true skill of the battle dragon to resist it with his true yuan. But in the end, Lu Ming spat out mouthfuls of blood continuously, and his face turned pale. He had suffered a serious injury from the previous attack. Lu Ming, I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Xingyu roared. The other young man with a cultivation of the peak fourth-layer martial emperor realm turned pale, and fear flashed across his face. If the spear had been aimed at him, he would have been the one to die. At the thought of this, he felt a lingering fear. Haha, bastards of the Xing family, it's not that easy to kill me. Come on, I'll kill you next. Lu Ming laughed and pointed his long spear at the other young man with a cultivation of the peak fourth-layer martial emperor realm. This made his face turn even paler, and his body involuntarily took 2 steps back. Not far away, there were 4 other young men of the Xing family. At this time, their faces were also pale, and they looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. This time, the Xing family was in a miserable state. When they entered the scaled demon plane, there were a total of 28 people, all of whom were geniuses and elites of the Xing family. They had spent countless resources to cultivate them, but now, only 6 of them were left. It was too miserable. Even if they could kill Lu Ming, they would suffer a great loss. If the higher-ups of the Xing family knew about this, they would all be punished. No wonder Xingyu was furious. Little bastard, you can't kill any of us. Skybreaking saber art. Xingyu roared, and his body emitted a terrifying saber light. At the same time, his body shriveled, as if all his essence, blood, and qi had been sucked away. As his body shriveled, the saber light on his body became even more terrifying, as if it could break the sky. His aura was twice as strong as before. Secret skill, what a powerful secret skill. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Xingyu was using a secret skill. Retreat, retreat. Lu Ming frantically retreated. He felt a fatal crisis. At this moment, with his injured body, even if he used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, it would be impossible. He was afraid that if Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, the terrifying pressure between heaven and earth would crush his heart. That was because the wound was so deep that his heart was almost exposed. He could only retreat. Kill! Xingyu roared. He and his saber seemed to have become one, turning into a terrifying saber light that pierced through the layers of the void, appearing in front of Lu Ming and chopping down on Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming blocked with his spear. Clang, the demon-suppressing spear started to vibrate rapidly. Lu Ming could feel a terrifying force hitting the demon-suppressing spear, causing it to vibrate rapidly. The terrifying force caused Lu Ming's arms to go numb. He actually couldn't hold on to the demon-suppressing spear. Whoosh, the demon-banishing spear was sent flying. Xingyu's saber light continued to chop down on Lu Ming's head. Block! Lu Ming roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he erupted his strength to the extreme. His left hand contained the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline, and his right hand contained the power of the second bloodline. At the same time, the 3 intents merged into his hands. Bang! Lu Ming clasped his hands together and clamped Xingyu's saber. Boom! The terrifying force made Lu Ming fall directly to the ground. Boom! Lu Ming stepped on the ground, and the earth let out a violent roar. The ground was like a ripple, violently shaking. Within a radius of 5 miles, it was swept away by a storm of energy and flattened. Lu Ming's hand was still clamping down on Xingyu's saber. Die! Xingyu roared. The saber light surged, and the saber carried a terrifying force as it chopped down on Lu Ming. Sizzle! Lu Ming's hands clamped down on the saber, and there were sizzling sounds and sparks. Unfortunately, he couldn't clamp down on it, and the saber was still chopping down on Lu Ming's head. Am I going to die here? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. No, no, I cannot die. Lu Ming roared in his heart. At this moment, rays of light suddenly shone from between Lu Ming's eyebrows, and there were also traces of lightning swimming around. This is the lightning cauldron. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Ever since Lu Ming obtained the lightning cauldron, it had been lying dormant in a sea of consciousness without any movement. Now, as Lu Ming faced a life-or-death situation, the thunder cauldron finally moved. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be able to communicate with the thunder furnace. A wisp of his mind seemed to be connected with the thunder furnace. He could control the thunder furnace at any time to launch a fatal strike. Kill. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming controlled the thunder cauldron and blasted it out. Wang, in a sea of consciousness, the thunder cauldron let out a sound as if it was the beginning of the world. Then, it flew out. At the same time, a terrifying suction force erupted from the thunder cauldron. At this moment, Lu Ming's true yuan and essence qi were all absorbed by the thunder cauldron. In addition to true yuan and essence qi, Lu Ming even felt that a part of his life essence qi had been absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Life essence qi represented lifespan. In other words, Lu Ming's lifespan had been absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Boom, after absorbing Lu Ming's true yuan, essence qi, and life essence qi, the thunder cauldron flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Clang, Xingyu's battle saber was directly turned into ashes by the thunder cauldron. Xingyu's body shook violently, and blood spurted out of his mouth as he was sent flying thousands of meters away. Wang, the thunder cauldron flew into the sky and became as big as a mountain. Thunder rumbled like the might of the heavens. Then, the thunder cauldron pressed down, and endless lightning enveloped all the sacred family disciples present. Run, run, run! Xingyu roared as he desperately tried to escape. Run, run! Kong and the others did the same as they desperately tried to escape. At this moment, their hearts were filled with fear. They never dreamed that such a terrifying thunder cauldron would suddenly appear in Lu Ming's body. They felt that they were ants in front of this thunder cauldron. No, they weren't even ants. They were dust. They were incomparably tiny. At this moment, they were extremely frightened. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was to escape. In the next moment, the thunder cauldron pressed down, and thick lightning bolts swam freely. Whoosh, after a breath, the thunder cauldron shrank rapidly and flew back to between Lu Ming's eyebrows, disappearing. At this moment, Lu Ming felt extremely weak. His body was empty, and there wasn't even a trace of true yuan. He had lost a lot of his essence qi, and his body was extremely weak. He couldn't even fly, and he collapsed to the ground. This thunder cauldron is too terrifying. Not only does it absorb true yuan and ordinary essence qi, but it also absorbs life essence qi. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. King Realm cultivators had a lifespan of 1,000 years, but Lu Ming felt that he had lost 50 years of his lifespan. 50 years of his lifespan was too great a loss. A strand of my consciousness seems to be able to connect with the thunder cauldron. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized that a strand of his consciousness could connect with the thunder cauldron. In other words, as long as Lu Ming wanted to, he could control the thunder cauldron and launch an attack. But in the next moment, Lu Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Controlling the thunder cauldron to attack? What a joke, not to mention that one attack from the thunder cauldron could suck out all of his true yuan and essence qi. He would be completely weak, and he would be at the mercy of others. Also, losing 50 years of his lifespan at once, even if Lu Ming was a King Realm cultivator, he wouldn't be able to use it many times before his lifespan ran out and he died. This thunder cauldron can't be used unless it's absolutely necessary. However, it can be considered as one more life-saving method. Lu Ming thought to himself. Shua, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and Dandan flew back. Dandan was indeed magical. Just now, he was also covered by the thunder cauldron, but he was completely fine. Dandan, bring me to see if the people of the Xing clan are dead. Lu Ming said. At this moment, he was so weak that he couldn't even walk. Dandan's body emitted a faint light, and it trembled slightly. Then, it rapidly grew to the size of a water tank. Lu Ming lay on top of Dandan, and Dandan flew around with Lu Ming. Within a 10-mile radius, it was a mess. There were traces of being struck by lightning everywhere. On the messy ground, there were corpses lying on the ground. It seemed that the remaining youths of the Xing clan were all killed by the thunder cauldron. In one place, Lu Ming saw Xing Kong's corpse. Lu Ming suddenly saw a figure crawling forward at the edge of the area covered by the lightning. This figure was in tatters, and his hair was all cut off by the lightning. However, Lu Ming could still tell at a glance that it was Xingyu. When the thunder cauldron flew out from Lu Ming's forehead, Xingyu was sent flying a few thousand meters away. Then, he fled frantically and almost escaped the area covered by the thunder cauldron. Let's go. Lu Ming patted Dandan, and Dandan flew towards Xingyu. Seeing Lu Ming flying towards him, Xingyu was terrified. He kept screaming and crawling forward. Xingyu, who's the dead one now? Lu Ming laid on Dandan's body and flew above Xingyu, looking down at him coldly. Lu Ming, you've killed so many of my Xing family's people. You have to die too. Xingyu roared. Hee, I don't know how many times your Xing family's people have said this. I'm tired of hearing it. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Wait a minute, Lu Ming, I beg you, don't kill me. I can swear a blood oath, that I won't say a word about today's matter. I beg you, spare me this time. Seeing Lu Ming's killing intent, Xingyu was scared and began to beg for mercy. I still trust the dead more. Lu Ming was unmoved. No, don't, Lu Ming, I know there's a profound crystal mine in the scaled demon plane. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you the location of the mine. Xingyu shouted. Power Upanishad crystal lode? Lu Ming's heart shook, and his eyes lit up. A profound crystal mine was different from a profound crystal pit. A profound crystal pit could only produce a few pieces, and at most, dozens of profound crystals. However, the veins of the Power Upanishad crystal were different. Even the smallest one could produce more than 100 Power Upanishad crystal. And this was the smallest. If there were more, there would be nothing left. This was a huge temptation for anyone. Tell me, where's the profound crystal lode? Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. As long as you promise me not to kill me, I'll tell you. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't tell you. Xingyu shouted. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as if he was hesitating. Xingyu was on tenterhooks, afraid that Lu Ming would kill him. Hesitating for a while, Lu Ming said, All right, I agree. I won't kill you. Tell me, where's the lode of the Power Upanishad crystal? Swear. I'll only believe you if you swear a blood oath. Xingyu called out. You talk too much. Since you don't believe me, then die. Lu Ming's killing intent exploded. Wait a minute, I'll talk. There's a blue jade medallion in my ring of holding that records the exact location of that crystal vein. Xingyu shouted loudly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming expectantly and said, I've already said it. You only need to take out the jade tablet and you'll know. Oh? Lu Ming nodded, then patted Dandan and said, Go ahead. Wang, Dandan shook and smashed toward Xingyu's head. Ah, Lu Ming, you said you wouldn't kill me, Xingyu shouted, but before he could finish, Dandan smashed his head. His head exploded like a watermelon. I said I wouldn't kill you, but it doesn't mean that other things can't kill you. Lu Ming whispered. Dandan, can you take off those storage rings? Lu Ming patted Dandan again. Dandan's body shook, and a ray of light spread out. It rolled up Xingyu's storage ring, and Xingyu's storage ring flew into Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, he did the same thing and took the storage rings of the other young men of the Xing family. Unfortunately, their blood essence was all gone because of the thunder cauldron, so he couldn't devour it. Then, Lu Ming found the demon-suppressing spear in a pile of stones. Dandan, let's get out of here. Lu Ming said. Just now, the commotion here was too great. It might have attracted other creatures over. Right now, Lu Ming was in such a weak state. Any scaled demon, Dtion Divine Guard, or Zombie Guard would definitely kill him. Dandan immediately carried Lu Ming and flew away. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Lu Ming found a remote place and entered the Temple of Paragon. In the Supreme Divine Palace, there were many bottles and jars filled with higher-grade pills, all of which were obtained from other warriors. Lu Ming picked up the first-grade healing elixir and swallowed the entire bottle of elixir in one gulp. There was a total of 9 elixirs. He began to heal himself. Lu Ming's body was at the peak of the 6th grade, and he was slowly recovering. The medicinal power spread throughout his body, greatly increasing his recovery speed. Lu Ming's muscles squirmed slowly. The muscles on the wound on his chest squirmed and new muscles slowly grew, covering the wound and finally covering his heart. Otherwise, one would be able to see his beating heart from the outside. It was terrifying. After the medicinal power of the healing pills was used up, Lu Ming took out another bottle and swallowed it. An hour later, Lu Ming let out a long breath. His injuries were finally stabilized. This time, it was really dangerous. Lu Ming sighed. To be honest, this time, it was out of his expectations. Originally, he wanted to wait until he had obtained more top-grade spiritual crystals and reached the 4th level of the Martial King realm before killing Xingyu. He didn't expect to be ambushed by Xingyu. Most importantly, Xingyu happened to be carrying a net-like mystical weapon, which perfectly countered the dandan, causing the dandan to lose its effect. Otherwise, with the dandan around, Lu Ming would be able to break through the encirclement. Therefore, Lu Ming was placed in a dangerous situation like never before, and was almost slashed in half by Xingyu's saber. If it weren't for the lightning cauldron, he would have died. Lu Ming guessed that the lightning cauldron was treating him as a temporary shelter. It didn't want him to die, which was why it gave Lu Ming a hand at the crucial moment. I should be more careful in the future. I shouldn't be careless, and shouldn't underestimate others. Lu Ming thought to himself. Following this, he began to circulate the true skill of the battle dragon to recover. Currently, Lu Ming's body was completely empty, without a single trace of true qi. The vortex in his dantian had completely stopped spinning. Lu Ming continued to execute the true skill of the battle dragon, but the vortex still remained motionless. However, Lu Ming did not stop, and continued to execute the true skill of the battle dragon. An hour later, under Lu Ming's persistent efforts, the vortex finally moved, and began to spin slowly. Slowly, a trace of true qi was born from the vortex, flowing through Lu Ming's body along his meridians. Nice. With a trace of true qi, things would be easier. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a pile of supreme spiritual crystals and began to absorb their qi to speed up his recovery. In this way, Lu Ming recovered his true qi while healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak condition. The injuries on his body had also fully recovered. Of course, the 50 years of life that he had lost could not be recovered. Lu Ming sat cross-legged, playing with a blue jade token in his hand, deep in thought. This jade token was the one that Xingyu had mentioned, the one that recorded the location of the profound crystal vein. Lu Ming had already taken a look at it earlier. There was indeed a map inside, and the location of the profound crystal vein was marked. However, Lu Ming did not rush over immediately. Is Xingyu really so kind as to tell me the location of the profound crystal vein? Even if it's for the sake of my life, I have to be careful of any traps. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Could it be a trap? However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. It was a load of Power Upanishad crystal, which contained at least 100 pieces of Power Upanishad crystals. 100 ultimacy crystals were only worth a little more than 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Although it was not very valuable, the value of ultimacy crystals could not be measured by price. In the market, even if you had 100,000 supreme spiritual crystals, you might not be able to buy 100 ultimacy crystals. There was a price but no market. Moreover, there was a great possibility that there would be middle-grade ultimacy crystals in the ultimacy crystal load. Lu Ming did not want to miss this opportunity. Forget it. I should improve my cultivation first. When I reach the 4th level of the Martial King realm and enter the Lesser King realm, there won't be many people in the Lesser King realm who can kill me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he took out the storage rings of the 17 young men of the sacred family, arranged the supreme spiritual crystals in them, and counted them. 820,000 top-grade spiritual crystals. In total, there were 820,000 supreme spiritual crystals in the storage rings of the 17 young men of the sacred family. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was the first time that he had so many supreme spiritual crystals. Saint Jades alone had contributed 210,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming put away the supreme spiritual crystals happily. Lu Ming did not count the other things for the time being. Good. Now, let's break through to the fourth level of the Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals appeared. Bang! 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 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals all exploded. The rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth was all devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. The endless spiritual chi turned into genuine essence. Lu Ming began to break through to the fourth level of the Martial King realm. There was a watershed between the third level of the Martial King realm and the fourth level of the Martial King realm. Breaking through would greatly improve one's strength, but it was also very difficult. 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals were not enough, so Lu Ming took out another 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals. In this way, 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals followed by 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming had devoured 250,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Boom! Boom! At this time, Lu Ming's body constantly emitted rumbling sounds. The cyclone in his dantian crazily spun. His rich and condensed true essence was like a great river, roiling and rumbling. 2 hours later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. 2 spear lights shot out from his eyes. Fourth layer Martial King realm, I've finally broken through. Lu Ming came out. With a thought, he left the Temple of Paragon and appeared on a mountain peak. Boom! Lu Ming revolved his true essence and suddenly stamped his foot. His feet, which were covered with Jin Yuan, stepped on the mountain peak. The mountain peak seemed to have been struck by millions of pounds of heavy objects. It emitted a violent rumbling sound and then suddenly exploded. Gravel flew everywhere and dust filled the air. It was as if doomsday had arrived. With a single step, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain shattered. It was a horrifying sight. Lu Ming floated in the air, carefully feeling the true essence in his body. Fourth layer Martial King realm is indeed powerful. The strength of my true Yuan is 7 times stronger than that of the third layer Martial King realm. However, my battle strength did not increase that much. Lu Ming muttered. Normally, a fourth layer Martial King realm lesser success King realm cultivator's battle strength was 2 levels stronger than a third layer Martial King realm cultivator. For example, Xianxia, who was at the peak of the fourth layer Martial King realm, was 2 levels stronger than a third layer Martial King realm cultivator. However, Lu Ming's battle strength did not increase by 2 levels after breaking through to the fourth layer Martial King realm. Fourth layer Martial King realm cultivators were so strong because their true essence was much more condensed and abundant, and also because of their intent realm. A lesser success King realm cultivator's intent realm of the heavens and earth had entered the first layer lesser success King realm, which greatly increased their battle strength. However, Lu Ming's intent realm had already entered the first layer lesser success King realm. Now that he had reached the fourth layer Martial King realm, his intent realm did not increase. Therefore, Lu Ming's battle strength did not increase by 2 levels, but more than 1. Lu Ming estimated that if he fought with his full strength, he would not be weaker than an early stage 6th layer Martial King realm cultivator. Facing a peak 6th layer Martial King realm cultivator, it should not be a problem for him to escape. When my fire intent is condensed into the intent rune, my battle strength will increase significantly. Lu Ming pondered. There are still 570,000 spiritual crystals left. I'll keep them for now. I'll need them for a lot of things after I get out of here. Now, let's go check out the Ultimacy crystal vein. With a flicker, Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and flew toward the location marked on the jade badge at an extremely fast speed. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, he was surrounded by boundless mountains, where many tribes of scaled demons resided. However, the tribes of scaled demons here were all large tribes with more than 10,000 people. There were many powerful cultivators among them. Lu Ming did not dare to target such a large tribe of scaled demons by himself. If a scaled demon of the greater success King realm appeared, he would be dead for sure. It's around here. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. According to the mark on the map, it should be around here. Lu Ming flew into the sky and hid in a cloud. He restrained his aura and merged with the cloud. Then, his true Yuan gushed out and the cloud slowly flew forward. Lu Ming scanned the area below. After a while, there it is. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Among the mountains below, there was a small mountain peak that was very strange. The other mountain peaks were covered in lush green grass and trees. However, all the plants on this small mountain peak were fiery red, as if the entire mountain was wrapped in flames. This small mountain peak was the ultimacy crystal vein that Xingyu had mentioned. Lu Ming did not rush out immediately. Instead, he continued to hide in the cloud and float while observing the surroundings. After a while, he found something. On a nearby mountain peak, Lu Ming saw a figure flash by. Then, Lu Ming carefully sensed the aura of a large number of martial artists on the surrounding mountains. There were at least 100 of them. These people had restrained their aura. If not for Lu Ming carefully sensing, he would not have been able to sense them. There is indeed a trap. These people are most likely from the Xing family. That Xingyu did not have good intentions. He tricked me into coming here. If I rush out like this, I will definitely be blasted to pieces. However, these people from the Xing family are lying in ambush on the surrounding mountains. What are they trying to do? Who are they waiting for? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as various thoughts flashed through his mind. Immediately, he restrained his aura and tried his best not to let out a trace of it to avoid being discovered by the people from the Xing family. Lu Ming controlled the cloud and circled it in the sky of this area, waiting for it to arrive. On one of the mountain peaks, under an ancient tree, there were several young figures sitting cross-legged. What the hell? Why is that guy Xingyu not here yet? It's already past the appointed time. One of the tall young men said in a bad mood. I have received news that that guy is chasing after a guy called Lu Ming. He is trying to make a contribution in front of the young master of Star Palace. Another young man with a pale face sneered. That guy Xingyu only thinks about flattering the young master of Star Palace every day. Forget it, it doesn't matter if he comes or not. The tall young man snorted. Time flew by quickly, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. There was no movement at all. When night fell on the second day, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. That's the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. There were at least 50 coffins flying over from afar. It seems like the Xing family is here to ambush the Heavenly Corpse sect. Interesting. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Swoosh. Swoosh, more than 50 coffins flew towards the vein of profound sense crystals. In the next moment, they were all suspended above the profound crystal vein. Ka, a bush opened, and several zombie guards in black robes walked out. Hee, it seems like the news is correct. There is indeed a profound crystal vein here. A zombie guard let out a cold laugh. Let's start digging. Another zombie guard said. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Inscriptions emerged around the load of Power Upanishad crystal, sparkling with dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, a huge light shield was formed, enveloping the Heavenly Corpse sect. Not good, it's an inscription array. Retreat. A zombie guard shouted, controlling the refined corpse to rush out. Swoosh. Swoosh, light swords suddenly appeared on the light shield, stabbing toward the zombie guards and refined corpses. Boom. Boom, with a loud explosion, the zombie guards and refined corpses were sent flying. Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, at this moment, figures rushed out from the surrounding forest. More than 100 figures surrounded the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Dtion Divine Guards. Damn it, are you from the Xing family? We've been tricked. A zombie guard shouted. It's too late to know now. Trash of the Heavenly Corpse sect, be obedient and become my reward. The tall youth from the Xing family laughed. Obviously, they were the leaders of the Xing family. Charge out. A zombie guard yelled. Ka, more than 50 refined corpses appeared from the 50 coffins. Iron chains flew across the sky, attacking the light shield in all directions. Control the array and kill the trash of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The pale-faced young man from the Saint clan ordered. Immediately, 36 people flew to all directions of the inscription array. Their true essence gushed out as they controlled the inscription array to attack. As the inscriptions fought, the light became even more dazzling. Streaks of sword chi formed and pierced toward the Heavenly Corpse sect and the many refined corpses. Boom. Boom, for a time, the rumbling sounds continued. Something's wrong. At this moment, the young man with a slightly pale face spoke. What's wrong? The tall young man asked. There's something wrong with the number of corpse guards. There are only over 20 corpse guards in the formation. Although there are 50 coffins, only one refined corpse appeared in each coffin. The pale-faced young man frowned. Then, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Oh no! Only a part of the heavenly corpse sex people went in." What? The tall young man was taken aback. Hee, Sacred Eagle, your brain is still so nimble. At this moment, a sinister laugh suddenly came from the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh, the sound of air breaking came from all directions. Corpse guards in black robes appeared one by one. There were at least 30 corpse guards in all directions. Each corpse guard was followed by 2 or even 3 refined corpses. They surrounded the Xing family's people in the middle. The Xing family's people turned pale. Hee. A corpse guard with a black mole between his eyebrows sneered. He looked at the Xing family's people and said, "When I received the news, I felt that it was a little strange. Just in case, I asked a part of us to go in first. Sure enough, this is a trap set by the Xing family. It won't be that easy to kill us." Humph, so what if you know? A part of you is trapped in the formation. If you lose a part of your people, you will still die. The pale-faced young man, Sacred Eagle, said coldly. Is that so? Today, it's you who will die. Kill. The corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows roared. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness and murderous intent. Kill. Kill. The corpse guards roared. The refined corpses waved their iron chains and charged toward the Xing family's people. Kill. Sacred Eagle also roared. His body emitted a violent aura. He shook his arms and charged toward the corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows like a goshawk. He displayed his powerful strength. His cultivation was at the mid-stage of LV6 Martial King realm. Kill. The corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows roared. Beside him, 2 refined corpses charged toward Sacred Eagle. These 2 refined corpses were at the mid-stage of LV6 Martial King realm. At the same time, the young man with a mole between his eyebrows also charged toward Sacred Eagle. His strength was also at the mid-stage of LV6 Martial King realm. Boom. Boom, after a few explosions, Sacred Eagle fought against 2 refined corpses and a corpse guard at the same level. He was not at a disadvantage. In terms of combat strength, the Xing family's geniuses had the upper hand. The heavenly corpse sex advantage was their refined corpses. They had a large number of refined corpses and were invulnerable. Boom. Boom, explosions rang out continuously as the 2 sides engaged in an intense battle. The corpse guards in the inscription formation also controlled the refined corpses to attack the inscription formation. However, the inscription formation was very sturdy and could not be broken in a short time. I didn't expect to see such a big battle. Lu Ming withdrew his aura and stood still, watching quietly. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the ground around the profound crystal mine began to undulate. Black demonic beasts that looked like black leopards crawled out from the ground. These demonic beasts waved their claws, causing the ground to crack. Oh no, these demonic corpses are going to destroy the formation base. Sacred Eagle shouted. Attack those demonic corpses. The tall young man from the Xing family shouted. The 36 young men from the Xing family who were controlling the inscription formation also attacked the demonic corpses. However, as part of the formation base was destroyed, the power of the inscription formation was greatly weakened. In the inscription formation, the refined corpses attacked even more crazily. The inscription formation shook violently as if it would collapse at any time. Damn it! Sacred Eagle roared. Die! The corpse guard with a mole between his eyebrows controlled the refined corpses to attack Sacred Eagle. 2 corpse guards blocked in front of him and attacked without fear of death. Sacred Eagle's attacks landed on the refined corpses and only left slight wounds. As for the corpse guards, they hid behind the corpses and attacked. Ah, at this moment, someone screamed. Someone from the Xing family was killed. Attack those corpse guards. Don't fight with the refined corpses. Sacred Eagle shouted. Boom! At this moment, the inscription formation below completely collapsed. The corpse guards and refined corpses in the inscription formation rushed out crazily and joined the battle. For a moment, the Xing family was completely at a disadvantage. From time to time, experts from the Xing family were killed. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect did not have it easy either. Once the zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect died, the refined corpses he controlled would become useless. Therefore, the people of the Xing family attacked the zombie guards with all their might. Kill! 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 Both sides were in a frenzy. Energy exploded, iron chains flew across the sky, and blood filled the air. People were constantly killed and fell to the ground. But overall, the people of the Xing family were completely at a disadvantage. Soon, dozens of people were killed. The Xing family only had a little over 100 people. Although the Heavenly Corpse sect only had a little over 50 zombie guards, each zombie guard had 2 to 3 refined corpses. In total, there were close to 200 of them. Kill! Xing was wearing a pair of spirit weapon gloves. His claws were shocking, and he kept slashing out as if he could tear everything apart. But the 2 refined corpses kept him busy. Behind him, the zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows kept launching sneak attacks. Damn it! Xing eyes were red. He looked up to the sky and roared. He ignored the iron chains that were attacking him and rushed over. Poochie, a chain pierced through his shoulder. Xing roared and took this opportunity to rush over. He finally avoided the 2 refined corpses and rushed toward the zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows. Die! Xing body was as fast as lightning. His claws pierced through the void and grabbed at the zombie guard's heart. The zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows was shocked. He slashed out with his saber, trying his best to block Xing attack. As long as he could block one of Xing attacks, the 2 refined corpses would arrive. But the combat strength of zombie guards wasn't high to begin with. How could they compare to a genius like Xing? The zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows tried his best, but he still couldn't block Xing attack. Blood splattered everywhere. One of his arms was torn off by Xing. At this moment, the 2 refined corpses arrived. Kill, kill, kill him! The zombie guard with a mole between his eyebrows roared. The 2 zombie guards charged towards the Sacred Eagle without fear of death. Xing's shoulder had been pierced through by the iron chain, so his strength was weakened. He could only try his best to block. Ah! At this moment, a shocking scream was heard. Xingchong! Xing roared. This time, there were a total of 3 people in the Xing family who had reached the 6th layer martial king realm. Xing, the tall youth, and Xingchong. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect also had 3 zombie guards who had reached the 6th layer martial king realm and 7 refined corpses. At this moment, Xingchong was besieged by 3 refined corpses of LV6 martial king realm. In the end, he was defeated and pierced through by the iron chains. With the death of a 6th layer martial king, the morale of the Xing family members was greatly reduced. More and more people were killed. From start to finish, more than 50 people had died on the spot. Retreat, retreat! Xing roared. If this went on, the entire Xing family would be annihilated. You want to leave? Not so easy. The zombie guard with the mole on its forehead was furious. The zombie guards continued to control the refined corpses to kill the members of the Xing family. As for the remaining 50+ members of the Xing family, they gathered together and rushed towards a single direction. The members of the Xing family gathered together and were determined to retreat. The people of the Heavenly Corpse sect couldn't stop them. After leaving behind a few more corpses, they successfully broke out of the encirclement and sped off into the distance. Scum of the Heavenly Corpse sect, I, Sacred Eagle, will remember this debt. The voice came, but the person had already disappeared. Humph, you're lucky to escape fast. The eyes of the zombie guard with the mole on its forehead were full of fire. He continued, quickly collect the corpses of the Xing family and bring them back to refine them into refined corpses. Also, hurry up and dig out the profound crystals in this mountain. The young man with the mole on his forehead ordered loudly. When the members of the Xing family returned, they would definitely send reinforcements. Now they had to hurry up. The remaining zombie guards quickly took action. The zombie guard with the mole on his forehead stood in the air and operated his cultivation method to heal his injuries. His arm had just been torn off by Xing and his vitality was greatly damaged. He didn't even notice that a cloud was slowly floating above his head. Lu Ming was hiding in the cloud. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. Yes, he was going to make a move. Among these zombie guards, only a few of the sixth-layer Martial King were dangerous to him. As long as he killed a few of the sixth-layer Martial King zombie guards, the rest of the zombie guards were nothing to be afraid of. In particular, there was such a good opportunity now. How could Lu Ming miss it? Silently, the demon-suppressing spear appeared in his hand. The next moment, extreme Dao strike. Lu Ming turned into a ray of spear light and stabbed toward the zombie guard with the mole on his forehead from the cloud. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Ah, not good. The zombie guard with the mole on his forehead suddenly panicked, but it was too late. Pucci, the head of the zombie guard with the mole on his forehead, directly exploded. He was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Not good, enemy attack. The other zombie guards reacted and roared in anger. They controlled the refined corpses and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and rushed into the sky. With a wave of his hand, thunder and lightning gathered in the sky. Die for me. Lu Ming struck his palm downward, and the thunderbolts in the sky struck the zombie guards below. Whether it was the zombie guards or the refined corpses, they were all very afraid of thunder and lightning. Sizzle, the zombie guards below the low-level Martial King realm were struck by the thunder and screamed miserably. A large amount of corpse chi was released from their bodies and they fell to the ground, killed. As for the zombie guards above the low-level Martial King realm, although they were not killed, they were injured to varying degrees. Kill. Lu Ming held the long spear and charged into the group of zombie guards. He deliberately avoided the 2 zombie guards and their refined corpses and focused on the zombie guards of the 4th and 5th level Martial King realm. Puff. Puff, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and his speed was too fast. He easily avoided the refined corpses and charged toward the zombie guards. This made the refined corpses of the zombie guards useless. Damn it, damn it. The 2 zombie guards of the 6th level Martial King realm were furious. Bastards of the Heavenly Corpse sect, die. Lu Ming's eyes were full of killing intent. He thought of Elder Zhuang and the 49 people who came with him from the east. He had sworn to avenge them. Whoosh. Whoosh, the spear light pierced out and killed 2 more people. Back off, we'll kill him. A zombie guard of the 6th level Martial King realm yelled. The 2 zombie guards of the 6th level Martial King realm controlled 5 refined corpses and surrounded Lu Ming. They waved the iron chains and tried to block Lu Ming's way of retreat. The other 3 zombie guards of the low-level Martial King realm retreated quickly. As for the zombie guards below the low-level Martial King realm, they were all dead. In the battle with the Xing family, the Heavenly Corpse sect only lost a dozen zombie guards. There were still more than 30 people left. But now, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had killed only 5 of them. Lu Ming was their nemesis. The main reason was that the zombie guard with the mole in between his eyebrows had been killed by Lu Ming in one fell swoop. No one could restrain Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to kill so many people as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming stared at the 2 zombie guards of the 6th level Martial King realm. He swept out the long spear and broke the iron chains around him. Dandan, smash. In the next moment, Lu Ming patted Dandan. Whoosh. Bang, that zombie guard was accurately hit in the face by Dandan. Instantly, that pale face was completely deformed and twisted together. The zombie guard was unable to focus in such a miserable state. The 2 refined corpses paused for a moment like 2 pieces of wood. Just this one time was enough. Lu Ming's figure dashed past and dashed toward the zombie guard. Ah! The zombie guard screamed as it sensed danger approaching. It tried to control the refined corpses to help while retreating at the same time. However, it was too late. Puff, Lu Ming's spear penetrated the zombie guard's heart. An early-stage 6th-layer Martial King zombie guard was dead, as soon as it died, the 2 refined corpses stopped in the air. The remaining 6th-layer Martial King zombie guard wanted to help, but it quickly retreated upon seeing this. He controlled the 3 zombie guards to surround him tightly. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, but he did not chase after it. Zombie guards were difficult to kill once they controlled the refined corpses to defend themselves. Only like just now, with the momentum of a thunderbolt, and catching them off guard, could they easily kill those corpse guards. The 4 zombie guards fled with the 9 refined corpses, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The final winner of this battle was Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only able to do this because he had broken through to the lesser success king realm. It was impossible for him to do this before. Seal the souls of the zombie guards first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and dozens of soul-sealing crystals appeared. Lu Ming controlled them with his true yuan and flew toward the corpses of the zombie guards. Then, Lu Ming channeled his true yuan into the soul-sealing crystals. The soul-sealing crystals glowed and sealed the souls of the zombie guards in them. After that, Lu Ming waved his hand again, and the soul-sealing crystals flew back to Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The souls of the zombie guards and the soul-sealing crystals alone would be a great reward. Then, Lu Ming's figure flickered as he took the storage rings of the Xing family and the zombie guards. Of course, he also devoured the blood essence of the members of the Xing family. There are so many storage rings. How many spirit crystals are there? Lu Ming's heart was burning with passion. There was a flash of excitement in his eyes. However, now wasn't the time to think about this. The profound crystal lode hadn't been excavated yet. Lu Ming didn't have much time left. Regardless of whether it was the Xing family or the Heavenly Corpse sect, there was a possibility that they would bring people back. Immediately, Lu Ming took out a huge battle axe and chopped down at the small mountain. Bang, gravel flew everywhere, and a large piece of the small mountain peak was chopped off. This was a profound crystal lode, so the ground here was exceptionally hard. If it were an ordinary mountain, Lu Ming's axe could have easily chopped it in half. But now that Lu Ming's cultivation had improved greatly, the digging was also very fast. Lu Ming brandished his battle axe, constantly chopping down. Soon, large chunks of stone were sent flying. The world was filled with an intense concept of fire. Concept of fire. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking profound crystals of fire attribute. If he could find a piece of fire attribute mid-grade profound crystal, his concept of fire would be able to break through. One piece. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a piece of fiery red profound crystal embedded in the rock below. Lu Ming put away the fire attribute profound meaning crystal happily and continued to dig with all his might. Next, more and more profound crystals were dug out. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces, 20 pieces, the profound crystal lode was indeed worthy of being called a lode. There were so many profound crystals that the profound crystal pit couldn't compare to. 2 hours later, the entire mountain peak had disappeared, and Lu Ming had already dug out 300 profound crystals. Yes, a total of 300 fire attribute profound crystals. Rich, Lu Ming felt rich. However, he still hadn't found any mid-grade profound crystals, which was Lu Ming's goal. Lu Ming continued to dig, digging a few meters down the entire mountain peak. However, he still did not find anything. He did not even see a single low-grade profound crystal. Is there really nothing? It can't be, right? Although this profound crystal lode is very small, it should be able to condense mid-grade profound crystals, right? Lu Ming was unwilling to give up, and continued to dig. Dang! Suddenly, Lu Ming's battle axe chopped down on a hard rock, but it didn't split. This is? Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Below, a head-sized rock was revealed. This rock's color was somewhat different from the other rocks. It was deeper and more fiery red. Lu Ming immediately thought of the earth attribute mid-grade profound crystal. Didn't he also find it in a special rock? Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He raised his battle axe, and Jin Yuan burst out, chopping down on this rock. Dang, cracks appeared on this rock. Immediately, Lu Ming switched to the back of his axe, and struck the rock. Crack crack, cracks appeared on the rock, like a spider web covering the entire rock. More and more cracks appeared, and finally, the entire rock cracked open. An incomparably intense fire heaven and earth concept spread out. A fiery red crystal lay quietly in the middle of the rock. It was sparkling, translucent, and extremely dazzling. A mid-grade fire attribute profound crystal, Lu Ming revealed an excited expression. Jin Yuan swept out, and this profound crystal flew into his hand. He then put it away in a jade box. This time's harvest is not bad, not bad. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. He was very satisfied. Now, let's find a place to condense the fire concept rune, and then return to Profound Heaven City to submit the mission. Lu Ming smiled faintly, and then swept his gaze over. With a wave of his hand, the power of thunder spread out, turning those motionless refined corpses into charcoal. Then, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left. A million miles away, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and sat down cross-legged. Beside him was the Enlightenment Ancient Tree's bud. During this period, the clear spring water in the jade box had decreased by a lot, and only a small layer was left. The Enlightenment Ancient Tree's bud was even more lustrous, and the aura it emitted was even more mysterious. As for the other branch, there was no movement. Lu Ming reckoned that the branch had most likely withered completely. It was impossible for it to live anymore. Moreover, there was a rumor that the same Enlightenment Ancient Tree could only exist in the world. It was impossible for two identical Enlightenment Ancient Trees to exist. This was the law of heaven and earth. Looks like I have to find some spiritual liquid after I go out. Otherwise, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree won't be able to grow. It'll be good if it doesn't wither. Lu Ming thought. Then, his hand moved, and the mid-grade fire attribute Profound Crystal appeared in his hand. A mid-grade Profound Crystal with the Enlightenment Ancient Tree should be able to condense successfully. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he squeezed hard. Gotcha, the mid-grade Profound Crystal exploded, and an extremely strong fire concept of heaven and earth filled the area. Lu Ming could even see dense strands of concept floating around him. Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and focused on comprehending. On the side, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree emitted a mysterious aura that pushed Lu Ming's state to its peak. His mind was empty, and his mind was clear. His comprehension speed was 10 times faster than usual. The faster he comprehended, the more intent threads he could absorb. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of fire intent had reached a limit. Condense. With a low shout, a strong intent of fire exploded from his body, making Lu Ming look like a burning man. In the next moment, the intent of fire converged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and started to condense crazily. At this moment, the lightning rune and wind rune in his sea of consciousness vibrated slightly, emitting a force that prevented Lu Ming from condensing the intent of fire rune. Nothing can stop me. Condense. Lu Ming roared. With the help of the mid-grade Profound Crystal and the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, the intent of fire rune started to condense in his sea of consciousness with an unstoppable force. After a while, an inch-long intent rune turned fiery red and sparkled, floating in his sea of consciousness. The intent of fire rune was formed. However, it didn't stop. The intent of heaven and earth contained within the mid-grade Profound Crystal was too dense and intense. The price of a medium-grade Profound Crystal was 1,000 times higher than that of a low-grade one. It was easy to see the difference between the two. At this moment, there were still many intent threads being absorbed by Lu Ming. The intent of fire rune in his sea of consciousness was slowly growing. 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, 2 inches. When the fire attribute mid-grade Profound Crystal was completely consumed, Lu Ming's intent of fire rune actually reached 2 inches in length. First level intent small success. Lu Ming had actually cultivated the concept of fire to the level of initial success in one go. This was all thanks to the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. If it were someone else, even if they had a mid-grade Profound Crystal, they wouldn't have such an effect. First level small success fire intent. Let's go see its effects. Lu Ming revealed a look of anticipation. After leaving the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming flew into the sky. Wang, as soon as the intent of fire was displayed, endless flames appeared in the sky and crazily gathered in Lu Ming's palm. A ball of fire appeared in Lu Ming's palm. It was so hot that it distorted the space around it. With a wave of his hand, the fireball flew out and exploded. Blazing flames engulfed everything within a radius of 10 li. It was as if a sun had exploded. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Now that the 3 intents have condensed into intent runes, how strong will the fusion of the 3 intents be? Thinking up to this point, Lu Ming's heart was burning. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in his hand, and piercing the spear, and piercing towards a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. The 3 intents, the intent of the spear, pierced the mountain. Lu Ming only heard a soft sound. Then, he saw that there was a big hole on the mountainside of the 10,000 feet mountain peak that was penetrating from the front to the back. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain was pierced through by Lu Ming's casual spear. Lu Ming didn't use any true yuan in this spear. It was purely based on intent. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming realized that the fusion of the 3 intents was terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming estimated that it was even stronger than cultivating a single intent to the first-level large success stage. It was close to the first-level perfection stage. In other words, the pure power of Lu Ming's current concept was already slightly stronger than that of an ordinary phenomenal king. It seems that the fusion of the 3 intents is indeed terrifying. If I'm not wrong, the fusion of 2 first-level entry intents is comparable to a first-level small success stage. And the fusion of 3 first-level entry intents is comparable to a first-level large success stage. As for me, I already have 2 intents at the first-level small success stage. If I fuse the 3 intents together, it will be comparable to a first-level small success stage. When my wind intent stage breaks through to the first-level small success stage, the fusion of the 3 intents will be comparable to a first-level small success stage. Lu Ming speculated in his mind. With the breakthrough of the fire intent stage, Lu Ming's battle strength had doubled. Now, Lu Ming was confident that he could kill a martial artist at the early stage of the 6th level of the martial king realm in one move without using the extreme move. Even if he was facing a peak 6th level martial king realm warrior, Lu Ming could easily defeat and kill him. Of course, those peerless geniuses who could fight above their level were another matter. Now, Lu Ming was not afraid of anyone below the king realm. Now, let's go back to Xianxia city. Whoosh, with a flash, he flew toward the exit of the scaled demon plane. Half a day later, Lu Ming returned to the high wall and walked toward the exit. 2 days later, Lu Ming returned to Xianxia city. Then, Lu Ming came to the 3rd area and walked into a huge mansion. Young master, do you want to rent a house? It costs 100 extreme spiritual crystals a day. An old man asked. I'll rent it for a month. Lu Ming nodded and took out 3,000 extreme spiritual crystals and gave them to the old man. Okay. With a smile on his face, the elder gave Lu Ming a jade token. Lu Ming took the jade badge and walked into the room according to the number on it. After closing the door, Lu Ming sat down with his legs crossed. As expected of a room that costs 100 extreme spiritual crystals. The intense stage of the heavens and earth is extremely strong. Lu Ming thought as he sensed the environment. He found that although the intense stage of the heavens and earth here was not as strong as the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the east, it was not too far off. Furthermore, the spiritual qi here was extremely rich, a few times richer than the East Sky Courtyard where he lived. Lu Ming exclaimed in his mind. The experts of the ancient times were indeed extraordinary. They were able to build a sacred place for cultivation in this city. How terrifying. Now, let's count them first. Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 100 storage rings appeared on the ground. They were all left behind by the geniuses of the Xing family and the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming was already quite experienced in counting the spoils of war and was very interested in it. He immediately counted them one by one. Top-grade spirit crystals, spirit grass and spirit flowers, weapon refining materials and spirit weapons, and cultivation method manuals were all placed in one piece. Also, there's a soul-sealing crystal. Finally, all the extreme spiritual crystals were counted. 66 million extreme spiritual crystals. A total of 66 million extreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air and was overjoyed. 66 million extreme spiritual crystals. Even a king in the greater success stage did not have so much wealth. It was probably comparable to the wealth of a pinnacle king. In addition, various materials, spiritual weapons, and spiritual grass were also worth a lot of extreme spiritual crystals. It was a pity that Lu Ming did not find a suitable long spear among the spirit weapons. Now, ordinary level 5 spears were no longer suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to find an upper level 5 spear to use first, but unfortunately, he did not have one. There were very few people who used spears. If I have time, I'll buy one. Lu Ming thought and then looked at the pile of soul-sealing crystals. There were more than 50 soul-sealing crystals here. They were Lu Ming's own. There were a total of 110 pieces, all of which were sealed with the souls of the Heavenly Corpse Guards. Among them, there were 55 pieces of LV1 Martial King Realm, 30 pieces of LV2 Martial King Realm, 19 pieces of LV3 Martial King Realm, 10 pieces of LV4 Martial King Realm, 3 pieces of LV5 Martial King Realm, 2 pieces of LV6 Martial King Realm, 2,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV1 Martial King Realm, 5,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV2 Martial King Realm, 10,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV3 Martial King Realm, 20,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV4 Martial King Realm, 50,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV5 Martial King Realm, 100,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals for LV6 Martial King Realm. In total, the soul-sealing crystals were worth 800,000 pieces of Supreme Spiritual Crystals. It was a big harvest, an absolutely big harvest. This time, Lu Ming's gains added up to more than 10 million Supreme-grade Spirit Crystals. This was a Supreme-grade Spiritual Crystal, not a low-grade one. This was not counting the Power Upanishad crystals. He was rich, he was rich. This time, Lu Ming was really rich. It's a pity that my comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth is not deep enough. Otherwise, with so many resources, my cultivation would be greatly improved. Lu Ming felt it was a pity. Next, I need to focus on comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth, the 3 skills of the Dragon God, and the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Lu Ming decided on the direction of his cultivation. The 9 dragon sky-stomping steps was a god-level martial skill with both offensive and movement power. Lu Ming would not slack off and would comprehend it when he had time. As for the 3 skills of the Dragon God, as Lu Ming's main offensive means, Lu Ming would not slack off. Now, I'd better go to the mission hall and hand in the mission. Lu Ming tidied up and walked to the mission hall. The mission hall was still crowded with people coming and going. Lu Ming found that most people came to the Scale Demon Plane. Lu Ming was about to walk to the counter for the Scale Demon Plane mission when a cold shout was heard. Lu Ming, it's you. Lu Ming was taken aback. He turned around and his eyes turned cold. 3 figures walked towards Lu Ming. The person leading the group was an old man. Xianxia was the Peak King who had gone to the Eastern Branch Palace. Behind Xianxia were 2 young men. One of them was Xing Wushuang, and the other looked to be in his late 20s. Lu Ming did not recognize him. The voice just now had come from Xing Wushuang. Lu Ming, you're still alive? When Xianxia saw Lu Ming, there was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Xianxia knew that Xingyu and the others wanted to kill Lu Ming in the Scaled Demon Plane. Originally, he thought that Lu Ming was already dead by now. Now, Lu Ming actually appeared in front of him lively and lively. One could imagine the shock in his heart. Could it be that this little bastard didn't go to the Scaled Demon Plane? Or maybe Xingyu and the others didn't find him. Xingyao's mind spun rapidly. As for Xingyu and the others being killed by Lu Ming, he did not even think about it because it was impossible. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he looked at Xingyao and sneered. As an elder of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace, you're actually looking forward to my death. Haha, what a joke. Unfortunately, I've disappointed you. Lu Ming's voice spread far and wide, attracting the attention of a group of people. How dare you? Kid, what's with your attitude? How dare you speak to Elder Xingyao like that? You're being disrespectful. Behind Xingyao, the unfamiliar young man shouted with an arrogant look on his face. Disrespectful? Respect my ass. This old man wants me dead the moment he sees me. Why should I respect him? Are you King crazy? Lu Ming scolded loudly and looked at the young man from the corner of his eyes. The young man was so angry that he was trembling all over. How dare you? Xianxia shouted. His expression was extremely ugly. If this wasn't a public place, he would have slapped Lu Ming to death. However, there were so many people here. With his identity, what he said just now was indeed inappropriate. Since Lu Ming was holding on tightly, he could not find a reason to attack. Lu Ming sneered and ignored them. He walked toward the mission counter. Whoosh! At this moment, the young man behind Xianxia caught up with Lu Ming and appeared in front of the mission counter before Lu Ming. He then looked at Lu Ming with a mocking expression and said, "Kid, so you're also here to submit the mission of the Scaled Demon Plane." Haha, what a coincidence. I entered the Scaled Demon Plane some time ago and am here to submit the mission. Having said that, he looked at Lu Ming contemptuously and continued, "It's not that I want to say this, but this mission is totally suitable for a rookie from the East like you. In my opinion, you're already very lucky to be able to seal the souls of 1 or 2 first-level Martial King zombie guards. Which eye of yours saw that I've only sealed 1 or 2 souls of first-layer Martial King zombie guards?" Lu Ming looked at the young man in amusement. "Oh, not just 1 or 2? 2 or 3? Ha ha ha." The young man laughed contemptuously. "Who is that? Look at his attitude, Xianxia is going to humiliate him." "That's right. This kid is quite bold. He dares to talk to Elder Xianxia like that. It's normal for Xianxia to take the opportunity to humiliate him. But I see that he's quite calm. Maybe he has something? What kind of thing is he? He's just pretending." Around them, some people saw that there was something interesting to watch and gathered around, whispering. Lu Ming also heard that the young man was called Xianxia. On the side, Xingyao and Xing Wushuang looked at Lu Ming with a cold smile. Although they could not kill Lu Ming, it was good to see Lu Ming make a fool of himself. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia indifferently and said slowly, "Since you've said so, you must have gained a lot." "So, but more than you. There's no doubt about it." Xianxia sneered. "Oh? If that's the case, hand in the task first and let me see." Lu Ming said indifferently. "All right. I'll let you see." Xianxia smiled proudly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a pile of soul-sealing crystals appeared on the counter. Each soul-sealing crystal was covered with a layer of faint black light. At a glance, one could tell that all of them were sealed with souls. So many, there are more than 20 of them. More than 20 of them means that more than 20 zombie guards have died in Xianxuan's hands. How terrifying. It seems that Xianxuan's cultivation has improved again. As soon as Xianxuan took out the soul-sealing crystals, the crowd burst into discussions. "Check them for me," Xianxuan said proudly to an old man on the counter. On the mission counter, the old man picked up the soul-sealing crystals and carefully examined them one by one. A moment later, he finished checking them all. There are a total of 21 soul-sealing crystals, all of which are sealed with the souls of the zombie guards. Among them, 13 are first-layer Martial King Realm, 5 are second-layer Martial King Realm, 2 are third-layer Martial King Realm, and 1 is fourth-layer Martial King Realm. The old man announced. "What? There's even a fourth-layer Martial King Lesser Success King? Even a Lesser Success King zombie guard was killed by Xianxuan, how terrifying." Zombie guards are hard to kill, but Xianxuan managed to kill them with the help of the refined corpse. His cultivation should have reached the 5th-layer Martial King realm. Normally, a 4th-layer Martial King zombie guard would have 2 or 3 4th-layer Martial King corpses protecting him at all times. It would be impossible to kill a 4th-layer Martial King zombie guard unless he was caught off guard and launched a sneak attack. However, it would not be easy to launch a sneak attack as zombie guards would spend most of their time hiding in their coffins. Also, it was the suppression of strength. He could kill the other party with his overwhelming strength. Xianxuan's face was filled with pride. A total of 91,000 supreme spiritual crystals. "Here are the spiritual crystals, please count them." The old man on the counter took out a jade box and handed it to Xianxuan. The surrounding people were even more envious. 90,000 extreme-grade spirit crystals was definitely a huge amount for a low-level king warrior. It was only a mission, but he could actually earn 90,000 extreme-grade spirit crystals. How frightening. No need to count. Xingchuan was very generous. He took the jade box and kept it in his storage ring. Immediately after, he looked at Lu Ming proudly and said loudly, "Did you see that? This is my reward. I have sealed the souls of 21 zombie guards. Actually, this is not considered a lot. I believe that I will definitely have a bigger reward next time. However, to you, this is an unattainable height." Xingchuan looked at Lu Ming with contempt. Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang looked at Lu Ming with sneers. They were very happy to see Lu Ming being humiliated in front of everyone. "You have the nerve to take out such a small amount to make a fool of yourself? Get out of the way and let me do it." Lu Ming looked calm. He glanced at Xingchuan and said indifferently. The disdain in his tone was very obvious. What did you say? I made a fool of myself? Damn it, can you take out more soul-sealing crystals? Xingchuan's eyes were burning with anger as he shouted. The surrounding people looked at Lu Ming curiously. What made Lu Ming so confident? Could it be that Lu Ming's reward was bigger than Xingchuan's? Take it out, quickly take it out. If you can't take it out today, I will make you swallow your words. Crash, Xingchuan was originally shouting angrily, but in the next moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter clattered, causing Xingchuan's shouts to abruptly stop. Xingchuan's eyes were as big as copper bells. He stared at the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter, his lips trembling. Around him, the other onlookers were the same. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they stared at the pile of soul-sealing crystals on the counter in disbelief. Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang had the same expression on their faces. It's fake, it's definitely fake. Lu Ming, the soul sealed inside is definitely not the soul of a corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming, did you take the soul of a demonic beast or hunt an ordinary warrior and seal their soul to cheat a reward? How dare you? Lu Ming, you've committed a heinous crime. You should be executed. At this moment, Xingchuan finally reacted. He pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. He directly pinned the crime of killing ordinary warriors on Lu Ming's head. Around them, the way the onlookers looked at Lu Ming changed. Some of them believed Xingchuan's words. After all, the pile of soul-sealing crystals Lu Ming took out was too much. There were at least 100 of them. How could Lu Ming kill more than 100 zombie guards? How was that possible? Idiot. Lu Ming said indifferently. The way he looked at Xingchuan was as if he was looking at an idiot. This made Xingchuan's chest swell with pain. He almost vomited blood. What did you say? What did you say? Xingchuan roared. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. He didn't even bother to look at him. He turned to the old man on the counter and said, "Senior, please check it for me so that I won't be wronged." All right. The old man on the counter picked up the soul-sealing jade tokens and checked them one by one. At the scene, everyone's eyes turned to look at the old man. Especially Xingchuan, who was hoping that the old man would say that Lu Ming's soul-sealing crystals were fake. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. The old man checked the tokens one by one in a serious manner. Gradually, the old man's face was filled with astonishment. The more he checked, the greater the astonishment on his face. It took the old man half an hour to finish checking all of Lu Ming's soul-sealing crystals. Everyone stared at the old man, waiting for his answer. A total of 110 of them, all sealed with the souls of the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. That's right. The old man said. Gasp, the crowd burst into an uproar after hearing the old man's words. All sealed with the souls of the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. How is that possible? What is this Lu Ming's cultivation? It's unbelievable that he could kill so many zombie guards. I heard that this Lu Ming came from the east. When he entered the city, he had a conflict with Xingjiang of the Xing clan. I heard that his cultivation is second-layer martial emperor realm. Second-layer martial emperor realm? Are you kidding me? For a second-layer martial king to be able to kill so many zombie guards and seal so many zombie guards' souls, how could he kill so many zombie guards unless his luck was heaven-defying, and all the zombie guards he encountered along the way were first-layer martial king, and they were all alone, otherwise, how could he kill so many zombie guards? The crowd burst into discussions in disbelief. Even Xingchuan stared with his eyes wide open, filled with astonishment. 110 soul-sealing crystals, all sealed with the souls of the zombie guards. Even if they were all first-layer Martial Emperor realm cultivators, the reward would still be more than what he had received. At this moment, the old man on the counter announced again. A total of 110 crystals, all sealed with the souls of the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. 55 of them are from the first-layer Martial Emperor realm, 30 from the second-layer Martial Emperor realm, 19 from the third-layer Martial Emperor realm, 10 from the fourth-layer Martial Emperor realm, 3 from the fifth-layer Martial Emperor realm, and 2 from the sixth-layer Martial Emperor realm. In total, the reward is 880,000 spiritual crystals. The old man's eyes were filled with astonishment. It was the first time someone had received so many rewards since the mission was announced. Silence, the place fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Lu Ming with their eyes and mouths wide open. 880,000 spiritual crystals. There were even 10 fourth-layer Martial Emperor realm crystals, 3 fifth-layer Martial Emperor realm crystals, and 2 sixth-layer Martial Emperor realm crystals. How was this possible? They thought they were dreaming. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Xingchuan was completely stunned. His body kept trembling as he mumbled to himself. He could not believe what he was seeing. Impossible? I've been working in the mission hall for 300 years and I've never made a mistake. Are you doubting me? The old man on the counter stared at him. The old man's words awakened the crowd. Oh my God, what did I just see? 880,000 spiritual crystals. That's terrifying. 15 of the lesser Martial Emperor realm crystals. How did he do it? The fourth-layer Martial Emperor realm crystal Xingchuan got is trash compared to it. The crowd burst into an uproar as they discussed among themselves. Xingchuan's face reddened as he felt extremely ashamed. He could not wait to dig a hole and hide himself. He had only sealed the soul of a fourth-level Martial King zombie guard, but he was already so proud of himself. Compared to Lu Ming, there was a world of difference. There was no way to compare them at all. There was no way to know how many levels they were inferior. Earlier on, Lu Ming was right when he said that he was a disgrace. How is this possible? How is it possible for this kid to be able to seal a fifth-layer and sixth-layer Martial Emperor realm zombie guard? Xingchuan was utterly confused. How dare you, Lu Ming? What punishment do you deserve? At that instant, Xianxia suddenly uttered a roar, causing the entire place to tremble. The crowd immediately gathered their attention onto Xianxia's figure, their eyes filled with doubts. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he glanced at Xianxia and calmly said, "What crime have I committed?" "What crime? You might be able to fool the others, but can you fool me? Lu Ming, with your cultivation, how could you kill fourth-layer, fifth-layer, and sixth-layer Martial Emperor realm zombie guards? How is that possible? If you have the ability, tell me, how did you kill him?" Xianxia said in a cold tone. "Hehe, I don't think I need to explain how I did it to you. Besides, I don't think the Dtion Divine Guards are required to tell me how they completed their missions." Lu Ming calmly said. "Haha, still trying to deny it. Lu Ming, with your cultivation, it's impossible for you to kill so many zombie guards. There's only one possibility, which is that these soul-sealing crystals belong to someone else, another Dtion Divine Guard. You've used some despicable method to kill the other Dtion Divine Guards and steal their soul-sealing crystals. How dare you say you're not guilty of such a serious crime? You deserve to die." Xianxia snapped. The crowd was startled as they fell into deep thoughts. They agreed with Xingyao's words, as this was the only possibility that could explain how Lu Ming had obtained so many soul-sealing crystals. "Lu Ming, how dare you commit such a heinous crime? You deserve to die." Seizing the opportunity, Xingchuan shouted. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he asked coldly, "Where's the evidence?" "Evidence? There's no need for evidence. This is the truth." "Damn it!" Xianxia shouted. "Ha ha ha ha." Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Xianxia, is this how you become an elder of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Everything is just your wild speculation, and you want to convict me of a great crime? What a joke. Based on what you've said, you can convict anyone you don't like in the future? Laughable, extremely laughable. Alright then, I'll say that you bullied the Dtian divine guards outside the Xing clan, bullied the weak, and snatched ordinary women. Xingyao, how should you be punished? Lu Ming's voice reverberated throughout the arena, his imposing manner imposing. Audacious little bastard, you dare to slander me and slander me. Xingyao roared. Haha, what slander? That's the truth. Hurry up and kneel down and admit your guilt. Lu Ming sneered. You're courting death, little bastard. I'll cripple you now. A terrifying aura erupted from Xingyao's body. His eyes were fierce, as if he was about to devour someone. Xingyao, apart from the Xing clan, are you going to kill the other Dtian divine guards if they don't listen to you? Does the Xing clan want to get rid of the other Dtian divine guards and dominate the Tianqian region? Are you looking down on Martial Emperor Di? Lu Ming circulated his true origin and was ready to escape. However, he was shouting and accusing Xingyao. Little bastard, you dare to slander me? Xingyao roared, but he did not make a move. Tianqian City was not like the Eastern Branch Palace. In the Eastern Branch Palace, even if he killed Lu Ming, it would be fine. However, in Tianqian City, there was not only the Xing clan, but also the Mu clan. The Xing clan and the Mu clan seemed to be on good terms, but they were competitors in secret. Xingyao had quite a number of enemies. Not to mention the Mu family, even within the Xing family, Xingyao had enemies. If he did something out of line and was caught by his enemies, then his days would not be easy. Therefore, if he were to take action against Lu Ming in public without any concrete evidence, he was afraid that his opponent would really have something on him and use it to attack him. For a moment, his face turned red, but he did not make a move. He was hesitant. Damn it, this little bastard. I'll find a chance to kill him. Xingyao roared in his heart. Lu Ming, how dare you be so rude to Elder Xingyao? Kneel down and admit your mistake. At this moment, Xingchuan jumped out and shouted. Haha. Lu Ming only responded with a sneer. Xingchuan gritted his teeth and shouted, Lu Ming, I think Elder Xingyao has a point. Did you secretly kill the other Empyrean divine guards and steal their soul-sealing crystals? How about this, I'll challenge you now. If you can defeat me, I'll admit your strength and prove that you have the ability to obtain those soul-sealing crystals. Xingchuan shouted. His eyes kept rolling as he thought of a vicious idea. Xingyao's eyes lit up. He looked at Xingchuan with admiration. He wondered if he had lost his mind from anger or if this kid was smart. In this way, if Lu Ming still did not accept the challenge, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. They could then use this as a reason to investigate Lu Ming. If Lu Ming accepted the challenge and lost to Xingchuan, needless to say, the accusation would be confirmed. As for Lu Ming defeating Xingchuan, was it possible? Lu Ming had just arrived in Tianqian City and was only a second-layer martial king. How could he be a match for Xingchuan in such a short time? Xingchuan had already reached mid-fifth-layer martial king. This was a vicious move. Xingchuan was overjoyed after seeing Xingyao's admiring gaze. He secretly praised himself for being smart enough to come up with such a plan. If he could settle this matter today, Xingyao would surely put him in an important position in the future. Are you really going to challenge me? Lu Ming wore a strange expression as he glanced at Xingchuan with an indifferent smile. Nonsense, don't you have ears? Come on, do you dare to accept the challenge? If you don't, then your strength is questionable. Xingchuan let out a hollow laugh. Oh? If that's the case, I'll accept your challenge. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly as he said. As soon as these words were spoken, another round of intense discussion broke out in the audience. Lu Ming accepted the challenge. He accepted Xingchuan's challenge. How unwise. What do you mean unwise? It's impossible for him to back down now. How is he going to explain himself by taking out so many soul-sealing crystals? That's right. He can only blame himself for being too high-profile just now. He didn't know how to endure. If he had endured just now, at most he would have lost a little face. Then, he would have secretly turned in the mission later and nothing would have happened. If it were me, I would definitely have done that. That's right, I agree. He accepted the challenge? Xingchuan's eyes flickered with joy. Lu Ming accepted his challenge. Great. Hee hee. Xingyao let out a hollow laugh. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape this time around. Xing Wuxuan's eyes flickered with a vicious look. Come, let's battle on the Divine Guard battle platform. What's the hurry? I haven't received my reward yet. Lu Ming said indifferently and looked at the old man on the counter. The old man took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. There are 880,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals here. You can count them. There's no need to count them. Lu Ming smiled. The storage ring flashed and all the supreme-grade spiritual crystals were transferred to Lu Ming's storage ring. Lu Ming then returned the storage ring to the old man. Hee hee, now that you've received your reward, won't you have to spit it out later? Xing Chuan sneered. Is that so? Don't cry later. Lu Ming curled his lips. Lu Ming then stepped forward and walked towards the Divine Guard battle platform. There was a Divine Guard battle platform in all the branches of the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace. Let's go and take a look. The people in the mission hall swarmed towards the Divine Guard battle platform. There were about 500 to 600 people. Some of them had even used voice transmission talismans to ask their friends and family to go to the Divine Guard battle platform. 500 to 600 people walking on the street naturally caused a commotion. Many people were curious and asked around. After hearing the whole story, they followed the crowd to the Divine Guard battle platform. The number of people increased rapidly and soon, there were a few thousand people. Lu Ming walked to the front of the crowd. When he arrived at the Divine Guard battle platform, he was stunned because the Divine Guard battle platform was already surrounded by people. It seemed like some people had received the news and rushed to the Divine Guard battle platform. There are so many young experts from the Xing family here. Isn't that so? It's no wonder. Not many people dare to offend the Xing family. It's normal for the geniuses of the Xing family to come and take a look. I hope that Lu Ming can withstand a few more moves and not die so quickly. Otherwise, I would have come all the way here for nothing. That's right. Whispers could be heard all around. The smile on Lu Ming's face deepened. Whoosh, arriving at the edge of the battle stage, Xing Chuan leaped over 100 meters with a single step and leaped onto the stage. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, come up quickly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and walked up the stairs of the Divine Guard battle platform step by step. Arriving at the Divine Guard battle platform, Huang Xiaolong and Xing Chuan stood opposite each other. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't think that you would actually dare to accept my challenge. I really don't know where you got your guts from. 3 moves, I will defeat you in 3 moves. Xing Chuan smiled disdainfully. 3 moves? Xing Chuan, you have the nerve to say that. If it were me, I would have defeated him in 2 moves. No, 1 move is enough. 1 move is enough to beat him into a pig's head. Believe it or not, Xing Chuan, it would be too embarrassing if you really defeated him in 3 moves. Xing Chuan, this brat is too arrogant. I heard that he has repeatedly challenged the authority of the Xing family. Today, you must cripple him and let him know the consequences of offending the Xing family. That's right, cripple him. At the edge of the battle stage, some of the Xing family's young geniuses shouted. Their voices were filled with indifference and arrogance as if Lu Ming was a pitiful bug that could be crushed at will. The smile on Xing Chuan's face deepened. He looked at Lu Ming with contempt and said, Lu Ming, did you hear that? This is the consequence of offending the Xing family. Consequence? Just relying on your Xing family's glib tongue? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, you'll be crying later. Xing Chuan's eyes turned cold. How about this, a direct battle is too boring. Let's make a bet. What do you think? Lu Ming suddenly said. He still remembered that he had made a fortune from the previous battle with Shui Chao. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Bet? What do you want to bet? Xing Chuan's eyes lit up. Let's bet 20 profound crystals. If I lose, I'll give you 20 earth profound crystals. If you lose, you'll give me 20 wind profound crystals. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled. Earth element profound crystal? You have them? Xing Chuan's eyes lit up. He had comprehended the earth concept. Lu Ming smiled. With a wave of his hand, 20 earth-profound crystals appeared in the air, emitting a strong earth concept. These earth-profound crystals were obtained from the Scaled Demon tribe in the Scaled Demon Plain with Han and the others. Lu Ming also had a mid-grade earth-profound crystal. Later, when Han and the others were killed by Lu Ming, those profound crystals naturally fell into Lu Ming's pocket. They're really earth-profound crystals. Xingchuan's eyes emitted a blazing light. Where's your wind-profound crystal? Take it out. Lu Ming said. Humph, Lu Ming, are you afraid that I'll go back on my word? Xingchuan snorted coldly. I'm afraid that you'll go back on your word. Lu Ming said. You, Xingchuan gritted his teeth. But where could he find so many wind-profound crystals? Xingchuan, I have a few wind-profound crystals. I'll lend them to you first. I have a few too. The young man of the sacred family standing next to him spoke up, taking out several Upanishad crystals of wind class. Xingchuan was overjoyed. He took them one by one and said loudly, Brothers, I'll borrow these profound crystals first. I'll return them to you later. From his tone, it was as if he could win. Hurry up and cripple that kid. I still need to go back and cultivate. The other Xing family youths said. Don't worry, it'll be quick. Xingchuan took the profound crystals and returned to the opposite side of Lu Ming, saying, 20 profound crystals. Not one less. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Right now, what he desired the most was wind profound crystals. However, 20 profound crystals are a bit too little. Lu Ming looked at the Xing family youths and his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Boom! At this moment, Xingchuan put away the wind profound crystals and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The aura of a mid-fifth level martial king. Lu Ming, lose! Xingchuan shouted. Boom! He punched out and a huge mountain appeared in the sky. It was a few hundred feet tall and pressed down on Lu Ming. The aura was extremely majestic. Compared to this huge mountain, Lu Ming's body seemed extremely small. Is this first-level lesser success earth concept? So powerful. Many low-level kings and even martial artists below the king realm were amazed. Break! Lu Ming let out a long howl. A ray of spear gleam shot up into the sky and collided with the mountain. Boom! The spear light and the mountain collided. After a while, there was a loud explosion. The mountain exploded and the spear light disappeared. Bang! Bang! Xingchuan and Lu Ming both took 7 or 8 steps back. The difference was that there was a strange smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. On the other hand, Xingchuan's expression changed drastically. Damn it! Xingchuan roared. He was humiliated that he was forced back by Lu Ming. It's a tie. It's a tie. Lu Ming can withstand Xingchuan's attack. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. No wonder he dares to fight with Xingchuan. Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang were also dumbfounded. This little bastard is too terrifying. How long has it been? He's already grown to this level. Damn it, damn it. Xing Yao roared in his heart. Xing Wushuang's eyes almost popped out as a look of horror flashed across his eyes. Xingchuan didn't use his full strength just now. Lu Ming can't possibly be his opponent. Xing Yao took a deep breath and said coldly. Many people nodded when they heard this. Xingchuan was probably just testing the waters earlier. As for Lu Ming, he had most likely exerted his full strength. Lu Ming, I only used 50% of my strength just now. Now, take this. 1,000 Mountain Heavenly Fist. Xingchuan roared as his bloodline erupted. There was no doubt that it was the 6th level king bloodline. At the same time, he continuously punched out with both fists. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the vast fist shadows turned into tall mountains. The mountain peaks were stacked upon one another, as if there really were 1,000 of them. Suppress him! Xingchuan roared as the mountains in the sky crashed down on Lu Ming. It's a pity that I haven't cultivated it to perfection. How much strength should I use? 1 floor or half a floor? Lu Ming was a little conflicted. He had a plan in mind. He wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He was afraid that he would scare the big fish away if he showed too much strength. Forget it, I'll use 10% of my strength first. Buzz, Lu Ming held the long spear and blasted it out. Ah, break for me, break for me. Lu Ming deliberately shouted at the top of his lungs. He had only used 10% of his strength, but he pretended that he had used 12% of his strength. The veins on his face bulged as he roared with all his strength. Boom, Lu Ming destroyed a mountain peak that came crashing down. However, the second mountain peak came crashing down. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear and the mountain peak continued to collapse. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, let's see how many mountains you can destroy. Xianxia laughed and punched out continuously. The mountains in the sky continued to press down. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand. The spear light soared into the sky and became 1,000 meters long, constantly destroying the mountains. Boom! Boom! Between heaven and earth, rumbling sounds rang out unceasingly. Fortunately, the Divine Guard battle platform was wide enough for them to fight. Soon, dozens of moves had passed. Lu Ming had smashed dozens of mountains in succession, and then rushed towards the holy river. Bang! Bang! Every time Lu Ming stepped on the fighting ring, there would be a roaring sound. Sizzle! Lightning flashed in Lu Ming's hand as a powerful force of lightning burst out. Lesser Completion King. Lu Ming, that little bastard, has actually reached the Lesser Completion King realm. His battle strength is so strong that he can actually fight against Xianxia. He can't be left alive. This little bastard can't be left alive. Xianxia roared in his heart. He clearly sensed that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early 4th layer martial emperor realm. This shocked him greatly. Thunderbolt. In the fighting ring, Lu Ming roared. With a thrust of his spear, the sky was filled with lightning, and the mountains were destroyed one after another. This move was not a martial technique at all. It was Lu Ming's roar. If he used a martial technique like the 3 skills of the dragon god, he was afraid that Xianxia would be killed instantly. Therefore, he could only use a random move and call out a loud name. Damn it, it's not easy to pretend to be weak. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. However, Xianxia was so shocked that he gasped. He shouted and covered his body with black stones to block the lightning attack. Sizzle, as the lightning swept over, the stones continued to collapse. How could this be? Xianxia is actually at a disadvantage? Nest, that kid is actually so strong? Is Xianxia going to lose? There was another round of intense discussion all around. Damn it, damn it. Xianxia roared again and again, trying his best to fight against Lu Ming. However, Xianxia was already at a disadvantage, and he was slowly being suppressed by Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Xianxia was hit by Lu Ming's spear. He screamed and his body flew far away. He fell heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh, Lu Ming rushed up and stepped on Xianxuan's face, pressing him firmly on the fighting ring. Ah! Ah! Xianxuan struggled madly and roared, trying to break free. However, with Lu Ming stepping on his face, he couldn't break free at all. He was about to go crazy. It's over. Xianxuan knew that he was finished. His face was stepped on by Lu Ming in public. From now on, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the Xing family. His future was also ruined. Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Xianxuan roared madly. Slap, Lu Ming's response was a slap. The slap directly on Xianxuan's face stopped Xianxuan's scream abruptly. He was dumbfounded. How dare you, little bastard? How dare you slap the face of the Xing family's hero? You're courting death. Move your stinky foot away now. I want you to die without a burial place. The surrounding Xing family's youths roared. As for Xingyao, he was so angry that his eyes were burning. What are you shouting for? A bunch of bastards. This is the Divine Guard battle ring. It's good that I didn't kill him. What's wrong with stepping on his foot? Lu Ming scanned the surroundings and hollered loudly, looking arrogant and haughty. This made the surrounding Xing family's youths so angry that they almost vomited blood. Ah, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. A Xing family's youth roared. Lu Ming ignored them and looked at Xianxia again. Now, you've lost. Hand over the 20 wind attribute esoteric crystals. Little bastard, you still want esoteric crystals? Dream on. Xianxia roared. Are you trying to cheat? Hand it over quickly. Lu Ming shouted. I'm not going to hand it over. What can you do about it? You still want esoteric crystals? Dream on. Xianxia laughed. Lu Ming pointed at Xianxia and gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha, seeing Lu Ming's expression, Xianxia laughed heartily. But in the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. Lu Ming bent down slowly and took off the storage ring on Xianxuan's finger. You. What are you doing? Give me back my storage ring. Xianxuan screamed. Give it back to you? I'm just using my winnings as a bet. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Give it back to me. 20 esoteric crystals. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Xianxuan yelled. This storage ring was his entire fortune. It's too late now. Lu Ming's finger glowed as he kept Xianxuan's storage ring. You. You cheated. You cheated. Xianxuan shouted. I cheated? Weren't you the one who cheated first? All right, trash. Get down. Lu Ming got up and gave a kick. Xianxuan screamed miserably. Like a broken sack, he was sent flying by Lu Ming's kick. He slid across a distance of 7 to 8 miles and fell off the Divine Guard battle platform. His screams resounded throughout the place. Little bastard, how dare you? You're courting death. Hand over your storage ring and kneel down to admit your mistake. I'll spare your life. After all, Xianxuan was also a genius of the Xing family. Now that he had been beaten up so badly, they felt humiliated. Xing Yao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He really wanted to rush up and slap Lu Ming to death. However, this was the Divine Guard battle platform. As an elder, he did not dare to make a move. There were some rules that even the Xing family did not dare to break. The Xing family was the overlord of the Xianxia domain, but they were like ants in front of the entire Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. A bunch of bastards. What are you arguing about? Lu Ming looked at the young men of the Xing family and scolded them. His attitude was as arrogant as it could get. Damn it, the young men of the Xing family were so angry that their eyes turned red. As the young men of the Xing family, they were usually high and mighty. In the Xianxia domain, they were the overlords. Even if they went to some high-tier empires, the old ancestors and emperors of those empires would have to be respectful in front of them. Since when did anyone dare to scold them, who dared to call them bastards in front of so many people? They were about to lose control of their killing intent. Ah, I can't take it anymore. Little bastard, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? A young man of the Xing family roared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He immediately looked at the young man and said, You want to challenge me? Do you have wind elemental profound crystals? If not, don't bother me. Lu Ming waved his hand impatiently. Wind elemental profound crystals? I'll borrow them. The young man gritted his teeth and borrowed from the people around him. Many people had to give face to the young men of the Xing family. Soon, he had borrowed 20 wind elemental profound crystals. Now, 20 wind elemental profound crystals are here. Do you dare to accept my challenge? The young man shouted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and the smile on his face became wider. He said, Oh? All right then, I agree to fight you. His words caused an uproar. Lu Ming actually accepted Xing Fei's challenge? Haha, he's finished. He probably doesn't know Xing Fei's cultivation level. Xing Fei has already reached the early 6th layer of the martial king realm. Xianxuan is nothing in front of Xing Fei. That's right. Lu Ming's battle prowess is only slightly higher than Xianxuan's. He's dead for sure. He'll have to spit out everything he just took. Ha ha ha, Xing Fei was overjoyed when he heard Lu Ming's reply. In a flicker, he flew towards the Divine Guard battle platform. Even within the restricted airspace of Tianxian City, it still appeared very graceful. Xing Fei stepped onto the battle platform and quickly appeared in front of Lu Ming, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. Haha, Lu Ming, you shouldn't have accepted my challenge. It's too late for regrets now. Xing Fei laughed. Just now, Xing Chuan was just as arrogant. In the end, didn't he cry for his parents? Lu Ming curled his lips. Below the battle stage, Xing Chuan, who was healing himself, almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who cried for their parents? He was just roaring, not crying for his parents. Lu Ming was just talking nonsense. If his words were spread, he would be even more embarrassed. Don't compare that trash Xing Chuan with me. Xing Fei sneered. In my eyes, you're all trash. Lu Ming said indifferently. Below the battle stage, Xing Chuan was already trembling. He roared in his heart, if you want to fight, then fight. Don't involve me. I'm already miserable enough. You're courting death. Xing Fei roared, his killing intent incomparably cold. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Early stage 6th Martial King Realm. At the same time, a powerful wind essence filled the air. It was as if a strong wind was blowing between heaven and earth. The aura was several times stronger than Xing Chuan's. Xing Fei has comprehended the wind essence. His attacks are as fast as lightning, and his attacks are like a storm. He's invincible. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, I reckon he won't be able to withstand 10 moves. 10 moves? It'll be good if he can withstand 3 moves. I reckon Lu Ming is regretting it now. He probably didn't expect Xing Fei to be so powerful. Around them, many people were discussing and expressing their opinions. Clang, a slender long sword appeared in Xing Fei's hand. Go to hell. Xing Fei moved his body and started to attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, countless sword chi burst out from Xing Fei's hand, enveloping the whole area and sweeping toward Lu Ming. That was too fast. Lu Ming is doomed. Many people thought. But in the next moment, Lu Ming moved. His body kept flickering, shuttling back and forth in the sky full of sword chi, trying his best to avoid it. Although it was very dangerous, Lu Ming avoided it one by one. Many people were dumbfounded. Nest, I know. Lu Ming has also comprehended the wind essence, so he can avoid it. No way. I saw that his thunder essence has already reached lower level 1. Could it be that he has also comprehended the wind essence and condensed essence runes? That's terrifying. Lu Ming emitted the wind essence and sensed the changes in the wind around him. Although his wind essence was not as profound as Xing Fei's, it was enough to avoid the sword chi. Humph, then I'll defeat you with my strength. Xing Fei shouted coldly, and the sword chi in the sky disappeared instantly. Whoosh, the sword chi in the sky seemed to condense into one, turning into a sparkling blue sword chi. It instantly pierced through the void and stabbed toward Lu Ming. He wanted to crush Lu Ming with his powerful cultivation of LV6 Martial King Realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he stabbed out with his spear. Clang, the tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Suddenly, sword chi and spear radiance burst out in all directions. Xing Fei's body trembled, and his expression changed drastically. Bang 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 bang, he took a dozen steps back. Of course. Lu Ming also took a dozen steps back symbolically. In the eyes of outsiders, they were evenly matched. Whoosh, the crowd was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually blocked Xing Fei's attack. How was that possible? What was going on? Wasn't Lu Ming only slightly stronger than Xing Chuan just now? How could he block Xing Fei's attack now? Hiding his strength. Lu Ming definitely hid his strength just now. Someone yelled. Everyone came to a realization. That was right, that was the only possibility. Lu Ming had actually hidden his strength. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to lure Xing Fei down to earn ultimacy crystals? Some quick-witted people had already thought of this point, and they could not help but be dumbfounded. Lu Ming was too bold to use such a method to earn ultimacy crystals from the Xing family's heroes. Among the crowd, Xing Yao and Xing Wushuang were the most shocked. Because a few months ago, Lu Ming was far from being this strong in the Eastern Branch Palace. How long had it been since then? He was simply a monster. Xing Wushuang, in particular, was almost scared to death. When Lu Ming first joined the Empyrean Divine Guards, he was not even a half-step king. At that time, he could completely crush Lu Ming with his strength. But now? He was not even worthy of carrying Lu Ming's shoes. How could this be? How could this be? Is this all you've got? It's nothing much? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and smiled faintly. Die! Xianxia roared. He suppressed the shock in his heart and charged at Lu Ming. Holding a long spear, Lu Ming dashed forward and engaged in a fierce battle with Xianxia. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched and the battle was extremely intense. Then, just like the battle with Xingchuan, Lu Ming slowly gained the upper hand after dozens of moves. After dozens of moves, Lu Ming defeated Xianxia with much difficulty, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lu Ming won again. You've lost. Hand over the ultimacy crystals. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia indifferently. Xianxia roared in his heart. He really didn't want to hand them over. But when he thought of Xingchuan's fate, he shuddered and could only grit his teeth and hand over 20 ultimacy crystals. Lu Ming put them away happily and didn't forget to mutter, "What Xing family's heroes? They're all trash." Of course, he didn't lower his voice and spread it far and wide. Immediately, the Xing family's people burst into an uproar. This bastard is too arrogant. Die, I want him dead. Damn it, someone kill him. Some of the Xing family's young heroes roared in anger. Even some of the older generation's people were so angry that their eyes turned red. But for a moment, no one came out to challenge Lu Ming. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strange. When he fought with Xingchuan, he seemed to be only slightly stronger than Xingchuan. But later on, when he fought with Xianxia, his combat strength increased rapidly and became slightly stronger than Xianxia. They couldn't tell if Lu Ming was still hiding his strength. Now, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable in their hearts. It turns out that the so-called Xing family's heroes are just cowards. Lu Ming sneered. Bastard, what did you say? Say it again. The Xing family's heroes were enraged. Isn't that so? If you don't want to challenge me, then fine, I'll challenge you now. Lu Ming pointed his long spear in the direction of the Xing family's youths. His battle intent soared to the skies as he shouted, "Now, I challenge all of you. All of you, come at me together. Come at me together." These short words were like a storm that engulfed the entire place. The battle platform was in an uproar. Lu Ming had actually taken the initiative to issue a challenge, and had even challenged all of the Sacred Clan's heroes present. Crazy, he was crazy. There were at least 100 young geniuses from the Saint family present. There were also more than 20 kings at or above the initial stage. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all of the Xing family's youths by himself. This was an insult, a naked insult. He was looking down on the many heroes of the Saint clan. Damn it, this brat deserves to die. Arrogant and ignorant. I'm going to kill him. The heroes of the Saint family roared furiously. What? Do you only know how to shout? Are you afraid to go on stage? Lu Ming continued to point his long spear at the youths, provoking them. His eyes revealed a trace of madness. The reason why Lu Ming repeatedly provoked the Xing family today was to establish his power. That's right, establish his power. Ever since he came to Tianqian City, he had been provoked by the Xing family. Wherever he went, there would be people from the Xing family provoking him. Lu Ming was annoyed. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. He would establish his power and display his powerful battle strength to intimidate the Xing family. This way, the Xing family would calm down for a period of time. Lu Ming took advantage of this time to increase his cultivation. This was Lu Ming's goal. Since they were already mortal enemies, he wasn't afraid of offending them. Since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish. Brothers, let's go and teach him a lesson. A hero of the Xing family roared and rushed toward the Divine Guard battle platform. In a few breaths, he had covered 10 miles and appeared in front of Lu Ming. He didn't hide his aura at all. Late-stage 6th level martial king. He was much stronger than Xianxia. Go. Whoosh. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. One by one, the youths of the Saint family rushed onto the fighting ring and surrounded Lu Ming. 19. A total of 19 people. All of them were above the 4th level of the martial king realm, and all of them were low-level martial kings. As for those below the level of king realm, there was no need for them to come up, because they wouldn't pose much of a threat to Lu Ming. And the two of us? With two long howls, two more youths from the crowd rushed onto the battle stage. One was wearing a red robe, while the other was wearing a green robe. The two of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the fighting stage. The aura they emitted was extremely terrifying. The peak of the sixth layer of the martial king realm. It's Saint Chong and Saint Wolf. Someone exclaimed. Supposedly, the two of them entered into closed-door cultivation a few months ago with the intention of charging into the sovereign realm. I never expected that they'd come out of closed-door cultivation now. It seems that he hasn't succeeded yet. He's still a small perfection king. However, he's only a step away from great perfection king. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. On the battle stage, the other elites of the Saint clan were also overjoyed when they saw the two of them. I didn't expect that someone would look down on the Saint clan while I was in closed-door cultivation for a few months. Haha, he deserves to die. The blue-robed youth, Xianxia, said coldly. His eyes were like huge waves as he opened and closed them. That's good too. Today is a good time to show our might. Don't let others think that there's no one left in the Saint clan. Saint Wolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light like a wild beast. A total of 21 people surrounded Lu Ming. Their auras merged and were extremely terrifying. Are you all here yet? If so, let's fight. I'm too lazy to bet with you. Lu Ming said indifferently. His face was calm, as if he didn't feel any pressure being surrounded by so many people. Pretending to be relaxed. I'd like to see how strong you are. Attack. Xianxia said coldly. Boom. Boom, suddenly, the battle stage went berserk. 21 auras soared into the sky. 21 attacks merged and crushed toward Lu Ming. Yes. Crushed. Lu Ming couldn't dodge and could only take it head-on. He's dead. Lu Ming is dead. Under this move, anyone below Great Perfection King will die. Who can he blame for his own death? Does he really think that he can be arrogant after defeating Xingfei and Xingchuan? Even if he has the strength of a peak 6th level martial king, he's still going to die. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming exploded. The second bloodline merged with his body and circulated his true yuan to the extreme. At the same time, the three wills merged and exploded. An unimaginable spear light soared into the sky. This spear light seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth and everything. Boom, the joint attack of the 21 elites of the Saint clan collapsed under the spear light. Whoosh! Moon seizing! Lu Ming shouted. His long hair fluttered as the spear in his hand became 1,000 meters long and swept out. A full moon appeared on the battle stage. Bang! Bang! The elites of the Xing family were sent flying backward like sandbags. With Lu Ming as the center, the heroes from the sacred family were thrown backward. They slid along the fighting ring at high speed. They only came to a stop after sliding for a few miles. Blood kept spurting out of their mouths. They were all martial artists of LV4 Martial King realm. They were vulnerable in front of Lu Ming. The martial artists of LV5 Martial King realm were also thrown back, but they didn't fall to the ground. They were still able to stand firm, but blood was spilling out of their mouths. Only the martial artists of LV6 Martial King realm were able to block the attack head-on, but they also took dozens of steps back. Even Xingchong and Xinglang took 7 or 8 steps back. The encirclement of the heroes of the Xing family was instantly shattered by Lu Ming's attack. Boom! Boom! Below the fighting ring, countless people couldn't control their emotions when they saw the scene. Their aura surged out violently, and their eyes were wide open as they roared. 3 wills of heaven and earth. Lu Ming has comprehended 3 wills of heaven and earth. 3 wills of heaven and earth were condensed into wills runes, and 2 of them were cultivated to the level 1 lower success. How did he do it? Impossible. Cultivating multiple wills will create resistance between each other. How did he do it? How could this be? He's too powerful. The Xing family is no match for him. They were all defeated in one move. He didn't use his full strength just now. Otherwise, he would have killed Xing Chuan and Xing Fei in one move. It turns out that he's not arrogant. He has the strength to do so. I understand now. He didn't get those soul-sealing jade tokens by plotting against others. He got them by himself by killing the zombie guards. He has the strength to do so. Many people around shouted. They couldn't control their emotions and didn't even care if their words would offend the Xing family. It was too shocking. How could this be? Xing Yao's old eyes almost popped out at this moment. His aura spread out uncontrollably. Many people around him stepped back in shock. But he didn't feel it at all. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, full of disbelief. 3 kinds of concepts of heaven and earth, all of them, have been cultivated into concept runes, and 2 of them have reached level 1 lower tier. Why? Why? Xing Wushuang seemed to have lost his soul. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming as he muttered under his breath. He simply could not accept all of this. In the past, he had even mocked Lu Ming for cultivating multiple intents at the same time and that he would never achieve anything. But now, he had only cultivated one concept and had yet to condense a concept rune. On the other hand, Lu Ming had cultivated 3 concepts and all of them had condensed concept runes. 2 of them had even reached level 1 lesser success. Compared to Lu Ming, he was simply trash. No, he couldn't even be compared to trash. He was just dung. At this moment, his heart of martial arts collapsed. The aura on his body fluctuated unsteadily, and his eyes became lifeless. During this period of time, Lu Ming had dealt him a series of blows. Now, just a moment ago, this blow had finally reached its peak, shattering his heart of martial arts. Once his heart of martial arts was destroyed, it would be difficult for him to progress in martial arts. In other words, Xing Wushuang would never be able to break through to Martial King realm. It was ridiculous. Back then, he had said that Lu Ming would never be able to break through to Martial King realm. But now, the same thing had happened to him. What a piece of trash! Xing Yao shouted coldly when he saw Xing Wushuang's condition. In the fighting ring, Xing Chong, Xing Lang, and the others were also shocked. One move. Lu Ming had only used one move, but the power contained in that move was too terrifying. It was far beyond the peak of LV6 Martial King realm. You want to cripple me with such strength? Lu Ming held his long spear, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His aura was wild. Lu Ming, your strength is indeed not bad. How about this, let's call this a draw. Xing Chong shouted as he looked at Lu Ming. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. The Xing family was completely defeated in this battle. But if it ended in a draw, the Xing family's reputation would be better. Everyone looked at Xing Chong with disdain. It was obvious that Xing Chong was afraid. A draw? Haha, do you think you're qualified to fight me to a draw? Lu Ming laughed and walked towards Xing Chong, Xing Lang, and the others with his long spear in hand. Lu Ming, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xing Chong roared and couldn't help but step back. Nonsense. Either admit defeat or fight. Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming, that's enough. Xing Yao shouted coldly. Old man, is it your turn to speak on the Divine Guard battle ring? Lu Ming reprimanded him without turning his head. Xing Yao was a peak king and an elder of Emperor Sky Divine Palace. He had never been scolded by a junior before. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Lu Ming didn't stop and walked toward Xing Chong and the others. Damn it, damn it. Let's attack together. Xing Chong roared. He knew that this battle couldn't be avoided. They could only fight. If they didn't even dare to fight and admitted defeat, they wouldn't have become a laughingstock and would have been punished by the Xing family. Kill. Kill. Xing Chong, Xing Lang, and the others roared and unleashed their full strength. A green divine bird flew above Xing Chong's head. The intent of wind spread out and a gale swept out. Above Xing Lang's head was a giant wolf. The giant wolf's body was covered in flames and the intent of fire filled the sky. There were also some 6th and 5th stage Martial King experts. There were 10 of them in total. Kill. 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 10 attacks flew toward Lu Ming from different angles. 10,000 dragons kill. Lu Ming thrust out his spear and dozens of three-colored true dragons flew out and pounced toward the 10 Xing family heroes. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward Xingchong and Xinglang. Shua, a huge spear radiance, thicker than a water tank, blasted toward the two heroes. The two heroes were shocked and used their strongest moves to block it, but it was useless. They were hit by the huge spear radiance and their bodies shook violently. They flew backward and spat out blood. They flew for several miles before they staggered and steadied themselves. Below the fighting ring, countless people looked at Lu Ming in shock. At this moment, Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. He was invincible. A peerless genius. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Maybe in 3 to 5 years, Lu Ming will be on the list of top 1,000 talents. I think so too. As long as Lu Ming keeps up this momentum, he will be on the list of top 1,000 talents in 3 to 5 years at most. In that case, our Xianxia domain will have 2 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. Below the fighting ring, people whispered. Both of you, admit defeat. Lu Ming stared at Xingchong and Xinglang. You want us to admit defeat? Impossible. Lu Ming, unless you can knock us out of the fighting ring, we won't admit defeat. Xinglang shouted. Since you have some backbone, I'll fulfill your wish. Everyone stared at the fighting ring. They felt that the battle was about to come to an end. Just then, a cold voice came from afar. Lu Ming, how dare you? As soon as the voice fell, a divine light shot from afar. The divine light was too fast. It crossed the void in an instant and shot towards Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming's face changed. He felt that the divine light contained terrifying power and killing intent. His body instantly tensed up, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. This was an instinctive reaction. He felt a fatal threat from this divine light. Without any hesitation, he retreated. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline activated and devouring power filled the area. The true essence in his body circulated to the extreme. The 3 wills of heaven and earth merged and surged towards the long spear. True Dragon Strike. He thrust out the spear and a huge tricolor true dragon flew out and collided with the divine light. Boom, there was a loud explosion. The divine light pierced through the tricolor true dragon and the 3 wills of heaven and earth on it collapsed. Whoosh, the divine light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Extreme Dao Strike. At the critical moment, Lu Ming stopped retreating. He became one with the spear and turned into a spear radiance that pierced forward. Boom, the tip of the spear accurately pierced the divine light. In an instant, Lu Ming felt a terrifying power surging towards him along the long spear. Lu Ming felt as if he had been hit by a big hammer. His body slid back along the fighting ring. He slid back for a few miles before coming to a stop. He felt his blood boil and his arm holding the spear tremble slightly. Crack, at this moment, the tip of the demon banishing spear let out a cracking sound, and cracks began to appear on its surface. Then, more and more cracks appeared. Finally, with a bang, the tip of the demon banishing spear exploded into pieces and scattered all over the ground. After withstanding Lu Ming's powerful force and the bombardment of the divine light, the demon-suppressing spear finally could not take it anymore and exploded. However, the divine light was successfully blocked by Lu Ming. Who is it? Lu Ming looked in the direction of the divine light. He wasn't the only one. At this moment, everyone looked in that direction. A slender figure wearing a 7-starred robe with his hands clasped behind his back walked through the air step by step. Everyone's hearts shook violently. Within profound Heaven City, there was a forbidden zone. Ordinary kings simply couldn't walk in the air. Only peak kings could barely walk in the air. This person was very young, about 24 or 25 years old. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He was extremely handsome. Starlight filled the air around him, making him look like a god that had descended into the world. Holy star, it's a holy star. Someone roared. It's over. Lu Ming is finished. I didn't expect that even the sacred star would be attracted here. This time, Lu Ming is really finished. Heavens! Xingxing's cultivation seems to have improved. He can actually walk in the air. Could it be that he has already broken through to the Peak King realm? Many people were shocked. Such a young Peak King was simply too shocking and incredible. No, Xianxia hasn't broken through to the Peak King realm. He should still be at the peak of the 9th level Martial King realm. However, his strength is too strong. He's no weaker than a Peak King, so he can walk in the air. A white-haired old man explained. Xianxia was not the only elder present. There were other elders present as well. This white-haired old man was one of them. Oh? I see. That's also amazing. The other sighed. How old was Xianxia? He was only 25 years old, but he had already reached the peak of the 9th level Martial King realm. Didn't this mean that he had a chance to open his spiritual sea and become a Sea of Soul realm expert before the age of 30? Countless gazes were fixed on the youth in the air. Xianxia. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Xianxia. Ever since he came to Profound Heaven City, Lu Ming had heard this name many times. Xianxia was the #1 genius in Xianxia domain and a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents in Eastern Wilderness. He was the idol of countless young geniuses in Xianxia domain. The other so-called geniuses in Xianxia domain were like candlelight in front of Xianxia. They couldn't be compared at all. Xianxia walked in the air and arrived above the Divine Guard battle platform. He looked down at Lu Ming. Stars seemed to twinkle in his eyes. Young Master Xingchen, Xingchong, Xinglang, and the others hurriedly bowed when they saw Lu Ming. They looked nervous as if they were very afraid of Xianxia. Xianxia was the chosen successor of the Xing family. In the future, he would definitely be at the helm of the Xing family. It could be said that their fates were under his control. They were naturally afraid of Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at them indifferently and said expressionlessly, "All of you, leave and heal yourselves." Yes, yes. Xingchong and the others felt as if they had been pardoned. They supported each other and left the battle platform. Then, Xianxia looked at Lu Ming again. So you're Lu Ming. You've got guts to injure so many people of my Xing family. Xianxia said indifferently. No one could tell what emotion he was feeling from his voice. Divine Guard battle platform. It's just a fair battle. Lu Ming said. Haha. Xianxia chuckled and said, "You're not bad. I just happen to be lacking a coachman. You'll report to work as a coachman for 3 years. If you perform well, you'll naturally be promoted." Xianxia stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with a commanding tone as if this matter had already been decided. Around them, many people revealed looks of surprise. They never thought that Xianxia would let Lu Ming go so easily. He even asked Lu Ming to be his coachman. In many people's eyes, being a coachman for the Saint Star was a supreme honor. This was a position that belonged to the Saint Star's trusted aides. Their status would rise along with the tide, and a casual word from them would cause many emperors of great countries to tremble in fear. Moreover, Xianxia might even be guided by Xianxia. How honorable was that? In many people's eyes, Xianxia was not punishing Xianxia, but rewarding him. It seems that Lu Ming's talent has been valued by Xianxia. Someone exclaimed. Damn it. Xing Wuxuan gritted his teeth. He was jealous of Lu Ming. If this opportunity fell on him, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Now, this opportunity fell on Lu Ming. Do you think Lu Ming will agree? Someone asked in a low voice. Nonsense, of course he'll agree. Who is Xianxia? He's a genius on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although Lu Ming's talent is very high, I think he's still far from Xianxia. It's good enough that he can become Xianxia's coachman. Yes, if he doesn't agree, Xianxia will definitely not let him go. In such a situation, he'll definitely agree. Yes, it's not shameful to be Xianxia's coachman. Many people were speculating curiously. Xianxia, right? Lu Ming stared at Xianxia with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, the scene quieted down. Everyone looked at Lu Ming, waiting to see how he would respond. Xianxia, I think you're not bad. My courtyard is lacking a gatekeeper. Pack up and quickly report to me. A clear voice came from Lu Ming's mouth, but it swept through the crowd like a storm. Everyone was stunned. After a long while, a shocking uproar broke out. Lu Ming refused. Not only did he refuse, but he also asked Xianxia to guard his door. Heavens, he's got guts. This is adding fuel to the fire. It's fine if he refused, but he actually asked Xianxia to guard his door. Is he qualified? Excited discussions broke out all around. Lu Ming, how dare you speak to my Xing clan's young master like that? You're courting death. Young Master Xingchen wants you to be his groom because he thinks highly of you. Many people want to know, but you actually dare to speak to him like that. You're simply arrogant, ignorant, and stubborn. Xing Yao scolded loudly from the side. As for Xing Wushuang, he simply wanted to laugh to death. Just now, he was really afraid that Lu Ming would agree. You refused? Xing's face was still calm. No expression could be seen as he asked indifferently. Nonsense. If others are willing to be your dog, that's their business. But why would I, Lu Ming, do that? In this world, no one can make me his groom, including you, Xing. Lu Ming said loudly. As soon as he said that, it caused a wave of curses. What an ignorant and arrogant son of a bitch. Who does he think he is? He thinks he's number one with a bit of talent. What a joke. He's comparing himself to the sacred star. Who does he think he is? What qualifications does he have to be compared to young Master Xingchen? At this moment, Xing's face finally turned cold. With a wave of his hand, as if there was a huge magical power, the crowd immediately quieted down. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, I'll cripple you. A cold voice came from Saint Star's mouth. Boom, in the next moment, the starlight on the sacred star burned like a flame, illuminating the entire sky. This is the concept of stars. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. In the world, other than the 9 common concepts of wind, fire, and thunder, there were many other special concepts. However, these special concepts were often extremely difficult to comprehend, but they were often extremely powerful. The concept of stars was such a special concept. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the starlight condensed into dozens of long swords that pierced through the air, piercing towards Lu Ming's vitals. Wherever the stars passed, terrifying and shocking sonic booms could be heard. Don't take it head-on. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The sacred star was too powerful. It wasn't something he could fight against. Retreat. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He took a step forward and retreated at a frightening speed. You want to escape in front of me? Saint Star shouted as the starlight on his body became even more dazzling. At the same time, starlight sprinkled down from the sky above Lu Ming's head and condensed into a giant hand that pressed down on Lu Ming. This giant hand seemed to have appeared out of thin air above Lu Ming's head. There was no way to avoid it. Block. Lu Ming growled as he activated 2 bloodlines. A lower LV5 long spear appeared in his hand. His true essence circulated crazily as 3 concepts burst out. He stabbed the spear at the star hand. Boom, with a loud boom, Lu Ming's body fell from the sky like a meteorite and heavily smashed into the edge of the fighting ring, coughing up blood. Pung, the lower LV5 long spear in Lu Ming's hand was shattered. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. It's just a meaningless struggle. Saint Star looked indifferent as he stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Lu Ming condescendingly as if he was an emperor who ruled over everything. Saint Star, why are you pretending? Do you really think you're a peerless genius who can look down on everything? You're only ranked 998th on the list of top 1,000 talents. There are many people stronger than you. Why are you so arrogant? Also, how old are you? You're 5 years older than me. What's there to be proud of? If I cultivate for another 5 years, I can suppress you with 1 finger. Lu Ming hollered. He stood upright and stared at the sacred star with bright eyes. Many people's eyes lit up at his words. Indeed, how old was Lu Ming now? It would be an exaggeration to say that he could suppress Saint Star with 1 finger when he was at Saint Star's age. However, it was not impossible for him to reach Saint Star's current level. Everyone had seen Lu Ming's combat strength and talent. Some people felt that Lu Ming had the potential to be ranked on the list of top 1,000 talents. You're feeling pretty good about yourself. On the path of martial arts, you'll be stronger every step you take. You'll never be a match for me. Are you trying to provoke me into letting you go? Haha, I'm not interested in that. So, I'll just cripple you first, said Xianxia coldly. Starlight surged around him as he was about to unleash the next wave of attacks. It seems that I can only use the Thunder Cauldron. With my current cultivation, I can definitely kill Saint Star with one blow if I use the Thunder Cauldron. However, I won't be able to fight back. There's no other way now. Lu Ming's eyes flashed viciously. He immediately focused his mind and communicated with the Thunder Cauldron. Lu Ming's glabella flickered with a faint light and traces of lightning power. He could control the Thunder Cauldron to launch a fatal blow at any time. Stop. Just then, a soft shout was heard. Caw, then, a bird's cry was heard. Everyone saw that in the sky, a large green condor was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. There were two figures standing on the eagle's back. Mu Shouyuan and senior sister Mulan's. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The two people on the eagle's back were Mulan's and Mu Shouyuan. That's Miss Mulan's. What's Miss Mulan's doing here? Many people were curious. Saint Star's eyes flickered slightly. The starlight on his body also calmed down and he stopped attacking. Caw, the eagle cried. The next moment, the eagle appeared above the Divine Guard battle platform. Mulan's and Mu Shouyuan jumped down from the eagle's back and appeared on the Divine Guard battle platform. Lu Ming, are you all right? Mulan's immediately walked toward Lu Ming with concern in her eyes. It's just a small injury. I'm fine. Senior sister Mulan's, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Lu Ming smiled. He hadn't seen Mulan's for more than a year. Mulan's had become more mature and charming. Her curves were even more stunning. One look at her and one would have an irresistible impulse. Countless pairs of fiery eyes stared at Mulan from all directions. It's been a long time indeed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to reach this stage. You didn't disappoint me. Mulan's revealed a faint smile. Lanner, move aside. This kid has injured many of my Saint family's elites. Let me cripple this kid first. As soon as Mulan's arrived, she was talking and laughing with Lu Ming as if there was no one around. This made his killing intent soar. Sacred Star, let him go. Let go of Lu Ming. Only then did Mulan turn around and look at the Sacred Star. Lanner, what did you say? Sacred Star's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Sacred Star, I'm here today. Don't even think about hurting a single hair of his. Mulan said. Mulan's. Sacred Star's eyes were filled with killing intent like a storm. Mulan was his fiancée in the Sacred Star Palace. Yet, she was protecting another man in front of everyone. How could he still have any? Face left, at this moment, Sacred Star's killing intent towards Lu Ming did not decrease. Instead, it increased. I only wanted to cripple him, but now, he must die. Sacred Star's cold and emotionless voice came out from his mouth. How dare you? Mulan stood in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, the spectators looked at each other. Some of them were smart enough to figure out what was going on. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. Mulan's, do you think you can stop me? Get out of my way. Sacred Star waved his hand and starlight burst out. It was like ribbons of light that wrapped around Mulan's and Mu Shouyuan. Boom. Boom, Mulan's and Mu Shouyuan unleashed their powerful auras. After not seeing each other for a while, Mulan's had reached the Martial King Realm and Mu Shouyuan's cultivation had reached the peak of LV6 Martial King Realm. However, it was all in vain. Under the starlight of Sacred Star, they could not resist at all. The starlight wrapped around them and pulled them to Sacred Star's side. Senior Mulan's. Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming. Mulan's also shouted. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you now. Die. The Saint Star was filled with cold killing intent. Before this, he still felt that Lu Ming's talent was not bad and wanted to recruit him for his own use. But now, he had already made up his mind to kill Lu Ming. Boom, cold killing intent and a powerful aura erupted from Xianxia's body. Xianxia clenched his fist, and a starry battle sword appeared in his hand. It's still not certain who will live and who will die on the sacred star. Lu Ming's gaze was also incomparably cold as he stared at the sacred star. Wisps of lightning swam between his eyebrows. With just you? Xianxia sneered disdainfully. He took a step forward and the Divine Guard battle platform rumbled. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly, and the ruthlessness in them intensified. He knew that even if he could use the lightning cauldron to kill Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to survive. The other members of the sacred clan wouldn't let him off, and the secret of the lightning cauldron would be exposed. But now, he had no other choice. Stop. Xianxia, I promise you that as long as you let Lu Ming go, I will marry you in a year. Mulan shouted at this moment. The sacred star's figure came to a halt. He then turned around and looked at Mulan's. It seems like this kid is really important in your heart. You don't have to worry about this. I promise to marry you in a year as long as you let Lu Ming go. If you kill him, I would rather die than marry you. Mulan said. Senior sister Mulan's, you can't. Lu Ming shouted. However, Mulan ignored Lu Ming and continued to stare at the sacred star. Alright, I promise you. But not in a year's time, but in half a year's time. You and I will get married in half a year's time and I will let this kid go. Xianxia said coldly. Half a year? Mulan gritted her teeth, glanced at Lu Ming, and said, Alright, I promise you. Seeing Mulan's agree, Xianxia waved his hand and the light of the stars around Mulan's and Mu Shouyuan dissipated. The two of them regained their freedom. As soon as the two of them regained their freedom, they walked towards Lu Ming. Senior sister Mulan's, why did you agree to his request? He may not be able to kill me. Lu Ming said, full of unwillingness. Mulan smiled slightly, thinking that Lu Ming was saying it out of anger. She didn't care and said, Lu Ming, we are engaged after all. Perhaps this is fate. I always want to escape, but in the end, I can't escape. A long sigh sounded softly. Kiki, Lu Ming clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. He knew that Mulan's was doing this because of him. Otherwise, with Mulan's character, she would never agree to it. Lu Ming, since Law Honor has pleaded for you today, I will spare your life. Xianxia said coldly. Immediately after, he revealed a contemptuous look and continued, Lu Ming, a person like you, who can only hide behind a woman, is not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. After saying that, he smiled contemptuously and turned around to leave. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice sounded. Xianxia, since this is the case, do you dare to accept my challenge? Hua, Lu Ming's voice was like a storm, sweeping across the entire place. Many people were dumbfounded. What? What did I just hear? Lu Ming wants to challenge Xianxia? He has guts, he's courting death. Arrogant and conceited, this is arrogant and conceited. The entire place burst into an uproar. In Tianqian domain, no one from the younger generation dared to challenge Xianxia for a few years. You want to challenge me? Xianxia turned around and asked. Even he was a little surprised. That's right, Xianxia, half a year later, you and I will fight. Do you dare? Lu Ming said loudly. Half a year later? A cold smile appeared on the corners of Xianxia's mouth. He glanced at Mulan and said, could it be that you think you can catch up to me in half a year? Fight with me? You don't have to worry about this. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, no, you don't have to do this for me, Mulan said anxiously. She knew that the reason why Lu Ming chose to challenge Xianxia in half a year must have something to do with her. However, with Lu Ming's cultivation, it was impossible for him to be Xianxia's opponent in half a year's time. Lu Ming could fight those above his level, so could Xianxia. If Lu Ming could improve, so could Xianxia. It was almost impossible to catch up to the Saint Star in just half a year. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in Lu Ming. She was very confident in Lu Ming. She believed that Lu Ming would be able to catch up with Xianxia in a few years. However, half a year was too short. Lu Ming waved his hand and interrupted Mulan's. Senior sister Mulan's, this battle is imperative. Even if it's not for you, I will still pay for today's humiliation. Lu Ming's voice was firm and unquestionable. Xianxia, say it. Do you dare? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia intently. All right, I promise you. I will let you know what despair is in half a year's time. You will never be able to catch up with me. Xianxia's voice was full of confidence. The scene was in an uproar. Xianxia actually agreed to Lu Ming's challenge. The two would fight in half a year's time. Moreover, this battle would be very interesting. If Xianxia was defeated, his wedding with Mulan's would definitely be affected or even cancelled. If Lu Ming was defeated, Xianxia could use the momentum of victory to marry Mulan's. Do you think Lu Ming has any hope in half a year? How is that possible? The sacred star will probably become a peak king in half a year. How can Lu Ming have any hope? There's no hope at all. I think so too, but I'm still looking forward to it. Me too. We can't miss it in half a year. Around them, everyone was discussing excitedly. The sacred star didn't say anything else. He turned around and left, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. This Lu Ming. He has escaped a calamity again. Xing Wushuang clenched his teeth. So what if he escaped? He's still going to die in half a year. We'll just let him live for another half a year. Xing Yao snorted. But, Xing Wushuang still had some worry in his eyes. Lu Ming was just too monstrous. Every time he saw Lu Ming's cultivation would increase explosively. Xing Wushuang was already a little afraid. He was afraid that the next time they met, Lu Ming would have reached an unknown level. Even if Lu Ming has some talent, do you really think he can catch up to the sacred star young lord in half a year? There's no chance at all. Xing Yao said. Not bad, not bad. Xing Wushuang kept comforting himself, but he was still very nervous inside. After that, the crowd slowly dispersed. However, the news of Lu Ming challenging the sacred star in half a year's time, as well as the news of Xing Wushuang marrying Mulan in half a year's time, spread like wildfire. It caused an earthquake. On the Divine Guard battle platform. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have challenged the sacred star young lord. Mulan's looked at Lu Ming with some blame. However, she didn't know why, but she was a little happy. She knew that Lu Ming had challenged Xing Wushuang mostly because of her. Senior sister Mulan's, don't you have so little confidence in me? Don't worry, in half a year, I'll definitely beat Xing Wushuang until he's half paralyzed and can't marry you. Lu Ming said with a smile. You're still so confident. Mulan rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, revealing a smile at the corners of her lips. Hey, senior sister Mulan's, why don't you want to marry the sacred star young lord? Although this guy has an arrogant expression that makes people unhappy, to be honest, he still has some ability and looks good. Wait, don't tell me you don't want to marry him because you like me? Lu Ming smiled at Mulan's. Like? Like you? Stop dreaming. Mulan pouted coquettishly. Her face was a little red, and she looked incomparably charming. Then, she sighed and said, who would want their fate to be determined by someone else since they were young? Besides, it's hard to say when it comes to feelings. Although Xianxia is a genius, he doesn't have any feelings for him. Lu Ming had a spurious smile. Cough cough. At this time, Mu Shuyuan coughed a few times and said, shouldn't we leave this place now? Yes, let's go. Mulan's face was red as she said hurriedly. Lu Ming's gaze and smile were too much for her to handle. Immediately after, Mulan gestured for the giant eagle in the sky to leave on its own. She, Lu Ming, and Mu Shuyuan walked down from the fighting ring and walked toward a street. Lu Ming, where are you staying now? Mulan's asked. I'm staying in a house in the city. Lu Ming said. Oh, how about this, you can move to the 4th district. You can cultivate faster in the 4th district. I'll arrange a courtyard for you. Mulan said. Mulan's father was the palace master of the Tianqian branch. He had the authority to arrange a courtyard in the 4th district. Then, the three of them walked toward the 4th district. The 4th district was blocked by a city wall. There were experts guarding the city gate. Ordinary people were not allowed to trespass or they would be killed without mercy. However, Lu Ming had Mulan's and Mu Shuyuan to lead the way. Naturally, he entered the fourth district without any obstacles. What a strong spiritual chi of heaven and earth! What a strong realm of heaven and earth! As soon as they entered the fourth district, Lu Ming exclaimed repeatedly. He realized that the spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense, as if it was about to materialize. The realm of heaven and earth was even stronger than the Tao Enlightenment Palace in the east. It was hard for one's cultivation not to improve if they stayed here for a long time. No wonder the younger generation of the Xing family had so many experts and martial king experts. In such an environment, even a pig would be able to cultivate to a decent level. Mulan's and Mu Shuyuan led Lu Ming to the depths of the fourth district. Soon, they arrived in front of a courtyard. Miss Mulan's. At the entrance of the courtyard, an old man bowed to Mulan's. Well, Elder Qian, Lu Ming will stay in this courtyard from now on. Mulan's pointed at Lu Ming. Elder Qian looked at Lu Ming with a trace of surprise in his eyes. He then nodded and said, yes. Lu Ming, let's go in and take a look at the environment. Mulan smiled. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. The three of them walked into the courtyard. In terms of size, this courtyard was not as big as the East Sky Courtyard in the east. This was normal. This was the fourth district of Tianqian City. Its value was terrifyingly high. The area was naturally not big. However, the layout was very elegant. It was very suitable for cultivation, comprehension of realm, and martial techniques. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The three of them walked around and returned to the courtyard. Lu Ming, this token is for you. With this token, you can freely enter and exit the fourth district. Mulan's took out a purple token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming received it and kept it. Senior Sister Mulan's, I wonder if there are any inscription masters in Tianqian City. I would like to ask an inscription master to refine a spear for me. Lu Ming asked. Previously, the tip of the demon vanquishing spear was already broken. As for ordinary level 5 inferior grade long spears, Lu Ming had 2 of them. They were obtained from others. However, level 5 inferior grade spears were not of much use. Of course there are inscription masters in Tianqian City. Moreover, there are more than one. What grade spirit spear do you want to refine? Mulan's asked. It's best if it's grade 6. Lu Ming said. Grade 6? Mulan's and Mu Shuyuan were both shocked. Grade 6 spirit weapon was a spirit weapon specially used by Sea of Soul Realm experts. Its power was extremely frightening. However, the materials required were also terrifyingly expensive. Lu Ming actually wanted to refine a grade 6 spear. Lu Ming nodded. His cultivation progress was very fast. Moreover, his Jing Yuan was too abundant. It was 10 times more than ordinary people. Moreover, the martial techniques he cultivated were extremely tyrannical. The requirements for spirit weapons were extremely high. Ordinary spirit weapons simply could not bear his explosive power. The demon vanquishing spear's material was already very good. However, it still could not bear it. Only a grade 6 spirit weapon would be enough for Lu Ming to use for a period of time. Lu Ming, the price of refining a grade 6 spirit weapon is terrifyingly high. I don't have that many spirit crystals on me. Senior Sister Mulan's, you don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it. Lu Ming smiled. He had nearly 9 million spirit crystals on him. He believed that it was enough to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. Mu Shuyuan and Mulan's were extremely astonished. Lu Ming could even afford a grade 6 spirit weapon? It seemed like they'd still underestimated Lu Ming. Alright then. There's a grade 6 inscription master in Profound Sky City, and he's a good friend of my father. However, he's not free these 2 days. How about this? I'll come look for you in 3 days and take you to see that inscription master. Mulan said. Alright. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that there would really be a grade 6 inscription master in Profound Sky City. Grade 6 inscription masters were extremely rare. Their status was extremely high and respected, and they were even more respected than ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts. Sea of Soul Realm experts were extremely rare in the entire Profound Sky region. Every single one of them was a figure that could dominate profound sky region. The three realms of spiritual God were respectively Sea of Soul realm, Spiritual Embryo realm, and Spiritual God realm. Every realm was incomparably profound. At the same time, the power they grasped was incomparably terrifying. It simply had the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. It was absolutely not something that martial king realm experts could compare to. After the domain enlightened spirit God realm was the martial monarch realm. The peak of the spiritual God realm was also called Supremacy. Supremacy 9 Suns was the peak of the spiritual God realm, and was only a step away from the martial emperor realm. Of course, that realm was extremely far away from Lu Ming. Now wasn't the time to think about this. Next, Lu Ming chatted with Mulans and Mu Shuyuan for a while. Lu Ming, heal your injuries first. Mulans instructed with some concern. Then, she left with Mu Shuyuan. After Mulans and Mu Shuyuan left, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated his qi to heal his injuries. Previously, Lu Ming had taken 2 of the Sacred Star's attacks head-on, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. He also knew that the Sacred Star hadn't used much strength in those 2 moves. Otherwise, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand them. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's injuries were much better. He believed that he would be completely healed in less than a day. Half a year. If we want to catch up to the Sacred Star in half a year, we need more resources. The most important thing is the will of the heavens and earth. As long as the will of the heavens and earth increases, as long as I have supreme-grade spiritual crystals, my cultivation will continue to increase. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming now had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and comprehended the concept of heaven and earth extremely quickly. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied. At this speed, there was no way they would be able to catch up to the Sacred Star in half a year. Profound crystals. If I have a large amount of profound crystals and the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, I'll be able to comprehend the will of heaven and earth much faster. Only then will I be able to catch up to the Saint Star. Lu Ming pondered. To be honest, Lu Ming was also under a lot of pressure. The main thing was that the time was too short, only half a year. Half a year later, I must defeat the Sacred Star. If I can't defeat the Sacred Star, how can I fight against Martial Emperor De in the future? Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly, his gaze firm. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and placed it beside him. Then, he took out a fire profound crystal. He planned to improve his will of fire first. Now, Lu Ming's will of fire had reached the early stage of level 1 lesser success, which was only slightly weaker than the will of thunder. However, Lu Ming had 320 fire attribute profundity crystals in his hands. He could comprehend the fire concept the fastest. Crack, Lu Ming exerted his strength and crushed the fire attribute profound meaning crystal. Threads of concept permeated the surroundings of Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and started to comprehend the will of fire. Originally, the will of heaven and earth in this area was a little stronger than in the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and the profound crystals. Lu Ming's comprehension of the will of fire had reached a terrifying speed. His comprehension of the will of fire had increased crazily. Crack! Crack! Lu Ming crushed another piece of fire attribute profound meaning crystal after he had used it up. One after another. After a day, Lu Ming had consumed 20 fire profound crystals. Lu Ming's will of fire had a breakthrough, reaching the middle stage of level 1 lesser success, catching up with the will of thunder. Fast, too fast. 1 day's time was equivalent to a year's time for others, or even longer. At this time, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. Continue. Lu Ming continued to take out fire profound crystals and crushed them, continuing to comprehend the will of fire. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day time limit with Mulans had arrived. In less than 3 days, Lu Ming had consumed a total of 60 fire attribute profundity crystals. Lu Ming's comprehension of the will of fire had reached the peak of the middle stage of level 1 lesser success, almost reaching the late stage of level 1 lesser success. The comprehension of the will of fire was more difficult as one progressed. As long as his will of fire reached the late stage of level 1 lesser success, Lu Ming's cultivation could be improved again, reaching the 5th level of martial king realm. If the will of fire did not improve, it would be difficult to improve one's cultivation. On this day, Mullins arrived at Lu Ming's courtyard on time. Lu Ming, let's go. I'll take you to see the inscription master. Mullins said. Okay. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was looking forward to it. Mullins led Lu Ming into the depths of the city. There were very few pedestrians on the streets of the fourth area. Presumably, if he wasn't training outside, he was working hard in closed-door cultivation. Lu Ming followed Mullins, turning left and right, and came to a shabby stone house. Is this the residence of the inscription master? Lu Ming was surprised. Yes, this inscription master has a strange temper, but he is good friends with my father. He should agree to help you, right? Mullins said. However, from her tone, she didn't sound very confident. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. The two walked into the stone house. There was a small courtyard inside, but there were all kinds of scrap metal piled up in the courtyard like garbage. Uncle Huang, Mullins called out in a low voice. Who is it? You're disturbing my dream again. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded in the courtyard. Lu Ming was shocked. The voice seemed to be ringing in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming hurriedly turned around, but he did not see a shadow. Lu Ming sensed carefully, but there was no aura at all. Uncle Huang, it's me, Mullins. I have something to ask you for help today. Mullins said softly, looking around with her beautiful eyes. So it's little Lon. Okay, I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want from me? The old voice sounded again. Uncle Huang, I want to ask you to help me refine a level 6 spiritual weapon spear. Mullins said. Level 6 spiritual weapon spear? This little girl really dares to ask. You want to refine it for this young man, right? Well, have you brought the spiritual crystals? Have you brought the materials? The old voice sounded. Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists in the air and said, I have the spiritual crystals, but I don't have the materials to refine a level 6 spiritual weapon. You don't have the materials to refine a level 6 spiritual weapon? Well, I'll exchange them with spiritual crystals. I'll pay the materials for you, a total of 5 million spiritual crystals. The old voice sounded. 5 million spiritual crystals? Mullins widened her eyes in shock. Uncle Huang, 5 million supreme-grade spiritual crystals is too expensive. On the market, a LV6 spiritual weapon is only a few 100,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. Indeed, a level 6 spirit weapon was many times more expensive than a level 5 spirit weapon used by kings. But to say that one needed 5 million spirit crystals was a bit frightening. It was completely exorbitant. Clang. Clang, this old man's hair and beard were a mess. It was unknown how long it had been since he last cleaned it, as it was covered in dirt. Lu Ming was stunned. This old man had actually been sleeping in the pile of scrap. This was the level 6 inscription master? Little girl, don't compare those pieces of scrap metal with the spiritual weapons that I have personally refined. Moreover, those LV6 spiritual weapons that are worth hundreds of thousands of pieces of supreme-grade spiritual crystals are all lower LV6 or middle LV6. What's the use of them? Those that I have refined are definitely at the peak of LV6. Do you understand? The moment the old man appeared, he ran in front of Mullins and yelled. Uncle Huang, 5 million supreme spiritual crystals is too expensive. Mullins said. 5 million spirit crystals was something that even peak kings might not be able to take out, not to mention them. Even Sea of Soul Realm experts would feel the pinch. If you don't have spirit crystals, then forget it. I don't do business that loses money. The old man waved his hand. As long as the spirit weapon's quality is good, spirit crystals are not a problem. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Ah? Mullins looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. Could Lu Ming even take out 5 million spirit crystals? The old man also looked at Lu Ming in astonishment. If you have spirit crystals, then it's easy. Tell me, what requirements do you have for the spirit weapon long spear? The old man asked. Every martial artist had different requirements for their spirit weapons according to the martial techniques they cultivated. Some people liked nimble ones, while others liked heavy ones. Hardness. First, whether it's the spear shaft or the spear tip, it needs to be absolutely tough and able to withstand an intense explosion. Also, the spear shaft needs to be tough, and flexible. Lastly, the heavier the better. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before replying. Little fellow, you sure have a lot of requests. The old man grinned and went into deep thought. After a long while, the old man said, there are very few people who use spears. I don't have many materials that are suitable for making spears. And I do have a piece of steel that is not bad. It is suitable for making the spear tip, but what about the spear shaft? We do have ordinary materials, but we don't have anything that meets your requirements. The old man frowned and muttered. Little guy, think about it. Since you use a spear, you should have collected some materials. Think about it, do you have any suitable materials to refine a spear? If you do, I will charge less spirit crystals. The old man said. Myself? Lu Ming was also racking his brains, but he really didn't have any suitable ones. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a move of his hand, a broken spear appeared. This broken spear only had half of it. The other half of the spear was missing. It was the broken spear that was shot out from the heavenly gate. This broken spear didn't have any spirituality, but its material was indeed very tough. Lu Ming didn't know what material it was made of. Maybe it could be useful. Senior, look at this broken spear, whoosh. Before Lu Ming could finish his words, a figure flashed and the broken spear in his hand disappeared and appeared in the old man's hand. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The old man's cultivation was unfathomable. He didn't even see how the old man made his move. He saw the old man staring at the broken spear. His originally turbid eyes were now as bright as two light bulbs, blazing with passion. The old man gently stroked the spear shaft with both hands. As the old man's palms moved, strange runes appeared on the spear shaft. This is a refining method from the ancient era. There are inscriptions from the ancient era in it. It's a priceless treasure, ha ha ha. The old man suddenly laughed hysterically. Lu Ming and Mullins looked at each other. It was just a broken spear. What value did it have? Why did the old man say it was a priceless treasure? Little guy, where did you get this broken spear from? The old man asked. I got it by accident in an ancient battlefield. Lu Ming lied. Yes, this broken spear has a long history. Although it has lost its spirituality and only half of it is left, it's a waste in your hands. But in my hands, it's a priceless treasure. The old man laughed. Seeing Lu Ming and Mullins' puzzled faces, the old man explained. The remnant inscriptions on this spear are ancient inscriptions that have been lost for a long time. They are extremely useful to me. After I study them, I might be able to reach a higher level in the art of refining. Just this point alone makes this a priceless treasure. Little guy, give this spear to me. I'll do my best to refine a spear for you. I won't take a single cent. How about it? The old man looked at Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. Anyway, this spear was useless in his hands. If he gave it to the old man, he could save 5 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was willing to give it up. Ha ha ha. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the elder was very happy. He smiled and said, Young lad, I won't let you suffer a loss. This half of the long spear contains a rare and strange metal called the infinite black gold. If you use this metal to forge the spirit weapon, it will have infinite potential. In the future, as long as you continue to condense and smelt other metals into it, this spirit weapon will be able to evolve and upgrade continuously. What? It can continue to evolve and upgrade? Lu Ming and Mullins were dumbfounded and shocked. There was actually such a magical metal. Lu Ming's eyes were glowing and burning with passion. That's right. In ancient times, there was quite a bit of infinite black gold. But now, there is less and less infinite black gold. It is a great fortune for you to be able to obtain some. Wait for me to study the inscriptions on it, then I will smelt this infinite black gold into your spirit weapon long spear. The old man said. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming bowed and cupped his fists. Ha ha ha, there's no need to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. However, with such a good material, the other materials can't be lacking. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Now, the key is the material of the spear shaft. The old man frowned. After a while, the old man's eyes lit up. I got it. For the spear shaft, it's most suitable to use 1,000 refined blood gold. 1,000 refined blood gold? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. 1,000 refined blood gold is an extremely precious metal. It has to be refined 1,000 times, and every time, it has to be added with the blood of demonic beasts. Only after 1,000 times can it be refined. However, I don't have any 1,000 refined blood gold, so I'll need you to make a trip. The old man said. Where can I get this 1,000 refined blood gold? In the Xianxia region, only the weapon forging sect in the north has it. Coincidentally, I once helped the weapon forging sect's sect master. As long as you go to the weapon forging sect and say that I asked you to go, the weapon forging sect's sect master will definitely give you a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold. The old man explained. Oh? So it's in the weapon forging sect? Mullins nodded. Alright, I'll make a trip there now. Lu Ming nodded. Little guy, take this pagoda. It's my keepsake. My name is Huang Pagoda. You can call me Elder Huang in the future. The old man took out a fist-sized pagoda and threw it to Lu Ming. Yes, Elder Huang. After Lu Ming put it away, his gaze flickered and he said, Elder Huang, I still have something that I need your help with. What is it? Speak. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help. Elder Huang smiled. He was in a good mood after obtaining the broken spear. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply adorable. A longsword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was an ordinary longsword, a rank 2 spiritual weapon. It was the heavenly star sword that his father had left for him. Lu Yuntian had said that the heavenly star sword contained the secret of the martial emperor's treasure. However, there were inscriptions on the heavenly star sword. If one forcefully broke the heavenly star sword, the secret would vanish. First, one had to decipher the inscriptions to open the heavenly star sword. In the past, Lu Ming had never found an inscriber to open the heavenly star sword because he felt that his cultivation was too weak. The martial emperor's treasure was left behind by the martial emperor. Without cultivation, even if the martial emperor's treasure was placed in front of him, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. With his previous cultivation, if he really entered the martial emperor's treasure, even the slightest danger would be enough to take his life. Lu Ming's mind was clear. He wouldn't go looking for the martial emperor's treasure as soon as he heard about it. But now, he had an idea. Even if he didn't go there now, he would first take a look at the martial emperor's treasure secret and its general location. Elder Huang, there's something hidden in the sword. However, the sword is protected by inscriptions. I would like to ask Elder Huang to break the inscriptions. Lu Ming said. Oh, that's easy. Elder Huang took the heavenly star sword and looked at it. This is only a low-level inscription. It's easy. Immediately after, old Huang's palms glowed. Inscriptions appeared on his palms and he swiped them across the celestial star sword. The inscriptions on the celestial star sword appeared one after another and then collapsed. Alright, the inscription has been broken. Take it. Elder Huang returned the heavenly star sword to Lu Ming. As for what was hidden in the heavenly star sword, Elder Huang had no interest in knowing. When Lu Ming received the heavenly star sword, he sighed inwardly. The methods of a 6th rank inscription master were truly profound. Elder Huang, this junior would like to purchase a level 5 spear. Do you have it? Lu Ming didn't have any spears that were of great use at the moment. Before he could refine a level 6 spear, he could only purchase a level 5 spear for now. I do have a few level 5 spears. A dark purple spear appeared in Elder Huang's hand. This Thunder Wind spear can be considered the best among level 5 spiritual weapons. Take it. Consider it a gift from me. Elder Huang tossed the spear to Lu Ming. Thunder Wind spear. Lu Ming caught it and shook it slightly. Buzz, the spear shook and the space trembled slightly. Not bad. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This Thunder Wind spear was much better than the demon suppressing spear. It was enough for now. Lu Ming put it away and expressed his gratitude to Elder Huang. Go. Bring back the 1,000 refined blood gold as soon as possible. I'll help you forge a spear as soon as possible. Old Huang waved his hand and said. His eyes were once again fixed on the broken spear. Lu Ming and Mulan's left Elder Huang's stone house. Lu Ming, the weapon forging sect is extremely far from the Profound Heaven city. It's in the north of the Profound Heaven region. I heard that the battle between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace is the most intense there. You have to be careful. Mulan's warned. She was a little worried. Senior Sister Mulan's, don't worry. I'm only going to get the 1,000 refined blood gold. I won't participate in the battle. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. Oh, then when do you plan to set off? Mulan's asked. Half a month later. Lu Ming replied. Since Elder Huang had to comprehend the inscriptions on the broken spear, he wouldn't be able to refine the infinite black gold so quickly. Lu Ming had the Thunder Wind Spear to use now, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lu Ming planned to cultivate in the Profound Heaven city for a period of time and refine the remaining fire profound crystals before heading to the weapon forging sect. And that's good too. Mulan's nodded. The two chatted as they walked. After a while, Mulan's bid farewell to Lu Ming and returned. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard alone. The first thing he did was to take out the Heavenly Star Sword. Powerful True Yuan poured into the surface of the Heavenly Star Sword. Lu Ming sensed that the center of the Heavenly Star Sword was indeed hollow. Clang, his True Yuan shook violently. Now that Lu Ming's True Yuan was so powerful, the Heavenly Star Sword couldn't withstand it at all. It cracked and shattered into pieces with a bang. Something was revealed from the Heavenly Star Sword. This is, seeing the thing inside the Heavenly Star Sword, Lu Ming's pupils shrank in shock. The thing inside the Heavenly Star Sword was actually a small jade sword. It was the size of a finger and was sparkling and translucent. More importantly, Lu Ming had seen this kind of jade sword before. Back in the Blazing Sun Empire, Xianxia had obtained a jade sword in the Dongyi tribe's ruins. It was exactly the same as the one before him. At that time, Lu Ming had said that he wanted to use a king's storage ring to exchange for it, but Xianxia had refused. The jade sword that Xianxia had obtained was exactly the same as the one before him. Just what was the relationship between the two jade swords? Could it be that the jade sword that Xianxia had obtained was also related to the martial monarch's treasure? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. How do I use this jade sword? Lu Ming fiddled with it for a while. Then, he carefully poured his True Yuan into the jade sword. Buzz, the jade sword trembled slightly. Then, inscriptions appeared on the surface of the sword. The inscriptions glowed, and a picture appeared in the air. To be more precise, it was a map with densely packed routes marked on it. There was also a line of words beside the map. Lu Ming came to a realization after reading it. This was indeed a map, and this jade sword was the key to the martial monarch's treasure. Most importantly, there were a total of 9 keys to the martial monarch's treasure. The martial monarch's treasure could only be opened when all 9 keys were gathered. 9 keys? Lu Ming let out a wry smile. It seems like Xianxing's jade sword is most likely the key to the martial monarch's treasure, but where are the other keys? Have they fallen into someone else's hands? How can I gather them? Lu Ming kept thinking. He had no idea how long it would take to reach the martial monarch's treasure. Forget it, with my current cultivation, it would be very dangerous to enter the martial monarch's treasure. I should wait and see. Cultivation is the most important thing now. Having this thought, Lu Ming carefully put away the jade sword and adjusted his state of mind. He then began to cultivate diligently. He continued to comprehend the fire intent with the fire esoteric crystal. Half a month later, Lu Ming had refined all the remaining fire profound crystals. Lu Ming's fire essence had reached the peak of level 1 lesser success. The next step would be level 1 greater success. Level 1 lesser success of fire essence. Does that mean I can reach the peak of LV6 Martial King Realm now? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If his cultivation reached the peak of LV6 Martial King Realm, Lu Ming was confident that he could fight a King Realm expert. Even a King Realm expert of LV7 Martial King Realm would be no match for him. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately took out a large amount of supreme spiritual crystals. He planned to improve his cultivation first before going to the forging sect. Bang! 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 A total of 50,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and devoured all the energy of the crystals. Then, he began to refine them like crazy. However, after an hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. His eyes were full of confusion. What's going on? Why is 90% of the energy in the crystals gone? Why can't I absorb it? Why is my cultivation increasing so slowly? Lu Ming frowned. When he was cultivating, he found that most of the energy from the crystals could not be absorbed by him and turned into genuine qi. Instead, it flowed out of his body and dissipated. Most of the 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals were wasted. Lu Ming had never encountered such a situation before. Essence, wind essence. When I was cultivating, the fire and thunder essences were too strong, and the wind essence was too weak. A huge gap was formed, which led to the loss of energy. Lu Ming kept thinking in his mind and finally came to this conclusion. But before, my thunder essence was the best, and the other 2 essences had not condensed any essence runes. Why didn't this happen? What's going on? Is it because the other 2 essences had not condensed any essence runes, so it was fine? But once they all condensed essence runes, this would happen? Yes, it must be so. Thinking of this, Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. The drawbacks of cultivating so many concepts were finally beginning to show. When all the intents condensed into intent runes, all the intents had to be roughly balanced in order to increase one's cultivation. If many intents lost their balance, it would be very difficult to increase one's cultivation. Now, the concept of fire was much stronger than the concept of wind. It had exceeded a level. It was no wonder that others said that cultivating several states at the same time would become increasingly difficult. This didn't just mean that there would be a huge resistance when condensing concept runes. That was only one of the reasons. But when multiple intents were condensed into intent runes, an even greater drawback appeared. He had to cultivate many different intents at the same time and maintain a balance in order to increase his cultivation. If you gave up on all the other intents and only cultivated one type of intent after condensing all the intent runes, then even if you cultivated that intent to a high level, it would be very difficult for your cultivation to increase. If someone wanted to raise a concept first, then raise their cultivation, and then turn around to raise other concepts, it would not work. This was equivalent to stepping onto a path of no return. Once he stepped onto it, he would have to walk to the end. However, a person's energy was extremely limited. Their lifespan was also limited. One had to maintain multiple intents at the same time in order to increase one's cultivation. This speed was too slow. There were such people in history who cultivated multiple intents at the same time. But in the end, because they had to comprehend every single intent, their cultivation speed was extremely slow. In the end, their lifespan was exhausted and they turned into dust. Some people were even peerless geniuses. If they cultivated only one intent, their achievements would be limitless. But in the end, their ambitions were too great and they died on this path. There were too few people who could complete this path. They were all rare geniuses. Next, if I had known, I wouldn't have cultivated the concept of fire to such a high level. Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. However, Lu Ming wasn't too worried. He had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Even if he cultivated 3 intents at the same time, his speed would still be faster than others. Moreover, as long as the Enlightenment Ancient Tree grew in the future, his speed of comprehending the concept of heaven and earth would definitely be faster. Forget it. Next, I'll focus on comprehending the concept of wind. I originally wanted to put it aside, but it looks like I can't. I'd better go to the forging sect first. I'll cultivate on the way. Lu Ming muttered. Immediately after, Lu Ming stood up and left the courtyard. Not long after, Lu Ming left the profound heaven city. He soared into the sky and flew towards the north. The forging sect was located in the northern part of the profound heaven region. It was located at the intersection of the central and northern parts of the profound heaven region. It was extremely far away from the profound heaven region. Currently, the Heavenly Corpse sect had already occupied the northern part of the profound heaven region. the vast territory was completely under the Heavenly Corpse sect's control. Currently, the territory of the Forging sect was at the front line of the war between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was extremely chaotic there. Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry. Not long after he left the Profound Heaven region, he rushed into a large mountain and captured a half-step king-level Swift Gale Eagle. He sat cross-legged on the Swift Gale Eagle and flew towards the Forging sect. The Swift Gale Eagle's speed was extremely fast. A half-step king-level Swift Gale Eagle's speed wasn't inferior to some martial king-level cultivators. Moreover, its endurance was extremely good. Lu Ming could use the Swift Gale Eagle to travel while cultivating and comprehending the concept of wind. Lu Ming took out the Tao comprehending ancient tree and placed it beside him. Then, he took out a profound wind crystal. He had a total of 40 profound wind crystals on him, all of which he had won from the Xing clan in a bet. Crushing the profound wind crystal, Lu Ming started to comprehend the concept of wind. Just like this, Lu Ming traveled while cultivating. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In a month's time, he had already refined all 40 profound wind crystals. As for the concept of wind, he had also made a breakthrough. He was only a step away from the initial success of the first stage. At this time, Lu Ming had also arrived at the territory near the Forging sect. This territory was in the middle of the war between the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Forging sect was also a subsidiary power of the Heavenly Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Naturally, they would stand on the Heavenly Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's side against the Heavenly Corpse sect. Go. Lu Ming patted the Swift Gale Eagle that he had been riding for a month. Then, his figure moved and he flew forward alone. At this point, the Swift Gale Eagle was already useless. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming hadn't flown for long when the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 2 huge coffins stopped in front of Lu Ming. They were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Hee hee, my luck is pretty good today. I just came out for a walk and I met a little brat. His cultivation seems to be pretty good. I can take him back and refine him into a new corpse. A dry laugh came from the coffin. Today's one should be mine. The next one should be yours. An unpleasant voice came out from the other coffin. Alright, I'll let you have him. Let's end this quickly. After dealing with this little brat, we'll go elsewhere and see if there's any prey. The voice from the previous coffin sounded out again. The prey you're talking about, is it me? Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face. Nonsense, if it's not you, then who is it? Little brat, don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to escape from the 2 of us. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and formed a long spear with his true essence. The long spear quickly grew to 1,000 meters long and whipped toward the 2 coffins. Its power was extremely shocking. Ah, no, it's a king of lower success. How is this possible? 2 panicked cries came from the coffins. At the same time, the coffins flew backward, trying to escape. But, how could they escape? Boom, the huge spear light directly hit the 2 coffins. The coffins exploded and 6 figures appeared. 2 old zombie guards and 4 refined corpses. The 2 zombie guards were 3rd layer Martial King Realm and the 4 refined corpses were also 3rd layer Martial King Realm. However, under Lu Ming's spear light, they could not withstand a single blow. The spear light shrouded and suppressed them. The 2 zombie guards screamed and were torn apart along with the 4 refined corpses. His true essence rolled up and put away the 2 storage rings. Then, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to move forward. After a few hundred miles, a series of explosions came from the front. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming frowned and pondered for a while. Then, he walked toward the direction of the sound. 10 miles away, 2 parties were fighting. One party was obviously from the Heavenly Corpse sect. The other party had a total of 6 people. One of them was a young woman in her 20s. She was as beautiful as a flower. There were 2 other young men, and the remaining 3 were middle-aged men. But now, the 6 of them were completely at a disadvantage and were surrounded by the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect had 8 zombie guards and 17 refined corpses. Their strength was far above the 6 people. Lu Ming quietly appeared not far away. He hid in a remote place and looked forward. The strongest zombie guards are 2 mid-4th layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming could tell the cultivation level of everyone present at one glance. On the Heavenly Corpse Sect's side, there were 2 4th layer Martial King realm kings controlling 4 refined corpses. The other corpse guards were either 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm or 2nd layer Martial Emperor realm. As for the group of 6, there was only one middle-aged man with a cultivation of the peak 4th layer Martial Emperor realm. The other 2 middle-aged men were only at the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm. As for the 2 young men and the young woman, they were all 2nd layer Martial Emperor realm cultivators. They were relying on the middle-aged man with a cultivation of the peak 4th layer Martial Emperor realm to barely resist the attacks from all directions. However, he would not be able to hold on for long on his own. Kaka, that little girl is not bad. She's so soft and tender. I'll catch her and play with her. Then I'll refine her into a refined corpse and bring her along with me every day. That would be a great joy in life, Kaka. A shriveled old zombie guard let out an ear-piercing laugh. He was one of the 2 mid-4th level Martial King zombie guards. Old ghost, don't even think about it. I'd rather die than submit. The young woman cried out with a pale face. You would rather die than submit? If you die, I can refine you into a refined corpse, hee hee. The old zombie guard let out a weird laugh. The young woman's face turned even paler. She then clenched her teeth, and lines of inscriptions appeared on her jade-like palms. With a wave of her hands, 3 battle swords danced around her body, before slashing at the old zombie guard. However, they were easily blocked by a refined corpse. What a strange way of attacking. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with curiosity. He realized that the attacking methods of the 6 people were very unique. Just like the young woman, inscriptions appeared on their palms as they controlled several mystical weapons at the same time to attack their opponents. Furthermore, the power that each spirit weapon could unleash was extremely powerful. The martial artists that Lu Ming had seen before usually used a mystical weapon in order to unleash the strongest power of their martial skills. For example, Lu Ming was able to unleash the strongest power of his spear art with a long spear. As for those who used a battle sword, they were able to unleash the strongest power of their sword art. It was Lu Ming's first time seeing someone controlling several mystical weapons at the same time. However, although the method of controlling the mystical weapons was mysterious, the difference in strength was too great. They were no match for the 6 people. Not long after, 2 middle-aged 3rd layer Martial King realm men were injured and vomited blood. Big brother, take the young lady and break out of the encirclement. We'll hold them off here. One of the men yelled at the peak 4th layer Martial King realm man. That's right, nothing can happen to the young lady. The other man also yelled. No, we'll leave together. The young woman yelled. Hee hee, you want to leave? How is that possible? Today, none of you will leave. The old zombie guard sneered. Big brother, quick, take the young lady and break out of here to find reinforcements. One of the men continued to yell. All right. The 4th layer Martial King realm man clenched his teeth and madly charged in one direction, while yelling, young lady, follow me, break out. Trying to break out? In your dreams, deal with that guy with all your strength. The old zombie guard sneered as he controlled the refined corpse to pounce at the man without fear of death. At the same time, the other 4th layer Martial King realm zombie guard also controlled the refined corpse to pounce at the man. The man controlled 4 sabers at the same time and slashed wildly, but it was useless as they were all blocked. Damn it! He let out a furious roar, his voice filled with despair. Kaka, don't even think about escaping. Little beauty, serve this old man obediently. If you serve this old man well, this old man might be merciful and not refine you into a refined corpse. The old zombie guard sneered. Old bastard, go to hell. The young woman was in despair as she clenched her teeth and attacked the old zombie guard. However, she was easily blocked by a 3rd layer Martial King realm refined corpse. The zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect did not seem to be in a hurry to kill them. It teased the young woman and the others like a cat playing with a mouse. Oh, I see. Lu Ming glanced to the east and west as a cold grin appeared on his face. He discovered that there were auras hiding in the east and west. Although the auras were very weak, Lu Ming could still sense them. The auras were all from the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. They're trying to attract the young woman's reinforcements and catch them all in one fell swoop. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. However, the strongest aura among them is only at the 5th layer Martial King realm. Lu Ming let out a cold grin as he no longer concealed himself and walked out in large strides. Who's there? As soon as Lu Ming walked out, the zombie guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect noticed Lu Ming and yelled. Of course it's the one who's here to kill you. Lu Ming sneered. Hee hee, little bastard, you're alone? You're courting death. The old zombie guard let out a strange laugh. At this moment, the young woman and the others also looked at Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming was alone and was so young, they were immediately disappointed. Young hero, leave quickly, don't worry about us. The young woman yelled. Lu Ming was alone. If they did not leave, they would also be killed. Beauty, it's okay. I'll leave after I kill these monsters of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming smiled brightly at the young woman. Brat, you're talking big. Kill him. The old zombie guard waved his hand. Immediately, a 3rd layer Martial King zombie guard controlled a 3rd layer Martial King refined corpse to attack Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked the zombie guard away. It flew at least 1,000 meters and hit a cliff, almost breaking it. It lay there motionless. Everyone was dumbfounded. A 3rd layer Martial King refined corpse was destroyed by Lu Ming with a kick. Was it still a refined corpse with copper skin and iron bones? When did it become so fragile? 4th layer Martial King, you're a 4th layer Martial King. The old zombie guard yelled. They were shocked that he had reached the 4th layer Martial King at such a young age. The eyes of the young woman and the others also lit up. With one more 4th layer Martial King lesser success king, they might have a chance to rush out. Little brother, come and help me. Let's rush out together. The man at the peak 4th layer Martial King yelled. However, Lu Ming did not seem to hear him. He said with a smile, why rush out? Just kill them. After saying this, Lu Ming walked toward the old zombie guard step by step. Brat, so what if you're a 4th layer Martial King? You want to kill me? In your dreams. The old zombie guard roared and immediately controlled a 4th layer Martial King zombie guard to attack Lu Ming. 5 or 6 black iron chains pierced toward Lu Ming. There was a faint smile at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He stretched out his hand and grabbed 5 to 6 iron chains. Then, he activated the thunder essence and shook his arm. Sizzle, a huge force of thunder and lightning followed the iron chains and blasted toward the 4th layer Martial King refined corpse. Bang, the refined corpse was directly burned into charcoal by the force of thunder and lightning. At this moment, the old zombie guard's face changed. His dry and pale face turned pale and his eyes flashed with shock. How could he so easily defeat a 4th layer Martial King realm refined corpse? How was that possible? This young man's combat strength was too strong. As for the young woman and the others, their eyes lit up. Perhaps they would be saved. Today. You are a Dtion Divine Guard, you are a genius among the Dtion Divine Guards. The old zombie guard shouted. To have such a cultivation base and battle prowess at such a young age, he could only be a top genius among the Dtion Divine Guards. You guessed right. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Kakik, it's worth it to be able to kill a genius from the Dtion Divine Guard today. Do it. The old zombie guard sneered, then suddenly roared, his voice spreading far and wide. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, a deafening sonic boom echoed from the east and west as coffins flew over one after another. On each side, there were more than 20 coffins. In total, there were more than 50 coffins in both directions. Ambush, there's an ambush! At this moment, the faces of the young woman and the others were as pale as paper, and they were filled with despair. Young hero, leave quickly. Don't worry about us. The young woman shouted. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This young lady was kind-hearted. However, this was already within Lu Ming's expectations. More than 50 zombie guards. Fortunately, I still have a lot of soul-sealing crystals on me. When I seal their souls and bring them back, they will all be rewards. Lu Ming thought to himself. The rewards for sealing the souls of the Heavenly Corpse Sect's zombie guards were not limited to the scaled demon plane. It was the same in other places. As long as one killed the zombie guards, sealed their souls, and brought them back, there would be rewards. Young hero, leave quickly. Seeing Lu Ming standing still, the young woman became anxious. It's too late to leave now. The old zombie guard sneered. Whoosh, the coffins flew above everyone's heads from 2 different directions. They were so dark that they blocked the sunlight in the sky. Bang! At this moment, Lu Ming stomped on the ground and his figure soared into the sky, dashing toward the high altitude. He wants to escape, stop him! The old zombie guard shouted. Several iron chains flew out from one of the coffins and wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and sent them flying. Lu Ming rushed into the sky. Escape? Who wants to escape? Lu Ming's indifferent voice came out. In the next moment, Lu Ming looked down and took a step. After taking a step forward, he took another step forward. Boom! 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 Lu Ming took 3 steps in a row. 9 dragons heaven stomping steps, 3 steps in a row. Boom! The whole world seemed to be about to explode. An incomparably terrifying force violently rushed towards the coffins. Bang! 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 More than 50 coffins exploded as if they were made of paper. Several figures appeared from the coffins. Some of the zombie guards with weaker cultivations directly exploded, dying tragically on the spot. Some of the stronger zombie guards also spat out large mouthfuls of blood. 10,000 dragons kill. As the 3 intents gathered, Lu Ming's spear shuddered and fired at least a few hundred spear glows, which transformed into a few hundred tricolored dragons that lunged at the zombie guards. Ahhhhh, cries of agony could be heard. Regardless of the zombie guards' cultivation level, they were all unable to resist the attacks. Their bodies were torn apart by the tricolored dragons, and their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. For a moment, only some of the stronger refined corpses remained in the air, as motionless as a log. More than 50 zombie guards were killed in an instant. Below, everyone was stunned, no longer fighting. They just stood there, staring blankly at the sky, completely petrified. Heavens, more than 50 zombie guards, including more than 10 4th-layer and 5th-layer martial emperors, were killed in an instant. Not a single one managed to escape. What kind of strength was that? Was he a greater success emperor, but a greater success emperor at such a young age? How many were there in the Xianxia region? The crowd could not wrap their heads around it. Ah! Monster! Monster! Run! Run! After a while, the old zombie guard came to his senses and screamed in fear. He frantically ran to one side. But swoosh, a spear glow fell from the sky and nailed him to the ground. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Then, spear after spear fell and nailed the other zombie guards to the ground, leaving none alive. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 50 soul-sealing crystals flew out. They sealed the souls of all the zombie guards and stored them away. There are only so many soul-sealing crystals left. If we kill more zombie guards, there won't be any left. Lu Ming sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have bought more soul-sealing crystals. After storing them away, Lu Ming moved and appeared beside the young woman and the others. Greetings, Lord Divine Guard. Apart from the young woman, the others quickly bowed to Lu Ming. Such a young and powerful Dtian Divine Guard must have a high status in the Dtian Divine Palace. Naturally, they were respectful. No need to be so polite. I just happened to pass by. The Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Dtian Divine Guard are mortal enemies. Since I saw you, I naturally won't let you go. Lu Ming said with a smile. Lord Divine Guard, you are so powerful. Your name is Xianxia. May I know your name? The young woman's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Ming. It was her first time seeing such a young and powerful genius. I am Lu Ming. Master Lu Ming, you're so powerful. The geniuses of our crafting sect are nothing compared to you. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with sparkling eyes. Ahem. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. He coughed a few times before he came to his senses. Are you from the forging sect? Yes, my father is the sect leader of the crafting sect. Xianxia had no ulterior motives. She said it directly. She stared at Lu Ming curiously. Ahem, miss, please mind your manners. The burly man reminded her. Mind what? Master Lu Ming is one of us. Xianxia chuckled. Lu Ming smiled as well. This Xianxia was obviously a young lady who had no experience and was not scheming. Miss Xianxia, everyone, I'm going to the crafting sect to look for your sect leader. Lu Ming said. You're going to the crafting sect to look for my father? That's great. Let's go together. Xianxiang's eyes lit up. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. The others were also overjoyed. With Lu Ming with them, they had nothing to fear from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Then, the group of people went on their way to the north. Sir Lu Ming, you are really amazing. You are so powerful at such a young age. How did you cultivate? Master Lu Ming, you're so powerful. What's your rank in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards? How many geniuses like you are in the Imperial Sky Divine Guards? Master Lu Ming, do you have a girlfriend? Why don't I introduce one to you? I'll introduce myself. Hee, I'm just kidding. Master Lu Ming, I heard that Xianxia is the #1 genius in the Tianxian domain and is on the list of top 1,000 talents. How do you compare to him, Master Lu Ming? Have you seen him before, Master Lu Ming? Along the way, Xianxia followed by Lu Ming's side, her mouth rattling, asking non-stop. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and cast a pleading look at the others beside him. However, they all revealed helpless expressions and turned their heads away, pretending that they did not see anything. Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. After flying for hundreds of miles, Xianxia asked at least dozens of questions. At this moment, Lu Ming's reinforcements arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! In front of them, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. More than 50 people were flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Every one of them had a strong aura. They were obviously experts. The leader was a young man in a white robe. It's Xianzhong. A burly man at the side said. Soon, more than 50 people arrived. Xianxia, are you all right? The young man in the lead looked at Xianxia with concern and asked. Humph, it would be strange if we were fine. If it were up to you, we would have died long ago. Why did you come so late? Xianxia curled her lips and snorted coldly. Xianzhong's face changed and said, Did you guys meet someone from the Heavenly Corpse sect? Nonsense, of course we met. If it wasn't for Master Lu Ming, you wouldn't be able to see me. Let me introduce you guys. This is Master Lu Ming, a Detian Divine Guard. Master Lu Ming is a peerless genius. Those corpse guards were killed by Master Lu Ming in a few moves. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful genius. Xianxia stood beside Lu Ming and introduced him to everyone with a look of admiration. However, she did not see that a trace of coldness flashed in Xianzhong's eyes. Detian Divine Guard? Xianxia, he really is a member of the Detian Divine Guard. Don't be fooled by him. Maybe he was sent by the Heavenly Corpse sect to get close to you. You also know that people from the Heavenly Corpse sect have been appearing more frequently around the weapon forging sect recently. Xianzhong looked at Lu Ming unkindly and said coldly. You're talking nonsense. Master Lu Ming is so powerful. He must be a genius among the Detian Divine Guards. Moreover, he killed so many corpse guards in a few moves. If he's from the Heavenly Corpse sect, how could he kill so many corpse guards? Moreover, those disgusting fellows from the Heavenly Corpse sect are also ugly. How could they be as good-looking as Master Lu Ming? Xianxia retorted loudly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly at the side. Xianxia was really naive and innocent. Xianzhong was obviously interested in Xianxia, but Xianxia still praised Lu Ming. Didn't this make Xianzhong even more unhappy? As expected, Xianzhong's face became even gloomier. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, right? Now that I've arrived, we're going back to the weapon forging sect. Please leave. In other words, he wanted Lu Ming to leave. Hey, Xianzhong, why are you like this? What's with your attitude? Master Lu Ming saved me before. Moreover, he's going to the weapon forging sect to see my father. He can go back with us. Xianxiang's face darkened and she said unhappily. He's going to the weapon forging sect too? No, what if he has evil intentions? Xianzhong said with a gloomy face. This is my divine guard token. Do you want to take a look? Before Xianzhong could finish his words, Lu Ming interrupted him and took out his divine guard token. Lu Ming was going to the weapon forging sect to ask for the 1,000 refined blood gold. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Xianzhong. Seeing Lu Ming take out his divine guard token, Xianzhong's face became even gloomier. The weapon forging sect was affiliated to the Ditian Divine Palace. Since Lu Ming was really a Ditian Divine Guard, Xianzhong had no reason to stop Lu Ming from going to the weapon forging sect. Humph, I already said that Master Lu Ming is a genius among the Ditian Divine Guards. Someone didn't believe me. Humph. Xianxiang snorted coldly. This made Xianzhong's face turn even uglier. Let's go. Let's go back to the weapon forging sect. Xianzhong waved his hand and led the way. The group continued to head towards the north. Along the way, Xianxiang followed Lu Ming and chatted with him. From Xianxiang, Lu Ming found out that Xianzhong was the only son of the weapon forging sect's great elder. He was also the #1 genius among the younger generation in the weapon forging sect. He was only 28 years old and he had already reached Martial King realm lower tier. Lu Ming nodded his head. Such talent was considered top-notch even in the Ditian Divine Palace, where geniuses were as common as clouds. Lu Ming could also tell that Xianxiang had some feelings for Xianzhong. Lu Ming naturally didn't think that Xianxiang liked him. Xianxiang was just a simple-minded girl who worshipped experts. When she saw a genius like Lu Ming for the first time, she naturally admired him and was curious about him. However, she didn't like him. In front of them, Xianzhong's face turned gloomier when he saw Xianxiang and Lu Ming chatting happily. Murderous intent constantly flashed in his eyes. They chatted as they hurried on. Soon, they had covered a distance of 10,000 miles. A huge and majestic mountain appeared in front of them. This was the weapon forging sect. Following Xianxiang, they entered the weapon forging sect without any obstructions and arrived at the peak of the mountain. Miss Xianxiang, young Master Xianzhong, you are back. The sect master and the elders are having a meeting in the meeting hall. I'll inform them about it, a white-haired old man said as he appeared in front of them. All right. Grandpa Zhang, please inform my father that Lu Ming, the Ditian Divine Guard of the Ditian Divine Palace, has something to discuss with him. Xianxiang nodded her head. Oh, all right. Not long after, the white-haired elder returned. Miss Xianxiang, the sect master has asked you to enter. The elder said. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xianxiang, and Xianzhong followed the elder into the hall. As for the others, they dispersed. They followed the elder and passed through several checkpoints before arriving at a large hall. There were 8 people sitting in the hall. Sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with a square face. He was extremely burly. Father. Xianxiang called out with a smile as soon as she came in. This burly man was the sect master of the crafting sect. Xianlong, I heard that you were attacked by the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. How are you? Are you all right? You little girl, I told you not to run around but you didn't listen. Xianlong stood up from his seat and walked down. He looked at Xianxiang carefully and scolded her with a smile. Obviously, Xianlong had received the news that Xianxiang and the others had encountered the corpse guards. Father, I'm blessed with good fortune. I have a benefactor to help me. What are you afraid of? Come, let me introduce you. This is Lu Ming, a peerless genius among the Ditian Divine Guards. Those zombie guards are powerless in the hands of Lord Lu Ming. Be it novice kings, all of them are useless. Xianxiang pulled Xianlong's arm and said with a smile. Then, she looked at Lu Ming and introduced him to Xianlong. Xianlong and the others smiled. They did not pay much attention to Xianxiang's words about Lu Ming's strength. Lu Ming looked like he was in his 20s. Even if he was a genius among the divine guards, how strong could his cultivation be? How strong could his combat strength be? It was already amazing for him to reach the 4th-level Martial King realm. In their opinion, Xianxia was innocent and rarely went out. She was just a little excited to see a decent genius. However, Lu Ming was after all a divine guard. There were still some rules that could not be ignored. Xianlong cupped his fists and said, "Little brother Lu Ming, thank you for saving us this time." "You're welcome, Sect Master Xian. It's just a small matter." Lu Ming returned the gesture. "I heard that you have something to ask me." "What is it?" Xianlong said. "Sect leader Xian, it's like this. Elder Huang asked me to come." Lu Ming did not beat around the bush. He took out the small pagoda that Elder Huang had given him. Elder Huang. At this moment, not only Xianlong, but the expressions of the others in the hall also changed slightly. "It really is Elder Huang." Xianlong sized up Lil Pagoda, his face filled with respect. He couldn't help but think more highly of Lu Ming. According to what he knew, this pagoda was Elder Huang's keepsake. He wouldn't easily give it to others, but now he had given it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's position in Elder Huang's heart wasn't low. Elder Huang has done me a great favor, and even the weapon forging sect owes him a great favor. It's a pity that he hasn't come to the weapon forging sect for more than 20 years. "May I ask why you've called this little brother here?" Xianlong asked in a much more polite tone. "It's nothing major. Recently, Elder Huang has been wanting to forge a spirit weapon and is lacking materials. He called me here to see if I can ask the sect master for a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold." Lu Ming said. 1,000 refined blood gold. Xianlong and the others' expressions changed once again. 1,000 refined blood gold. "You want 1,000 refined blood gold?" "Impossible, we can't give you 1,000 refined blood gold." A voice rang out. It was Xianzhong. At this moment, Xianzhong's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Lu Ming with hostility and said, "Brat, do you know how precious 1,000 refined blood gold is? We don't even have enough people in the crafting sect. The entire crafting sect can only forge one piece of 1,000 refined blood gold in a few years. Who do you think you are to ask for 1,000 refined blood gold? Don't even think about it." "Xianzhong, shut up. What's with your attitude? How dare you speak to little brother Lu like that?" Xianlong shouted, glaring at Xianzhong with rage. "Sect master, Xianzhong was startled by Xianlong's anger and kept his mouth shut. "Little brother Lu is here on Elder Huang's request. What is a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold?" "Little brother Lu, a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold is not a problem," Xianlong said. "Sect master, there's only one piece of 1,000 refined blood gold left in the sect. You said it was for me. How can you give it to him now?" Xianzhong shouted again. "That's right." At this moment, a man in his 50s with a long beard stood up and said, "Sect master, since we said it was for Zhong it belongs to him. We can't just give it to him because of Elder Huang's words. If Elder Huang wants it, that's fine. We'll forge another piece of 1,000 refined blood gold in a few years and I'll personally give it to Elder Huang." This man with a long beard was the crafting sect's grand elder and also Xianzhong's father, Xian Yuan. Xianlong frowned and said, "Elder Huang has not only shown great kindness to me, but also to all of you. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. We haven't repaid his kindness for many years. Since Elder Huang has spoken, it must be urgent. There's no reason to refuse. I've already made up my mind. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold will be given to little brother Lu. As for Xianzhong, we'll wait a few years." "No, sect master, I refuse to accept this." Xianzhong shouted, "Who knows where this brat came from? Who knows if he was sent by Elder Huang? Even if he was, who does he think he is? How can he take my 1,000 refined blood gold? Impossible, I refuse. Xianzhong, that piece of 1,000 refined blood gold isn't yours yet. Father only said that he wanted to give it to you, but that was only on purpose." Xianxia glared at Xianzhong. "Xianxia, even you." Good, very good." Xianzhong repeatedly said good before turning to Lu Ming with a sinister expression. "Brat, I don't care who you are or who sent you here. Treasures belong to the strong. If you want the 1,000 refined blood gold, fine, but we'll have to see how capable you are. I heard that you're very strong. Come, let's fight. If you can beat me, I'll give the 1,000 refined blood gold to you. Lu Ming bitterly smiled. He didn't expect that a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold would cause such a commotion. It seemed that the 1,000 refined blood gold was more precious than he had imagined. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed and said, Brother Xian, there's no need for a fight. How about this, I'll buy the 1,000 refined blood gold with spirit crystals. How about that? Buy it with spirit crystals? Fine, I'll sell it to you as long as you take out 10 million spirit crystals. Xianzhong sneered. Xianlong frowned at his words. Lu Ming also frowned. Xianzhong. Xianxiang glared at Xianzhong and said, You're clearly making things difficult for him. How can a piece of 1,000 refined blood gold cost 10 million spirit crystals? Xianzhong clenched his teeth and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. What? Brat, you don't have spirit crystals and you don't dare to fight? What genius of the Empyrean Divine Guards? Bullshit. All you can do is trick Xianxiang. Show your true colors now. In my opinion, Elder Huang must be lying to you. Lu Ming frowned. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't speak, Xianzhong became even more aggressive and said, Brat, kneel down and apologize. Then get lost and I'll forgive your crime of deceit. Enough. Xianzhong, little brother Lu has Elder Huang's token. It can't be fake. In the Tianxian region, if Elder Huang isn't willing, no one can obtain his token. Sect Master, in my opinion, the reason why Elder Huang called a young man here is to test him. Let the young people settle their own matters. We shouldn't interfere. Xian Yuan said. All right. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. He looked at Xianzhong and said, Since you want to fight, I'll keep you company. All right, I've been waiting for you to say that. Let's fight outside. Seeing that Lu Ming had accepted the challenge, Xianzhong's eyes flashed coldly and he strode outside. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Xianlong let out a sigh and walked out of the hall with the other elders. That Xianzhong is really despicable. Xianxiang snorted. Outside the hall was a spacious square that was perfect for a fight. Lu Ming and Xianzhong stood opposite each other. Brother Xian, how about we stop when it's appropriate? Lu Ming said. After all, he was the one who came to the blacksmith sect to ask for the 1,000 refined blood gold. Therefore, Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. Stop when it's appropriate? Hee, on the battlefield, swords have no eyes. If you're afraid, quickly admit defeat. Xianzhong's aura was imposing. Lu Ming frowned again. Buzz. Buzz, at this moment, Xianzhong's aura exploded. At the same time, inscriptions appeared on his palm. With a wave of his hand, a total of 5 spiritual weapons appeared. These 5 spirit weapons were all different from each other. There were 2 battle swords, a saber, a spear, and a dagger. Kill! Xianzhong shouted and pounced on Lu Ming. At the same time, the 5 spiritual weapons also charged at Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz, the 5 spiritual weapons came from different directions and slashed at Lu Ming's vital points. Their attacks were swift and vicious. It didn't seem like a spar, but a battle. Lu Ming frowned. His figure swayed, avoiding a few spirit weapons and appearing in another direction. Trying to dodge? You wish. Die. Xianzhong's eyes were filled with vicious killing intent. He waved his hands and the 5 spirit weapons continued to attack Lu Ming at lightning speed. The weapon forging sect's method of controlling weapons was truly wondrous. Lu Ming executed his movement technique, wanting to dodge. At this moment, Xianzhong revealed a ruthless expression and shook his sleeve. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 sharp piercing sounds could be heard. More than 10 sharp steel needles flew out from Xianzhong's sleeves and pierced Lu Ming's eyes at lightning speed. Xianzhong, you're despicable! Xianxiang shouted. Damn it! Xianlong roared in anger. However, it was too late for him to save Xianlong. At this moment, Xianlong was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have directly given Lu Ming the 1,000 refined blood metal and allowed Lu Ming to return to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. If Lu Ming died in Xianzhong's hands, he really didn't know how to explain it to Elder Huang. Don't push your luck. At this moment, Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Boom, following which, a terrifying aura exploded from Lu Ming's body. A huge spear radiance shot out from Lu Ming's body and soared into the sky. When the steel needles came into contact with the spear radiance, they exploded and turned into iron powder. Boom, Lu Ming waved his hand and the huge spear radiance swept towards Xianzhong. Bam! Bam, the 5 spiritual weapons were sent flying a few thousand meters away by the spear radiance. The huge spear radiance continued towards Xianzhong. Xianzhong was completely stunned. In front of Lu Ming's terrifying aura, he was like a pitiful worm. Stop! Grand Elder Xianyuan shouted from the side. However, would Lu Ming care about him? Bam, the spear radiance struck Xianzhong's body and sent him flying. He slid a few thousand meters on the square and spat out blood from his mouth. Of course, this was because Lu Ming had purposely held back and only used 10% of his strength. Otherwise, Xianzhong would have been blasted into nothingness. Zhong. Xianyuan rushed over to check on Xianzhong's injuries. Such powerful combat strength. He is only at the early stage of LV4 Martial King Realm, but his combat strength should be at the late stage of LV5 Martial King Realm or even the peak of LV5 Martial King Realm. Not bad. He is so young and yet he has such cultivation and combat strength. No wonder he is a genius among the Dtian Divine Guards. Xianzhong's defeat is justified. The elders of the blacksmith sect discussed and exclaimed. Xianzhong was also at the early stage of LV4 Martial King Realm, but he could not withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. If they knew that Lu Ming had only used 10% of his strength, what would their expressions be? Humph, I told you that Lu Ming is a peerless genius, but Xianzhong did not listen. Now he is beaten. Xianxiang snorted and walked over to check on Xianzhong. Xianzhong's injuries were not serious. He stood up and looked at Lu Ming in shock. But deep in his eyes, there was a trace of murderous intent, but he hid it. Alright, since little brother Lu has won, the 1,000 refined blood gold belongs to little brother Lu. Xianlong announced. He then looked at Lu Ming and smiled. Little brother Lu, the 1,000 refined blood gold is still in the demonic beast blood pool. If you want to take it out, you will have to wait until tomorrow. How about you stay in the blacksmith sect for a night and I will give you the 1,000 refined blood gold tomorrow. No problem. Thank you, Sect Master Xian. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Xianlong then asked someone to arrange a room for Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, let me show you around. There are some interesting places in the blacksmith sect. Xianxiang smiled. All right. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. The blacksmith sect was indeed a great blacksmith sect. There were places and secret rooms for blacksmithing everywhere. Lu Ming followed Xianxiang and wandered around with great interest. As for Xianxiang, she was also chattering away. Her curiosity was very strong, asking non-stop. Since young, Xianxiang had always been active in the area around the blacksmith sect. She had never left the sect, so she was very curious about the outside world. Lu Ming also had a good impression of Xianxiang. Although Xianxiang was a few years older than Lu Ming, she was like a naughty little sister in front of Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming would briefly talk about the things that could be said. Lu Ming only left Xianxiang in the evening and returned to his residence. Then, he entered the Temple of Paragon and placed the Enlightenment Ancient Tree beside him. Lu Ming continued to comprehend the concept of wind. In the blacksmith sect, 3 figures sat in the Grand Elder's living room. One was the Grand Elder, Xianyuan, and the other was Xianzhong. The last one was a burly man in his 30s. Father, I will definitely take revenge. I will definitely kill that little bastard Lu Ming. Xianzhong roared and his eyes were filled with hatred. Don't worry. I don't care if that little bastard is Elder Huang's man. He must die. Xianyuan's eyes flashed coldly. Father, when are we going to carry out the plan? Xianzhong asked. You finally thought it through? Are you going to carry out the plan? Xianyuan asked. Humph, I was reluctant to let that bitch Xianxia go. But now, that bitch has only seen that little bastard Lu Ming for a short while, and she's already flirting with him. Damn it, all of them deserve to die. It's good that you thought it through. How can you be held back by personal feelings when doing great things? Xianyuan nodded and continued, the Heavenly Corpse sect only used 300 years to expand to its current strength. In my opinion, it won't be long before the Heavenly Corpse sect's strength surpasses the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. If the Weapon Forging sect and Emperor Sky Divine Palace are tied together, the Heavenly Corpse sect will be destroyed sooner or later. How can we die with the Weapon Forging sect? Right now, the Heavenly Corpse sect has set their sights on a treasure in the Weapon Forging sect. They will take action soon. At that time, we will cooperate with the Heavenly Corpse sect and defeat the Weapon Forging sect together. We will be the heroes of the Heavenly Corpse sect. How many more days will it take? But Lu Ming, that little bastard, will leave after taking the 1,000 refined blood gold tomorrow. Xianzhong said. How about this? After Lu Ming leaves tomorrow, ask your senior brother to go with you. We will kill Lu Ming on the way and take back the 1,000 refined blood gold. Xianyuan said. Yes, master. The strong man in his 30s replied. Haha, good. Senior brother's cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th martial king realm. With senior brother's help, it will be more than enough to kill Lu Ming. Xianzhong laughed. Then, they started to conspire again. The night passed quickly. The next day, Xianlong sent someone to pass on a message. Considering that Lu Ming had been in Tianxian City for a long time, the 1,000 refined blood gold might lose some of its spirituality if it was not used for a long time. Therefore, Xianlong and the rest planned to inscribe a layer of seal on the 1,000 refined blood gold to seal the spirituality of the 1,000 refined blood gold so that the spirituality of the 1,000 refined blood gold would not be lost due to time. Therefore, it would take some time. It would probably be done in the evening. Lu Ming nodded. He did not mind and continued to wait. Sure enough, in the evening, Xianlong asked someone to bring Lu Ming to the meeting hall. When he arrived at the meeting hall, he saw Xianlong and Xianxiang. There were only the two of them here. Little brother, sorry to keep you waiting. That's the 1,000 refined blood gold. Xianlong smiled and pointed to the center of the hall. Sect Master Xian, you're too polite. Lu Ming said and looked at the center of the hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a piece of dark red metal. This piece of metal had been polished into a perfect square, with a length, width, and height of about half a meter. On the surface, there were lines that looked like the growth rings of a tree. There were more than 1,000 of them. On the surface of the 1,000 refined blood gold, there was a layer of glowing inscriptions. It must be the inscription array that Xianlong and the others had set up to prevent the loss of its spirituality. This was 1,000 refined blood gold. Lu Ming walked over and picked it up. His expression changed slightly. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold was incomparably heavy. Little brother, the 1,000 refined blood gold is forged using a secret technique of the weapon refining sect. It needs to be tempered 1,000 times, and each time, precious metals and the blood essence of demonic beasts are added. The entire process takes 3 years. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold weighs 999,900 kilograms. Xianlong smiled proudly. Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. This piece of 1,000 refined blood gold weighed almost 1,000,000 pounds. Moreover, the process was so complicated, which showed how precious it was. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude once again and put the 1,000 refined blood gold into his interspatial ring. Lord Lu Ming, if you have time in the future, come visit the weapon refining sect more often. I still have many questions to ask you. Xianxiang said with some reluctance. Okay. Lu Ming smiled. Girl, all you think about is going out and adventuring. You don't know how dangerous the outside world is. Xianlong scolded with a smile. Sect Master Xian, Miss Xianxiang, take care of yourselves. If you have the chance, come find me in Profound Heaven City. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bid farewell to Xianlong and Xianxiang. He then left the weapon refining sect and flew towards Profound Heaven City. Lu Ming finally obtained the 1,000 refined blood gold. He couldn't wait to return to profound Heaven City and enter seclusion to comprehend the concept of wind. As long as his concept of wind reached lesser success, it would reach a balance with the concepts of lightning and fire. Then, his cultivation could continue to increase. Flying as fast as lightning, tens of thousands of miles passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Whoosh, suddenly, a ghastly white saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed and he dodged the saber light. Two figures appeared in front of him. They stepped on the air and walked towards him. Xianzhong. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. One of them was Xianzhong. The other was a strong man in his 30s. Hee, Lu Ming, let's see where you can run now. Die, the 1,000 refined blood gold is mine. Xianzhong sneered. Xianzhong, you really don't give up. I originally wanted to spare your life for Xianxiang's sake, but you just had to come and die. Lu Ming's gaze also turned cold. Shameless boasting. My father sent my senior brother here. You're dead. Also, don't mention that bitch Xianxiang in front of me. Speak, did something happen between you two? That bitch is a bitch. And that old man Xianlong, in 2 days, I want them all dead. All dead. Xianzhong's expression was extremely ferocious. Lu Ming's expression changed as he snapped, what are you going to do to sect leader Xian and the others? Hee, what am I going to do? Let's talk about it when you're in the underworld. Senior brother, kill him. Xianzhong roared. Bang. Bang, the burly man stepped on the void, exuding an incomparably powerful aura. Every step he took in the void produced a clattering sound. Peak 6th layer Martial King Realm. Lu Ming was startled. Haha, Lu Ming, my senior brother has reached the peak 6th layer Martial King Realm. He's only one step away from breaking through to the greater success stage. You're strong, but are you comparable to my senior brother? Die. Xianzhong laughed excitedly. Die. The strong man yelled as his muscles bulged and he slashed out with his saber. The saber light was mighty, slicing the air in half and stirring up gusts of wind. In the blink of an eye, the saber light was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At that moment, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and was placed above his head. Clang! The saber light collided with the spear and a powerful force was emitted. However, Lu Ming's body remained motionless like an ancient sacred mountain. Xianzhong and the strong man's expressions changed drastically. Peak 6th layer Martial King Realm? Hee. Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward with the long spear in his hand. Mountain splitting slash. The strong man roared as he unleashed his full strength and slashed out again. This slash was twice as powerful as the previous one. This was the strongest attack the strong man could muster. However, in the next moment, he was in despair. Lu Ming swept out with his long spear and the saber light shattered into nothingness. Oh no, junior brother, run. The strong man's expression darkened as he yelled. Whoosh, Lu Ming merged with his spear and performed the extreme Dao strike. The spear light flashed and blood spurted out. The strong man's forehead was pierced through. Then, a devouring force erupted and devoured the strong man's blood essence. No, how could this be? Xianzhong almost burst into tears as he ran toward the crafting sect. With his cultivation, there was no way he could escape. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind Xianzhong. The spear struck Xianzhong's shoulder. Xianzhong's body fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom, suddenly, a crater with a diameter of tens of meters appeared on the ground. Xianzhong was lying in the crater, blood spurting out of his mouth. Lu Ming appeared beside the crater and looked at Xianzhong coldly. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you to let me go. Xianzhong struggled to get up and begged. He was trembling in fear. Now, his life was in Lu Ming's hands. He felt like he was drowning in endless fear. You said that sect master Xian and the rest would die in 2 days. What do you mean? Lu Ming asked coldly. No, nothing. I was just talking nonsense. Xianzhong shook his head. You don't want to talk? Then you can die. Lu Ming was stunned. Killing intent surged out of him. No, no, wait. I'll talk. I'll talk. Xianzhong screamed. Lu Ming looked at him coldly. Cold sweat dripped down Xianzhong's face. The Heavenly Corpse sect wants to steal a treasure from the crafting sect. That treasure is with Xianlong. My father has already contacted the Heavenly Corpse sect. In 2 days, we'll launch a surprise attack on the crafting sect. What? You colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming was shocked. I'll talk. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. Xianzhong looked at Lu Ming anxiously. Now, he only wanted to save his life. He did not care about anything else. I'll let you go. Go plead with Sect Master Xian and the rest. Lu Ming waved his hand and True Yuan entered Xianzhong's body, sealing his True Yuan. Then, he carried Xianzhong and flew to the blacksmith sect. Xianzhong's face was pale and he was terrified. Soon, he arrived at the blacksmith sect. Someone wants to kill me. Someone wants to harm the blacksmith sect. Just then, Xianzhong shouted crazily. In the silent night, his voice could be heard far away. Who is it? Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, several dozen experts flew out from various parts of the crafting school. Deacon Pang, this brat wants to kill me. He wants to steal our sect's treasures. Xianzhong shouted, his face flashing with a sinister look. It's Xianzhong. What? Brat, you're courting death. The weapon refining sect's people furiously roared and attacked Lu Ming. Get out of the way. I have no ill intentions. I have something important to discuss with sect leader Xian. Lu Ming shouted. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's up to no good. Kill him. Xianzhong shouted. He had thrown caution to the wind. When he saw Xianlong and the others, he wouldn't be able to live. He might as well take a gamble now. As long as the weapon forging sect killed Lu Ming, he might still have a chance to live. Kill. The people from the weapon forging sect charged towards Lu Ming in a frenzy. Scram! Lu Ming roared. With a sweep of his spear, several experts from the weapon forging sect were sent flying. Lu Ming moved and rushed towards the depths of the weapon forging sect. Save me! Xianzhong shouted. Shut up. If you shout again, I'll kill you. Lu Ming shouted. Go ahead. We're going to die anyway. Kill me. Xianzhong made up his mind and shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then, another group of people rushed towards them. This time, there were more than 10 people and they were all martial kings. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to explain and sent them flying. Soon, he was near the meeting hall of the weapon forging sect. Bastard, you're courting death. At this moment, a cold bellow was heard. Immediately after, a few extremely sharp attacks slashed toward Lu Ming. They were 2 sabers. Father, save me. Xianzhong was overjoyed when he heard the voice. Clang! Clang! Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and swept his spear to block the attack. However, his body shook violently and he couldn't help but retreat 1,000 meters. Greater success, King. Lu Ming's face changed. Xian Yuan appeared in front of him with a few spiritual weapons floating beside him. Xian Yuan's face was extremely cold. He rushed towards Lu Ming at lightning speed without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, the 2 sabers turned into 2 cold bolts of lightning and slashed towards Lu Ming. At the same time, 3 spears appeared in a flash and pierced through the void towards Lu Ming. The moment he made his move, he unleashed a barrage of attacks. Xian Yuan had a bad feeling when he saw Xianzhong in Lu Ming's hands. He had to kill Lu Ming quickly. 1,000 dragons kill. With a shake of his spear, hundreds of tricolor true dragons roared and flew out. On average, there were nearly 100 tricolor true dragons pouncing on each spiritual weapon. Break! Xian Yuan shouted coldly as he controlled the spiritual weapons. A terrifying aura burst out from the spiritual weapons. Bang! Bang! The tricolor true dragons exploded one by one and turned into nothingness. The 5 spiritual weapons continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his spear tightly to block the 5 spiritual weapons. Clang! 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 Although the 5 spiritual weapons were blocked, the terrifying force tore through Lu Ming's defense and almost tore his body apart. He was pushed back a few thousand meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. A greater success. King Realm Level 7 Martial King is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. He had already sensed that Xianyuan's cultivation was level 7 Martial King. Still not dead? Kill! Xianyuan shouted angrily. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his expectations. Xianyuan, if you want your son to die, keep attacking. Lu Ming blocked Xianzhong in front of him and shouted. Father, father, save me! Xianzhong screamed in fear. Xianyuan's expression kept changing. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned cold and there was a flash of determination. He waved his hands and the 5 spirit weapons turned into 5 bolts of lightning and charged toward Lu Ming. 2 of the spiritual weapons went straight for Xianzhong. No, no! Xianzhong shouted. How cruel! You even killed your son to silence him. Lu Ming's expression changed. He used the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and retreated quickly. Stop! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Several spiritual weapons tore through the air and collided with Xianyuan's spiritual weapons. Clang! Clang! The violent collision resounded in the sky. Xianyuan's spiritual weapons were bounced back. A figure appeared in the sky. It was Xianlong whoosh. Whoosh! Behind Xianlong were other elders of the crafting sect, including Xianxiang. Master Lu Ming? What's going on? Xianxiang was confused when she saw Lu Ming and Xianzhong in Lu Ming's hand. Sect leader, Lu Ming, that little bastard, broke into the crafting sect and tried to kill Zhong. Luckily, I found him. I suggest we attack now and kill him. Xianyuan shouted with a cold look in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Xianyuan, you've done something wrong. Are you afraid that I'll say it, so you want to kill me? Lu Ming laughed. Kid, what are you talking about? Die. However, Xianlong moved and stood in front of Xianyuan. I believe Brother Lu wouldn't attack Xianzhong for no reason. Why don't we listen to what's going on? Let's get to the bottom of this. Xianlong said. Sect leader. Xianyuan panicked. Alright, that's enough. Xianlong waved his hand. The coldness in Xianyuan's eyes intensified. He knew that he could not kill Lu Ming with Xianlong's help. Stealthily, he gave one of the elders a look. That elder nodded slightly, and then slowly retreated, disappearing into the darkness. No one noticed. Brother Lu, what's going on? Xianlong looked at Lu Ming and asked. Yes, Master Lu Ming, what's going on? How is Xianzhong? Xianxiang asked as she looked at Xianzhong in Lu Ming's hand. Sect Master Xian, before I left the crafting sect, I ran into this Xianzhong and one of his senior brothers. They tried to kill me on the way. Lu Ming said. What? Xianzhong, how dare you? Xianlong roared. Xianzhong, you, how could you do such a thing? Xianxiang also looked at Xianzhong with disappointment. Xianzhong lowered his head. His eyes were full of disappointment, but he didn't say anything. Nonsense, you bastard. You're the one who wanted to kill Zhong. Xianyuan shouted again. Shut up, old man. You're brainless, but do you think others are brainless too? I barged in from the outside and everyone saw it. Based on what you're saying, I barged in first and took Xianzhong away. Then, I brought Xianzhong out and barged in from the outside so that you could stop me? Lu Ming shouted. You, Xianyuan's face turned red. He just wanted to pin a crime on Lu Ming. He did not expect there to be so many loopholes. He could not bring himself to say anything. Xianyuan, are you the one who ordered this? Xianlong's face turned ugly as he looked at Xianyuan. Wait a minute. Sect leader Xian, killing me on the way is just a small matter. Just now, I heard something from Xianzhong that is a big matter. Lu Ming shouted. Hearing this, Xianyuan's expression changed drastically and he slowly stepped back. Oh? Something big? What is it? Xianlong asked. Grand Elder Xianxia has already colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect. In 2 days, he'll join forces with the Heavenly Corpse sect to take down the crafting school. Lu Ming shouted. These words were like rolling thunder, exploding in the minds of everyone in the crafting school. What? What did you say? Xianlong's face was filled with disbelief. The others also looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. This was too shocking. Sect leader Xianzhong said it himself. Lu Ming said. Nonsense. Venomous slander. Sect leader, Lu Ming is trying to drive a wedge between us. I suggest that we kill him immediately. Xianyuan roared. Xianyuan, you still dare to quibble? But you're really ruthless. You even wanted to kill Xianzhong just to shut me up. He's your biological son. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he said to Xianzhong, do you still want to help such an unscrupulous father hide it? When the Heavenly Corpse sect takes down the crafting school, everyone you know will die. What's the point of living then? Also, there's nothing between me and Xianxiang. On the contrary, she told me that she likes you, but you always misunderstood her. Lu Ming's words made Xianzhong tremble slightly. He raised his head and looked at Xianxiang. Xianzhong, what's going on? Tell me. Xianxiang shouted. Xianzhong's eyes flickered. Then, he looked at Xianyuan and said, Father, let's stop. We've made great contributions to the crafting school for generations. I believe that the sect leader and the elders will forgive us. Let's stop. Xianzhong's words were like thunder. Everyone looked at Xianyuan in unison. Xianyuan, how dare you? Xianlong roared, his hair and beard fluttering. Bastard, you're so useless. You can't achieve great things because of your personal feelings. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you. Xianyuan looked at Xianzhong coldly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and sneered, little bastard, you ruined my plan. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianyuan retreated hastily. Oh no, he's leaving. Lu Ming shouted. Stay. Xianlong roared and chased after Xianyuan. Xianxiang, please forgive me. Please forgive me. Xianzhong shouted. Xianxiang looked at Xianzhong with disappointment. Then, her face turned cold and she said, this time, if it wasn't for Lord Lu Ming, you and your father would have colluded with the Heavenly Corpse sect and attacked the crafting school. How can I forgive you? Xianxiang turned her head and did not look at Xianzhong. Xianzhong was in despair. Clang. Clang, at this moment, Xianlong and Xianyuan had already exchanged a blow. Xianyuan retreated quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, at this moment, there were sounds of something breaking through the air around the crafting school. Pitch-black coffins appeared all around the crafting sect. The Heavenly Corpse sect is attacking. The Heavenly Corpse sect is attacking. There were shouts and screams from all directions. Ha ha ha, now, you're all going to die. Xianyuan laughed maniacally. Damn it, activate the array, activate the array. Xianlong roared. However, in the next moment, there were explosions and screams around the crafting school. Ah! Ah! At the scene, several elders suddenly moved to assassinate the other elders of the crafting school. In an instant, those several elders were killed on the spot. You, Xianlong roared, his eyes spitting fire. Obviously, these people had all betrayed the crafting school. Haha, Xianlong, I've been in the crafting school for many years. How can there be no one? Xianyuan sneered. Traitor, traitor, kill them. The crafting school was in chaos. There were shouts and screams. At this moment, the coffins of the Heavenly Corpse sect opened and zombie guards flew out. They rushed into the crafting school and started a war. In an instant, the crafting school was engulfed in the flames of war. Xianyuan, you deserve to die. Xianlong roared and pounced on Xianyuan. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Xianyuan roared and started a war with Xianlong. Both of them were Martial King Realm Greater Success Kings. The battle was intense. Xianlong, hand over the dark steel heavy sword and I'll leave your corpse intact. An old zombie guard wearing a black robe silently appeared not far away and said coldly. So you want the dark steel heavy sword? You want to go to the ancient desolation city? Xianlong seemed to have thought of something and his face changed. Hand over the dark steel heavy sword. I know it's in your storage ring. The old zombie guard roared. Brother Liu, take Xianxia away. Leave? I still want her blood as a guide. How can I let her go? Capture that girl for me. Be careful, don't kill her. The old zombie guard waved his hand. Immediately, several zombie guards controlled the refined corpses to charge at Xianxiang. Kill! Xianxiang roared and controlled several spirit weapons to charge at the zombie guards. At this moment, Lu Ming threw Xianzhou onto the square of the forging sect. With a flash of his figure, he dashed toward a few zombie guards and refined corpses. With a sweep of his long spear, the few zombie guards exploded one after another. Kill that brat! The old zombie guard shouted, and more zombie guards rushed toward Lu Ming. There were at least 10 zombie guards with 20 refined corpses. Iron chains covered the sky and wrapped around Lu Ming and Xianxiang. Go! Lu Ming pulled Xianxiang and retreated, avoiding the entanglement of the iron chain. At this moment, there were battles everywhere. There were battles between the Forging Sect disciples and the Skycorp Sect's zombie guards. There were also internal conflicts within the Forging Sect. Damn traitor! Lu Ming saw that on the square below, an angry Forging Sect disciple chopped off Xianzhong's head. In the end, Xianzhong died in the hands of the Forging Sect disciple. Xianxiang also saw all of this. She bit her red lips, and her eyes were red. She didn't make a sound. Capture that girl. Around them, a group of zombie guards controlled the refined corpses and charged toward Lu Ming and Xianxiang. Why do they want to capture Xianxiang? Just now, Sect Master Xian shouted about the ancient desolation city? Could it be the ancient desolation city in the eastern part of the profound heaven continent? Lu Ming's mind raced. Whoosh, a battle sword pierced through the void and cut off the heads of 5 or 6 zombie guards. It was Xianlong. He controlled the battle sword to help Lu Ming and Xianxiang. Lu Ming, take Xianxiang with you. Hurry and go to Tianqian City. I'm counting on you. Xianlong shouted. In the Forging Sect, only Xianlong and Xianyuan were kings. The other elders were all kings. None of them had the strength of Lu Ming. At this moment, Xianlong could only ask Lu Ming for help. All right. Lu Ming agreed. He pulled Xianxiang and quickly retreated. No one can leave? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of iron chains pierced through the air, entangling towards Lu Ming and Xianxiang. Scram! Lu Ming bellowed, and a 1,000-meter-long spear light swept out. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The spear light was penetrated by the iron chain, and the iron chain continued to wrap around them. Great success, Monarch! Lu Ming's heart trembled. That was definitely a great success, king-level refined corpse. With me here, you want to leave? How is that possible? Hee. Behind him, a middle-aged zombie guard was controlling 2 refined corpses. They emitted a terrifying aura as they pressed towards Lu Ming. Lord Lu Ming, leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Xianxiang shouted. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Xianxiang and rushed in another direction. However, the iron chain had blocked all paths of retreat. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming exchanged a few blows with it. His body shook violently, and blood spilled out of his mouth. With his current combat strength, there was still a gap between him and a great success king. Just as there was a divide between the 3rd and 4th level martial king realm, there was also a divide between the 6th and 7th level martial king realm. The 7th level martial king realm belonged to the great success king realm. Their combat strength was 2 levels higher than the 6th level martial king realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! The iron chains flew across the sky, attacking Lu Ming continuously. Clang! Clang! At this moment, 2 battle swords flew over and knocked the iron chain away. It was Xianlong who was controlling the swords to help. Xianlong, how dare you be distracted while fighting with me? You're courting death. Xianyuan shouted coldly, and his battle weapon flew out. Xianlong was hit by Xianyuan's spear, which pierced a bloody hole in his shoulder. If Xianlong had not dodged in time, it would have pierced his heart. "Father!" Xianxiang was shocked and worried. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the middle-aged zombie guard appeared behind Lu Ming and grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly turned around and stabbed out with his spear. The middle-aged zombie guard was also a great success King Realm 7th level martial King Realm. Although the zombie guard's combat strength was not strong, he was still stronger than Lu Ming. Bang, with one blow, Lu Ming's body was sent flying backward. Not good. Lu Ming could not help but let go of Xianxiang's hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, several iron chains wrapped around Xianxiang and pulled her far away. He, I got the girl. Now I need the dark iron heavy sword. The old zombie guard sneered. He was also a great success King Realm expert, and he was controlling the refined corpse to kill the elders of the crafting sect. The elders were killed by his refined corpse one after another. Xianxiang! Xianlong roared and controlled 3 swords to cut at the iron chains that wrapped around Xianxiang. However, the refined corpse that wrapped around Xianxiang was a great success King Realm expert. How could Xianlong save her? The iron chains flew out and knocked the 3 swords away. You dare to be distracted? Die. Xianyuan revealed a cold smile. Xianyuan took advantage of Xianlong's distraction and attacked fiercely. Whoosh! This time, one of Xianlong's arms was chopped off by Xianyuan. Xianlong roared like a mad lion. Haha, I got the storage ring. Xianyuan was overjoyed and threw Xianlong's arm to the old zombie guard. Dad, Dad. Xianxiang anxiously roared in the distance. Bang! Lu Ming sent several lesser success King Realm refined corpses flying with his spear and charged towards Xianlong. Kid, you want to save her? Die. The middle-aged zombie guard controlled a refined corpse and blocked Lu Ming's path. Die my ass. Dandan, smash. Lu Ming patted Dandan. Shwa, Dandan flew out and rapidly enlarged, smashing toward the middle-aged zombie guard's face. Bang! The middle-aged zombie guard could not dodge at all and was directly smashed in the face. Ah! He screamed as his face was almost smashed. He frantically retreated while controlling the refined corpse to block in front of him. What a meticulous plan. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. Originally, he wanted to use Dandan to ambush and kill a greater success King Realm zombie guard. However, this zombie guard immediately controlled the refined corpse to block in front of him, so he did not have the chance. Lu Ming dashed past them and toward Xianlong. At this moment, Xianxiang was surrounded by a bunch of refined corpses. Even if he wanted to save her, it was already too late. At this moment, Xianlong was in danger. One of his arms was chopped off, so he was not Xianyuan's opponent at all. Bang! Lu Ming's aura was like a rainbow. He was simply invincible under the greater success King Realm. No zombie guard or refined corpse could stop him. This kid is courting death. The old zombie guard's eyes were cold as he controlled a greater success King Realm refined corpse to charge toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he himself also charged toward Xianlong. Not good. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming became one with his spear and turned into a spear light. The refined corpses and zombie guards in front of him were all sent flying. Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared not far from Xianlong. However, at this moment, the old zombie guard and Xianyuan had already surrounded Xianlong. Xianlong was already at a disadvantage. Now that he was surrounded, he was instantly hit and his body was covered in blood. Dandan, smash! Lu Ming shouted. Die! Bam! Dandan hit Xianyuan first. Xianyuan screamed miserably. Even though he was a grand completion king, his face was smashed into pulp by Dandan's attack. How could Xianlong let go of this opportunity? Traitor, die! Xianlong controlled 3 swords and slashed at Xianyuan. Clang! Clang! Xianyuan only managed to block 2 of the swords in his panic. He couldn't block the third one. Puff! The third sword cut off Xianyuan's head. A greater success king was killed just like that. But at the same time, the old zombie guard's claw pierced through Xianlong's chest and grabbed his heart. Damn it! Dandan, smash. Lu Ming roared and smashed Dandan at the old zombie guard's face. The old zombie guard screamed and quickly retreated, but it was still smashed by Dandan, smashing it beyond recognition. Shua, Lu Ming rushed over, grabbed Xianlong, and quickly broke out. At the same time, his true yuan swept Xian Yuan's corpse into the temple of Paragon. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming swept out his spear, and the refined corpses were sent flying. Lu Ming continued to rush out. Damn it! Stop him! Stop him! I want him to die. The old zombie guard screamed and controlled the Greater Success King refined corpses to surround him. This time, the Heavenly Corpse sect had taken action in advance. Only 2 of their king-level masters had come. There were no king-level masters blocking Lu Ming's path. Without a Phenomenal Success King, no one below the Phenomenal Success King level would be able to withstand Lu Ming's attack. The refined corpses were sent flying like sandbags. Extreme Dao Strike. In the end, Lu Ming unleashed an Extreme Dao attack and dashed out 5 miles away. He then took a deep breath and circulated his true yuan. He took a step and appeared 10 miles away. Chase! Chase! The old zombie guard roared and controlled the Greater Success King refined corpses to chase after him. However, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and instantly disappeared. A few minutes later, Lu Ming had rushed out nearly 10,000 miles. Puff, Xianlong kept coughing up blood, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Lu Ming chose a secluded place, landed, and placed the profound dragon on the ground. Little brother Lu, I beg you, you must save Xianxia. Xianlong coughed up blood as he spoke. His heart had been crushed, and he had relied on his powerful physical body and profound cultivation to stay alive. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have died from such injuries. Sect leader Xian, let me heal you. Lu Ming placed his palm on Xianlong's back and a majestic true energy flowed into Xianlong's body. Lu Ming's true essence was the battle dragon's true essence, which was extremely effective. After a while, Xianlong's face regained some color. Little brother, don't waste your Jin Yuan. Your heart has already exploded, and there's nothing you can do. Little brother, let me tell you a few things. Xianlong panted. Sect leader Xian, please speak. Lu Ming said. If I'm not wrong, the Heavenly Corpse sect must have taken the Xian family's dark iron heavy sword and kidnapped Xianxia. They must have gone to the ancient Desolation City in the east, opened the ancient Desolation tomb in the ancient Desolation City, retrieved the corpses in the tomb, and refined them into peerless corpses. They must have gone to the east. Little brother, I beg you, help me save Xianxia. After speaking, Xianlong struggled to kneel before Lu Ming. Sect leader Xian, what are you doing? I promise you, I will save Xianxia. Lu Ming said firmly. Good, that's good. Little brother, this storage ring was given to me by Xianxia's mother. Can you pass it to her on my behalf? Xianlong took off his storage ring and passed it to Lu Ming. Don't worry, sect leader Xian. Lu Ming means what he says. Lu Ming took the storage ring and kept it. Sect leader Xian, what's your relationship with the ancient Desolation City? Lu Ming was curious. Lu Ming remembered that the peerless genius of the ancient Desolation City, Xian Feng, also had the same surname as Xianlong. The Xian family of the blacksmith sect used to be a branch of the Xian family in the ancient Desolation City. There were 2 dark iron heavy swords in the Xian family. It was said that once the 2 dark iron heavy swords were combined and the ancient Desolation tomb was opened, it would be a disaster for the Xian family. So, 10,000 years ago, our branch left the ancient Desolation City with the dark iron heavy sword and came here to prevent the 2 dark iron heavy swords from combining. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Corpse sect knew about it. They will definitely bring Xianxia to the ancient Desolation City to get the other dark iron heavy sword. Once the ancient Desolation tomb is opened, the Xian family will be finished. Xianlong explained. Xianlong's life force was getting weaker and weaker. There was nothing he could do. Little brother, I'll leave Xianxia to you. In the end, Xianlong uttered his final words. His life force dissipated, and he died. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. He dug a hole at the side and buried the mystic dragon. However, he did not leave a tombstone. If the Heavenly Corpse sect found the tombstone, they would probably refine the corpse into a corpse. Don't worry, sect leader Xian. Since I promised, I'll do my best to fulfill it. Lu Ming cupped his fists and flew into the sky. He retracted his aura and flew back to the blacksmith sect. Quick, take everything you can. Quick! Lu Ming heard shouts as he approached the blacksmith sect. Lu Ming flew into the sky and looked down. However, he did not see any trace of Xianxia. Not only that, he did not even see the two Greater Success King zombie guards. Where did they take Xianxia? Lu Ming pondered. After a while, some zombie guards flew towards the north. Lu Ming followed them from a distance. They flew towards the north for at least a few 100,000 miles. There was a huge mountain filled with smoke in front of them. The zombie guards all flew into the mountain. Lu Ming stopped a few 100 miles away. He did not dare to go any further. He guessed that it was one of the Heavenly Corpse sect's bases in the Xianxia domain. There were definitely many experts there. If he got too close and was discovered, he would be in danger. Lu Ming found a secluded place and hid himself. Could Xianxia have been brought here? Or has she left for the east? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. Whatever. I'll wait here for 2 days. If I don't see Xianxia, I'll head east. Dandan, stay here and keep watch. Let me know if anything happens. I'll cultivate first. Lu Ming placed Dandan on the ground and entered the Temple of Paragon. Shan Yuan's corpse was on a platform in the Temple of Paragon. Lu Ming did not want to waste the essence blood of a Greater Success King. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and devoured Shan Yuan's essence blood. Lu Ming took off Shan Yuan's storage ring and waved his hand. A wisp of flame appeared and burned Shan Yuan's corpse to ashes. Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began refining Shan Yuan's essence blood. The essence blood of a Greater Success King was too dense. Lu Ming used it all to strengthen the 9 dragons' bloodline. A new silver chakra appeared. 7th chakra, 7th level king class bloodline. After refining so much blood essence, the 9 dragons' bloodline finally rose to the 7th grade of king class. 7th level king class bloodline was the same level as Xian Yanqing's bloodline. It had surpassed most of the geniuses in Xianxia domain. It was said that the bloodline of the Saint Star was above 7th level king class. Other than him, no one else in Xianxia domain had reached 7th level king class. Hoo-hoo, the 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and inhaled. The devouring power was terrifying. The power of devouring has increased by 2 times. Now, even a Greater Success King would be affected by the power of devouring. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Indeed, the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline had greatly increased after reaching 7th level king class. I wonder what kind of changes will happen after I advance to the divine bloodline. Lu Ming thought. It was said that the divine bloodline had incredible power. It was mysterious and terrifying. Martial artists had the chance to awaken their bloodline for the 3rd time after reaching the Sea of Spirit realm. Martial artists had 3 chances to awaken their bloodline in their life. However, not every martial artist could awaken their bloodline for the 3rd time. The 3rd bloodline awakening was completely different from the previous 2. It was not fixed, but random. It depended on one's comprehension, luck, and talent. Some martial artists awakened their bloodline at the 1st level of the Sea of Spirit realm, some at the 2nd level, and some at the 3rd level. Some even at the Spirit Embryo realm. Most people would never be able to awaken a 3rd bloodline in their entire lives. The probability was terrifyingly low. Out of 10,000 martial artists who reached the Sea of Spirit realm, only 1 could awaken their 3rd bloodline. However, once the 3rd bloodline was awakened, it would be terrifying. This was because the 2nd bloodline of those who could reach the Sea of Spirit realm was usually above 3rd level king class. The 3rd bloodline would definitely be higher than the 2nd bloodline. Some people could even awaken their divine bloodline and soar to the sky. However, Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline. Even if he couldn't awaken his 3rd bloodline, his 2 bloodlines could become divine bloodlines in the future. He was looking forward to it. Let's see what's happening outside. Lu Ming walked out of the Temple of Paragon. Dandan's body was flashing, but it didn't seem to be moving. Continue to wait. What's that? At this moment, Lu Ming saw a few light spots flying toward the east from the mountain in the distance. However, they were too far away. Given Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see them clearly. Let's go to the east. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and headed toward the east. After about 10,000 miles, Lu Ming. It's Xian. From afar, Lu Ming saw more than 10 zombie guards and dozens of refined corpses. The woman in the middle was Xianxia. These corpse guards didn't hide in the coffins, as if they were afraid of causing unnecessary trouble along the way. After all, Xians, or not. So many. Lu Ming couldn't see through at least 3 of the zombie guards. They were all kings in the Great Accomplishment stage. There were at least 6 kings in the Great Accomplishment stage. This wasn't something that Lu Ming could fight against. Lu Ming could only follow them from afar and wait for an opportunity to attack. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect was very cautious. Even when they were resting, there would be a king in the Great Accomplishment stage guarding Xianxia. Lu Ming couldn't attack at all. Just like that, more than 10 days passed. They were getting closer and closer to the east. The ancient Desolation City had always been mysterious in the east of the Tianxian domain. It was said that the ancient Desolation City didn't belong to this world and wasn't built by the people of this world. Instead, during the ancient times, the ancient desolate city fell from the sky. There was a strange aura in the ancient Desolation City. Other martial artists couldn't cultivate or raise their cultivation in the city. Only the Xian family members could cultivate in the ancient Desolation City. Therefore, other than the Xian family members, no one else lived in the ancient Desolation City. The Xian family didn't have many people in the ancient Desolation City, but they were all peerless geniuses. Today, there weren't only people from the Xian family in the Xian family's meeting hall. There were also people from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The Fire Palace Master, Earth Palace Master, and Thunder Palace Master were all in the ancient Desolation City's meeting hall. Apart from them, there were also some protectors from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. They were all powerful people. Recently, more and more people from the Heavenly Corpse sect have appeared in the east of the Tianxian domain. Could it be that the Tianxian branch palace in the central region is at a disadvantage? The Earth Palace Master said. Especially the ancient Desolation City. There are Heavenly Corpse sect's corpse guards coming to harass us. Therefore, the Palace Master sent us to help. The Thunder Palace Master frowned. Could it be that the Heavenly Corpse sect's target is the ancient Desolation too? Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man whose eyes were like lightning. At this moment, he spoke with a frown. This person was the ancient Desolation City's city master and also the Xian family's family master. Beside him stood a youth. It was Xian Feng. Ancient Desolation too? The Thunder Palace Master and the others were puzzled. According to our Xian family's ancient records, the ancient Desolation City descended from another world. The ancient Desolation Tomb is where the corpses of unparalleled experts are buried. Our Xian family's ancestor entered the ancient Desolation Tomb by chance and merged with a drop of blood from one of the corpses. That's how he was able to cultivate in the ancient Desolation City. I suspect that the Heavenly Corpse sect wants to open the ancient Desolation Tomb and seize the corpses. The Xian family's family master said. There's actually such a thing? The Earth Palace Master, Thunder Palace Master, and the others were dumbfounded. In the past, they thought that it was just a rumor. Then we can't let the Heavenly Corpse sect succeed. If the Heavenly Corpse sect really obtains the corpses of unparalleled experts and refines them into refined corpses, it will be a great catastrophe. The Earth Palace Master said. Don't be afraid. It won't be easy for them to open the ancient Desolation Tomb. They need 2 keys. Our ancient Desolation City only has 1 key. The other key was taken away by another branch of the Xian family 10,000 years ago. The ancient Desolation City's city master said. That's good. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief. A few days ago, the Heavenly Corpse sect would occasionally attack. But these few days, the Heavenly Corpse sect has gone into hibernation. I wonder what their goal is. The Fire Palace Master said. No matter what their goal is, we just need to prepare our defenses. the Thunder Palace Master said. After that, the crowd continued to discuss for a while before dispersing one by one. Only the ancient city master was still frowning. Feng if anything happens, you must escape. Your life is more important. Do you understand? The ancient city master instructed. Father, Xian Feng wanted to say something but stopped. Remember, our Xian family can't end here. This time, I have a bad premonition. The ancient city master said. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Early in the morning, there were sounds of something breaking through the air. There were at least 1,000 coffins flying towards the ancient Desolé city from all directions. Not good, the Heavenly Corp sect has launched an attack. There are so many coffins. A scream came from the ancient Desolé city and spread throughout the city. Prepare to meet the enemy. The ancient Desolé city lord appeared in the air and ordered loudly. In the ancient Desolé city, there were at least a few thousand people running. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than a dozen figures appeared beside the ancient Desolé city lord. They were the Thunder Palace Lord, Fire Palace Lord, and some other experts from the ancient Desolé city. What's going on? Why did the Heavenly Corp sect launch an attack today and send out so many people? The Earth Palace Lord roared, full of doubts. Perhaps the person the Heavenly Corp sect is waiting for has arrived. The ancient Desolé city lord sighed. What do you mean the person they are waiting for has arrived? Who are they waiting for? Everyone was puzzled. Caw, over 1,000 coffins opened, and corpse guards appeared in the air, carrying refined corpses. Hee, ancient Desolé city lord, hand over the black iron heavy sword and let us open the ancient Desolé's tomb. We can consider letting you go. An old zombie guard sneered. Dream on. Even if you get my black iron heavy sword, you can't open the ancient Desolé's tomb. The ancient Desolé city lord said. Really? Do you think we don't know? We have already investigated clearly. There are 2 keys to the ancient Desolé's tomb. If we don't get them, why would we attack? Bring them here. The old zombie guard waved his hand and a zombie guard appeared with a beautiful young woman. This woman was Xianxia. This is the descendant of the Xian family that left 10,000 years ago. We have already gotten the key. As long as the 2 keys are combined, we can open the ancient Desolé's tomb. Hand over your black iron heavy sword. The old zombie guard sneered. The ancient Desolé city lord's face was extremely ugly. You want me to hand it over? Impossible, unless I die. The ancient Desolé city lord roared. Stubborn. Since that's the case, kill. The old zombie guard waved his hand, the zombie guards controlled the refined corpses and charged towards the ancient Desolé city lord. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Thousands of guards controlled more than 2,000 refined corpses to attack the ancient Desolé city. Although the ancient desolate city's Xian family did not have many people, they still had several thousand. Together with the reinforcements from the Heavenly God Palace, they engaged in an intense battle with the Heavenly Corp sect. Boom! Boom! The Thunder Palace Master, the Fire Palace Master, the Earth Palace Master, and the ancient Desolation City Master all released powerful auras that were as dazzling as 4 small suns. With a wave of his hand, flickering lightning and blazing flames spread out in all directions. Dozens of refined corpses were instantly torn apart. For 9th layer martial kings. Good, after killing them, I can refine another 4 powerful refined corpses. A sneer was heard. Then, 4 figures pounced toward Hallmaster Lei and the others. Among the 4 figures, 2 of them were gigantic demonic beasts. They were demonic corpses, and their bodies exuded a powerful aura. 2 of them were human corpses, but they wore armor and held spears as they charged towards the Thunder Palace Master and the others. These 2 refined corpses were completely different from the other refined corpses. The Thunder Palace Master and the others did not dare to be careless and engaged in a fierce battle with these refined corpses. For a moment, it was a draw. Ah! Ah! Screams could be heard from all over the ancient desolate city as people were killed. Lu Ming was hiding on a mountain peak outside the ancient desolate city. So many experts. I didn't expect the Heavenly God Palace to send a few palace masters. Including the original strength of the ancient desolate city, there are 8 great perfection kings. Lu Ming pondered as he sensed the auras in the distance. Apart from the 3 palace masters, the heavenly god palace also had 2 great perfection kings. As for the ancient desolate city itself, it also had 3 great perfection kings. However, the heavenly corpse sect had clearly come prepared. They had sent more than 8 great perfection kings. Including the refined corpses they controlled, their strength was clearly above the ancient desolate cities. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he would not be of much use if he participated. I'll wait and see. I'll take the opportunity to save Xianxia. Lu Ming made up his mind. He hid there, retracted his aura, and remained motionless. As time passed, the battle became even more intense. People were constantly being killed in the ancient desolate city, and the smell of blood permeated the entire city. As for the Thunder Palace Master and the other great perfection kings, they were under even more pressure. Apart from the 4 refined corpses from before, there were even more refined corpses attacking them. Immediately, they were at a disadvantage. Charge! Let's join forces and charge out. The Thunder Palace Master roared. No, if we charge out, everyone else will die. Moreover, the ancient desolate tomb cannot be opened. The ancient desolate city master roared. At this time, we can't care so much. If we don't charge out, we will all die. The Thunder Palace Master roared. He regretted taking on this mission. However, the ancient desolate city master and the Fire Palace Master did not listen to him. Damn it! The Thunder Palace Master roared. With a wave of his hand, thunder rumbled and struck forward. The 2 refined corpses attacking him were forced back. He then charged forward, wanting to break out of the encirclement. You actually ran away. The Fire Palace Master roared. A bunch of fools. Who is willing to stay here and die? The Thunder Palace Master sneered and charged forward. However, Xiao, iron chains appeared and 2 powerful refined corpses appeared, blocking the Thunder Palace Master's path. Behind him, the 2 refined corpses charged forward. There was no way out. Ah, damn it! The Thunder Palace Master roared and was forced back. I have already sent a message to the Palace Master to ask for reinforcements. As long as we can hold on for an hour, the Palace Master will be able to arrive. The Fire Palace Master shouted. There is a way. We can retreat to the edge of the ancient desolate tomb. Our Xian family has been inscribing inscription arrays around the tomb for generations. After so many years, the inscription arrays there have become quite powerful. We can retreat there and activate the inscription arrays. We can definitely hold on for an hour. The ancient desolate city master said. Alright, let's do that. The Fire Palace Master and the Earth Palace Master both agreed. The Thunder Palace Master helplessly followed them and charged into the ancient desolate tomb. Gather! Gather! We will retreat to the ancient desolate tomb together. The ancient desolate city master roared as he retreated. He gathered the remaining members of the Xian family and retreated to the ancient desolate tomb together. However, the Heavenly Corpse sect tried their best to stop them. There were killings everywhere and not many people could shake off their opponents to join them. In the end, only a few hundred people rushed to the edge of the ancient desolate tomb. Activate the array. The ancient desolate city master roared. His eyes were filled with pain. Once they activated the array, the people in the other parts of the ancient desolation city would only die. However, they had no choice but to do so now. A light screen appeared in front of the city master of the ancient desolation city. Boom! 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 Those powerful refined corpses were constantly attacking the light barrier. The light barrier was constantly trembling, but it didn't break. It firmly blocked the attacks. Damn it, attack! A greater success. King Zombie Guard roared and ordered the other zombie guards to control the refined corpses to attack. However, the inscription array was extremely strong and couldn't be broken in a short period of time. City Lord of the ancient desolate city, are you so heartless as to hide inside and watch your clansmen get killed? An old zombie guard appeared and sneered. Ah! Ah! Miserable cries could be heard all around. They were all from the Xian family. Kiki, The ancient city lord clenched his teeth and tears welled up in his eyes. Ah, damn it. The other Xian family members, such as Xian Feng, who had entered the array, stared outside with red eyes. Don't kill those Xian family members yet. Take them down and kill them here. The old zombie guard ordered. Soon, the Xian family members were injured and brought to the ancient city lord's tomb. City lord, save us. Some of the more cowardly ones begged. However, the ancient city lord clenched his fists and didn't say a word. It was said that once the ancient city lord's tomb was opened, there would be a disaster. Kill. The old zombie guard ordered. Whoosh. Whoosh, the iron chain was like a long spear that pierced through the Xian family members and killed them all. Ah, damn it, damn it. Xian Feng and the others roared. Soon, more Xian family members were brought in and killed. Not only the Xian family members, but even the Fire Palace Lord and the others were furious. Open the inscription array and hand over the black iron sword. Then, we can spare their lives. The old zombie guard sneered. Don't even think about it. The ancient city lord roared. His eyes were red and filled with killing intent. Alright, continue to kill. Then, more Xian family members were brought in. Father, save me. A loud shout came from a beautiful girl in her 20s. Minner. The ancient city lord shouted. Ha ha ha, so this is your daughter. Good. City lord of the ancient desolation city, I wonder what it would be like for you to watch your daughter copulate with a hero of the Heavenly Corpse sect in public. I'm really looking forward to it. You, go and take off her clothes. I'll leave this cushy task to you. The old zombie guard pointed at a pale-faced middle-aged zombie guard. Thank you, elder. The middle-aged zombie guard was overjoyed. His eyes shone with a lustful light as he walked towards the beautiful woman. No, don't come over. Despair filled the beautiful woman's face. Bastard, you damned bastard. The Fire Palace Master roared. Minner, kill. Xian Feng roared and was about to rush out, but he was slapped back by the city lord. Remember, don't let them enter the desolate ancient tomb. Guard it with the great formation and wait for rescue. The city lord of the ancient desolation city scolded Xian Feng. Then, his eyes turned cold and he dashed out of the formation towards Xianmin father. Xian Feng roared. Hee, you're finally willing to come out? Take him down. The old zombie guard waved his hand and a few greater success kings controlled the refined corpses to attack the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Kill. The city lord of the ancient desolation city emitted a blazing light. He slashed down with his battle sword and the middle-aged zombie guard was cut in half. The sword chi slashed out and a refined corpse of the martial king realm was cut in half. The city lord of the ancient desolation city's aura was much stronger than before. A secret technique that burns one's essence, chi, and soul. Do you want to die? The old zombie guard roared. The city lord of the ancient desolation city burnt his essence, chi, and soul. It was a secret technique of the Xian family. His battle strength skyrocketed, but he would definitely die in less than 10 minutes. Minner, follow me. I'll bring you out. The city lord of the ancient desolation city said to the beautiful woman. He grabbed her hand and dashed out. Stop him. The old zombie guard roared. Immediately, the experts among the zombie guards attacked. 5 refined corpses that were equivalent to martial king realm cultivators charged towards the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Get out of my way. The city lord of the ancient desolation city held his sword with one hand and his aura was shocking. He slashed out and a martial king realm corpse was sent flying. It was almost cut in half. The city lord of the ancient desolation city's battle strength skyrocketed after using the secret technique that burned his essence, chi, and spirit. He was infinitely close to a peak king realm cultivator. The sword chi swept out and several martial king realm corpses were sent flying. There were even 7 or 8 zombie guards that were swept by the sword chi and killed. The city lord of the ancient desolation city rushed out with Xianmin back off. Let's work together to control the dragon corpse. The old zombie guard roared. Whoosh, a huge coffin flew down from the sky. This coffin was hundreds of meters long and more than 50 meters wide. It pressed down on the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Break! The city lord of the ancient desolation city slashed out and the coffin exploded. However, a huge creature emerged from the coffin. Its winding body was hundreds of meters long and covered with scales. It had 2 horns on its head and 4 claws under its abdomen. It was the corpse of a flood dragon. Whoosh! Whoosh! At least 10 zombie guards flew onto the flood dragon corpse. Their bodies were filled with corpse chi. These 10 zombie guards were all at the peak king realm. At this moment, they were controlling the flood dragon corpse together. Roar! Suddenly, the flood dragon corpse let out a huge roar. The roar formed a huge storm that rushed toward the city lord of the ancient desolation city. Not good. The city lord of the ancient desolation city's face changed drastically. He slashed out with his sword and the bright sword chi split the storm apart. However, his body also retreated rapidly. Whoosh! The flood dragon corpse moved and its 200-meter-long body rushed toward the city lord of the ancient desolation city. At the same time, it clawed down. Its speed was as fast as lightning. The city lord of the ancient desolation city roared and slashed out with his sword. However, it was useless. The sword chi was scattered by the flood dragon claw. The flood dragon claw hit the city lord of the ancient desolation city heavily. The city lord of the ancient desolation city was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed into the light screen of the inscription array in front of the ancient desolation tomb and spat out blood. As for Xian Min, needless to say, she was torn apart by this attack. Ah, how could this be? The city lord of the ancient desolation city roared. He couldn't bear it. Dad, Min. Xian Feng also roared. Inside the array, everyone's faces were filled with despair. The Sky Corps sect even had a flood dragon corpse. From the previous exchange, the flood dragon corpse was too powerful. Its battling power was unparalleled. It was probably close to the Sea of Souls realm. Could this inscription array block it? The old zombie guard waved his hand and collected a strand of Xian Min's blood. He sneered, "We have the blood of this descendant of the Xian family. All that is left is the black iron heavy sword. Continue to attack." The old zombie guard waved his hand. Roar! The flood dragon corpse continued to attack. The city lord of the ancient desolation city tried his best to block out the attack. However, the difference was too great. He was beaten until he spat out blood. All of the bones in his body were broken. He laid on the ground and his chi was weakening rapidly. "Get the hell back!" Xian Feng roared and wanted to rush out. However, he was stopped by the city lord. The old zombie guard walked to the city lord of the ancient desolation city and took the storage ring of the city lord. The next moment, a black iron heavy sword appeared in the hands of the old zombie guard. Ha ha ha, 2 keys in hand. Now, attack this array. The flood dragon corpse rushed forward and bombarded the inscription array. The inscription array trembled violently like water ripples. Inside, many people revealed looks of fear. Boom! Boom! In less than 10 minutes, the inscription array let out a terrifying roar and burst. After a violent tremor, the inscription array collapsed. The inscription array was broken. Sigh, it's useless after all? The desolate city lord sighed. Then, his life was extinguished. Gather together and defend with all your strength. The fire palace lord roared. More than 100 people retreated to a corner and gathered together, cautiously staring at the people of the Sky Corps sect. At this point, they could only fight to the death. Damn it, damn it. Am I going to die here today? The fire palace lord roared in his heart, extremely unwilling. He he he. The old zombie guard led a group of experts and Xianxia to the front of the desolate ancient tomb. They were now in a vast square in front of the desolate ancient tomb. The desolate ancient tomb was like a magnificent palace. It was hundreds of meters high and incomparably huge. Surround them first. It won't be too late to kill them after the door of the desolate ancient tomb opens. The old zombie guard ordered. Just in case, if they killed the people of the Xian family, no one would ask if there were any problems when the desolate ancient tomb was opened. With a wave of his hand, a force appeared and cut a wound on Xianxiang's arm. A trace of blood was attracted to the old zombie guard's hand. Xianxia cried out and cold sweat flowed down. You guys, guard here and stop them. You guys, follow me to open the desolate ancient tomb. The old zombie guard ordered. Immediately, a group of experts, including the fled dragon corpse, were left behind. The old zombie guard led some experts and walked towards the desolate ancient tomb. At this time, no one noticed that a figure wearing a zombie guard's black robe silently appeared behind several zombie guards. This person was of course Lu Ming. He killed a zombie guard and changed into the zombie guard's black robe. He came in from the back without being noticed by the other zombie guards. Now, the battle in the desolate ancient tomb was basically over. The Xian family had suffered a crushing defeat. Basically, all of them were dead. Only a few people in the square of the desolate ancient tomb remained. Hee, little girl, behave yourself. When the desolate ancient tomb is successfully opened, I'll send you on your way. A LV7 Martial King Realm zombie guard grabbed Xianxia's arm and sneered. On Xianxia's arm, blood flowed, making her face pale. Now. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. A portion of the experts followed the old zombie guards to the desolate ancient tomb. The remaining experts controlled the fled dragon's corpse and stared at the fire hall master and the others. There weren't any experts beside Lu Ming. That king who had caught the Xianxia was the strongest. Whoosh, Lu Ming's figure flashed past several zombie guards. Then, he brazenly launched an extreme strike. The spear light turned into a streamer of light, streaking across the void like a meteor. It struck towards the zombie guard's head with peerless speed. That zombie guard never even dreamed that someone would launch a sneak attack from behind. Before it could even react, its head was pierced by Lu Ming, and it died on the spot. Phew, Lu Ming appeared beside Xianxia and took a deep breath. He then pulled Xianxia and soared into the sky. Who's there? Courting death. At this moment, the other zombie guards finally reacted and let out roars. Several iron chains pierced towards Lu Ming. Stay here. On the flood dragon's head, a LV9 Martial King Realm zombie guard let out a furious roar. His figure flashed with an unbelievable speed. Before Lu Ming could even execute the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, he had already closed in on Lu Ming. A mighty corpse chi was fired in Lu Ming's direction. Bang, Lu Ming thrust his spear forward with all his might, colliding with the corpse chi. However, his body was knocked back 1,000 meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. At this moment, the fire hall master and the others let out cries of disbelief when they saw Lu Ming's appearance. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect to see Lu Ming here. Furthermore, Lu Ming's strength was unbelievably powerful. He had managed to kill a 7th-layer Martial King Realm zombie guard with a sneak attack, and was even able to resist the attack of a 9th-layer Martial King Realm zombie guard. Although the 9th-layer Martial King Realm zombie guard had not used much of its strength in a hurry, it was still terrifying enough. Due to the delay, the surrounding zombies rushed toward Lu Ming, trying to surround him. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming dashed toward a direction where there were no experts around. The Extreme Dao Strike knocked away more than 10 zombies and zombie guards. Trying to run away? Stay here. The LV9 Martial King Realm zombie guard dashed forward and chased after Lu Ming. Attack, break out of the encirclement. At this moment, the fire hall master let out a roar. They were trying to take advantage of the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Courting death. The zombie guards on the flood dragon yelled. They controlled the flood dragon's corpse to attack the fire hall master and the others. However, a few of them had gone to the desolate ancient tomb, and the LV9 Martial King Realm zombie guard had chased after Lu Ming. There were only 5 of them left. It was extremely difficult to control the flood dragon's corpse, causing its movements to become slower than before. Damn it! The LV9 Martial King Realm zombie guard could only turn around and fly toward the flood dragon's corpse to help control it. Without the pursuit of the greater success King Realm zombie, Lu Ming was unstoppable. He knocked away more than 10 zombies in a row. Master Lu Ming, how is my father? Seeing Lu Ming, Xianxia's eyes lit up as she asked weakly. I'll tell you later. Lu Ming channeled a stream of true yuan to stop Xianxia's bleeding and rushed out with all his strength. It seemed that Lu Ming was about to break out of the encirclement. Boom! At this moment, a violent explosion could be heard coming from the direction of the desolate ancient tomb. Boom! 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 Then, a series of violent explosions could be heard, causing the entire desolate ancient city to shake violently. In the next moment, a bright beam of light shot up into the sky from the desolate ancient tomb, straight into the clouds. That is? At that moment, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. When the beam of light dissipated, a huge stone gate suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. This stone gate stood between heaven and earth, straight into the clouds. It was simply too huge. A vast and boundless heaven's might was emitted from the stone door. The gate of heaven, the gate of heaven! Lu Ming exclaimed. This huge stone gate was very similar to the gate of heaven that Lu Ming had encountered in the Xianxia waters. Even its aura was almost the same. However, the stone gate in front of him was extremely huge, many times bigger than the gate of heaven that he had seen in the Xianxia waters. How could this be? How could such a huge gate of heaven appear here? Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying suction force erupted from the gate of heaven. Oh no, I'm going to be sucked in. Lu Ming was shocked. He realized that he could not rush out. A powerful suction force was acting on him from the gate of heaven. Not good. Thunder Hall Master, Fire Hall Master, and the others also rushed out frantically, but it was useless. They couldn't rush out at all. They were attracted by the gate of heaven and slowly flew towards it. Roar! The experts of the Heavenly Corpse sect controlled the Dragon Corpse to fly out, but it was useless. It was also attracted by the gate of heaven. This time, not only did the gate of heaven not erupt any treasures, but it also sucked them in. Rumble! At this moment, the ancient desolation city shook violently. Everyone was shocked to find that the ancient desolation city actually left the ground and flew towards the gate of heaven. The entire ancient desolation city was about to be sucked away. It was too shocking. How could this be? How could this be? At the entrance of the ancient desolation tomb, the old zombie guard screamed. They had just opened the door of the ancient desolation tomb and this scene appeared. It was completely different from the rumors. But no matter how they struggled, it was useless. They kept getting closer to the gate of heaven. Whoosh! Suddenly, the suction force in the gate of heaven erupted violently and instantly increased by dozens of times. Lu Ming only felt an irresistible force pulling him towards the gate of heaven. On the side, Xianxia also followed. Everyone, including the entire ancient desolation city, flew towards the gate of heaven at an extremely fast speed. Buzz! When Lu Ming flew into the gate of heaven, he felt the world spinning. His vision turned black and he didn't know anything. He seemed to be floating in endless darkness. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming woke up and a ray of sunlight pierced his eyes. Not good. Lu Ming suddenly got up and found himself lying in a mountain forest. Where is this? Lu Ming hurriedly looked around. There was no one around, and Xianxia was not by his side. All around him were huge ancient trees. However, the ancient trees around him were too huge. The 1,000-year-old ancient trees he had seen before were far inferior to these big trees in front of him. Here, any ancient tree was more than 10 meters in diameter. It was incomparably huge and went straight into the sky, blocking the sun. What is this place? Is this the world inside the gate of heaven? Lu Ming thought. What a rich heaven and earth spirit qi. Lu Ming realized that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense. Even if it couldn't be compared to Tianqian City, it wasn't too far off. One must know that the profound Sky City was built on top of an enormous spiritual eye. Whatever, let's go find Xianxia and the others first. Lu Ming rose into the air and stood high in the sky, observing the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were ancient trees like this everywhere, extending all the way to the horizon. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Lu Ming hadn't even flown 50 miles when he heard a sharp cry. Above his head, a huge fiendish aura pressed down on Lu Ming. A huge bird charged at Lu Ming. What a big bird! Lu Ming looked up and was given a big fright. This huge bird had a wingspan of at least 50 meters, and its claws gave off a metallic luster as they swiped at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. His wind and thunder spear appeared, exploding with all his strength as he thrust his spear at the giant bird's claw. Clang, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. Sparks flew in all directions where the wind and thunder spear collided with the giant bird's claw. Lu Ming felt a huge force as heavy as a mountain rushing toward him, causing his body to fall rapidly. Whoosh, Lu Ming stepped on a branch with the tip of his foot, and a huge force was unleashed from the tip of his foot toward the big tree below. Bang, the big tree exploded, sending wood fragments flying in all directions. This huge bird is so powerful. Lu Ming felt that although this huge bird was only equivalent to the peak of the sixth-layer martial king realm, the force it unleashed was not any weaker than Lu Ming's. Could it be a mutated beast with the bloodline of ancient divine beasts or ferocious beasts? Lu Ming was startled. Many demonic beasts possessed the bloodline of ancient divine beasts or ferocious beasts, which made them extremely powerful, far stronger than demonic beasts of the same level. The serpent dragon was a typical example, as it possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, making it extremely powerful. Any serpent dragon had the strength of a martial king realm cultivator. The strong ones were even more terrifying. Squeak, the huge bird seemed to be infuriated after failing to kill Lu Ming with its attack. It let out a shriek and flapped its wings, causing a gust of wind to sweep toward Lu Ming once again. How bold, extreme Dao strike. Whoosh, the spear pierced through the air and penetrated the giant bird's body. Bang, following a loud explosion, blood splattered everywhere. The spear penetrated one of the giant bird's feet. The giant bird let out a furious shriek in pain, before flapping its wings rapidly and flying into the distance. It was trying to escape. This giant bird is definitely a mutated beast. How powerful. Despite being only a sixth-layer martial emperor, it was only slightly injured by my extreme Dao strike. Lu Ming exclaimed. Previously, no one below the greater success stage of the martial emperor realm was able to resist Lu Ming's extreme Dao strike. However, this giant bird was only slightly injured. While Lu Ming was immersed in his thoughts, a shocking sight took place. Whoosh, suddenly, two enormous tentacles stretched out from the forest below the giant bird and wrapped around the giant bird. The giant bird let out a terrified shriek, but it was useless as it was dragged down. The next moment, the shriek came to a stop. What? What kind of monster is this? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Roar, before Lu Ming could calm his thoughts, a shocking roar could be heard coming from the distance. Following this, Lu Ming saw a black dot dashing toward him. The black dot enlarged rapidly, which turned out to be a giant ape. The giant ape was definitely over 200 meters tall, like a mountain. Bang, the giant ape stomped its foot on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. A strong gust of wind swept the place, causing the ancient trees to explode into pieces. The giant ape reached out its hands and grabbed a giant octopus from the woods. It was obvious that this octopus was the one that had killed the giant bird. He pinched the octopus to death, then opened his mouth and bit off one of the octopus tentacles. He chewed on it a few times and swallowed it. Roar, the giant ape let out a deafening roar and stomped its feet, causing the ground to rumble. The giant ape's body shot into the distance like a cannonball, turning into a black dot and disappearing. Nest, 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 what the hell is this place? Lu Ming withdrew his aura and hid behind a large tree branch in the distance, cold sweat dripping down his back. That giant ape was too strong, infinitely close to the Sea of Spirit Realm. It had even reached the Sea of Spirit Realm. With such strength, it was already a peak overlord in the Xianxia region. It seems like I should keep a low profile in this place. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Lu Ming landed on the ground and withdrew his aura. He chose a direction and ran carefully. Wasn't flying in the sky courting death? If he was discovered by a powerful demonic beast, he wouldn't even be able to fill the gaps between its teeth. Indeed, there were countless powerful demonic beasts living in this land. Lu Ming ran for about 1,000 li and encountered a dozen powerful demonic beasts. None of them were below the martial king realm. There were even two that were not weaker than the giant ape from before. Is that the profound crystal pit? Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to find profound crystals in this place. Judging from the aura, it should be a water attribute profound crystal. Lu Ming had no use for it, but he could take it out to exchange. Without further ado, Lu Ming picked up a saber and began to dig. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, his digging speed was extremely fast. In just half an hour, he had dug out a big pit and found 30 water attribute profound crystals. Of course, they were all low-grade profound crystals. There were no mid-grade ones, but Lu Ming was already satisfied. It was just a profound crystal pit. 30 profound crystals was already not bad. Could this be a plane that no one has ever come to? Like the scaled demon plane? Lu Ming guessed inwardly. Then, Lu Ming continued to move forward. Of course, his speed was not very fast. He was afraid that he would accidentally intrude into a powerful demonic beast's territory. However, several hundred li later, Lu Ming stopped again because he found another profound crystal pit. In just a few hundred li, there was actually another profound crystal pit. Lu Ming was shocked. Moreover, this profound crystal pit was a wind attribute profound crystal. Lu Ming could use it. Without thinking too much, he continued to dig. This time, he dug out 29 profound sense crystals of the wind element. After putting them away, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the following journey, Lu Ming was shocked. There were so many profound crystals in this mountain forest. He ran for about 10,000 li and came across 9 profound crystal pits. Wind, fire, lightning, earth, a total of 7 attributes. In total, he found more than 200 profound crystals. Haha, this is simply a holy land. How many profound crystals can I find if I turn this place upside down? Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. However, Lu Ming found a problem. There were no spiritual herbs in this place. Occasionally, he saw a few stalks, but they were all grade 1 and grade 2. High-grade spiritual herbs seemed to have been plucked. There's a profound crystal pit. At this time, Lu Ming found another profound crystal pit. Just as Lu Ming was about to dig, he felt a strong sense of danger. The hair on his body stood on end. Danger, Lu Ming did not hesitate. His figure soared into the sky and landed on a tree branch. Pung! A beam of sword aura flashed past and a bottomless hole appeared at the spot where Lu Ming had been standing earlier. Little bastard, your reaction is quite fast. An old man's figure appeared with a sneer. Old man, it's you? Lu Ming's eyes. This old man was the Thunder Palace Master. What? Surprised to see me? Let's see who will save you today. Thunder Palace Master's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. You think you can kill me? Lu Ming sneered. Hee, Lu Ming, I have to admit that you are indeed very lucky. You were ambushed by the Heavenly Corpse sect midway. Everyone else is dead, but you are still alive. I thought you had died long ago. The Thunder Palace Master sneered. Could it be that you're the one who informed the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming asked. That's right, it's me. Lu Ming did not expect the Thunder Palace Master to admit it. Boom, a strong killing intent erupted from Lu Ming's body. His voice was cold as he said, Old man, I didn't expect it to be you. Earlier, when he had asked that question, it was merely a casual question to test the waters. He had never thought that it would actually be the Thunder Palace Master. He had always thought that the one who betrayed the Heavenly Corpse sect was the Xing clan. That's right, it's me. I was the one who leaked your information to the Heavenly Corpse sect. Look at how good I am. I found dozens of people to accompany you in death. Unfortunately, you didn't appreciate it. However, it's the same if I send you down now. The Thunder Palace Master sneered. Old man, I'll definitely kill you. Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the sky. This old man actually sacrificed so many Empyrean divine guards in order to kill him. He was simply insane. Kill me? Dream on. Die. The Thunder Palace Master yelled as the aura of a ninth-layer martial king burst out. With a wave of his hand, a thunderous sword appeared in his hand. Dandan, smash. Lu Ming patted Dandan. Shush, Dandan was sent flying toward the Thunder Palace Master. Buzz buzz, the Thunder Palace Master glared at Dandan with a bolt of lightning the size of an arm. However, it was useless. Dandan rushed past it and continued to smash toward the Thunder Palace Master's face. The Thunder Palace Master's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated and threw out a slap. The slap was too fast. Dandan could not dodge it. Dandan was sent flying far away. What's the use of these unorthodox skills? Die! The Thunder Palace Master yelled. Lu Ming sighed. The Thunder Palace Master's cultivation was too high. Even Dandan's sneak attack was useless. Without hesitation, Lu Ming turned around and ran away with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Since he was not a match for the Thunder Palace Master, he could only retreat first. Want to leave? Stay! The Thunder Palace Master bellowed furiously. Moving his body, he charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. His speed was as fast as Lu Ming's. Buzz buzz, a thunderous sword slashed toward Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust out his spear. A tricolor true dragon flew out and pounced on the thunderous sword. Puff, the thunderous sword pierced through the tricolor battle dragon and instantly destroyed it. However, the thunderous sword did not stop and continued to shoot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face turned solemn as he blocked with his spear. Dang, with a loud explosion, Lu Ming's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He heavily slammed into the ground and created a deep pit. Puff, Lu Ming coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His body was injured. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had already comprehended the thunder concept and had already cultivated it to the late stage of first-level initial success, which offset a portion of the power of thunder and lightning, he would have been seriously injured by this move. 9th layer Martial King Realm, powerful indeed. I can't fight against him now. Run! Lu Ming did not hesitate as he rushed out of the pit and ran forward with the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. I told you, you can't escape. The Thunder Palace Master's voice was cold as he chased after Lu Ming. The Thunder Palace Master had comprehended the thunder intent and his speed was too fast. Lu Ming could not escape at all. Boom, Lu Ming and the Thunder Palace Master exchanged blows. This time, it was even more miserable. His body was emitting smoke and almost turned into charcoal. It was as if his body was about to split open. Lu Ming rushed out of the pit and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He looked at the Thunder Palace Master with murderous intent. Run, why aren't you running? Let's see where you can run to. Today, you will die. The Thunder Palace Master walked over step by step with incomparable coldness. Today, it's not certain who will die. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness as the thunderous power emitted from his forehead. He was preparing to control the Thunder Cauldron to deal a fatal blow to the Thunder Palace Master. After using the Thunder Cauldron, he would definitely be weakened. This place could be said to be extremely dangerous. However, at this point, there was no other way. Whoosh, Dandan flew back and emitted light beside Lu Ming. What's going on? This little bastard is only a 4th layer martial king. No matter how much of a genius he is, he shouldn't be a threat to me. Why do I feel threatened? Could it be that he has some treasure on him? The Thunder Palace Master's mind spun rapidly as his eyes became vigilant. This little bastard must be killed today. His talent is too shocking. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll be the one to die the next time we meet. The Thunder Palace Master's eyes turned cold as he prepared to attack. Roar, roar, right at this moment, 2 earth-shattering roars resounded, causing the earth to violently tremble. An ocean-like pressure came crashing down with a loud bang. What's going on? The Thunder Palace Master's expression changed drastically. Not good. Lu Ming's heart also trembled. Boom, suddenly, dust filled the air as a gale blew. 2 enormous creatures appeared not far away and were madly fighting. It was an enormous black tiger that was over 100 meters tall and 300 to 400 meters long. It was like a small mountain. It was fighting with a giant ape. It was very similar to the one that Lu Ming had seen previously. It was extremely tall and big. The 2 behemoths fought each other crazily. They rolled and rolled toward Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. The Thunder Palace Master's expression changed drastically as he turned around and ran. Lu Ming did the same. They had just run 1,000 meters when the place where they were fighting was trampled by the 2 beasts. The ancient trees collapsed and turned into a mess. A gale blew, almost blowing Lu Ming away. Lu Ming cast the concept of wind and made use of the power of the gale to run, increasing his speed by a notch. The Thunder Palace Master couldn't care less about killing Lu Ming. Running for his life was more important. The two beasts were too terrifying. The Thunder Palace Master didn't doubt that if he was hit by one of them, he would definitely die. The two were running for their lives. Roar! Roar! The battle between the two beasts shocked the other beasts, and they also ran for their lives. The forest was in chaos. Bang! 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 Beside Lu Ming, a mammoth that was dozens of meters tall ran past and almost flattened Lu Ming. This mammoth definitely had the strength of a peak king. Good chance. 9 dragons used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In a flash, he grabbed the long hair on the mammoth's tail and crawled into the long hair to hide. The fur on the woolly mammoth's tail was 7 to 8 meters long. Lu Ming could not see a single strand of fur as he hid inside. The two giant beasts continued to fight, rolling and rolling without a fixed direction. Not long after, Lu Ming heard the rumbling sound getting further and further away from the mammoth. In the distance, the Thunder Palace Master swept his gaze over with a gloomy expression. That little bastard got away again. The Thunder Palace Master snorted coldly and left carefully. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming estimated that they had run at least tens of thousands of miles. At this time, the mammoth slowed down. Lu Ming retracted his aura and slipped down from the mammoth's tail. Eh? Could it be that we're almost out of the forest? Lu Ming discovered that the surrounding trees were much smaller and not as big as before. Lu Ming walked in a certain direction for several thousand li and discovered that they had indeed exited the forest. In front of him were layers upon layers of mountains and mountain ranges. The terrain of the forest before was relatively flat and there were almost no mountain ranges. However, there were only mountain ranges in front of him. What is this place? Apart from demonic beasts, there is not a single person or any other race. Lu Ming frowned. He then retracted his aura and ran towards the mountain ranges. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not encounter any powerful demonic beasts in these mountains. If there were any, their strength was relatively low. Could it be that all the powerful demonic beasts are in this forest? Lu Ming relaxed a little. He then flew into the sky and sped up. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, Lu Ming came to a halt. He flew back and landed on a small mountain peak. This is a profound crystal mine? Lu Ming sensed carefully and discovered that this mountain was emitting a strong Intent Realm aura. Moreover, it was the aura of Wind Intent Realm. This was actually a wind attribute profound crystal mine. Lu Ming was ecstatic. There should be at least several hundred pieces of Power Upanishad crystal in the lode, and there might even be mid-grade Power Upanishad crystal. Most importantly, these were wind attribute profound crystals. With these crystals, Lu Ming's wind intent realm could improve rapidly. Dig, Lu Ming started digging crazily. 3 hours later, Lu Ming had dug out an entire mountain. The harvest was plentiful. There were 330 low-grade profound meaning crystals. Most importantly, there were 2 mid-grade profound meaning crystals. 2 mid-quality profound meaning crystals of wind element. Haha, I'm rich. Lu Ming wanted to laugh out loud. This place is really full of treasures. Continue to search and see if there are other profound crystal mines. Lu Ming searched crazily. True enough, there were no powerful demonic beasts in this piece of land. Lu Ming sped up. Soon, he discovered a small profound crystal mineral vein tens of thousands of miles away. Haha, another profound crystal mine. Before, in the forest, there were profound crystal pits. Now, this place is a profound crystal mine. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming was in a good mood. Originally, he was a little depressed because of entering this strange place, but now, all of that was swept away. This profound meaning crystal mine was a metal attribute profound meaning crystal mine. In the end, Lu Ming excavated more than 400 metal attribute profound meaning crystals and 2 middle-grade metal attribute profound meaning crystals. Continue. Lu Ming felt that he couldn't stop at all. Half an hour later, Lu Ming stopped on a mountain peak, frowning. The mountain underneath was dug out completely. From the faint aura of intent domain in the air, it should be a small load of power Upanishad crystals. But it was dug out by someone else. I wonder if it's someone from the Heavenly Corpse sect. This time, the majority of the people here were from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Seems like I'd better be careful. Lu Ming's figure flashed, leaving this place. An hour later, he stopped in front of a mountain peak, wild joy on his face. This mountain peak was filled with powerful lightning intent realm. It was a thunder attribute profound crystal mine. Thunder attribute profound crystals were something that Lu Ming could use. Clang. Clang, Lu Ming started to dig. Hee, our luck is really good. Another profound crystal mine. This time, we're really rich. Lu Ming hadn't even dug twice when a cold and dry voice sounded. Whoosh. Whoosh, 2 coffins flew over, and 6 figures walked out of them. 2 zombie guards and 6 refined corpses. Their bodies emitted powerful auras. Great completion kings, all of them are great completion kings. Lu Ming's face changed. This time, about a dozen of the Heavenly Corpse sect's great masters had entered this place. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming encountered 2 of them. Kid, are you from the Xian family or the Empyrean Divine Guards? You're unlucky to have met us. Hand over your storage ring obediently, and we'll leave your corpse intact. Come and get it yourself if you can. Lu Ming said coldly. Brat, you're overestimating yourself. I'll kill you first. One of the zombie guards said coldly. Then, one of the zombies pounced on Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. 7 or 8 chains swept toward Lu Ming like poisonous snakes. Lu Ming swept out his spear and collided with the chains. His body was sent flying backward. No, although these 2 zombie guards are 7th level martial king, they're still kings in the greater success stage. I'm no match for them now. I can only retreat. Although he was unwilling, the fat meat in his mouth was about to fly away. He had no choice as he was weaker than them. Lu Ming turned around and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. In a few flashes, he was far away. The 2 zombie guards were stunned as they couldn't catch up. This brat is pretty fast. One of the zombie guards was unwilling. Forget it. Let's not care about him. Let's dig out the profound crystals first. This place is truly a peerless treasure ground. I've never heard of such a place before. If we can bring these profound crystals out, we'll be rich. The other zombie guard's eyes lit up as he controlled the zombies to start digging. Lu Ming flew for 10,000 miles and stopped at a secluded place. Looks like I'll have to increase my strength first. Otherwise, I won't be a match for these kings in the greater success stage. Only by increasing my strength can I obtain better resources. Heavenly Corpse sect, Palace Master Lei Ji, just you wait. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon. With a wave of his hand, a pile of wind attribute esoteric crystals appeared. Now, as long as the wind attribute esoteric crystals reached the first level of the lesser success stage, Lu Ming's cultivation could continue to increase. Lu Ming reached out and grabbed a mid-grade wind attribute esoteric crystal. Lu Ming wanted to start with the mid-grade esoteric crystal. Placing the Enlightenment Ancient Tree beside him, Lu Ming entered a state of emptiness and pinched the esoteric crystal. Bang, the medium-grade Upanishad crystal of wind class shattered. Wisps of intent domain emerged, circling Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend. The effect of a mid-grade profound crystal was astonishing. 2 days later, Lu Ming's concept of wind broke through to level 1 minor accomplishment. However, the effect of the profound crystal was still there. Lu Ming continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. His wind mentality had reached the middle stage of level 1 lower tier, and the effect of the mid-tier profound sense thread finally disappeared. Then, Lu Ming took out a low-grade profound sense crystal and continued to comprehend. Comprehending in the Temple of Paragon was not as effective as comprehending in Tianqian City. After spending half a month and using up more than 300 wind profound crystals, his wind concept had only reached the peak of level 1 lesser success. Xiaochen was just 1 step away from great perfection of first rank, the same as the state of fire. Whoosh, Lu Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Now, my wind and fire concepts are just one step away from great perfection of first rank, and my thunder concept has reached the late stage of lesser success of first rank. It won't affect my cultivation anymore. Let's start to improve my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a wave of his hand, 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals appeared and exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline devoured them and refined them into true origin. The 3 intents were almost balanced, and there was no resistance. Lu Ming's cultivation began to improve rapidly. However, after reaching LV4 Martial King, the number of supreme spiritual crystals required to improve his cultivation was terrifying. From the early stage of LV4 Martial King to the middle stage of LV4 Martial King, Xiaochen had consumed a total of 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals. That was 200,000 supreme spiritual crystals to improve his cultivation. After refining 600,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the peak of LV4 Martial King. Then, after refining another 500,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the early stage of LV5 Martial King. After refining 1,100,000 supreme spiritual crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had only improved by 1 level. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to afford it. However, Lu Ming remained calm. He continued to take out supreme spiritual crystals and began to devour them. LV5 Martial King required even more supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming refined 900,000 supreme spiritual crystals to reach the peak of LV5 Martial King. Then, he refined 80 supreme spiritual crystals to break through to the early stage of LV6 Martial King. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He refined another 5 million supreme grade spirit crystals and cultivated to the peak of the 6th level Martial King realm in one go. This was already his limit. Because he had not broken through the heaven and earth realm, it was impossible for his cultivation to break through. In total, he had refined 4,300,000 supreme spiritual crystals in 7 days. If anyone knew this, they would be scared to death. Refining 4,300,000 supreme spiritual crystals in 7 days and improving his cultivation by a few levels was simply inhumane. Of course, this was all thanks to the 9 dragons' bloodline's advancement to the 7th level Martial King realm, which greatly enhanced its devouring and refining ability. The peak of LV6 Martial King realm, the true qi is too abundant. Lu Ming felt like he was spitting out true qi as soon as he opened his mouth. How strong am I now? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. When the 3 intents of heaven and earth reached the lesser success stage, the power of the 3 intents of heaven and earth was comparable to the perfection stage of a single intent. Together with his current cultivation of LV6 Martial King realm, Lu Ming had no idea how strong he was. Either way, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill a 7th level Martial King realm cultivator at the greater success stage. I might as well cultivate the 3 skills of the Dragon God and improve my strength to the maximum before leaving this place. Lu Ming pondered. In this place, Lu Ming had a huge advantage, which was that he could quickly convert the ultimacy crystals into strength. No matter how many profound meaning crystals the others had, they would not be able to use them as quickly as Lu Ming. Furthermore, even if their intent level had improved, their cultivation level would not improve as quickly as his. This was because the speed of refining the crystals was far slower than his. Therefore, Lu Ming was not afraid that the others' cultivation would increase rapidly. Lu Ming planned to improve his strength to the maximum, then go out to dig for ultimacy crystals and kill the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect to take their ultimacy crystals. Under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, the speed of learning martial skills was 10 times faster than normal. In just half a month, Lu Ming had cultivated the 3 skills of the Dragon God to the 4th level. Lu Ming's ability had improved by another notch. Let's go, it's time to harvest. With a thought, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and turned into a beam of light, disappearing in a flash. Lu Ming did not control his speed at all, flying wildly in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled more than 100,000 miles. On the way, Lu Ming saw 5 or 6 ultimacy crystal mines that had been mined. Lu Ming did not stay in this area and flew further away. 5 hours later, Lu Ming finally saw a figure. Hurry up, after mining this ultimacy crystal mine, let's go find the next one. Not far ahead, a shout came from a distance. Around 30 zombie guards were controlling refined corpses to mine a load of power Upanishad crystals. This time, there were many people from the Heavenly Corpse sect, nearly 1,000 people. The 30 corpse guards were only a small portion. Whoosh, Lu Ming appeared above the profound crystal or vein, a cold smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, the zombie guards were startled. "Who's there?" "Kid, it's you. You're courting death." A few cold shouts were heard. The 2 zombie guards at the 7th level Martial King realm recognized Lu Ming instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 2 powerful refined corpses of LV7 Martial King realm blocked Lu Ming's path of retreat. They had learned their lesson this time. They had blocked the path at the beginning, fearing that Lu Ming would escape again. "It seems like you've had a great harvest recently." Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a fiery glow. As far as he knew, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect rarely practiced the 9 common intents. The Heavenly Corpse sect mostly practiced a special intent, known as the intent of death. Therefore, the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect would never use the ultimacy crystals they had excavated. Most of them were stored in their storage rings, waiting to be exchanged for resources. "Hee, not bad, kid. Too bad, you can only be envious." "Kill." A 7th layer Martial King zombie guard let out a hollow laugh and uttered a sudden roar. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 7th layer Martial King zombie guards behind Lu Ming immediately attacked Lu Ming. In front of them, another 7th layer Martial King zombie was controlling 2 zombies to surround Lu Ming. "This time, it's you who are going to die." The Wind Thunder Spear appeared in his hand as he lashed out. A full moon appeared in the sky. Bang! 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 The spear glow accurately struck the 4 7th layer Martial King zombies. The 4 zombies were sent flying like 4 cannonballs, crashing into a few mountains 10,000 meters away. Explosions could be heard as dust filled the air. The mountains collapsed from the impact, sending debris flying everywhere. All the zombie guards were astounded, especially the 2 7th layer Martial King zombie guards. They could no longer sense the presence of the 4 zombies. In other words, the 4 zombies had been destroyed. How was this possible? Zombies had copper skin and iron bones, which were impenetrable. Even an 8th layer Martial King expert would not be able to destroy a 7th layer Martial King zombie so easily. However, Lu Ming's spear had destroyed 4 7th layer Martial King zombies? The 2 7th layer Martial King zombie guards' faces turned pale. "Let's go." Without hesitation, the 2 7th layer Martial King zombie guards fled into the distance. It's too late to run away. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared behind the 2 zombie guards. The long spear smashed toward the 2 of them with the force of Mount Tai. 1,000-meter-long, incomparably huge spear light crushed down on the 2 zombie guards. The 2 zombie guards were trying their best to counterattack. However, the zombie guards' combat power was weak. How could it stop Lu Ming? Bang! The spear glow was the 2 7th layer Martial King zombie guards. "Run, run!" When the other zombie guards saw this scene, they were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions one after another. "Devour!" Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline flew out and roared. A terrifying devouring force burst out from its mouth and covered the zombies. What's going on? Why can't I run anymore? My essence blood. My essence blood is flying out. Save me! The zombies screamed in horror. However, the next moment, swoosh! Swoosh! Drops of blood essence were devoured by the zombies and flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Once the blood essence was devoured, their vitality was gone. More than 30 zombie guards had all falling to the ground. Whoosh! The 9 dragons' bloodline devoured the blood essences of the 2 7th layer Martial King realm corpse guards. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and his true essence formed many thin threads. He took off the storage rings of the zombies and put them away by Lu Ming. "Let's find a place to refine the blood essence and then count them." With a move, Lu Ming left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and started to refine the blood essence. This time, Lu Ming used all the blood essence to improve the second bloodline. The blood essence of 2 7th-layer Martial King zombies and more than 30 other zombies was extremely rich. Soon, the second bloodline vibrated slightly and the 7th silver chakra appeared. 7th level Martial King bloodline. The blood essence of a Martial King at the greater success stage was indeed extraordinary. Buzz, the second bloodline vibrated slightly and the clouds covering the stone steel seemed to have thinned. There was a blurry word on the top of the stone steel. Lu Ming opened his eyes wide and looked at it carefully. Suppress, there seemed to be the word suppress at the top of the stone steel. Suppress? Is this stone steel called the suppress something steel? Lu Ming was curious. It was a pity that he could only vaguely see this word. He could not see the other words. It will all appear sooner or later. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then, he took out the storage rings of the zombies and started to count them. There were a total of 33 storage rings. Lu Ming first checked the storage ring of a 7th-layer Martial King zombie guard. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Piles of Power Upanishad crystals were piled up in his storage ring. There were too many of them. There were at least 500 of them in each pile. Not only were there profound crystals of the 9 common intents, but there were also some special intents. For example, Star Profound Crystals, Berserk Profound Crystals, etc. There were a total of 13 types of profound crystals. Of course, the number of special profound crystals was much less, but there were still more than 100 of them. There were a few metal boxes next to these profound crystals. Lu Ming opened them and found that they were all middle-grade profound crystals. There were a total of 30 middle-grade profound crystals. Lu Ming almost drooled. My nest. This place is really a peerless treasure. Lu Ming's eyes emitted a fiery light. He then checked the other storage rings. There was no doubt that the 2 7th-layer Martial King zombie guards had the most profound crystals, but the other 30 zombies also had a lot of profound crystals. In the end, Lu Ming found that there were about 20,000 profound crystals. Yes, there were more than 20,000 profound crystals and 108 middle-grade profound crystals. I'm rich, really rich. If these profound crystals were taken to Xianxia City, the whole city would be shaken. Except for the profound crystals, Lu Ming did not count the rest. He was too lazy to count them now. He would count them later when he had time. Killing these Heavenly Corpse sect zombie guards is the fastest way to get profound crystals. If I were to dig them myself, how long would it take? Lu Ming decided to go out and hunt the zombies to get the profound crystals. Not long after, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and searched the area. Unfortunately, within 100,000 li, he only encountered a small group of zombie guards. The strongest one was only a 5th-layer Martial King, and was easily killed by Lu Ming. This small group only had a little more than 1,000 profound crystals. It seems that I have to search further away. Bang! Bang! Half a day later, explosions could be heard above a mountain more than 100,000 li away. A few figures were fighting fiercely. Extreme Dao Strike. Pucci, a middle-aged zombie guard, was pierced through the forehead by Lu Ming's spear and died unwillingly. It seems like I should have no problem killing a peak 8th-layer Martial Emperor Realm zombie guard with my extreme Dao attack. However, zombie guards are still weaker than ordinary cultivators. With my current strength, I'm still no match for a 9th-layer Martial Emperor Realm Greater Success Stage zombie guard. Lu Ming put away his spear and pondered. Dozens of corpses were lying on the ground below, all of which were zombie guards. Not long ago, Lu Ming had come here and encountered these zombie guards, and a battle had broken out. The leader of these zombie guards was actually a zombie guard at the peak of the 8th Martial King realm. Lu Ming unleashed all his combat power to kill all these zombie guards. His true yuan swept across and collected all the storage rings. Lu Ming found a place and started counting. The harvest this time was even greater than the last time. All the profound crystals added up to almost 30,000 pieces. Crazy, too crazy. Even with Lu Ming's calmness, his heart could not help but tremble. Profound crystals were not something that could be measured by price. If he took them out, countless people would fight for them. Now, should I cultivate first or hunt down the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect? Lu Ming pondered. I'd better cultivate first. It seems that I won't be able to go back for a while. I might as well reach the greater success stage in one go. That way, I won't be afraid of anyone except those giant beasts in this place. Lu Ming made up his mind and took out a thunder profound crystal. He planned to comprehend the thunder intent first. After all, his thunder intent was lagging behind the other two intents. He planned to use a low-grade thunder profound crystal to raise his thunder intent to the peak of the first-level minor success stage, then use a mid-grade thunder profound crystal to break through to the first-level greater success stage. Bang! Lu Ming crushed a thunder profound crystal, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend. However, in less than a minute, Lu Ming opened his eyes. What's going on? Why did the intent domain in the crystal disappear for no reason? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with bewilderment. When he was cultivating just now, he discovered that he couldn't absorb even the slightest trace of the concept. It had completely disappeared. One more time. I want to see what's going on. Lu Ming took out another piece and crushed it. This time, Lu Ming did not start comprehending, but carefully observed. In the end, he was dumbfounded to discover that all of the concept threads flew towards the space between his eyebrows and were absorbed by the thunder cauldron in his sea of consciousness. Nest, it can't be, right? Lu Ming was flabbergasted. Shi Yan hadn't used the Thunder Upanishad crystal before, so he hadn't noticed this problem. This thunder cauldron was actually fighting with him for the concept of thunder thread. Lu Ming didn't give up. He crushed a few more thunder profound crystals, but the result was the same. Lu Ming crushed another crystal, but the lightning cauldron didn't react at all. Nest, you don't have to do this, right? XXXX. Lu Ming was speechless. He felt an urge to vomit blood. Like this, wouldn't he have to honestly comprehend the concept of thunder? He couldn't use the profound crystals to speed up his cultivation. His plan to crazily increase his cultivation was going to be ruined. Because no matter how fast he comprehended the other concepts, it was useless if the concept of thunder didn't catch up. Heavens, why are you playing with me like this? Looking at the huge pile of thunder profound crystals in his storage ring, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. Then, Lu Ming's consciousness appeared in his sea of consciousness. Looking at the thunder cauldron, he gnashed his teeth. He wished he could throw this thunder cauldron away. But it was just a thought. Not to mention whether he could do it or not, even if he couldn't bear to do it. Forget it, I'll just honestly comprehend it. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the thunder cauldron and began to comprehend the concept of thunder. Fortunately, the Enlightenment ancient tree was placed next to Lu Ming. Even if he was in his sea of consciousness, it was still 10 times more effective than usual. After all, his sea of consciousness was only in the space between his eyebrows. Lu Ming calmed down and began to comprehend the concept of thunder. Even without the profound crystals, with the help of the thunder cauldron and the Enlightenment ancient tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of thunder was incomparably fast. It was 100 times faster than others. 10 days later, Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of thunder had reached the peak of the first level. But breaking through to the first level wasn't so easy. He needed to accumulate experience. At this time, Lu Ming had already been here for over a month. I have to quickly find a way to leave. There's only 3.5 months until Senior Apprentice Sister Mulan's and the Sacred Star's wedding. Lu Ming frowned. But right now, he was still at a loss as to how to leave. Lu Ming decided to look for a way to leave while hunting the zombie guards. After leaving the Temple of Paragon, Lu Ming flew in a straight line in one direction. At this time, Dandan, who was hanging from his hair, flew out. Its body glowed and trembled slightly. Then, it flew quickly in a direction. What's going on? What did Dandan find? Lu Ming was a little confused. He flew after Dandan. After flying for about 10,000 miles, a huge mountain covered in dark red fog appeared in front of him. The surroundings of the mountain were deathly silent. There were no plants, no living creatures. That mountain peak was filled with a dark red mist. One look and one could tell that it was an evil being. Dandan flew to the mountain, trembling slightly. It seemed to be very excited. Then, it flew into the mountain. Lu Ming also flew in. Kill! Kill! When Lu Ming came into contact with the dark red fog, earth-shattering screams rang in his mind. He realized that the scene around him had changed. It had become a purgatory on Earth. Millions of corpses were lying on the ground. Blood flowed like a river. Countless powerful beings were fighting. Lu Ming saw a true dragon flying in the sky, but it was torn in half by a demonic shadow as tall as the sky. Lu Ming saw a phoenix flying across the sky, but its wings were cut off by a demonic shadow. A human expert slashed open the sky with his sword, but he was killed by a demonic shadow with a punch. Unimaginable scenes appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. The terrifying killing intent almost made Lu Ming's mind collapse. At this time, Lu Ming felt a force pulling him. The surroundings changed. He was still at the edge of the mountain. The 9 dragons' bloodline surrounded him. The devouring power erupted and blocked the dark red fog. Lu Ming let out a long breath. The dark red fog was too strange. It was so dangerous just now. Lu Ming almost had a mental breakdown. What was that scene just now? Was it a real battle that happened in history? Lu Ming was curious. Dandan. Then, Lu Ming rushed into the mountain with the protection of the 9 dragons' bloodline. On the peak, there was a broken wing. There was a divine light shining on it, which was extremely mysterious. Most importantly, this wing was very similar to the scene Lu Ming saw just now. A phoenix's wing was cut off. This was a phoenix wing. Lu Ming felt that his heart was about to jump to his throat. What was a phoenix? It was an ancient divine beast, an existence on par with the true dragon. It was an invincible existence and extremely powerful. It had been extinct in the divine wilderness continent for many years. But now, he actually saw such a wing here. What made Lu Ming dumbfounded the most was that Dandan was actually eating this wing. She saw Dandan grow to 100 meters tall. On the eggshell, there was a huge crack, and she was biting the wing bit by bit. Moreover, it was very fast. Dandan ate more than half of the wing in a few bites. Even the feathers on it were not spared. Damn, leave some for me. Lu Ming shouted and rushed forward. But as soon as Lu Ming approached, he felt a terrifying aura acting on his body. Waves of tearing pain came. Lu Ming felt that his body was almost torn apart. Shocked, Lu Ming hurriedly retreated. What a terrifying aura. This might really be a phoenix wing. After countless years of death, its aura has not dissipated. Ordinary people can't get close at all. Lu Ming thought in shock. But Dandan, that beast, was not affected at all. It was still eating. Soon, the whole wing was eaten by Dandan. Only a few feathers were left. Beast! Lu Ming screamed at the top of his lungs. But after Dandan finished eating, it returned to the size of a human head and fell on the peak, motionless. But its surface was emitting a faint light. After the wing was eaten, the terrifying aura also disappeared. Lu Ming walked over. Dandan. Lu Ming patted Dandan, but Dandan did not move. Could it be that this fellow has eaten too much and needs to digest it? Lu Ming hugged Dandan with both hands, trying to lift Dandan up. However, he found that Dandan was heavier than a mountain and could not be lifted at all. Lu Ming was speechless. It seemed that he would have to wait here for a while. Lu Ming looked around. He discovered that there were still a few feathers left on the mountain peak. Lu Ming hurriedly ran over to pick them up. There were a total of 5 feathers, each about half a meter long. They were the shortest on that wing. They were considered mixed feathers, which was why they fell off. Even so, the 5 feathers were sparkling and translucent. They were fiery red in color, as if they were polished from fiery jade. An astonishing aura was emitted from them. Lu Ming had to use all of his strength to resist. This is also a supreme treasure. I'll keep it first. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and put away the 5 feathers. Then, he looked around, but unfortunately, he did not find anything else. Forget it. I'll cultivate while waiting for Dandan. Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and continued to comprehend the Thunder Essence. Every day, Lu Ming's comprehension of the Thunder Essence improved by leaps and bounds. This cultivation lasted for half a month. Lu Ming had the help of the ancient Tree of Enlightenment and the Lightning Cauldron. Half a month of cultivation was equivalent to more than 4 years of cultivation for others. Lu Ming felt that his thunder essence was about to break through to the greater mastery of the first level. He was only a step away. At this moment, Lu Ming sensed that something was amiss outside and left the Temple of Paragon. At this moment, Dandan's body was emitting a strong light. It was as bright as a small sun. A terrifying amount of life essence rippled out. Crack! Suddenly, Lu Ming heard a slight crack on Dandan's body. A small crack appeared. Could it be that Dandan is about to hatch? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Dandan was spat out from the gate of heaven. It was very mysterious and was not afraid of any energy attacks. It had a huge appetite. It could even eat the heavenly tribulation and phoenix wings. Lu Ming had always been curious. What was Dandan? What kind of creature would it be when it hatched? Now, the answer was finally going to be revealed. Crack! Another sound came from the eggshell. Treasure! There's a treasure here. Suddenly, an excited shout was heard. Ha ha ha, this treasure is not ordinary. It's ours. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as dozens of zombie guards appeared with refined corpses. Brat, this treasure is not something you can see. Die. A zombie guard saw Lu Ming and controlled a refined corpse to attack Lu Ming. All of you must die. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Among the dozens of zombie guards, those who were below the level of a phenomenal success king had their blood essence devoured by Lu Ming and died an unnatural death. The remaining 2 zombie guards, one of them was a 7th level martial king while the other was an 8th level martial king. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze, their eyes full of horror. What martial skill was Lu Ming using? He had killed dozens of zombie guards with a single move. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward and charged at the 2 zombie guards. Bang! Bang! In less than 10 moves, the 2 zombie guards were killed by Lu Ming. All their storage rings fell into Lu Ming's hands. Meanwhile, more cracks appeared on Dandan's eggshell. Lu Ming stared at Dandan while refining the blood essence. A few minutes later. With a bang, the eggshell cracked completely. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A fist-sized turtle appeared in front of Lu Ming's eyes. The turtle stood with legs like a human, and its 2 front legs were like human hands. It stretched its waist. Ha ha ha, I've finally come back to life. Experts of this world, tremble. Beauties of this world, open your hearts and wait for my arrival. Ha ha ha. The little turtle could speak human language and roared at the sky. However, its voice was very young, like a 3-year-old child. It sounded very funny. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched and his lips trembled. What the hell? What the hell hatched from the eggshell? It was one thing to hatch a turtle, but it was actually a talking turtle, an extremely narcissistic one. Lu Ming was completely speechless. After a while, he said, Dandan. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. What Dandan? If you call me Dandan again, I won't spare you. In the past, I was a turtle under the eaves, so I endured it. But in the future, you better behave yourself. The little turtle scolded with its 2 front legs on the turtle shell like a peerless expert. It was just that its young voice didn't have the slightest deterrence. Dandan, what are you? You can talk as soon as you were born. Where are your parents? Lu Ming was extremely curious. Junior, shut up. Let me tell you, I am the leader of the top 10 war beasts. I have been invincible since ancient times. I live as long as heaven and earth and shine as bright as the sun and the moon. Where did my parents come from? I said, if you call me Dandan again, I will be angry with you. The little turtle stretched out a claw and pointed at Lu Ming, his eyes wide open. Top 10 war beasts? Dandan, what is that? Lu Ming asked curiously. You. The pair of tortoise eyes rolled around twice, as if it was deep in thought. After a while, it let out a few dry coughs and said, back then, I went through a fierce battle and was severely injured. I had no choice but to turn into an egg. After countless years, I was reborn. As I have just been reborn, my memories are still incomplete. As for what the top 10 battle beasts are, I can't remember them clearly. You can't remember? Lu Ming looked at Dandan suspiciously and said, then you should be very strong, right? Ahem, didn't I tell you that I was seriously injured back then? Now that I have just been reborn, I haven't recovered much of my strength. Dandan put a turtle claw to its mouth and coughed a few times in a very human-like manner. Dandan, you're not fooling me, are you? Lu Ming looked at Dandan with a face of disbelief. Dandan was very intelligent before. Lu Ming suspected that Dandan had learned to speak before it was hatched, so after it hatched, it pretended to be an expert and fooled him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. As for the rebirth of the strong and the top 10 battle beasts, he didn't believe it at all. Boy, you dare to doubt me. Well, in order to convince you, I will give you a good fortune now. Dandan put its hands behind its back and looked unhappy. Oh? What good fortune? Lu Ming laughed. Previously, I felt that there was a place not far away with a treasure. Now, I will take you to get it and convince you. Dandan snorted coldly. What treasure? Lu Ming was very curious. Hee, if I'm not wrong, it should be the mysterious yellow silicon earth. It can absorb all the energy of heaven and earth, transform it into its own energy, and cultivate peerless spiritual herbs. Dandan smiled proudly. What? Mysterious yellow silicon earth? Is it true? Lu Ming was shocked. The mysterious yellow silicon soil was a kind of peerless treasure. It was produced at the beginning of the world. It was a peerless divine soil used to cultivate spirit herbs and spirit medicines. In ancient times, even in ancient times, the most powerful people in the world would use mysterious yellow silicon to cultivate spiritual herbs. However, Xianxia silicon was extremely rare. It was usually sold in taels. Even a tael could be sold for a sky-high price. Lu Ming immediately thought of the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. If he had the profound yellow silicon, then the problem of cultivating it would be much simpler. Now, the clear spring water stored in the jade box of the Tree of Enlightenment was almost empty. Finding spiritual liquid to cultivate it was of utmost importance. Come with me. Dandan smiled proudly. With his hands behind his back, he stepped into the air and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. Although Lu Ming was skeptical, he still followed him. About 50,000 li away from Lu Ming, within a radius of 1,000 li, there was nothing but desolation, not even a blade of grass grew. Two figures were flying in the air. If Lu Ming was here, he would be able to recognize them at a glance. One of them was the Temple Master of Thunder and the other was the Temple Master of Fire. Hey, there's a medicinal fragrance coming from that direction. Suddenly, the Temple Master of Fire stopped. Medicinal fragrance? The Temple Master of Thunder was a little confused. It can't be wrong. I usually do alchemy part-time and am extremely sensitive to the smell of spiritual herbs. It's not far ahead. The Temple Master of Fire said. There aren't many spiritual herbs in this world. It's definitely extraordinary that there are spiritual herbs in this barren land. Let's go and take a look. The Temple Master of Thunder's eyes lit up. The two of them moved forward quickly. Soon, a mound appeared in front of them. The medicinal fragrance was coming from that mound. Around the mound, it was also barren. However, there were 7 stalks of spiritual herbs growing on the mound. That's the 7 knots grass. What's going on? Why is it emitting such terrifying medicinal properties? The two of them were shocked when they saw it. This was because the 7 knots grass was a very common spiritual herb. It was a level 1 spiritual herb and to them, it was trash. However, the 7 stalks of 7 knots grass in front of them were crystal clear. They were surrounded by a divine glow and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. They were not level 1 spiritual herbs but level 6 spiritual herbs. Furthermore, they were level 6 spiritual herbs of the highest grade. What kind of place was this? How could a level 1 spiritual herb become a level 6 spiritual herb of the highest grade? Mysterious yellow silicon soil. That's the mysterious yellow silicon soil. The Temple Master of Fire looked below the 7 knots grass. His eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Below the 7 knots grass was a type of soil that was red and yellow in color. Terrifying spiritual energy was emitted from the soil. This was the mysterious yellow silicon soil. What? The mysterious yellow silicon soil. The Thunder Palace Master was also shocked. His eyes were wide open, and immediately after, a burning greed appeared in his eyes. Looking at the area, it was about 1 meter square. How much did it weigh? One must know that in the outside world, in a small domain like the Xianxia domain, it was impossible to find a treasure like the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Only in some of the larger domains, the mysterious yellow silicon soil could be found. However, it was extremely rare and sold by the price of 2. However, no one knew how much it weighed here. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. I'm rich. The Temple Master of Fire was grinning from ear to ear. Compared to the mysterious yellow silicon soil, the 7 stalks of upper-level 6-7 knots grass were not as eye-catching. Old Man Hua, since we found it together, how about we split it equally? The Temple Master of Thunder said. All right, no problem. The Temple Master of Fire nodded his head and stared at the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Old Man Hua, you are more proficient in refining medicine. You will be in charge of digging the mysterious yellow silicon soil. I will stand guard at the side. The Temple Master of Thunder said. All right. The Temple Master of Fire nodded his head and flew toward the mound with a burning gaze. At this moment, a sinister look flashed across the Temple Master of Thunder's eyes. A lightning sword appeared in his hand and he stabbed it toward the Temple Master of Fire's back. The Temple Master of Fire never expected that the Temple Master of Thunder, whom he had known for a few hundred years, would attack him. He was caught off guard and was stabbed directly. Poochie, the lightning sword pierced through the Temple Master of Fire's chest. Ah, the Temple Master of Fire let out an earth-shattering roar. A flaming lion appeared and pounced toward the Temple Master of Thunder. The Temple Master of Thunder pulled out his sword and retreated 1,000 meters to avoid the flaming lion's attack. Why? The Temple Master of Fire turned around and looked at the Temple Master of Thunder with bloodshot eyes. Hee, such a big piece of mysterious yellow silicon soil. Isn't it a pity to split it equally between the two of us? Wouldn't it be great if I kept it alone? Also, I've been eyeing the profound crystals in your storage ring for a long time. The Temple Master of Thunder sneered. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The Temple Master of Fire roared. I deserve to die? Ha ha ha, the one who will die now is you. The Temple Master of Thunder laughed maniacally. Lightning flashed on his body and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Stop. At that moment, a furious roar could be heard as a figure dashed toward them at a rapid pace. Whoosh, the figure appeared and it was Lu Ming. On his shoulder stood the little turtle, Dandan. Lu Ming. Little bastard, it's you? As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the Fire Palace Master and the Thunder Palace Master exclaimed. Lu Ming glanced at the Fire Palace Master and sighed. The Fire Palace Master's heart had been pierced by the Thunder Palace Master. Moreover, the Thunder Palace Master was ravaged by the Thunder Palace Master. There was no way he could save himself. If not for the Fire Palace Master's profound cultivation, he would have already died. Lu Ming, leave quickly. Leave quickly. The Fire Palace Master shouted. Leave? Where should I go? Lu Ming, you still dare to appear. Last time, you were lucky enough to escape. This time, you're still as stupid as before. Ha ha ha. You're really courting death. The Thunder Palace Master laughed heartily. He laughed heartily. This time, not only could he obtain the mysterious yellow silicon soil, but he could also get rid of Lu Ming. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not reply, but sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Dandan, you said that you're a peerless expert. Can you kill this old man with a slap now? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough, didn't I tell you? I've just been reborn, and my strength hasn't recovered yet. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. But you have to believe me. When I was at my peak, I could kill thousands of Sea of Spirit Realm warriors with a single breath, let alone this kind of trash. Even if it was a martial emperor expert, I could kill them with a single slap. Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming proudly. Lu Ming was speechless. Kill. Suddenly, the Thunder Palace Master shouted. With a flash of lightning, he slashed at Lu Ming with his sword. Berserk Lion bursting flames. The Fire Palace Master roared as a blazing aura erupted from his body. A huge flaming lion rushed out and charged at the Thunder Palace Master. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear. Boom, with a loud boom, the Thunder Palace Master floated back. Lu Ming and the Fire Palace Master also floated back dozens of meters. Puff, the Fire Hall Master coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as his body trembled. He was unable to float in the air and fell to the ground. Senior. Lu Ming waved his hand, and his quintessence wrapped around the Fire Hall Master, bringing him to the ground. Lu Ming, run. You're no match for him. The Fire Hall Master roared as blood spurted out from his mouth. There were even traces of lightning in the blood. Ha ha ha, old man Hua, you're about to die. If you still want to attack, you'll only die faster. You don't have to ask him to escape. Do you think he can escape from me? The Thunder Palace Master sneered, his eyes cold. Old man, the one who will die today is you. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. There were no living beings here. Lu Ming decided to take a risk and use the Thunder Cauldron to kill the Thunder Palace Master. I was the one who died? Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. The Thunder Palace Master burst out laughing. Following this, his face darkened as he yelled, Die. Buzz buzz, thunderbolts gathered in the heavens and earth, forming a giant thunderbolt sword that slashed down at Lu Ming. True Dragon Strike. Boom, Lu Ming's cultivation was fully unleashed as the three-colored intent merged together and he thrust out his spear. A huge tricolor dragon flew out, roaring furiously. Boom, with a loud explosion, Lu Ming's body shuddered as he retreated rapidly. However, the thunderbolt sword of the Thunder Palace Master was blocked by Lu Ming. Not far away, the Fire Hall Master was dumbfounded. He had not expected Lu Ming to be able to block the attack of the Thunder Palace Master. Impossible. How is this possible? The Thunder Palace Master yelled in disbelief. In such a short period of time, Lu Ming's cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the LV6 Martial King realm and his combat strength was extremely terrifying. The Thunder Palace Master's heart trembled. He had lived for a few hundred years and had never seen such a terrifying genius. No, such a terrifying monster. Even Yan Quantu, the genius who had shocked the eastern wilderness 100 years ago, was not this terrifying. Kill him. If I don't kill him, I will die. The Thunder Palace Master's heart was filled with fear. It was the fear that Lu Ming had brought to him. As expected, he is still a little weaker than a LV9 Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. With his combat strength, he could easily kill a peak LV8 Martial King realm martial artist. However, there was still a gap between him and a LV9 Martial King realm martial artist. Lu Ming, I have a way to increase your strength and kill that old man. At this moment, Dandan's voice was heard. What is it? Lu Ming asked. I am the head of the top 10 battle beasts and have lived for a very long time. Not only am I invincible in terms of combat strength, but so is my inscription Dao. I will now inscribe an inscription formation on your body that will make your true origin go berserk in an instant and double its strength. In this way, you will be able to suppress that old man. Moreover, this method will not have any side effects. Dandan explained proudly. Nonsense, hurry up. Lu Ming yelled. Take a few moves first and I will inscribe it. Immediately, Dandan's front claws shone brightly as it waved them around. Sizzle, with a flash of lightning, the Thunder Palace Master turned into lightning and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant, slashing down with his sword. Clang, Lu Ming blocked with his long spear, but his body was knocked back continuously. Thunder kill. The Thunder Palace Master used his killing move. The thunder sword stabbed out and the air was instantly scorched by the power of thunder and lightning, forming a space zone. Extreme Strike. Clang, two powerful attacks clashed together. At the point where the spear and sword collided, a blazing light burst out. It was even brighter than the sun. Swish, Lu Ming's body shook violently. His blood and chi were in turmoil as he was sent flying a few thousand meters away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Dandan, are you done? Lu Ming asked. Cough cough, wait a minute. I failed just now. Dandan coughed dryly. Nestle. Lu Ming wanted to curse. Dandan was too unreliable. He actually failed to inscribe the inscription. Was he trying to trick him? Nestle failed again. Dandan muttered. Lu Ming was speechless. He could only fight back and fight with the Thunder Palace Master. Explosions continued. After 5 to 6 moves, Lu Ming's body was in pain. Die. The Thunder Palace Master was in a frenzy. The aura on his body was getting stronger. Dandan, are you done? Lu Ming asked again. If not, he planned to use the Thunder Cauldron to kill the Thunder Palace Master. Haha, I'm done. Dandan laughed. At this moment, Lu Ming's body suddenly emitted rays of light. Lines of gorgeous inscriptions appeared on Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt the true yuan in his body circulating crazily. Compared to before, it had increased by more than twice. So strong. Lu Ming felt that he was filled with endless energy. At this moment, the Thunder Palace Master attacked again. Kill! Lu Ming roared and pulled out his spear. Buzz, the space shook violently. The spear formed an arc and heavily struck the Thunder Palace Master's battle sword. Bang! How is this possible? The Temple Master of Thunder Palace exclaimed in disbelief. He racked his brains, but he could not figure out how Lu Ming had suddenly become stronger. Could it be some kind of secret technique? The Temple Master of Thunder Palace thought quickly. Below, the Temple Master of Fire Palace was also dumbfounded. Nest, I almost forgot. The cultivation technique that Lu Ming cultivates is not to be underestimated. When he uses this inscription, his strength will increase by more than 2 times. Dandan muttered. Kill! Lu Ming performed the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and appeared in the sky above the Temple Master of Thunder. He looked down from above and smashed his long spear toward the Temple Master of Thunder. Boom! Under Lu Ming's violent true essence, the spear radiance was as heavy as a mountain and smashed toward the Temple Master of Thunder. The Temple Master of Thunder roared and condensed a lightning giant with a lightning sword in his hand. He was like a god descending from the heavens as he slashed his sword upward. Boom! Lu Ming's spear radiance was unstoppable and exploded. The lightning giant collapsed and the violent force blasted onto the Temple Master of Thunder. The Temple Master of Thunder was like a meteorite as he smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide and dozens of meters deep. In the next moment, the Temple Master of Thunder rushed out of the huge pit. At this moment, the Temple Master of Thunder's hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and he looked extremely miserable. Ha ha ha, old man Jing, you finally have a day like this. Haha, since Yanquang to 100 years ago, another peerless genius has appeared in the mysterious sky east. The Temple Master of Fire Palace laughed heartily. Immediately after, the vitality in his body slowly dissipated and finally returned to nothingness. The Temple Master of Fire Palace left in laughter. Damn it! The Temple Master of Thunder roared and then turned to run. He knew that he could no longer kill Lu Ming and could only run. Want to run? Kill! Lu Ming performed the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps and chased after him. His long spear trembled and spear radiance burst out. The Temple Master of Thunder had no choice but to turn around and desperately resist. Watch me! Dandan leaped up from Lu Ming's shoulder and roared. Then, its 4 limbs and head retracted into the turtle shell. The turtle shell spun in the air and smashed towards the Thunder Palace Master's face. The Thunder Palace Master shot out countless lightning bolts, but they were useless against the tortoise shell. The tortoise shell passed through the layers of lightning bolts and smashed towards the Thunder Palace Master's face. Thunder Palace Master was already experienced. He quickly retracted his hand, wanting to slap Dandan away. However, Dandan spun in the air and quickly dodged Thunder Palace Master's palm. Bang! A tortoise shell slammed into the Thunder Palace Master's face. The Thunder Palace Master let out a blood-curdling scream as he retreated. A clear mark of a tortoise shell had appeared on his face, and blood was flowing out from it. Extreme Dao Strike. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and used his Extreme Dao Strike, piercing through the Thunder Palace Master's heart with his spear. The Thunder Palace Master roared, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "Be on your way." The long spear trembled, and a violent force exploded, tearing the Thunder Palace Master's heart and organs into pieces. "I can't accept this." The Thunder Palace Master roared as he breathed his last. "The evils you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear." Lu Ming snorted coldly. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and devoured the Thunder Palace Master's essence blood. Following which, he took off the Thunder Palace Master's storage ring. Lu Ming stepped forward and arrived before the Fire Palace Master. The Fire Palace Master had already breathed his last, but there was a carefree smile on his face. Lu Ming sighed. The dignified East Branch Palace Master had died in the hands of the Thunder Palace Master, who was also a Palace Master. It was truly lamentable. "Senior, rest in peace." "I've already killed that old man," Palace Master Lei. Lu Ming muttered. He used his true yuan to absorb the Fire Palace Master's storage ring. Then, he dug a hole and buried the Fire Palace Master's corpse. Mysterious yellow silicon soil. Lu Ming looked at the mound. "Ha ha ha, how is it? I wasn't wrong, right? There is mysterious yellow silicon soil here. It can be considered a great fortune for me to guide you. However, the 7 stalks of 7-knot grass belong to me." Dandan placed its 2 front paws on its turtle shell and looked proud. Its black eyes stared at the 7 stalks of 7-knot grass. "No, I can't give you the 7-knot grass." Lu Ming rejected it directly. "What? You can't give it to me? Lu Ming, you ingrate. I was the one who guided you to find the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Do you know how precious it is? Ah? Also, I was the one who helped you deal with the Thunder Palace Master. Don't you know how to repay me? I was severely injured and needed the spiritual grass to recover. Are you that petty?" Dandan was enraged. It pointed one of its claws at Lu Ming and spat out a bunch of words. Lu Ming was speechless and said, "I'll give you 1 stalk." "No, 2 stalks." Dandan shouted. "Okay, deal." Lu Ming immediately agreed. Dandan grinned as if it had been cheated by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming dug up the 7 stalks of 7-knot grass and gave 2 stalks to Dandan. Dandan picked them up and ate them as if they were carrots. It looked like it was enjoying it. Lu Ming was speechless. He didn't believe that Dandan was a peerless expert. Then, Lu Ming took out a huge pill furnace. This pill furnace was found in the storage ring of someone else. Lu Ming put all the mysterious yellow silicon soil into the pill furnace. 500 kilograms. There was a total of 500 kilograms of mysterious yellow silicon soil here. It filled the pill furnace to the brim. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If this amount of mysterious yellow silicon soil was released to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Countless inscription masters would go crazy. Lu Ming carefully planted the Enlightenment ancient tree into the mysterious yellow silicon soil. After planting it, Lu Ming waved his hand and a huge pile of spiritual herbs and spiritual flowers appeared in the air. These were all low-grade spiritual herbs that he had obtained from others. Most of them were level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4 spiritual herbs. They weren't of much use to Lu Ming. Lu Ming pressed his palm and a majestic true yuan exploded. The spiritual herbs were instantly destroyed and turned into dust. Then, Lu Ming's true yuan turned into 2 true yuan giant hands that grabbed the spiritual herbs and squeezed them. Drops of spiritual liquid appeared and dripped onto the mysterious yellow silicon soil. The mysterious yellow silicon soil could turn the spiritual liquid into its own energy to nourish the spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs planted on it. After squeezing a few thousand spiritual herbs, Lu Ming stopped and kept the mysterious yellow silicon soil in the Temple of Paragon. "Dandan, do you know where this is?" Lu Ming looked at Dandan. At this moment, Dandan had already finished eating the 2 7-knot grass. It was lying in the air with its 2 front paws on its head and its legs crossed. It had a leisurely expression on its face. "I don't know. Although the aura of this world feels familiar, I was too badly injured back then and forgot about it," Dandan said leisurely. Lu Ming pursed his lips. He knew this would happen. This guy was too good at bragging. With a flash of his figure, Lu Ming flew in the same direction as before. He continued to look for a way out. Wait for me. This land was extremely vast. Lu Ming flew for 3 days straight, covering a distance of several million li. Along the way, Lu Ming did not find any profound crystal veins that could be excavated. Although this land was rich in profound crystals, they were limited. Some regions had more, while others had less. Along the way, Lu Ming found many traces of excavation. Obviously, they had been excavated. During the flight, Lu Ming converted all of the Thunder Palace Master's essence blood into bloodline power. Although the essence blood of a 9th-layer martial king was abundant, it still did not allow his 9 dragons bloodline to reach the 8th level of the martial king realm. The amount of essence blood needed to level up one's bloodline was terrifying. Therefore, Lu Ming did not use the essence blood he had devoured to increase his cultivation. Instead, he used all of it to improve his bloodline. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a salty wind blowing. Lu Ming was startled and increased his speed. Rumbling sounds came from ahead, as if huge waves were sweeping across the sky. At the same time, the salty wind became stronger. As Lu Ming flew, the rumbling sounds became even more intense. It was simply deafening. Not long after, is this the ocean? Lu Ming stood on a cliff and looked into the distance, dumbfounded. In front of him was a boundless ocean. Huge waves surged into the sky and were extremely violent. The lowest waves were a few hundred meters high. The tallest waves were even 1,000 meters high. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder rumbled and the wind howled. It was like the end of the world. Is this really the ocean? Lu Ming had never seen the ocean since he was young, but he had heard of it. However, he had never heard of the ocean being so violent. Not to mention ordinary people, even martial Dao experts would not be able to survive in the ocean. Lu Ming looked for a while. Occasionally, he could see huge sea beasts rolling in the ocean. Lu Ming frowned and looked for a while. Then, he quickly flew along the coastline. However, along the way, the ocean was the same. They were all violent. Lu Ming flew for 3 days. They were all the same. This coastline is circular. Could it be an island? Lu Ming speculated. Lu Ming, based on my experience, this should be an island. You are all tied up on an island. Dandan said. Island. If I rush out of the island, I might be able to see other people. Perhaps I'll be able to find a way back. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he flew towards the sea. Boom, raging waves crashed against the shore and strong winds swept across. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He discovered that the astral winds on the sea were incomparably terrifying. They were like divine weapons that constantly slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his quintessential essence to protect his body, but his quintessential essence consumption was extremely severe. At this rate, Lu Ming would not be able to fly far before his true essence was completely exhausted. Helpless, Lu Ming could only fly back to the coast. I refuse to believe that the seas in all directions are this violent. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to fly along the coastline. 10 days. Lu Ming had been flying for a total of 10 days. He reckoned that he had circled around half the island. However, all he saw was the same. It was extremely violent. This made Lu Ming rather speechless. Lu Ming was a little anxious. There were still 2.5 months until Mulan's wedding, but he still had not found a way out. Lu Ming, you can only focus on cultivating now. Perhaps one day, an outsider will come to this island. Then, you will be able to leave. Dandan said. That's all I can do. Lu Ming sighed. No matter what, strength was the best way to go. Moreover, with his current cultivation, even if he could leave, he would not be a match for the sacred star. He would only be able to fight the sacred star if his strength increased and he managed to leave. After that, Lu Ming stopped at the coast and entered the Temple of Paragon to comprehend the lightning concept. Lu Ming's lightning concept had already reached the limit of first-level minor completion. After another 5 days, Lu Ming's lightning concept broke through and reached first-level major completion. This was a threshold. First level major completion was the symbol of a major completion king. Lightning concept has reached first level major completion. Now, I'll use profound crystals to raise the other two concepts. Lu Ming took out a mid-grade wind attribute profound crystal. Now that Lu Ming was rich, he planned to use a mid-grade profound crystal to break through. Crushing the mid-grade profound crystal, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to cultivate. 2 days later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Around him, the wind whistled, forming wind blades. First level major completion wind concept. Moreover, it was at the middle stage of first level major completion. The mid-grade profound crystal's effect was too powerful. Normally, mid-grade profound crystals were used by Sea of Soul realm experts to cultivate and comprehend the second-level nature mentality. Therefore, the effect would naturally be huge for the first-level nature mentality. This was also the reason why Lu Ming had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Normally, when a martial king used a mid-grade profound crystal, 70 to 80% of it would be wasted. Normally, no one would be so wasteful. However, Lu Ming had the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, so he only wasted 10 to 20% at most. Now, it's fire concept. Lu Ming took out another mid-grade profound crystal and crushed it, beginning to comprehend. 2 days later, his fire concept also broke through to first-level major completion, reaching the middle stage of first-level major completion. The three concepts had reached major completion. Lu Ming's fusion of the three concepts had reached a frightening level, completely surpassing the peak of a single concept. Moreover, Lu Ming could now break through to the major completion king realm. Major completion king realm. Lu Ming's eyes shone with incomparable expectation. With a wave of his hand, a pile of 200,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals appeared. With a shake of his Jin Yuan, all the spirit crystals exploded. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked, absorbing all the energy of these spirit crystals. Soon, 200,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals were refined. Lu Ming took out another 200,000. The Zhen Yuan in Lu Ming's body became denser and denser, stronger and stronger. He began to break through to the 7th-level martial king realm. Rumble, the Zhen Yuan in his body was like the ocean outside, exploding wildly. Not enough, still not enough. When Lu Ming refined 1,400,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, he realized that he was still lacking a lot. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and exploded 600,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals in one breath, swallowing all of them, and began to break through. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Lu Ming suddenly let out a long roar, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, soaring into the sky. If not for the Supreme Temple, it would have stirred up the clouds in the sky. 7th-level martial king realm, major completion king realm, finally. Lu Ming laughed. Now, he was finally standing on the same level as Sacred Star. Of course, Sacred Star had reached the peak of the 9th-level martial king realm a few months ago, and was only one step away from the peak king realm. He could break through at any time. Lu Ming was still under a lot of pressure. But at least it was fast approaching. With a thought, Lu Ming came out of the Supreme Temple and appeared by the sea. Boom! The spear light turned into a 3,000-meter-long giant spear, breaking through the gale above the sea and ruthlessly whipping the sea. In an instant, the 1,000-meter-tall giant wave was crushed. In the sea, a giant spear mark appeared, and the seawater collapsed, splitting into 2 sides. It was as if the entire sea had been split in half by Lu Ming's spear. Boom! After a few breaths of time, a shocking rumble came from the sea. The giant wave rolled over and covered the traces of the spear. My battle strength is at least 5 times stronger than when I was at the peak of the 6th level of the martial king realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Now, if he were to fight with the Thunder Palace Master, he was confident that he could kill him with a single spear strike even without the help of Dandan's inscription. Now, let's cultivate the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god in this sea. After the 3 intents reached greater success, the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god could be cultivated to the 5th level. When the 3 intents reached the peak, he could cultivate the 3 ultimate skills of the dragon god to the 6th level, reaching the peak. Then, Lu Ming focused on cultivating the 2 martial skills. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. During this period, Dandan stared at the sea in a daze every day, as if he was thinking about something. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly heard battle cries from afar. And the battle cries were approaching the sea. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's figure moved and flew in that direction. Dandan hurriedly followed. In front, 5 figures were flying toward the sea. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fear. Among the 5, 3 were experts of the Xian family in the ancient desolate city, and they were all at the level of King Realm. The other 2 were the 2 guardians of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. One of them had an extremely powerful aura, and he was actually at the 7th level of the Martial King Realm. The guardians of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were usually at the peak of the 6th level of the Martial King Realm. Obviously, this guardian's cultivation had broken through during this period. However, his face was still filled with panic. Haha, you can't escape. Die. Behind them, dozens of zombie guards were chasing and laughing. They were unhurried, like a cat catching a mouse. One of the zombie guards had reached the peak 8th layer Martial Emperor realm. After running for a while, they were almost at the seaside. The sea is ahead. The 2 protectors of the Xian family and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were filled with despair. Ha ha ha, let's see where you can run to now. A zombie guard burst into laughter. Stop running. Today, all of you are going to die and become our refined corpses obediently. Didn't that palace master of your Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace already become our refined corpse? The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial Emperor realm sneered. Today, you will be the ones to die. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the direction of the seaside. Everyone was taken aback. They looked in the direction of the sea and saw a beam of rainbow light flash by. In the next moment, a young man of about 20 years old appeared. His eyes were as cold as a sharp sword. It was Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you? Run. You're no match for them. A green-robed protector shouted when he saw Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stepped forward and faced the zombie guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect. Ha ha ha, another kid has come to die. A zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 6th layer Martial King realm sneered and controlled 2 refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. Die. Lu Ming flicked his finger and 3 spear lights flew out, directly piercing through the glabella of the zombie guard and the 2 refined corpses. The zombie guard opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He had not expected Lu Ming's spear lights to be so fast that he could not block them at all. Kid, you're courting death. The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial King realm roared with killing intent. The other zombie guards also surrounded Lu Ming. What should we do? The people of the Xian family and the 2 protectors stopped in the distance with complicated expressions. There are 2 King Realm experts and 5 refined corpses. Lu Ming is definitely no match for them. If we go up, we will be killed. A protector said. That's right. Let's take this opportunity to leave. A middle-aged man from the Xian family said. As for the others, their eyes flashed with hesitation. Let's go. Once Lu Ming is dead, we won't be able to leave. The middle-aged man from the Xian family urged. Okay. Let's go. The others gritted their teeth. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. A huge flood dragon emerged from Lu Ming's body. It opened its mouth and sucked. Drops of essence and blood flew out from the bodies of dozens of zombie guards and then fell to the ground one by one like raindrops. Only the 2 King Realm zombie guards were not dead, but their faces were also pale. The Xian family and the 2 protectors were in disbelief. Damn it, how dare you kill the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect? You're courting death. The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial King realm roared and controlled the 3 refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. That's the Earth Palace Master. Lu Ming found that one of the refined corpses was very familiar. It was the Earth Palace Master. Ha ha ha, this is one of the Palace Masters of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was killed by our experts and turned into a refined corpse as a reward. What do you think? Isn't he powerful? The zombie guard with an 8th layer Martial King realm sneered. Die. Lu Ming swept his long spear and the two corpses of the 8th layer Martial King realm were sent flying like cannonballs and smashed into the ground. Then, he took a step forward and the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps exploded. The other 7th layer Martial King realm martial artist and his 2 refined corpses exploded. Ah, how could this be? The zombie guard with a cultivation of the peak 8th layer Martial King realm screamed in fear. Not far away, the 3 people from the Xian family and the 2 protectors who were about to escape were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Lu Ming had killed the zombie guards who had made them run for their lives without any effort. He was unimaginably powerful. Gulp, the middle-aged man from the Xian family swallowed his saliva and was covered in cold sweat. Don't come over. The zombie guard screamed and controlled the refined corpse of the palace master of the Earth Palace to block in front of Lu Ming. At the same time, he ran for his life. Humph. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure flashed. He passed by the palace master of the Earth Palace and appeared behind the zombie guard. He stabbed his long spear into the zombie guard's waist and came out from his dantian. True Yuan exploded and the zombie guard's dantian exploded, destroying his cultivation. Once his cultivation was destroyed, the corpse of the palace master of the Earth Palace stopped moving in the air. Don't kill me. The zombie guard screamed and begged for mercy. Speak, where are the rest of you? Lu Ming asked. In a plane 100,000 miles ahead. I beg you, let me go. The zombie guard begged for mercy. Buzz, with a shake of the long spear, the zombie guard was torn into pieces. With a wave of his hand, dozens of storage rings flew into Lu Ming's hand and disappeared. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to grow so much in such a short time. At this moment, the 3 people from the Xian family and the 2 protectors flew over. One of the protectors said with a smile. Yeah, I've lived for a few hundred years. Young hero Lu Ming is the strongest genius I've ever seen. Lu Ming nodded. Calmly. Without saying anything, he flew to the corpse of the Earth Palace Master. Although the discussion between the 3 from the Xian family and the 2 protectors was some distance away, Lu Ming still heard it. The characters of these 5 people were not good, so Lu Ming did not want to say more. The 5 of them looked at each other and followed behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and a surge of true yuan covered the body of the Earth Palace Master, removing the aura and inscription marks left behind by the corpse refining sect. The Earth Palace Master turned into an ordinary corpse. Then Lu Ming dug a hole nearby and buried the Earth Palace Master. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do next? Why don't you come with us? One of the protectors said and looked at Lu Ming with hope. Lu Ming's battle strength was too strong. If Lu Ming could come with them, they would be much safer. Sure, I'm going to the gathering point of the zombie guards. Do you want to come with me? Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the 3 from the Xian family and the 2 protectors. Going to the gathering point of the zombie guards? Are you crazy? There are more than 300 zombie guards there, and there are also 3 9th layer Martial King zombie guards in the Great Success stage. They are controlling the Dragon Corpse. Going there is suicide. The middle-aged man from the Xian family yelled. Oh? Then you're not going? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, it's too dangerous there. You should go somewhere else with us and see if you can find a way out. One of the protectors said. If that's the case, then go ahead. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. He did not have a good impression of these people. You. Lu Ming, don't think that you can look down on others just because you have some strength. I'm not going to die with you. The middle-aged man from the Xian family said and turned to leave. The other 4 people's expressions changed and they left with the middle-aged man from the Xian family. Lu Ming smiled faintly, not caring at all. Lu Ming cupped his fists at the mound of the Earth Hall Master, then turned around and headed inland. 100,000 miles away, there was a plain. On the plain, there were many huge coffins. Corpse-chi filled the air. This was the gathering point of the Heavenly Corpse Sect's corpse guards. Who is it? As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he was discovered. A zombie guard controlled 2 refined corpses to appear. The people who will kill you. An icy voice sounded out. With a flick of his finger, a spear light shot out and nailed the corpse guard to death. A sneak attack. A loud roar was heard, and the entire plane was in an uproar. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as corpse guards and refined corpses flew out of the coffins. In a short while, several hundred corpse guards and even more refined corpses appeared in front of Lu Ming. Alone? Why are you alone? You dare to launch a sneak attack alone? You're courting death. Attack! Kill him! Some corpse guards yelled and controlled the refined corpses to pounce at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood motionless in the air. With a wave of his hand, more than 10 spear lights shot out. They were so fast that those below the Greater Success King stage couldn't react in time. Puff! 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 More than 10 sharp blades pierced through the bodies, and more than 10 corpse guards were killed. Among them, there were even 2 sixth-layer Martial King experts. So strong. The other corpse guards were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. Get out of the way. This person is a Greater Success King. You're not his match. A shriveled voice sounded, and an old zombie guard appeared. Beside him were 2 middle-aged corpse guards. Roar! Roar! With 2 roars, 2 huge demonic corpses appeared in front of the old corpse guard. In addition, there were 2 strange refined corpses. They wore armor and held spears, which were different from the other refined corpses. However, they both emitted powerful auras. They were both 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses. Further behind, there were 2 ordinary refined corpses wrapped in iron chains. They also emitted powerful auras of 9th-layer Martial King. There were 3 9th-layer Martial King corpse guards and 6 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses. This could be said to be the strongest force among the corpse guards attacking the ancient desolate city. You're all here. Good, I don't have to find you one by one. Lu Ming said with a cold gaze. Little guy, you're so arrogant. Looking at your aura, you just broke through to the Greater Success King stage not long ago. How dare you say that you want to kill us? You're overestimating yourself. Kill. The old corpse guard sneered. Then, a huge demonic corpse roared and pounced at Lu Ming. The demonic corpse's eyes were blood red, and its body was filled with a murderous aura. It pounced forward, bringing with it a fierce wind. The wind thunder spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. A huge spear light appeared, surrounded by 3 different wills of heaven and earth. Bang! The huge demonic corpse, like a doll, was swept away by Lu Ming's spear. The corpse guards around could not dodge in time and were sent flying by the huge body of the demonic corpse. Some corpse guards even exploded. So strong? All the zombie guards at the scene, including the 3 9th-layer Martial Emperor Realm zombie guards, stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. The 9th-layer Martial King demonic corpse was stronger than ordinary 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses. Its body was invulnerable and had infinite strength. However, it was easily swept away by Lu Ming's spear. It was too terrifying. Let's attack together and kill this man. The old corpse guard roared. Roar! With a roar, the 3 9th-layer Martial King corpse guards joined forces. The remaining 5 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses pounced at Lu Ming with shocking power. At the same time, some other corpse guards controlled the refined corpses to attack Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming uttered a roar as his true chi rumbled and his aura soared into the sky. The bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared as he opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, over 50 corpse guards nearby were devoured and fell to the ground. At the same time, he swung his spear like an invincible general. Bang! 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 The 5 9th-layer Martial King refined corpses were swept away by him. Currently, Lu Ming's strength had surpassed the 9th-layer Martial King realm and was approaching the peak Martial King realm. Not good, control the dragon corpse. The old corpse guard screamed as he and the other 2 9th-layer Martial King corpse guards backed away rapidly while performing hand seals, emitting a corpse aura. Roar! A dragon's roar could be heard as a huge dragon corpse ran out from the depths of the valley. 3 9th-level Martial King zombie guards flew to the head of the flood dragon's corpse. They controlled the flood dragon's corpse and charged toward Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's bloodline of the 9 dragons unleashed a terrifying devouring force, slaying over 50 corpse guards. Of course, Lu Ming did not let go of any of the storage rings. Die! the old corpse guard roared as the dragon corpse swiped at Lu Ming with its claw. The space seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and began to tremble violently. Wherever the dragon claw passed, the air rapidly compressed and exploded. Let's see how strong you are. True dragon strike. Lu Ming unleashed his full strength and stabbed forward with his spear. A tricolor true dragon collided with the flood dragon's corpse. A shocking explosion was heard as a powerful force swept in all directions. Some of the corpse guards nearby were directly torn apart by the force and died on the spot. After the tricolor true dragon was defeated, Lu Ming's figure retreated 1,000 meters. His chi and blood surged as he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a strong power! This flood dragon was definitely a peak existence in the Sea of Soul realm when it was alive. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at the flood dragon's corpse with a serious expression. This flood dragon's corpse was extremely strong and invulnerable. The 3 zombie guards did not display much of the flood dragon's strength, but the attack just now should have reached the peak king level. Previously in the ancient Desolation City, more than 10 king-level experts were controlling it together. That was how powerful it was, almost approaching the Sea of Soul realm. For this kind of powerful refined corpse, the more people it controlled, the more strength it could display. So strong? On the flood dragon's corpse, the 3 zombie guards were also shocked. Continue. The old zombie guard roared and continued to control the flood dragon's corpse to attack Lu Ming. Do you think I will still fight force with force? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth revealed a trace of a mocking smile. His figure flashed as he rushed toward the other zombie guards. The devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline crazily erupted, and the zombie guards were devoured one after another, falling here. Damn it! On the flood dragon's corpse, the 3 zombie guards controlling it could not catch up with Lu Ming's speed at all. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. With one step, he covered 10 miles in a flash. Large numbers of zombie guards were harvested by Lu Ming like weeds. Soon, more than 200 zombie guards were killed by Lu Ming. A total of more than 300 zombie guards. How long had it been? More than 200 had died. The remaining zombie guards screamed in fear and fled in all directions. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming took 2 steps and appeared above the flood dragon's corpse in a flash. He stabbed his spear at a 9th-layer Martial King zombie guard. The zombie guard roared in fear and burst out with corpse chi, forming more than a dozen corpse chi shields in front of him. But it was useless. The spear pierced through and the shield exploded. The zombie guard's head also exploded like a watermelon. At this time, the flood dragon's claw reached toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept his spear and hit the flood dragon's claw. He borrowed the force and floated back. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not good, let's go. Go. There were still 2 9th-layer Martial King zombie guards left on the flood dragon's corpse. They were terrified and did not dare to fight with Lu Ming. They controlled the flood dragon's corpse. Of the flood dragon's corpse. And of them did not dare to fight. If they did not escape. Or of them. Of them. Of them. There was a sneer on Lu Ming's lips. Those people ran to the sea in a panic. They were courting death. He was not in a hurry to chase them. He used the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps to chase after the zombie guards in other directions. After a while, dozens of zombie guards were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming then chased toward the sea. He used the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he saw the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect who were fleeing. He's coming. Run, run. The old zombie guard's face was ugly. He frantically controlled the flood dragon's corpse to escape. Rumble. The deafening roar of waves came from ahead. The sea. The old zombie guard's face changed. The other zombie guards were in the same situation. Go to the sea. The old zombie guard roared. They had the flood dragon's corpse. They planned to rush into the sea and take a gamble. As long as they hid in the flood dragon's corpse, they might be able to survive in the sea. They rushed towards the sea at top speed, but when they reached the shore, they stopped. Boats, they saw boats. In the depths of the sea, they saw 3 huge boats sailing toward them. Even Lu Ming stopped in his tracks, a look of shock in his eyes. If there were boats, did it mean that they could leave this damned place? Lu Ming stopped chasing the zombie guards. The 3 boats were sailing toward them at high speed. They were getting closer and closer. Lu Ming and the others were more and more shocked. Those were not ordinary boats. They were clearly 3 warships. Each of them was extremely huge and shaped like an awl. The deck alone was more than 1,000 meters above the water. They were black and seemed to be made of a strange metal. Some strange creatures were engraved on them. Lu Ming had never seen them before. On the vast ocean, the terrifying waves and violent winds were completely ineffective against the 3 warships. The 3 warships came riding the wind and waves. Haha, we're saved. We can get out. Some zombie guards laughed wildly and rushed toward the sea in ecstasy. They were getting closer and closer to the sea. No, no. On Lu Ming's shoulder, Dandan had a suspicious look in her eyes and she kept muttering. What's wrong? Someone's coming. It means that we can leave this island. Lu Ming's eyes showed a trace of expectation. No, no, I'm familiar with the aura of these 3 warships. It seems to be the aura of my enemy. Dandan whispered, as if trying to recall something. But he couldn't think of anything at the moment. Lu Ming, trust me. Retreat, it's dangerous. Dandan said with a rare solemn tone. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, revealing a look of contemplation. In the end, he retreated dozens of miles and appeared on a cliff, looking into the distance. At this time, the warships were getting closer and closer. As they got closer, they could feel the terrifying pressure from the warships. The flood dragon's corpse was huge enough, but in front of the huge warships, it was like a reptile. Rumble, the waves were broken, and the 3 warships stopped dozens of miles away from the sea. Many zombie guards looked at them eagerly. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, figures flew out of the warships and appeared in the sky above the sea. What's that? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a look of shock. The figures that rushed out of the warships were not human at all. Although they were in human form, each of them was more than 2 meters tall and covered in black scales. In terms of body shape, they were somewhat similar to the scaled demons of the scaled demon plane that Lu Ming had seen before. The difference was that these figures had 2 sharp horns on their heads that emitted a sharp light, and there was a third eye between their eyebrows. The general is right. There is indeed something strange happening on Horizon Island. Some reptiles have appeared. A burly 3-eyed creature spoke, and what he said was exactly the same as what Lu Ming and the others had said. How did these reptiles appear? Did they come from the primordial realm? It's very possible. Amazing, really amazing. The reptiles of the primordial realm actually came to the heavenly realm. Haha, take them down and hand them over to the general. We must ask them how they came here. Maybe we can find the entrance to the primordial realm. Some of the other 3-eyed creatures spoke one after another. After that, about a dozen of the 3-eyed creatures moved and rushed to the shore. Then, with a wave of their hands, their claws rapidly enlarged and grabbed at the people of the Heavenly Corpse sect. So strong. End of chapter 577. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.